In the stormy weather of Loguetown, just as Smoker was about to capture the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, a mysterious figure, suddenly appeared. Revolutionary Army leader Dragon came to the rescue. The Navy headquarters fell into silence, and no one dared to pursue. The radical Akainu secretly descended into the deepest level of Impel Down, where he faced Lin, Zefa's expelled chief disciple, and extended a sincere invitation. Senior brother, please come out of retirement to help me. A cold glint flashed in Lin's eyes. My path is to eliminate all pirates. When Akainu questioned whether that was too extreme, Lin casually threw out a deadly temptation. I can help you ascend to the position of Admiral. This statement turned Akainu's hesitation into burning, killing intent. Chapter 1. Akainu visits, asking senior brother to come out of retirement. Year of the Sea Circle, 1522. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Admiral's office. Bang. Admiral Sakazuki slammed a report with Luffy's photo onto the marshal's desk. Luffy was perched high on the execution platform, yet at the moment of execution, he wore a big smile. In the sky, clouds gathered and a lightning bolt struck down. This is Smoker's latest report. Monkey D. Luffy has left Loguetown and is heading from the East Blue to the Grand Line. Marshal Sengoku looked very unnatural. He couldn't meet Sakazuki's gaze and kept glancing at Carp, who was sitting. Sakazuki angrily said, Smoker attempted to capture Luffy, but was saved by Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. If he enters the Grand Line. Sakazuki paused, his voice suddenly rising, and he shouted, I ask you, who else can capture him? Who dares to capture him? Is it not enough for this sea to be chaotic with the son of the Pirate King? Do we really need to add the son of the Revolutionary Army leader or the grandson of a naval hero? Sakazuki's questioning was resounding and well-founded. Sengoku found himself in a very awkward position, caught between Akainu and Carp, and was truly unable to make a decision. From the Navy's standpoint, to prevent future troubles, they must immediately capture Luffy. But Luffy's identity was far too special. As Carp's own grandson, the upper echelons of the Navy could not possibly send personnel to capture him, and the lower-ranked soldiers lacked the capability. Smoker was a great candidate, but unfortunately, he failed. Dragon, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he was currently the greatest threat to the world government, as determined at the World Conference. Dragon aced Luffy. Even as Carp's old friend, Sengoku found it difficult to defend against Sakazuki's questioning. Yet he did not want to bear the responsibility and could only shift the blame. Carp, what do you say? Carp sat in his chair, munching on sunbae, stuffing his mouth continuously. He laughed heartily, chewing on sunbae, and replied, Haha, my grandson is really becoming more and more successful. Sengoku's face darkened, and he said sternly, This is the Marshal's meeting. Please respond formally to Sakazuki's inquiry. Carp put down the sunbae in his hand and looked at Akainu. Sakazuki, you're definitely right. Luffy is my grandson. He carries my blood and Dragon's blood. He will grow rapidly, at a speed beyond your imagination. Sengoku's face showed a hint of joy. So, regarding Luffy, Carp suddenly stood up, staring at Sengoku. That being said, he is still my own grandson. If I find out that my grandson is in trouble, no matter who it is that acts, I will not be able to hold back from killing them. Trust me, Sengoku. Sengoku sat in the marshal's chair, looking helpless. Carp walked out, passing by Akainu, and stared at him. Sakazuki, that includes you. Bang. Carp slammed the door as he left. Sengoku sighed and said to Akainu, Sakazuki, we still have much work to do. Let's put this matter aside for now. I will go talk to Carp. Sakazuki did not respond. Bang. He too slammed the door as he left, showing no regard for Sengoku. With the two gone, only 3 people remained in the room. Sengoku looked at Borsellino, who shrugged his shoulders lazily. Don't look at me. I'm not stupid enough to go against Vice Admiral Carp. I still want to live a few more carefree years. Sengoku then looked at Kuzan, who wore a serious expression. Vice Admiral Carp is my mentor. I will always stand on his side. If Sakazuki goes too far, I won't be able to hold back either. As the two left, Sengoku began stuffing sunbae into his mouth. He tilted his head back, murmuring, Ahi, could you take this marshal position? Admiral Tsuru stood up and said to Donda, Peacock has something to find me. I need to leave. Admiral Tsuru departed, and Sengoku scanned the empty marshal's office, unable to refrain from cursing. Damn it, this broken marshal position, not even a dog would want it. Seeing Akainu emerge with a dark expression, T-Bone immediately approached. Admiral, even so, does Marshal Sengoku still defend Vice Admiral Carp? Akainu snorted and coldly replied. Carp is a hero of the Navy. The entire Navy must defend his position. If Carp does anything detrimental to the Navy, no one can bear the repercussions. T-Bone frowned and couldn't help but say, are we just going to let Luffy grow? Ace has already become the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. With his potential and background, in the future, after replacing Whitebeard, his influence as the son of the Pirate King will pose an immeasurable impact on the Navy. Then there's Dragon, Luffy, and the unstable Carp. Akainu stopped and stared at T-Bone, who immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Akainu shook his head, gazing at the sea in front of Marineford, where countless soldiers trained hard in the massive Navy square. It's time to make a decision. A voice appeared in Akainu's mind. Prepare the warships, Akainu ordered. Where to? T-Bone asked. Impel down. Impel down dock. Magellan stared at Akainu, feeling a bad premonition. Without Marshal Sengoku's orders, you cannot take anyone from Impel down. Akainu, smoking a cigar, said, I'm just here to see him. Before Magellan could respond, Akainu walked past him and entered Impel down. Hannibal shrank his head. He doesn't want to release that person, does he? T-Bone asked. Who are you talking about? As Akainu's confidant, he surprisingly didn't know who in Impel down required the Admiral's personal assistance. Moreover, with Magellan guarding, it was impossible to bring anyone out without a fight. Hannibal trembled. I don't know him, don't ask me. Magellan immediately issued an order to raise the security level of Impel down to the highest level. Akainu made his way down to level 6. He walked straight in, and the light grew dim. As Akainu approached, a pair of indifferent eyes looked out from the cell. Akainu sat down in front of the cell, taking a deep puff of his cigar, as a faint light penetrated the cell and illuminated a face that was a handsome face, around 40 years old, yet looking about 30. It seems time has not passed for you, Akainu remarked. At 53 years of age, he should be in his prime, yet he increasingly felt fatigued, unable to find like-minded individuals in the Navy. Thanks to Magellan, who tirelessly administers medicine to me daily, I am very grateful to him. The man was covered in a purple, smoky poison. The man's voice sounded unusually calm, completely devoid of the resentment one would expect after being imprisoned for decades. Come over here, you don't want to chat with me, do you? The man seemed a bit curious. Senior brother, I want to invite you to come out of retirement. Akainu clenched his hands, his tone filled with earnestness. Chapter 2, The Past. Akainu offered a cigar, but Lin En did not take it. There's no place for me in the Navy. I am the most failed student of the teacher. I will just stay here, and everything outside is none of my business. The teacher has left the Navy. Akainu did not retract the cigar. Oh, Lin En showed interest, and Akainu spoke with a pleading tone. Senior brother, it has been proven that the teacher was wrong, terribly wrong. Pirates must be eradicated, wiped from the world. If he had understood this sooner, his family wouldn't have been killed. Lin En's memory returned to 26 years ago when he was just 14. He was brought back to Navy headquarters by Zefa. The first time Zefa saw this boy, just from his gaze, he could tell this was a true monster who had not yet awakened. To be precise. Zefa did not save Lin En from pirates. He pulled Lin En out from a mountain of corpses left by the pirates. When the Navy discovered the burning village, all the villagers had been killed by pirates, and all the pirates had also been killed. At first, they were completely baffled, until a Navy soldier discovered Lin En lying among the pile of bodies. His eyes were hollow, with almost no breath coming in or out. Initially, the soldier who found Lin En thought he was just another corpse among the villagers, until Lin En's eyes suddenly turned towards the soldier, scaring the life out of him. Those eyes seemed to come from hell. Afterward, the Navy soldier described Lin En to others in this way. No other Navy soldier disagreed with this statement. When Zefa appeared, Lin En's posture was exactly the same as when he was discovered, only his eyes had moved slightly. There was no difference from corpse. Kid, come back to the Navy with me. Zefa instinctively felt that if this 14-year-old boy was left unchecked, the sea would be filled with blood and chaos. What shocked all the Navy soldiers was that Lin En did not acknowledge Zefa. You brat, do you know who this adult in front of you is? He is a big, from Navy headquarters. When Lin En's eyes turned to the talkative soldier, the soldier fell silent. From that day on, he never spoke another word in front of Lin En. All the soldiers believed from the bottom of their hearts that this boy was very strange. Only Zefa did not give up. He ordered the Navy to leave and sat cross-legged beside Lin En. The two stared at each other without saying another word. Until the third day, the standoff without food or drink, exposed to the wind and sun, ended. "I want to kill all the pirates." This was Lin En's first sentence, and Zefa believed that the boy was not joking at all. "Not all pirates are as weak as they are." Zefa pointed to the pirates Lin En had killed. "They're just a bunch of nameless guys." "Do you mean you could teach me? Are you strong?" Lin En asked. "Ha!" Zefa laughed, very loudly and happily. He stared at Lin En and said, "When you asked that question, it showed you were still just a naive little boy." "Okay, then I understand." Lin En stood up and walked in front of Zefa, extending his hand. Zefa was taken aback and shook hands with Lin En. "Ha! You'll be my first student, Zefa." From the very beginning, Zefa knew that accepting Lin En as a student would be a huge challenge. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the results far exceeded his expectations. Lin En mastered the Navy's top-tier martial arts, the 6 forms, in just 10 days. In the first month, he initially grasped observation Haki. In the second month, he learned armament Haki. At first, Zefa comforted himself. This kid was merely scratching the surface, there was no need to panic. But as Lin En began to execute Navy missions, he continuously honed his observation and armament Haki in battles with pirates, making significant progress almost every other day. If it were just an increase in ability, Zefa would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. But in reality, he began to wake up startled by Lin En's uncontrollable growth. The results were in line with his expectations. As Lin En went out to sea on missions, he had never faced a defeat. All the pirates he encountered were killed by him. Zefa, known as the non-killing Admiral of the Navy, found that his first student had completely become his opposite. At this rate, he would eventually become a killing admiral. As Lin En's abilities grew, his Navy rank also rose rapidly. In just a few months, he grew from a low-ranking soldier to a colonel at headquarters. If it were just about killing pirates, it wouldn't be that serious at most. It was just a difference in ideology, and he would never be imprisoned in level 6 of Impel Down. The incident began when Lin En prepared to eliminate a group of pirates as usual, but his superior attempted to stop him. The Rear Admiral from Navy Headquarters argued, "Lin En, as Navy personnel, we should follow Navy procedures. The judges at Judicial Island will impose appropriate punishments. Impel Down will make them realize their mistakes." Lin En responded to his Rear Admiral superior with question. "What if the Navy is wrong? What if Impel Down shouldn't even exist?" The Rear Admiral's eyes widened, unable to believe that such words could come from a Navy officer. He held firm in his stance. "Lin En, if you continue to act recklessly like this, even Admiral Zefa won't be able to protect you. Moreover, you might very well be sent to Impel Down by him himself." Lin En's voice was calm, and his response was, "He has the right to send me into the Navy, and he also has the right to send me to Impel Down. And you do not have that right." The Rear Admiral lost both his hands and legs, unable to stop Lin En any longer. When he returned to Navy Headquarters, he was met by Zefa. "You should not have killed all the pirates on your own, and you should not have laid hands on your colleagues and superiors." Lin En shook his head and replied, "This is not your fault. You tried repeatedly to stop me. But if I cannot kill all the pirates, I will return to my small village." "I said that back then. You shouldn't have forgotten." Zefa clenched his fists, his eyes filled with regret. "Because I had hope. I tried to change you. If successful, you would have been the strongest admiral, commander-in-chief in Navy history." Lin En did not say another word until he watched Zefa's departing figure in the prison of Impel Down. He asked, "Teacher, if one day you think the Navy's actions are all wrong." Zefa turned back to stare at Lin En. "I will leave the Navy, and you should leave Impel Down as well, to do everything you think is right." "Sakazuki, hand me the cigar closer," Lin En said with a smile. "Yes, senior brother." Lin En took a puff of the cigar and asked Akainu, "Do you want to sit on the throne of Admiral of the Navy?" Akainu was taken aback for a moment and replied, "I just want to uphold the justice of the Navy. As for the position, I don't care." Lin En nodded in agreement. "That statement is correct, but if you become Admiral, I will have much less trouble. If that's what you wish, I will strive for it." Akainu said, "Effort?" Lin expressed some dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by effort?" Akainu was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin sighed. "Back then, I was too young. Teacher Zefa was wrong, and I too made mistakes." "What do you mean?" Akainu asked, confused. "The meaning is very simple. Lin replied flatly, If I had killed him back then, there wouldn't have been the subsequent troubles. Who? My good superior, the Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Chapter 3. Akainu becomes a conservative. Akainu left level 6 alone. Upon seeing Akainu, T-Bone breathed a sigh of relief. If an admiral were to fight the warden of Impel Down, the outcome was unimaginable. Let's go. Akainu boarded the warship, and T-Bone followed. It wasn't until the warship left Impel Down that Deputy Warden Hannibal finally sat down on the ground. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, fearing that the battle would affect innocent bystanders. Magellan's expression had not relaxed from the beginning to the end. Warden, Sakazuki has left. It should be fine now, right? Hannibal asked. His heart could not settle. Before Magellan could answer, alarms blared throughout Impel Down. Highest level. Hannibal's mouth fell open, completely at a loss. Magellan quickly made his way to level 6, only to be completely shocked by the scene before him. Before him, the entire level 6 was covered in corpses. All of the most notorious pirates in this sea had lost their lives at the same time. How? How is this possible? Hannibal trembled as he arrived, hiding behind Magellan, nearly wetting himself. He had heard of Lin's deeds. He was a rare prodigy who was personally sent to Impel Down by former Admiral Zefa for severing his superior's limbs. Since then, Lin's name had been erased from the Navy. Zefa no longer acknowledged Lin's identity, and everything about Colonel Lin was completely erased by the Navy. Is this really the work of Lin? Hannibal found it hard to believe his eyes. What kind of power could eliminate all the pirates in level 6 in such a short time? Even an admiral couldn't do that. Report to Magellan. The Impel Down is sealed at all levels, and no signs of Lin's departure have been detected. Since becoming warden, Magellan had never experienced such a situation. Rationality told him that even the strongest power could not achieve this level. Moreover, there was his venom in Lin. Even if he could resist, after years, the cells in Lin's body should have been eroded by the toxin. A.S. the warden, Magellan had a relatively good understanding of Lin's information. The most important point was that Lin was not a devil fruit user. What on earth was going on? A deep sense of helplessness surged within Magellan. Warden, do you think what you see before you is what the Navy's justice should be? A strange voice rang in his ears. He was certain he had never heard this voice before. Lin, the man who suddenly appeared before Magellan, was none other than Lin, who should have been locked up deep inside. Lin stared into Magellan's eyes and asked once again, Please answer my question. Magellan instinctively thought he should immediately use his venom to capture the man before him. But his body was completely out of control. Magellan made his answer. Every prisoner held here is a vicious criminal. If the fleet admiral allows, I do believe each of them deserves to be executed. Lin smiled and left, leaving behind a sentence. Remember what I said today, this day will come. As the laughter faded, the alarms ceased. Cold sweat broke out on Magellan's forehead as he looked at a clean passageway in level 6. Where are the bodies? Where are the prisoners' bodies? Hannibal shouted. His gaze swept across the cells, and all the prisoners looked at Hannibal in confusion. Magellan rushed to the innermost cell, and while his confusion was answered, he was filled with even more questions. There are no cells here at all. Lin walked out of Impel Down, seeing sunlight for the first time in many years. To him, it seemed no different from level 6. Or rather, he didn't care about anything other than exterminating pirates. Excuse me, could I borrow a warship? Lin looked at the soldier guarding Impel Down beside him, who nodded and said, Of course, Colonel Lin. Lin sat on the deck of the warship, watching Impel Down disappear from view. What should I do first? Lin stretched lazily, momentarily unsure of where to go. Let's ask Sakazuki first. He seems to be troubled by a tricky issue. The soldiers on the warship dialed Akainu's phone for Lin. Brother Lin, you got out of Impel Down? Akainu's voice came through, filled with excitement but also confusion. He had just left, and Lin had come out? Lin picked up the transponder snail and asked, Sakazuki, go ahead. Is there something you need help with? Akainu spoke in a deep voice. 24 years ago, Pirate King Roger was executed, but he left behind a child. Since being imprisoned in Impel Down 26 years ago, Lin had never cared about the outside world. So, you let the Pirate King's child live until now. Lin was quite surprised and gradually realized Akainu's confusion. It was Garp who adopted him, which led to the current situation. The Navy hero Garp. Lin had spent less than a year at Navy headquarters and had little interaction with figures from his teacher generation. Yes, now his grandson has also set sail. Lin interrupted Akainu and confirmed. Wait, when you say set sail, you mean to become a pirate, right? Akainu himself found it absurd and could only reply, yes. Lin sighed. What kind of existence is the Navy today? I really find it hard to understand. After all, he didn't have much affection for his identity as a Navy member. Following Zefa to Navy headquarters was merely convenient for him to kill pirates and at the same time. He needed to enhance his strength and the pirate information collected by the Navy. To realize his dream, relying solely on his own strength was far from enough. It seems that the Navy today needs a bit of a cleanup, Lin said. That's exactly what I want to do. Akainu agreed. So, you haven't challenged the so-called Navy hero's authority yet? Lin asked. Akainu hesitated for a moment. After all, he is a Navy hero, not to mention whether it can be done. Even if it can, should I kill him? Why not? He betrayed the Navy, didn't he? Lin struck at the core of the issue. The reasons aren't enough. After thinking it over, Akainu added, his prestige in the Navy is very high, and one of the admirals, Kazan, is his disciple. Under any circumstances, he would stand by Garp's side. The most crucial point is that Fleet Admiral Sengoku essentially supports Garp. So, it sounds like even as an admiral, you seem to be isolated. Lin's words had a hint of sarcasm. Therefore, the Navy needs a reform, a complete reform. Akainu's tone was firm. But my power alone is not enough. I need your help. Tell me your plan, Lin said. Capture the son of the pirate king, Port-Gas-D.Ace, and publicly execute him at Marine headquarters. Whitebeard will likely attack Marine headquarters, and at that time, we can gather the full strength of the Navy to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. Lin had some doubts about Akainu's plan, and even thought Akainu was a bit naive. However, this plan was indeed a good one. I agree with the plan, but I need to add one point. Our target, or rather our enemy, is not Whitebeard. After all, he is just a pirate. Our enemy is within the Navy itself. That is our primary target that we need to address. As long as we rectify the issues within the Navy, everything will be resolved. Akainu had to agree with Lin's statement, but he couldn't think of any practical way to implement it. Lin laid out his plan. Admiral Akiji, Vice Admiral Garp, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Their positions need to be shifted. Upon hearing this, Akainu stood up directly, looking somewhat wary. I agree with your view, but doing so is too risky. How can the entire Navy withstand the combined might of the Whitebeard pirates and these three? Do you want the Navy to be completely destroyed? Lin, calm down. Even if they have betrayed the Navy, we need their strength. Sometimes, in order to achieve the ultimate plan, we have to make some compromises. In response to Akainu's lengthy discourse, Lin posed a single question. So, are you also part of the conservative faction? What can be gained from endless compromise? Akainu fell silent, unsure of how to answer. Lin slowly said, the son of the pirate king, the grandson of the Navy hero, they will both appear in Marineford. As for the other matters, just leave them to me. Remember, our goal is to use the Whitebeard pirates to bring about a complete transformation within the Navy. You take care of the conservatives, I'll handle radicals. Chapter 4. The Marshal's office is gone. I know. Garp's grandson, Dragon's son, named Luffy, has just left Loguetown and entered the Grand Line. For specific information, you can contact Colonel Smoker Station in Loguetown, but one thing to note is that although he is my subordinate, he is also a close friend of Akiji, so we need to confirm his stance. Lin immediately set off for Loguetown after obtaining information from Akainu. At this moment, Impel Down is in complete chaos. The 6 criminals who have been imprisoned for 26 years have somehow escaped from Impel Down. In the history of Impel Down, only the former Rocks Pirates member, Shiki the Golden Lion, successfully escaped, and he paid the price of his legs. And Lin? He not only left unscathed, but it can also be said that he left brazenly right under the eyes of Warden Magellan. This is a tremendous humiliation for Impel Down. The so-called Eternal Prison has had its reputation crushed by Lin's single foot. This incident was reported to Marine Admiral Sengoku immediately. Therefore, the Marine headquarters at Marineford was also thrown into chaos. In the Admiral's office, Akainu immediately called for Sakazuki to come over. Sengoku hung up the den mushi. Sitting in the Admiral's chair, his mind in a mess. Lin. This is a name he did not want to think about. Once, he had shown an astonishing growth rate never seen in the history of the Navy, perfectly mastering the 6 powers, as well as Busashoku and Kinbunchaku. As for Haoshiku, Everyone is sure that he must possess the qualities of a king. Originally, he would undoubtedly replace Carp and become the new generation of Navy heroes. The key issue is that he is an absolutely uncontrollable, unstable factor. To kill pirates, he would not hesitate to sever the limbs of his superiors. Now, after so many years, to what terrifying extent has he grown? What worries Sengoku the most is that Lin's teacher, Zefa, has also left the Navy. Without Zefa, can the Navy still control Lin? No. Even if Zefa were here, he would only have voluntarily locked himself in Impel Down. It does not mean he would deny his own views. What has that guy, Sakazuki, done? Akainu arrived, looking calm, directly sitting down in his position, crossing his legs and smoking a cigar. Sengoku thought, how could this guy Sakazuki be even more arrogant? Sengoku, the people are not all here yet. If there is something, we could talk later. After saying that, Akainu closed his eyes, looking relaxed. Great. Since you haven't taken on the responsibilities of the Admiral, don't expect the respect of a true Navy man. Lin's words made Akainu's thoughts even broader. The problem should have been very simple. Justice is everything. To hell with human feelings. Vice Admiral Tsuru, Kizaru, and Akiji soon arrived, each showing signs of unease. Especially Kizaru, who stared at Akainu with a clear expression of resentment. He hates meetings. He hates emergencies. He just wants to quietly do his job. Overtime is the most annoying thing in the world. He doesn't want to be an admiral. He just happened to have the strength of an admiral. That's why he took on the job. Nothing more. Akiji's expression was clearly angry. Ever since he entered the room, the cold air around him had made the temperature drop. Kazan, if you want to make a move, we can agree on a place. I think here, neither of us can unleash our full power. Akainu did not open his eyes, but his arms began to flow with hot magma. Kazan, Sakazuki, you two, stop it immediately. The Navy is chaotic enough already. Carp spat as he spoke. Kazan sat back in his position, while Akainu looked up and said, Admiral, you chose this yourself. Bang! The door of the Admiral's office was shattered with a punch. A fist wrapped in Busashoka rushed straight toward Akainu's face. The flowing magma on Akainu's arm surged toward Carp. Buzz! A dazzling golden light enveloped the entire Marineford. Admiral Sengoku transformed into an enormous golden Buddha, both hands smashing down toward Akainu and Carp. Under the Buddha's light, the fight did not stop at all. Boom! The iron fist collided with the magma once again. Teacher, please stop. Akiji blocked in front of Carp. Sakazuki, don't make me work overtime. Kizaru held his Yada no Kagami sword, looking irritated. Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed helplessly. With her current strength, it seemed she could not get involved in such a level of dispute. Everyone sit down and talk. If we really can't come to an agreement, then we fight. Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head and said, even if we fight, we can't do it in the headquarters. Small skirmishes are meaningless. The dignified Admiral's office has turned into ruins. The few of them sat down again, the sun high above, and seagulls occasionally flew by. Sengoku stared at Carp, his voice serious. Carp, what's wrong with you today? This isn't like you. Carp's silver short hair stood on end, gritting his teeth. Sakazuki, you let Lin go. And his destination is Loguetown. Sengoku's gaze turned to Akainu. First of all, I only met Lin once. I did not let him go. Secondly, where he goes is his freedom. If you have an issue, you should find him. Akainu took a puff of his cigar and blew out a smoke ring. He realized that the incident was developing in the direction he hoped for. Of course, his leaving Impel Down and starting to capture Luffy was indeed pushed by me. Akainu looked at Carp and said, originally, this job should have been your responsibility as a Navy hero, if my information is correct. When Luffy set sail to become a pirate, you even specifically met him. Not only did you not capture him, but you also let him leave. Naturally, this job should be handed to a suitable person. And as for Lin, everyone knows that no pirate survives in his hands. Akainu continued to question. Carp, Luffy's death is caused by you, and you could have avoided this outcome. As for now, what is your reason for punching me? Answer me. Carp turned to leave, but Akainu's voice continued from behind. Carp, as a Navy hero, are you going to save a real pirate? Carp turned back. I'm not saving a pirate. I'm saving my grandson. Akainu stood up. The moment he set sail, your grandson was dead. Carp left, and Akiji hurriedly followed. Akainu's gaze fell on Kizaru, slowly saying, Borsellino, given the current situation, it's time to make a choice. After Akainu left, Kizaru muttered about trouble, and left with vacant eyes. Again like this. Sengoku didn't even have a chance to sit down and catch his breath. The Admiral's office was completely destroyed. Vice Admiral Tsuru murmured, Sengoku, the era no longer belongs to us. Loguetown Navy Station. Colonel Smoker, a military ship from Impel Down has appeared. The tension on Dasky's face was evident. The news about Impel Down has already been reported throughout the Navy. The order from above is, if you encounter Lin, immediately report his location. Do not engage in combat. Smoker, wearing the Navy's justice cloak, quickly walked towards the dock, with Dasky closely following. The entire station sounded a loud alarm. Smoker frowned and ordered Dasky, tell someone to smash this annoying horn. Dasky had never seen such an unsettled colonel. She hurriedly ordered to shut off the alarm while commanding all station Navy personnel to stay away from the military ship at the port. At the dock, Lin stepped off the deck. You stay here. I'll go alone, Smoker ordered. Then he walked towards Lin. Lin glanced around the camp and said with a hint of self-deprecation, It seems everyone has misunderstood me. Facing Lin, Smoker's first feeling was surprise. He felt no pressure from this man at all. In fact, Lin seemed like just another passerby on the street, lacking any sense of presence. What Smoker faced was an invisible air. He tried to calm himself and asked, Why do you say that? The people who have died at my hands are mostly just a few, but without exception, they're all pirates. As for the Navy, there was only one major who I disabled. Lin paused for a moment and added, Of course, I was young and ignorant back then. I will ensure that I correct my mistakes in the future. The corner of Smoker's mouth twitched slightly. Lin stared at Smoker and asked, So, Colonel Smoker, I'm going to capture the grandson of Navy hero Garp and execute him in Marineford. Will you lend me a hand? Smoker nearly dropped the cigarette from his mouth. Capturing Monkey D. Luffy, I understand and agree, but unfortunately, I failed. Continuing to pursue Luffy is my responsibility. But this public execution. Smoker thought of something but didn't dare to continue. Vice Admiral Garp, the Revolutionary Army's dragon. This was the goal of the man before him. Smoker could only feel his palms sweating. Right, and also the Pirate King, Gold. Roger's son, Portas the Ace, would be a target in this operation as well. Lin ignored Smoker's astonishment and added, It hurts. My head hurts. As an unstable element within the Navy headquarters, Smoker could no longer maintain his composure. He took a deep breath and no longer avoided Lin's gaze. I believe we must never allow pirates to run rampant. Ace has already caused severe consequences, and Luffy is likely to stir up an even bigger storm. Colonel Lin, that is my answer. The warship sailed away from the port, heading towards Alabasta. Lin sat quietly on the deck of the warship, watching the surging waves of the vast ocean. Memories from over 20 years ago surfaced again. He was born on a nameless island in the West Sea, where the entire village had fewer than 100 people. Originally, Lin was just an ordinary child from an ordinary island, playing and laughing with everyone, living a simple and happy life. Until that day, when a pirate ship appeared and destroyed everything. At first, they landed just to replenish supplies, but when they saw the women in the village, these drifters from the sea could no longer suppress the evil that stemmed from their genes. Fire explosions, despair screams. Unannounced, they descended upon the village. Strong men were treated as hunted prey. Women were humiliated like playthings. Children and the elderly were forcibly made into unwilling spectators of evil. In the end, even the spectators were killed. Come back to life. Everyone come back to life. Lin cried out in despair. Hurry up and kill that brat, yelling so much. It's annoying. A pirate approached with a large knife. Drunk, his face was flushed by the firelight. Little thing, don't move. You'll see your family soon, haha. The large knife fell towards Lin. In a daze, he was astonished to find that the fallen villagers were standing up one by one. The blade flashed, and Lin was split in two, yet there was no blood. What the hell? The pirate's large knife swung continuously at the villagers. The other pirates, who were enjoying themselves, noticed that the pirate with the large knife was wildly slashing at the air. Ignore him, come on, keep drinking. Wait, brat, what are you doing? Lin picked up a dagger and walked towards him step by step. Poochie! The dagger plunged into the pirate's chest, and his heart stopped beating. The remaining pirates sensed something was wrong. The boy's eyes had turned into a pair of crimson pupils. Under the illumination of the firelight, they appeared exceptionally bewitching. How could this be? All the pirates were stunned, even unable to take any action to resist. Pucci! Pucci! Lin's dagger pierced through the chests of the pirates one after another. Blood soaked his clothes, and the stinking, sticky blood dripped from his hair. The crimson in his eyes disappeared. Along with it, the surrounding villagers also vanished. They reverted to being a pile of corpses. Thud! Lin fell backward. All the pirates were killed by him, and he wanted to stay like this forever with everyone. It wasn't until Zefa's appearance that he realized that there were still many pirates on this sea, and his mission was far from over. Regarding that day's events, Lin only understood after joining the Navy and mastering Haki. He possessed a special kind of Haki. It was different from the armament Haki and observation Haki he had mastered. Its effect was to actively influence and create various illusions for the enemy. In Impel Down, he was never imprisoned. As for Magellan's poison, it was also an illusion he created. Over the years, he had not wasted any time. His days in Impel Down allowed him to focus on training. Not only did he reach the peak of the 3 types of Haki, but even the Conqueror's Haki awakened in the 3rd year and reached an astonishing level. Ahead, an island appeared. The long coastline, along with the land pushing inward, was engulfed in yellow sand. Lin stood up, gazing at the island with a smile on his face. Teacher Zefa, once I have sorted out the Navy with Akainu, I will come and find you. Smoker stepped forward to report, Colonel Lin. We have discovered the Straw Hat pirate ship. Lin nodded and frowned. I smell other pirates. Smoker hesitated a bit, but finally said, the pirate Crocodile is also here. But he is a warlord of the sea, nominally protected by the Navy. What is a warlord of the sea? Lin asked. The warlords of the sea were established after Roger's death to deal with the era of great voyages. There are a total of 7 powerful pirates. They are usually not bound by the Navy, but must be invited to fight when necessary. In response to Smoker, Lin remained silent for a long time. So, the Navy has fallen to the point of needing pirates to hold the scene? Yes, Smoker replied helplessly. After Roger's death, this sea entered a turbulent era. The world government not only had to deal with the Revolutionary Army, but also faced threats from the 4 emperors. To this, Lin did not comment. He struck at the core of the issue and asked, so do you believe that the overall strength of the world government is completely insufficient to break the Revolutionary Army and the 4 emperors? Answer me. Smoker was stunned. He certainly knew the answer, but he was unwilling or unable to face it. He was called the mad dog of the Navy for many things. He saw but could not control. That was why he left the headquarters and applied to be stationed in Loguetown, guarding the pirates heading toward the Grand Line from the EC. Yet, he failed to capture Luffy due to the appearance of Dragon. With heavyweight figures like Luffy, it seemed that only he cared among the entire Navy. Sengoku was trapped in the position of Fleet Admiral, and Garp had done nothing since Roger's death, even becoming the #1 enemy of the world government. As the 3 admirals in their prime, each had their own thoughts and completely failed to work together. In the end, this led to the bizarre organization of the warlords of the sea. Letting them act as enforcers for the world government was secondary. Essentially, the indulgence of these powerful pirates and even granting them certain privileges was a compromise that reflected the world government's inability to cope. Smoker, remember, the 7 warlords of the sea are also pirates. Lin jumped off the warship. After a moment of hesitation, Smoker quickly followed. Sai, who is that person? A soldier at the end of the Navy line asked. How would I know? You better keep your voice down and not gossip behind their backs. Haven't you seen Colonel Smoker's attitude? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. The nearby Navy soldiers immediately distanced themselves from him. Anyway, this trip is just for show. The talking Navy soldier said carelessly to himself. Our grand operation is to capture Vice Admiral Garp's grandson or to catch the warlord of the sea. Crocodile? This statement resonated with another Navy soldier. Ha, isn't that right? Isn't it great? We can all pretend to shoot, not have to risk our lives, and just treat it as a fun outing with allowances to collect. Chapter 6. What is freedom? He didn't respond. A tourist? Alabasta is not a place suitable for tourism. Moreover, he didn't join the Navy for tourism or to collect a salary and allowances. The reason he chose to follow Colonel Smoker was that he was a superior who truly got things done. He had been keeping an eye on Lin and the team. Instinctively, he felt that this new superior was a bit extraordinary, which is why he curiously asked. Suddenly, a gaze pierced through the crowd of hundreds and landed on him. Lin stopped and walked straight to the soldier. Smoker frowned and sternly questioned, "What were you just talking about behind our backs?" The soldier gritted his teeth and loudly replied, "Colonel Smoker, I want to know what the mission is for this operation." Smoker looked at Lin. "It's fine, tell them." Lin said, "Listen carefully. The reason we didn't tell you in advance is that this mission is too special. Our targets are to capture Vice Admiral Garp's grandson and the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Is that clear?" Smoker's words echoed in the heads of the Navy soldiers. "Got it." The soldier's face revealed excitement. "You're excited?" Lin asked curiously. "Reporting, sir. My family was killed by pirates. I believe the Navy should not associate with pirates." The soldier said neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Smoker, your soldier is quite good. Let's go." Just as Lin and Smoker started to leave, a soldier beside them cursed, "Are you looking for death? Who do you think you are? A low-ranking soldier. What the Navy should do and what it shouldn't do is not for you to say. Besides, this is Crocodile's territory. If he finds out, you'll get us all killed." Buzz! The speaker's head suddenly buzzed. He felt his brain was about to explode. His vision blurred, and Crocodile, draped in a fur coat, stood before him, extending his right hand with a golden hook. "No, don't. Crocodile opened his mouth, and the golden hook slashed a cut across his abdomen. The soldier watched helplessly as his intestines and innards spilled out. Puffed. The golden hook pierced into his head, smashing his brain. Strangely, he did not die immediately, but watched everything unfold. Terrifying. He seriously suspected whether he had arrived in hell. "It's all your fault." In his last moments, he blamed all the mistakes on his teammates. Thud! The soldier fell to the ground, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. His eyes bulged, horrified as he stared at the sky. "Continue forward." The command came, leaving the soldier's corpse behind in the yellow sand. Strange. How did he suddenly die? Yeah, he was shouting for Crocodile to spare him and such. No way could he have been scared to death. It's utterly ridiculous, as a Navy soldier, to be scared to death by an enemy he hadn't even encountered yet. It would be a disgrace to say it out loud. Lin walked at the forefront. Dasky caught up with Smoker to report the situation. "Colonel Smoker, the soldiers are in good condition and have not shown any signs of panic." Smoker nodded. This team was trained by him, and he trusted the overall quality of the soldiers. What concerned him were Lin's methods, which were simply bizarre. Lin, speaking of which, this person was still a senior. Back then, he and Akiji became Zefa's students at the same time. He had heard rumors about Lin back then, and always felt that Lin being personally locked up and impelled down by teacher Zefa was not simply because he had severed his superior's limbs. Given his terrifying growth potential, teacher Zefa must have felt that he needed to be closely monitored before Lin grew out of control. And obviously, Impel Down LV6 couldn't hold him. Or perhaps he voluntarily entered Impel Down back then. Why? This was something Smoker couldn't understand. How could a normal person willingly give up their freedom for a full 26 years? "Yo, Luffy, long time no see." A young man with an orange flat hat, featuring 2 smiling faces, appeared on the abandoned earthen wall. "Ice, is that really you?" Luffy looked up, eyes wide in disbelief. "Haha, didn't expect that." "Huh?" A genuine smile spread across Ace's face. He grew up with Luffy. Although they weren't brothers by blood, he was truly family in this world. "Ace, it's so good to see you." Luffy suddenly stood up and hugged Ace tightly. Nami, surprised, asked Luffy, "Who is this person, and how did he appear so quietly?" Luffy opened his mouth wide and proudly introduced, "This is my brother Ace. He's a great pirate. Right, Ace?" Ace looked at Nami and Zoro and introduced himself. "I'm Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and Luffy's brother." Zoro sensed Ace's powerful aura and was quite shocked. His captain was a bit extraordinary. "The Yonko Whitebeard?" Nami was taken aback, staring at Luffy. "You guy, first a Vice Admiral Grandpa appears, and now a Yonko member brother shows up. Don't tell me one day the Revolutionary Army will be related to you too." Luffy laughed heartily and assured Nami, no way, how could that happen?" Nami looked at Luffy with great suspicion, feeling it was hard to believe. "By the way, Ace, how did you end up here?" Luffy asked. I'm here to hunt down a criminal named Blackbeard. If you encounter him, be careful. He's an extremely dangerous person, Ace warned. Oh, who is Blackbeard? A strange figure suddenly appeared beside them. Ace's heart trembled. Flames erupted from his arm as he launched an all-out attack at Lin. Boom! A massive explosion of flames erupted, and Ace stared at the explosion site with deep fear swelling in his heart. This was something that had never happened to him before. Lin stepped out of the flames unscathed, staring at Ace, and asked, "What kind of person is this Blackbeard you mentioned? Someone who can make you wary must be quite extraordinary, right?" Nami looked at Lin in confusion. When did this person appear? And why did the huge flames have no effect on him at all? Zoro had already drawn his sword, but he knew that this Navy officer was not someone he could deal with. Ace frowned and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" "I've never heard of anyone like you in the Navy headquarters." The strength of the person before him likely far exceeded that of an ordinary rear admiral. And as for whether he had reached the level of a general, Ace currently could not assess. "You pirates seem to know quite a bit about the Navy headquarters." Lin was not in a hurry. "Unfortunately, I am a person who has been disqualified by the Navy." Ace. When Luffy saw Ace, he was surprisingly at a disadvantage and stood beside him, wanting to lend a helping hand. Lin glanced at Luffy and asked, "Are you Carp's grandson?" Upon hearing this, Nami felt a surge of joy. Perhaps things weren't as bad as they seemed. "Why did you attack Ace?" Luffy retorted. "Oh." Lin found it amusing. "Wasn't it he who attacked me?" Lin looked at Ace with interest and asked, "Yeah, why did you attack me?" "Intent to kill a Marine is a capital offense. You've done this sort of thing more than once, Haven T.U.?" Ace pushed Luffy behind him, standing between Lin and Luffy. "That's what they brought upon themselves. We just want freedom." "Freedom?" Lin's expression turned serious. "So, ignoring the law has been packaged as freedom by you?" Chapter 7. Just pirates? A thief is a thief. The moment you set sail, your fate was already sealed. Lin was enveloped in armament Haki, his body as dark as ink, leaving an indescribable shock. "Ace." Just as Luffy wanted to step forward, Ace pushed him away. "Run." Flame pillar. A pillar of fire erupted into the sky, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Even the sand beneath them melted under the intense heat, turning into a layer of glaze that reflected the blinding sunlight. Suddenly, a black arm shot out from the flames, grabbing Ace by the neck. How was this possible? Ace displayed a rare expression of terror. He had attacked Lin twice, yet the opponent had reappeared and scathed both times. What on earth was going on? Even Haki couldn't completely withstand the searing heat. Lin's arm appeared at an exceptionally strange moment. Ace couldn't elementalize in time. The threat of death was fully revealed. The arriving Marines were shocked by the scene before them. "Did you see that? That's Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division captain under Whitebeard, who couldn't withstand a single move from Colonel Lin." Strangely, it seemed that Ace's targets were not Colonel Lin at all, or rather, he was attacking the air as if blind. "Ace, let go of Ace." An angry voice emerged as Luffy punched towards Lin. "Luffy, no." Ace struggled, but it was futile. Around Lin, an invisible field seemed to form, completely suppressing his fruitability. "Luffy, your opponent is me." White smoke appeared just in time to completely bind Luffy's hands and feet. "Let go of me, let go of me." Smoker's arm transformed into white smoke, kicking Luffy into the air. "Luffy, we meet again. It's you." Luffy's face changed dramatically. This was the terrifying Marine who had defeated him in Loguetown with a single move. "Luffy! Luffy!" Nami and Zoro shouted simultaneously. The situation before them was the worst they had faced since setting sail. Nami knelt on the ground, having no ability to resist against such a powerful Marine. Zoro frowned. He could only rely on himself now. Clang! Just as he made a move, Dashiki raised her sword to meet him. "Get away from me." Zoro slashed Dashiki away with one move, knowing his attacks were ineffective against a Logia user. So, he chose to target Lin. Three-sword style, Onigiri. 3 swords attacked simultaneously, carrying a fierce wind, all aimed at Lin. Clang! Clang! 2 blades broke instantly, and even Lin's skin wasn't scratched where the attack landed. "You have a good sword in hand, but it's a pity you don't know how to use it." Finger pistol. Lin's finger easily pierced Zoro's chest. Blood spurted out. Bang! Zoro fell to the ground. "Zoro, hey, wake up, wake up!" Luffy, controlled by Smoker, could only scream in frustration at the scene before him. As Carp's grandson, your performance is quite disappointing. This was Lin's assessment of Luffy, aside from shouting. He could do nothing. How did someone with your strength get this far? Lin was not targeting Luffy specifically, but was increasingly disappointed with the entire Marine. To capture Luffy, any officer from the Marine headquarters could do it without effort. It seemed that along the way, he had many protectors. In this regard, Smoker was a good example. If it weren't for Dragon's appearance, Smoker could have easily captured Luffy. He should have been killed by Buggy, by Mihawk, or even by the King of the Near Sea. And now, Lin wanted to personally stop all of this. Ace and Luffy will be publicly executed at Marine headquarters, Marineford. As for the other pirates, they will all be executed on the spot. Lin issued the order, and Ace finally understood that everything seemed to be his fault. No, if you're going to execute someone, execute me. I'm the son of the Pirate King. It has nothing to do with Luffy. Ace's eyes turned red, but Lin said, "You're wrong, Ace. You are extremely mistaken. My main goal in coming here is to capture Luffy. And you, because of him, have been implicated. Of course, this is also a matter of time. It doesn't make much difference." Lin's words stunned Luffy. Me? I just want to be a great pirate to become the Pirate King. What wrong have I done? Lin stared at Luffy and calmly said, "Young man, let me tell you why. Pirates are thieves on this sea. They burn, kill, and plunder, committing every possible evil. Countless ordinary people die because of pirates, and countless families are shattered because of them. And you, foolish one, only see their superficial glory and romance, while choosing to ignore the filthy things behind the scenes. If you want freedom, you must pay the price for that freedom. The world does not revolve around you alone. Everything is very fair." Luffy was left speechless, yet he still refused to acknowledge it, even though he had seen too much of such things along the way. But there are good pirates in this world. Aren't there righteous pirates? Luffy held on a hope, unwilling to let go of the belief he had long upheld, which crumbled at this moment. "Oh, really?" Lin became interested. "Anyway, I'm also waiting for someone. So let's talk a bit more." He pointed at Ace and asked, "Luffy, do you think your brother Ace is a righteous pirate?" "Of course." Luffy answered immediately without thinking. Good. Lin smiled and continued. "Then do you know that he is the 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, or the 4 Emperors?" "I just found out." "Very good. So you still think he is a righteous pirate in your heart, even knowing his identity?" "I believe in Ace." Luffy insisted. "Is that so?" Lin felt disappointed and turned to Ace. "Fire Fist Ace, do you think that the tens of thousands of pirates under the Whitebeard Pirates are all righteous pirates?" Ace hesitated for a moment, his eyes reddening as he said, "Dad is worthy of respect. He is the greatest pirate on this sea." Lin shook his head. "Then let me put it another way. Perhaps you can understand better. If the Whitebeard Pirates are righteous, can you tell me who you think are the evil pirates on this sea?" Ace opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Lin looked at him with some amusement, then turned his gaze back to Luffy. "Luffy, do you think it's the red-hair pirates?" "No, they are not." Lin continued. "Then I understand. So you believe that Whitebeard and Red-haired are the righteous 4 emperors, while Big Mom and Kaido are the evil 4 emperors. Can I interpret it this way?" Both of them were speechless, and Lin didn't expect them to answer. "Let me tell you, I believe that in their eyes. Whitebeard and the red-haired pirates are 100% evil." Ace, having broken through their defenses, shouted, "That's not true. Even if some pirates from the Whitebeard Pirates have problems, it has nothing to do with Dad. He is a great pirate." Lin was somewhat surprised that Ace was even more agitated than Luffy. "Are you saying that a pirate who shelters criminals and sees criminals as family is the greatest pirate on this sea? Are you saying that while Big Mom and Kaido, as core members of the Rocks Pirates, commit all sorts of evil, Whitebeard is a pure White Lotus?" Ace was completely speechless, tears streaming down his face. "Whitebeard is my dad." Lin knew there was no need to ask further. He stood up, his eyes looking towards the coast, where a warship was rapidly approaching. Is it finally here? Chapter 8. The Fall of the Vice Admiral Colonel Smoker. It's Admiral Garp's warship. Das Bones immediately reported, and Smoker's expression changed drastically. He took a deep look at Luffy and commanded, "All soldiers, remember today's mission. No matter who tries to stop us, we must fight to the end." Das Bones was trembling. "Colonel, that's Admiral Garp. If he wants to forcibly rescue Luffy, we won't be able to stop him." Smoker said seriously, When I chose to follow Lin, I was already prepared for this. Das Bones held his sword, and no more words were needed. At this moment, Luffy had not yet recovered and felt even more confused. How could this happen? He looked at Ace, his eyes hazy. Ace, did we make a mistake? Ace couldn't answer. He stared at Luffy. Luffy, Sabo is dead. You must live. Luffy sensed something was wrong. Ace, you too. I can't be without you. Ace shook his head. No. I am the son of the Pirate King. I was born a sinner. Lin ruthlessly corrected him. No. You are not evil because you have the blood of the Pirate King, and Luffy is not just because he has the blood of the hero of the Navy. Your evil comes from the moment you willingly became a pirate. Ace and Luffy were handcuffed with Sea Prism Stone, losing their ability to move. Smoker led the Navy guards, and he would not allow Luffy to escape from him a second time. Once Dad saves him, Grandpa will save him. When did the Navy become so ridiculous? Smoker increasingly felt that leaving the Navy headquarters early was an incredibly correct choice. You all stay behind. I can go alone. The warship docked, and Garp jumped down from the deck, creating a large pit in the ground. Behind him, Bogart appeared. Admiral, please allow me to follow. Garp glanced at Bogart, who had followed him for many years. Do you know the consequences of following me? Bogart rested a hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes determined. Admiral, I will follow you forever. Good, huh? Garp laughed heartily, his fists radiating with domineering aura. Let's go meet Zefa's most proud yet disappointing disciple. Yes, Admiral. Garp appeared at the edge of the yellow sand, with only one person following him. Seeing this, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Admiral Garp had not completely lost his sanity. Curiosity arose in everyone's hearts. Do you think if it comes to a fight, can Colonel Lin withstand Admiral Garp? What? Are you crazy? That's Admiral Garp. Even the Pirate King Roger avoided his sharpness. And even the legendary pirate rocks of the previous generation was defeated by Admiral Garp. That may be, but Haven T, you heard? What? So mysterious? The reason why Colonel Lin left Impel Down unscathed is that Admiral Sakazuki personally requested it. I also heard that previously, Admiral Sakazuki had a huge argument with Admiral Garp over capturing Luffy, and they even fought, destroying the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This matter has caused quite a stir at headquarters. Wow, that's exciting. Upon hearing this, a chorus of gasps erupted. Today, it is very likely that an epic battle will unfold. The soldiers' discussions, of course, were heard by Luffy and Ace. Unease appeared on both of their faces. Lin, after more than 20 years, what made you choose to leave Impel Down? Garp approached and asked in a deep voice. He did not believe that Admiral Sakazuki's invitation would make Lin leave Impel Down. Is it because of Zefa? Garp easily thought of this, as only Zefa in the entire Navy could make the man in front of him make such a choice. Lin did not deny it, but instead self-deprecatingly said, the teacher certainly never expected that this day would come. He personally sent me into Impel Down, and then took action to let me out. Is it Zefa? Garp frowned. What a bunch of foolish guys. Zefa's actions back then might have been to protect this terrifying guy. Back then, Lin was indeed strong, but he was still in a growth period, and all his actions were too sharp, too rigid and easy to break. And now Lin was like a volcano about to erupt, brewing endless power deep within. Perhaps no one could stop him anymore. He glanced at the two people in the distance, handcuffed with Sea Prism Stone. What? When he saw Ace, he was stunned. What, surprised? I'm quite surprised too. Lin followed Garp's gaze, thinking perhaps it was heaven's arrangement. Garp finally lost his composure. Luffy had just set sail. Even if he was captured, it wouldn't be too big of a problem. But Ace was different. He was the son of the Pirate King Roger. Even his old friend Sengoku would never stand on his side when facing Ace. Lin saw through Garp's thoughts, but kindly reminded him, these two will be publicly executed at the Navy headquarters. What? Garp's veins bulged, his body emanating a crimson Conqueror's Haki, his entire arm covered with armament Haki, intertwined with Conqueror's Haki. Admiral, Bogart timely reminded Garp, preventing him from falling into a passive position due to family ties. Lin, no matter what, you are a criminal from Impel Down, and escaping from Impel Down privately means any Navy soldier has the duty to capture you. Bogart drew his sword, but Lin remained unmoved. He pointed at Ace and said lightly, isn't the son of a pirate king enough for me to redeem myself? If not, I don't mind adding a few more charges to myself. Boom. In an instant, all 4 types of Haki erupted from Lin's body. The heavens and earth dimmed in response. Bogart was stunned, standing before him, as if he were not a human at all, but a ferocious beast from ancient times. Lin almost instantly appeared in front of Bogart. The latter didn't even have time to draw his sword before Lin seized it, drawing the long knife backhanded, severing Bogart's arm. Stop! Seeing this, Garp's eyes widened. His silver-white hair standing on end like a fierce and savage lion. His fist, wrapped in Haki, smashed directly towards Lin's back. Admiral Garp, watch out! Bogart's anxious voice came, and Garp's whole body instantly tensed. Bogart's arm appeared intact on the other side, while Lin, under Garp's fist, vanished like a phantom. So that's how it is. Garp's back was struck by a heavy punch. The red-black Haki exploded like a super bomb. The heavens and earth were enveloped in Haki that ebbed and flowed like ocean tides. Boom! Kapu transformed into a human-shaped cannonball, smashing the ground and creating an invisible abyss. Vice Admiral Bogart was in disbelief, rendered speechless. He never expected that Vice Admiral Kapu would be defeated by Lin in just a moment of confrontation. So clean and swift, it made him seriously doubt if this was something a human could achieve. No, Bogart felt something was very strange. At the moment Kapu made his move, it seemed he was affected by something. While Bogart was still in a daze, Lin stepped closer, one step at a time. Bogart couldn't help but take a step back, but his hand remained on the hilt of his sword. As Lin approached again, whoosh, Bogart struck. He was a master swordsman, having fought alongside Vice Admiral Kapu through thick and thin, even participating in the mission to take down rocks and hunt down Pirate King Roger. His strength was not to be underestimated. He attacked almost instantaneously, with a cutting angle so tricky that it was extremely difficult for an opponent to evade. Yet Lin merely tilted his head slightly, easily dodging Bogart's proud attack. Top-tier observation Haki. Bogart realized that to achieve such a level, it was not a mere temporary reaction. Instead, it was the observation Haki reaching its peak, allowing one to glimpse into the brief future. Lin seized the sword from Bogart's hand. Whoosh! The flash of the blade cut through the air, and Bogart's arm traced an arc in the air. Is this your sense of justice, attacking a comrade? Lin asked coldly. Holding a long sword, Bogart clutched his severed arm, blood spurting out uncontrollably. I will always follow Vice Admiral Kapu. For the Admiral, I am willing to give everything. Lin was astonished. Was it to save 2 pirates? They were Vice Admiral Kapu's. Before Bogart could finish his sentence, he was met with the blade's edge. Thud! A head fell, blood splattering on the yellow sand. Chapter 9. Golden Conqueror's Haki. The yellow sand filled the sky, yet it was silent. Boom! The entire ground trembled with a deafening quake. Retreat! Smoker shouted urgently. Although the soldiers had already distanced themselves from the area the moment they received the order, they immediately began to evacuate. They were astonished to find that the smooth desert before them was bulging into a massive mound. This was Vice Admiral Kapu. The entire ground exploded, a huge gash appearing like the mouth of an endless abyss. A figure burst forth, gracefully gliding through the air with the 6 forms of moonwalk. Kapu was enveloped in a black and red dual-colored Haki, holding his longtime aide, Bogart. Old friend, you. Kapu trembled all over, his rationality gradually slipping away with the expanding Haki. The Navy soldiers continued to evacuate the area. No matter how far they retreated, they felt that Kapu in the air was like a sun in the sky, impossible to approach, yet impossible to escape. Dazzling, blinding. Should we evacuate this island? Many soldiers were convinced that if Kapu truly went mad, the entire Alabasta would perish. Ed, the one killed by Colonel Lin, was an aide who had followed Vice Admiral Kapu for many years. As he aged, Vice Admiral Kapu's killing intent diminished, and his concern for family became his only inviolable principle. Watching Kapu gradually lose his sanity, the most worried were, of course, Luffy and Ace. Grandpa, Grandpa, hearing the voices, Kapu's sharp and domineering gaze softened slightly. Ace, Luffy, Grandpa will take you home. Promise me, no more mischief from now on. After saying that, the last trace of gentleness disappeared, and he was enveloped by an invincible Haki. Before making his move, he wrapped Bogart with Haki and threw him back onto the Navy ship at the port. Bogart's body landed steadily on the deck. Vice Admiral, upon seeing the corpse, Kapu's soldiers went completely mad. Though he was a naval hero, Vice Admiral Kapu had no airs about him, treating people with great warmth, often mixing with the ordinary soldiers. For the vast majority of the soldiers, following Kapu during this time was the most free and easy period since they joined the Navy. All soldiers were ordered to escort Bogart back to the Navy headquarters immediately. No one was allowed to step into Alabasta. Violators would be executed on the spot. This was Kapu's order, and the soldiers could not violate it under any circumstances. Watching the Navy ship leave the harbor, Kapu's gaze fell on Lin. He questioned sternly, "Lin, why did you kill Bogart?" Lin raised his head, staring directly into Kapu's eyes. He wanted to save the pirates. Kapu trembled again. "He was just loyal to me." Lin shook his head. "He should be loyal to the Navy, loyal to justice." "Damn it, what is justice? Tell me, what the hell is justice?" Kapu's cape fluttered without wind. Sighing, Lin said, "Kapu, you are a naval hero, yet you have thrown away your sense of justice? Time has eroded your sharpness. Let me tell you what justice is. Justice is to kill all pirates and restore this sea to its original state." Kapu was taken aback. He never expected that after more than 20 years, this man's beliefs had not only not faded, but had become even more resolute. Or rather, stubborn. If he were to be kept alive, not only would he topple the pirates, but he would also overthrow the Navy and the world government. This sea is chaotic enough. We cannot afford another madman. I hope this old body of mine can still play a role. To kill all pirates is completely contrary to Kapu's sense of justice. Back then, he had teamed up with Roger to defeat the Rocks pirates, although he had been pursuing Roger ever since. His relationship with Roger was more like friends than enemies. He found it hard to imagine personally killing a friend. Thinking of this, Kapu couldn't help but feel melancholy. Perhaps, if he had been able to abandon his humanity and fully kill Roger like Lin did back then, the current era of great navigation would never have come to be. The so-called ultimate treasure would remain forever unknown. Kapu's arms and fists gathered all the Haki, causing the surrounding air to bubble and the space to distort and churn. "Lin, perhaps you are right, but I will never allow anyone to harm my family." Family? In Lin's mind, the image of mountains of corpses piled up in the village surfaced. Kapu descended from the sky like a meteor, burning everything in his path. Galaxy impact. Behind him, a brilliant starry river appeared. Countless stars shone, unleashing unparalleled power. Burn everything. Destroy everything. Here it comes. Lin prepared for battle for the first time, fully unleashing his conqueror's Haki. Buzz. The heavens and earth trembled, and the entire Alabasta could not withstand the pressure, emitting a sound akin to human sobbing. Golden light shone brilliantly, dazzling the eyes. Navy soldiers who had evacuated far away were directly swept away by the tsunami-like Haki. Before their eyes, the entire land was covered in dazzling golden light. The ground flowed like liquid gold. Golden Conqueror's Haki. No. This was not just Haki. It was so powerful that it had condensed into liquid. Smoker's cigar lost its flavor long ago. He became numb, at a loss for what to do. His worldview was ruthlessly shattered in that moment. The Conqueror's Haki, taking the form of golden liquid, surged into the sky, creating an endless golden sea. The galaxy descended. The golden tide surged through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. No one could describe the shock and impact felt at that moment. Everyone in the Alabasta Kingdom could not open their eyes. The only feeling was the certainty that Alabasta was about to sink. Located in the palace, Shakadal was struck by a golden light, and his whole body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. He struggled to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His pupils trembled in extreme horror. Carp, is this the most elite combat power the entire Navy has ever had? The always proud Shakadal found it hard to maintain his confidence in the face of such an impact. But who exactly was the person fighting Carp? Shakadal's thoughts were no longer calm. He absolutely did not believe that their battle was a random occurrence in Alabasta. It seemed that the situation had been exposed, and he needed to withdraw promptly. He had thought that with his identity as a warlord, he could cover up his actions in Alabasta indefinitely. But the facts were before him. The Navy headquarters was experiencing the most severe division ever. The yellow sand gradually settled, and the view slowly became clear. Yet the golden light did not dissipate. In the air, it seemed as if a sun was hanging, with brilliant golden light pouring down. What is that? It's not the sun. It's a human shape. My God, that's a giant Buddha, a golden Buddha. It's the Fleet Admiral. The Fleet Admiral has arrived just in time. The Navy soldiers felt a tremendous sense of relief at that moment. If they allowed Vice Admiral Karp and Colonel Lin to continue fighting, they truly did not know how the destruction of a kingdom could be so simple. The clash between the two just now had caused huge ravines to appear on the ground, spreading like a spider web. Fortunately, the center of the power collision was in midair. Even so, in their line of sight, seawater poured in along the ravines, forming an endless lake before them. Old Karp, are you all right? The Buddha-shaped Fleet Admiral supported his old friend Karp, who did not look well at all, appearing extremely wan and aged by several years. Cough, cough. Karp coughed up congealed blood. His gaze fell on Lin below. Have you seen the Fleet Admiral? The Fleet Admiral shook his head. The Golden Conqueror's Haki, presenting in a liquid form. Not only has he never seen it, but he hasn't even heard of it. If I remember correctly, before Lin entered Impel Down, although he had mastered observation and armament Haki, he had not awakened Conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, the Fleet Admiral was taken aback. What's wrong? Karp asked. I just remembered. The Fleet Admiral's gaze sharpened. Before Lin was imprisoned by Zefa in Impel Down, during the incident where he severed his superior's limbs. There were reports stating that they saw golden light emanating from Lin. Signs of awakening Conqueror's Haki. Karp frowned. Zefa, the two exclaimed in unison. Chapter 10. The Fall of Shikukadal. Teacher. A road paved with white ice appeared. Akiji looked at Karp, his expression turning grim. His gaze fell on Lin not far away. It was the first time he had seen this man. When he became Zefa's student, Lin was expelled by Zefa and never mentioned again. Akiji could only gather some one-sided understanding of this nominal senior brother through bits and pieces circulating in Navy. But he never expected. The reality was even more terrifying than the rumors. Don't act rashly, the Fleet Admiral warned, fearing that Akiji would act recklessly due to Karp's injury. Things are already chaotic enough. Akiji stepped forward, and the surrounding space revealed cold white mist, which gradually coalesced into transparent ice spikes. Kazan, Admiral, don't misunderstand. I only came to capture the escaped prisoners from Impel Down. Akiji made his move. The ice spikes rained down towards Lin like cannonballs. Yet Lin stood with his arms crossed, showing no signs of fighting back. Kazan, what are you doing? Scorching magma fell from the sky, completely covering and instantly melting the ice spikes. High-temperature steam enveloped the area. The heat was stifling. Sakazuki stood beside Lin, his attitude respectful. Senior brother. The Fleet Admiral's head instantly felt heavy. He shouted angrily, What do you all want? You've just destroyed my office, and now you want to destroy Alabasta too? No matter. Akiji focused on Lin, while Akainu stared at Akiji. There was no room for negotiation between the two sides. Fleet Admiral. Lin escaped from Impel Down without permission and attacked Navy hero Vice Admiral Karp, even ruthlessly killing Vice Admiral Karp's aide. Does all this just get brushed aside? Vice Admiral Karp was the most respected figure in Akiji's eyes. Compared to Zefa, Karp was his true teacher, the one who guided him on the path of justice. Lin's actions today completely exceeded his tolerance. The justice of the Navy should not be built on the complete abandonment of sentiment. Justice established by any means necessary is something he cannot agree with. Akainu stepped forward, confronting Akiji. The punishment for Lin was an order from former Marine Admiral Zefa. And now that Zefa had left the Navy, Lin's judgment should be reevaluated. Am I right, Fleet Admiral? The Fleet Admiral understood that the attitudes of both sides had reached an irreconcilable level. He could no longer be conciliatory. Regarding Lin, according to Navy law, Sakazuki's statement was valid. Akiji clenched his fists, ice crystals covering his arms. Lin killed his fellow Navy comrades. Can we just turn a blind eye to that? Akainu said coldly. Bogart attempted to privately rescue 2 heinous pirates, which has seriously violated Navy law. Heinous pirates? Akiji widened his eyes, pointing at Luffy. Is he also a heinous pirate? As the son of the Pirate King, Akiji could not and would not defend Ace. But Luffy was different. He was Carp's only grandson, and he must not fall into Akainu's hands. Akainu said in a deep voice, "He is Carp's grandson and the son of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. If left unchecked, the chaos he causes will far exceed what Ace is causing now. Are you willing to turn a blind eye to all this?" Akiji could no longer hold back and punched Akainu. This was the only chance to resolve the issue with Luffy, and he simultaneously shouted at Carp, "Vice Admiral, I will hold Sakazuki back." Bang! Akiji in midair suddenly hesitated. Fleet Admiral Sengoku made his move, pressing Carp's head into the sand. "Carp, don't make another mistake." At the same time, during the moment Akiji was stunned, Akainu punched him down, covering his body with flowing magma. Oh, this is terrifying. In front of the port, another Navy warship was anchored. On the deck, Kizaru held a telescope, his eyes wide as saucers, his heart racing, pounding rapidly. "Fortunately, I don't have to go on stage. Otherwise, it would be another free overtime shift." Next to him, Vice Admiral Tsuru shot him a glance and said solemnly, "Borisolino, what exactly are you thinking? If you could mediate more between Kuzan and Sakazuki, the Navy headquarters would be much quieter. Or rather, which side are you on?" Facing Vice Admiral Tsuru's question, Kizaru looked exhausted, his laziness on full display. "Vice Admiral Tsuru, monsters, they are absolute monsters. I'm just looking for a job in the Navy. I absolutely cannot get involved in such troublesome matters. As for my stance, I don't even know." Vice Admiral Tsuru did not blame Kizaru. She blamed herself for speaking out of turn. At least this conflict has temporarily calmed down. But the ultimate contradiction will only become more serious. This era is becoming increasingly incomprehensible to me. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru surprisingly understood Kizaru a bit. It was a deep sense of powerlessness. "Lin, where are you going? Even if I agree with Sakazuki, you still need to return to headquarters with me for a judicial review." Marshal Sengoku looked at Lin, who was heading deep into Alabasta, and questioned him repeatedly. Lin paused and turned back, saying, "Marshal Sengoku, I naturally agree with your statement. However, I need you to wait for a moment. There is still something I need to handle." Sengoku frowned as a bad premonition struck him. "What are you going to do?" "Of course, it's to eliminate the pirates." Lin replied with a faint smile, asking in return, "Are the wicked pirates appearing right under your nose while the Navy turns a blind eye?" "What do you mean?" Sengoku's tone turned cold. "What do I mean? According to Colonel Smoker, Alabasta is currently being occupied by great pirates, yet the Navy has done nothing. Is this your idea of justice?" Under Lin's direct gaze, Sengoku felt somewhat dazed. The Shichibukai system was established by the world government, and Sengoku felt he had lost his confidence. "The world government, huh?" Lin scoffed, speaking softly. "So, does the world government also have problems? Can it continue to turn a blind eye?" Sengoku felt a lump in his throat, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Please wait a moment. Marshal, I'll be quick." Lin's voice came, and Sengoku shuddered, immediately realizing something was off. He focused his gaze, and Lin in front of him had vanished. The voice just now came from a distance, meaning that, without him noticing, Lin had already left. "Old friend." Sengoku glanced at the aging Carp, feeling a bit of the powerlessness he was experiencing. This old friend had given it his all, but could not stop Lin and was even at a disadvantage. Carp's gaze remained fixed on Luffy. "Luffy, why don't you listen to me?" This statement did not sound like a question, but rather like a monologue. "Grandpa, Luffy's dream of freedom seemed to have been punctured by something. If it weren't for Sabo and Ace, if it weren't for Shanks, if it weren't for that mysterious father, he would have died several times by now. He had only just set sail. Is this really a path of freedom that he could fully control?" He had doubts about his long-held dream at this moment. "What?" When Lin appeared before Crocodile, the latter's jaw dropped in surprise. The usually aloof Crocodile lost the courage to fight against Lin. This was all because Lin's battle with Carp had completely shattered his worldview. Did he really have any meaning in fighting back? He seriously doubted it at this moment. "I can leave Alabasta immediately." Crocodile realized that to avoid being captured, he had to lower his stance. "Why do you want to leave?" Lin asked. "Huh?" Crocodile was confused. Wasn't this guy here to capture him because of his actions in Alabasta? Wait, does he not know about my actions at all? Yes. Everything he did in Alabasta was conducted in secret. Even if the outside world knew something, it was only a vague perception. Perhaps they could negotiate. The Navy headquarters still needed someone with his combat power. However, as Lin unleashed his conqueror's Haki, he directly intimidated Crocodile, rendering him completely immobile. Finger gun. In an instant. Before Crocodile could react, Lin's finger had pierced right into the center of Crocodile's forehead. Why? Crocodile's life force was rapidly draining away. He did not crave life, but wanted to know why he was dying. You are a pirate. Have you forgotten? The Navy kills pirates. Do you really need to ask why? Lin felt a headache coming on. For over 20 years, the outside world had become increasingly absurd. In the past, pirates would always flee upon seeing the Navy. Now, a mere pirate was actually negotiating with the Navy. Members of Baroque Works were all swiftly eliminated by Lin. Not a single one survived. It's done. Let's go back. Lin returned, casually annihilating all of Crocodile's crew, one of the Shichibukai. He walked ahead, with Akainu and Smoker following. Chapter 11. Lin, Marshal Sengoku, please publicly try me. What a terrifying battle. A pirate flag composed of 3 skulls and crossbones appeared in the waters near Alabasta. The pirate crew did not approach immediately, but chose to observe from afar. Blackbeard used a telescope to gaze at the remnants of the battle not far from the coastline. The huge artificial lake and the vast chasms that spread like a spider web left Blackbeard trembling with fear. Bagus was even more startled. Captain, can humans really do this? The sight before them, marked with traces of destruction, showcased the shocking intensity of the battle. Huh! Blackbeard laughed widely, of course. Of course. This is the power I long for. To achieve such destructive power, besides the top-tier Conqueror's Haki, it could also be accomplished through the power of a devil fruit. Quake fruit, the top-tier Paramecia devil fruit. It would help him realize his grand dream of dominating these seas. At the same time, he also sought revenge. Rox was not a good father. The only thing he was grateful for was the incredibly powerful body and bloodline he had inherited from him. The Navy hero Carp, the pirate King Roger. He felt regret at Roger's death, but then he learned that Ace, who had also boarded Whitebeard's ship, was Roger's only son. His plan took shape. Capturing Ace and handing him over to the Navy, Whitebeard would definitely come to rescue Ace and then head to the Navy headquarters. The ensuing chaos would be his greatest opportunity. He would take the chance to recruit the most vicious and powerful members from Impel Down while also seizing Whitebeard's Quake fruit amidst the chaos. Once he possessed 2 devil fruits, he would roam these seas at will. In the near future, he would have the strength to confront Carp. But everything seemed to go awry. Damn Navy, why are they coming out of Impel Down? Although it differed from his plan, the outcome was the same. In fact, due to the Navy's appearance, the chaos generated at Navy headquarters would be even more intense than his plan. His original target was just Whitebeard, while that terrifying Navy was simultaneously aiming at the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the Navy headquarters itself. At this thought, beads of sweat broke out on Blackbeard's forehead. This guy is really reckless. Captain, Ace has been captured. What should we do? Bagus asked. Ace and Luffy had both been snatched away by that guy. They had to capture a pirate with enough weight to draw the Navy's attention and become one of the Shichibukai. Approaching the palace, Blackbeard's eyes suddenly lit up. It's her. Bagus looked over and saw a woman with cascading black hair, tan skin, and an exquisite face. What was most striking was the unique aura she exuded. It seemed this trip was not without gains. A criminal from O'Hara would be enough to satisfy the Navy. What? You demand a public trial? Sengoku glared at Lin, completely unaware of what this man was thinking. Isn't this good? To better uphold the Navy's justice. I believe every case should be publicly tried. I agree. Akainu stepped forward. Sakazuki, what trouble are you causing now? Sengoku's head was spinning. I'm not causing trouble, Marshal. Akainu's expression was serious. The reason the Navy has become what it is today is that everyone fights alone and has divided into several factions. In the middle of his speech, Akainu deliberately paused for a moment. What he said next would undoubtedly lift the veil that concealed the Navy's shame. The reason behind everything was simply human emotions and social relations. The last 4 words, which sprang from Akainu's mouth, struck the hearts of everyone present like a merciless blow. The so-called law does not allow for emotions, but how many people present could truly achieve that? Akainu completely disregarded the suddenly tense atmosphere. He just wanted to express the frustrations and anger that had accumulated in his heart over the years. In the brand new marshal's office, Sengoku remained silent. Carp had been immersed in this meeting from the beginning, detached from the discussions. Akiji's expression was extremely grim, although Akainu seemed to be targeting Carp. The real core of his attack was Akiji himself. After all, Carp was in a semi-retired state. To some extent, Akiji's influence on the Navy's actual decision-making was even greater than Carp's. Moreover, Akainu's biggest competitor for the position of Fleet Admiral was Akiji. As for Kizaru, if he were offered the position of Admiral, he would quickly distance himself from it. He hadn't even returned to Navy headquarters and had found an excuse to go out on a mission. Vice Admiral Tsuru remained silent. She knew that her influence no longer affected anyone here. It was time for the younger generation of the Navy to take charge. Sengoku glanced at the few people present, his face showing signs of aging. He knew that his time in this position was limited. Thinking of this, he surprisingly felt a sense of relief. The only thing that concerned him was the issue of who would inherit the position of Fleet Admiral. Akiji was Carp's disciple, and Carp would certainly support Akiji, while Sengoku himself also leaned towards Akiji. In Sengoku's view, Akainu's actions were somewhat extreme. Under normal circumstances, Akiji would smoothly take over the position of Fleet Admiral at some point, allowing Sengoku to retire peacefully. But the current situation was not normal. Carp had been caught with a handle, and due to the issues surrounding Ace and Luffy, Sengoku was forced to withdraw his support for Carp. In terms of hard power, Akainu was stronger than Akiji. Not to mention, there was now a significant uncertainty factor. Lin, in the confrontation in Alabasta, even Carp had been defeated. Once he stepped down, Akainu would take over, and there would be no one in the Navy who could counterbalance Lin. Eradicating all pirates. What a grand dream. What an absurd dream. Once the Navy announced its goal to eliminate all pirates, the consequences would be easy to imagine. Could the mere Navy withstand all the pirates? Not to mention the Revolutionary Army, which was watching closely. Sengoku's head throbbed. He forced himself to stop thinking further. The most pressing task at hand was to manage the Lin issue and ensure that the public execution went off without a hitch. Ace was manageable. But Luffy, he really didn't have the courage to agree with Lin's approach. Carp was a hero of the Navy, and his influence on all Navy soldiers was immeasurable. Headache. It was truly a headache. If he agreed to the public trial of Lin, Luffy and Ace would inevitably be subjected to public hearings. Lin's actions could not be deemed unjust. No. Sengoku's gaze suddenly locked onto Lin. He suddenly felt that Lin's purpose was not merely this. Public. Was he trying to force the entire Navy to take sides? Was he deliberately trying to split the whole Navy? Fleet Admiral, is your indecisive personality really suited for your current position? Lin stood up, facing Sengoku directly. Don't you think that under your leadership, the Navy has long lost the will of a soldier? Sengoku sat down in despair, rendered speechless. Shouldn't everything be left to the soldiers to choose their own path for the future? Lin's final words completely shattered Sengoku's psychological defenses. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, if it's public, then let it be public. I want to see what you're really up to. What can you do? The entire Navy will not follow your lead." Chapter 12. The trial begins. What public trial of Lin? Wait, who is Lin? I don't know. I just heard that this is an order from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It feels like even our headquarters is starting to get restless. When the news from the Fleet Admiral's office spread throughout Navy headquarters, Lin's name became the center of discussion for everyone. Gradually, Lin's background also began to emerge. Isn't he the one who escaped from Impel Down unscathed? Please be careful with your wording. I think it's more accurate to say he left rather than escaped. Why do you say that? Haven't you heard? Impel Down couldn't contain the news. When Lin left Impel Down, even the Chief Warden Magellan hadn't even engaged him in battle. Isn't that bizarre? Just as the discussion about Lin was heating up, even more explosive news came in. Hey, update. Whitebeard's 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist Ace, has been captured. The 2nd Division Commander of Whitebeard. Who the hell is so bold as to provoke the Whitebeard pirates? Is it an admiral? Or is it Vice Admiral Carp? Or even Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself? What? None of the above, then who? It's none of those people, because the person who captured Ace is also Carp's grandson, Luffy. Countless Navy soldiers were left dumbfounded. This is it, my brain can't keep up. Damn, who the hell is so daring as to capture Carp's grandson? Have they lost their minds? The last extremely reasonable figure came to everyone's ears. Lin, a Navy soldier shouted. Lin, it's Lin again. Who the hell is he? Isn't Carp going to be furious about this? With Lin once again becoming the center of discussion, his identity gradually unraveled. Navy colonel? 26 years ago. A former Navy colonel? What the hell? Was the Navy so impressive over 20 years ago? Look at what the Navy has become now. Sorry, I've dragged everyone down. It's okay. Don't be so self-deprecating. It's the current soldiers who have lost the face of the former Navy. From this day on, Navy headquarters has not had a moment of peace. All because 3 days later, Lin would be publicly tried. These 3 days felt like years for all the soldiers in the headquarters. Everyone, without exception, wanted to see this legendary figure with their own eyes. The next day, news from Alabasta gradually spread. This time it really exploded. Have you heard? Have you heard? Come on, spit it out. We're all people who have seen the world. What news could be so shocking? Please take your seats. I'm seated. An earth-shattering battle occurred in Alabasta. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, was killed. One of the 7 warlords of the sea is dead? No way. Aren't they protected by the world government? Who dares to kill them? Wait, it's not Lin again, is it? Yes, it's him. But this isn't directly related to what I'm about to say. I just mentioned the earth-shattering battle, and the entire Alabasta almost faced annihilation. Upon hearing this, even the most imaginative soldiers couldn't help but shake their heads. Alabasta is not just any small island. It's one of the top 20 kingdoms, comparable to a continent. Don't believe me? Just wait until I name the participants, and you'll naturally believe it. Go ahead, who were they? Lin, Carp, Sengoku, Akainu, Akiji. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The entire scene was filled with gasps of shock. Damn, this is the peak combat power of the entire Navy headquarters coming together. Where's Admiral Borsalino? Oh, right, he's probably in some corner. On the 3rd day, as noon approached, the soldiers of the Navy headquarters had already gathered in the Judgment Square. It was a bright sunny day. The scorching sunlight was overshadowed by the restless atmosphere of the square. Look, it's Admiral Sakazuki. He's the first to appear. How could he be here so early? That's hard to say. The reason Lin was brought out of Impel Down was that Admiral Sakazuki personally went to ask for him. Why? That doesn't seem to be his style. Why? What else could it be? It's simply that 2 fists can't compete with 4 legs. Regarding the capture of Luffy, no one in the upper echelons of the Navy is siding with Admiral Sakazuki. On the high platform, only Admiral Akainu appeared among the 3 admirals. His figure was indeed tall and imposing, but he also seemed somewhat lonely. This scene stirred many soldiers. I think that Luffy, as the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, should not only not be sheltered, but should be given special attention. On this point, I also agree. The grandson of a Navy hero has actually become a pirate. How can other pirates think about this? How can young people who aspire to become part of the Navy think about this? How can countless people who have suffered from pirate invasions and lost their homes view our Navy? Even our own Navy hero is indifferent in the face of pirates, even going so far as to shelter and protect them. No matter what, I cannot support this. Exactly. This will make countless soldiers who sacrifice their lives in the pursuit of pirates feel disheartened. Under Akainu's observation, he could hear the soldiers' whispers clearly. A hint of comfort appeared on his lonely face. Brother Lin is right. The more the Navy faces difficulties, the more decisive it needs to be. Indecision will only lead to greater losses. In the past, I was indeed too conservative. If at the beginning of Ace's departure, I had disregarded Garp and Sengoku and personally captured him, just like Brother Lin does today, all troubles could have been avoided. Ace would not have grown into the commander of the Whitebeard 2nd Division, and Garp's grandson would not have gone to sea to become a pirate. Thinking of this, Akainu sighed. I was still too conservative. As noon approached, Fleet Admiral Sengoku appeared, taking his seat at the main position. The soldiers noticed the fatigue on Sengoku's face. Following him was Vice Admiral Garp, who sat beside Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, who sat on the other side. After the three took their seats, there was no conversation. The atmosphere was unusually silent. Borsalino slowly arrived. Although he still looked lazy, keen observers could tell that his laziness was somewhat forced. The last person to appear was surprisingly Aokiji. How strange. Admiral Kazan actually showed up last and did not follow Vice Admiral garb. This was a bit odd. What do you mean by odd? Just feeling the atmosphere of the upper echelons. One could sense an unsettling abnormality. The restless atmosphere completely quieted down due to the appearance of one person. Lin. At noon, Lin was brought up by two soldiers, standing before the three vice admirals and three admirals on the high platform. Suddenly, Lin turned around. He no longer faced the 6 people, but faced the tens of thousands of Navy soldiers in the square. The person who had been discussed for 3 whole days finally appeared before everyone. The square fell silent. Countless gazes were focused on Lin. They wanted to catch a glimpse of the secret within Lin. What kind of person could stir the entire upper echelon of the Navy into unrest just a few days after emerging from Impel Down? Lin was tall and slender. He did not have bulky muscles, standing at 2 meters, making him appear somewhat thin and small among the admirals. But any normal person could clearly feel that the moment Lin appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. Not because he was the criminal being judged today, but because of the aura he exuded, looking down upon the world, an invincible belief. He was like a lone wolf walking on a path untraveled and uncharted. Alone, yet firm and steady. In contrast to the uneasy atmosphere of the upper echelons of the Navy, Lin was calm and composed. Faced with such a situation, many couldn't help but doubt. Who exactly is being judged in this trial? Many had a sense of delusion. Rather than saying that this public trial was judging the criminal Lin, it was more accurate to say that this was a public action judging the entire upper echelon of the Navy. In fact, it was just that. The trial began, but it was the criminal Lin who spoke first. He looked down at the Navy Headquarters square, his voice steady and resolute, not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of every Navy soldier. If I am guilty for killing pirates, then please sentence me to death. Or find me innocent. Chapter 13, the division of the Navy exceeds Sengoku's expectations. Lin, what are you doing? As soon as Lin finished speaking, Sengoku suddenly stood up with a start. He never expected that this trial against Lin would actually be led by him from the start. Sengoku, is this trial really going to continue? Vice Admiral Tsuru felt a deep unease. She believed that although it was a trial against Lin, Sengoku would never take the lead in this situation. Borsalino's lazy expression became momentarily stunned due to Lin's sudden speech. Oh dear, this feels like it's going to go badly. Akainu's expression was agitated. He was almost ready to stand up. As expected of a senior brother, this kind of courage is something I can hardly reach. Either death or innocence. This is not just a judgment on Lin, but a judgment on the future direction of the entire Navy's actions. No more hiding. No more dodging. No more ambiguity. My goodness, this is the effect I have always wanted. Akainu's eyes sparkled with intensity, his fists clenched tightly, palms sweating. Come on, all Navy soldiers. Let us see how you will choose. In contrast to Akainu's excitement, Aokiji showed signs of unease. He did not want the entire Navy to go to extremes. Is there really no room for reconciliation in the face of pirates other than killing them? Back in the day, Garp-sensei was not like this. He relied on his prestige to intimidate countless pirates, making them dare not act recklessly. He believed that maintaining a balance between the Navy and pirates was the most important thing. If the scale of victory tilted towards either side, it would lead to an inevitable war. At that time, countless lives would be lost, and this sea would fall into chaos. Is this really what you want to see? Akainu wanted to question harshly, but he knew it would be futile. Over the past few decades, he had argued countless times with Akainu, shouting until they were red in the face and even coming to blows. Unfortunately, they could not convince each other. Today, Lin made Akainu seem somewhat endearing in comparison. At least he still had room to argue with Akainu, while in front of Lin, Aokiji knew he could not utter a single word. This was a man that no one could shake. His choices were only two: either live or die. Lin's speech made the noisy square fall silent immediately. The entire venue was silent, and one could hear a pin drop. How could there be such an extreme person? Does he really not fear death? We should not be concerned about his life or death. We should focus on the question he raised. How should we, the Navy, choose when facing pirates? This is the core of the issue. Indeed, although it seems like a stupid question because the answer is so obvious, as the Navy, we are certainly here to uphold justice. Isn't it right to eliminate every pirate? But upon closer reflection, something feels entirely off. How many pirates have actually died at the hands of the Navy? Even notorious pirates confirmed to have committed countless crimes are living well in Impel Down, while the Navy members who have died at the hands of pirates are hard to count, not to mention the countless civilian casualties caused by pirates. The discussion grew increasingly intense and began to become confrontational. Are we to kill all pirates? What is the problem? What do you mean there is a problem? This is simply absurd, ridiculous, and childish rhetoric. Just how many pirates are out there on this vast sea? They are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Do you think you have the ability to kill them all? Moreover, after killing one batch of pirates, a new batch will emerge. It's an endless cycle of killing. And in the end, the chaos resulting from endless slaughter will lead to the innocent deaths of countless Navy members and civilians. Having said so much, I ask, should pirates be killed? Yes, but we cannot be idealistic. Every action must be grounded in reality. Anyone can fantasize, but who can actually achieve it? Principles are principles. Pirates should be completely eradicated. Even if we can't do it, we cannot change our principles because of that. It's simply childish. It's shameful to appease. Damn it. Wait. You all listen for a moment. Let me speak. Speak quickly. What I mean is, pirates are also human. They should have human rights. There are good and evil pirates. When you shout to kill at the drop of a hat, are you not disrespecting human rights? Get lost. Get lost. It didn't take long for the crowd in the square to change. It split into several different factions. 1. Firmly support Lin, insisting that the Navy's goal should be to kill all pirates. 2. Support killing pirates, but need to consider realistic factors to avoid creating greater chaos. Maintaining the current status quo is the most reasonable action. 3. There are good people among pirates. We should not kill the innocent indiscriminately. 4. I'm just here to work, looking for a stable job. If I can get by for a day, why all this killing? Isn't it better for everyone to live in harmony and love each other? From the factions in the square, it was easy to see the proportion of people with 4 different attitudes. Among them, the first 2 accounted for the vast majority of the Navy. Their respective proportions were almost half and half. The remaining 3rd and 4th factions huddled in 2 corners, trembling, faced with the ferocity of the first 2 crowds. They dare not speak, fearing a collective attack. In fact, the 3rd group of saintly views received much more disdain than the 4th group of those who just want to get by. In a team, what's feared is not the slackers, but the saints. This means that on the issue of pirates, the vast majority of the Navy holds a similar view. That is one word, kill. But when it comes to specific actions, it unexpectedly splits into 2 camps: the radical faction that advocates for total capture and kill, and the conservative faction that wants to maintain the status quo. The point of divergence in the issue lies in whether it can be achieved, rather than whether it should be done. Admiral Sengoku observed everything. He could not sentence Lin to death because of his radical actions. Otherwise, the entire Navy would fall into absolute negativity. If he could not sentence him to death, he had to declare him completely innocent. Undoubtedly, this could potentially break the delicate balance of power between the 2 viewpoints in the Navy. The reason for this judgment is that Sengoku saw a trend. Previously, the conservative faction of the Navy should have completely suppressed the radical faction. For example, among the higher-ups, there was only Akainu as a complete radical. He never expected that the result presented today would clearly exceed his expectations. Chapter 14. The 7 warlords of the sea are also pirates, and pirates are untrustworthy. Sengoku was not particularly sure whether the reason for being able to form a balance of power with the conservative faction was because he previously underestimated the radical faction, or because Lin's appearance caused the conservative faction to become radical. The reasoning behind this is not hard to imagine. As a mysterious figure from the previous generation, Lin's extraordinary strength shocked countless Navy soldiers in just a few days. This profound impact could very well create an illusion for them. As long as Lin is here, perhaps the originally impossible goal of killing all pirates could be achieved. But Sengoku believed this was a psychological effect. The impact Lin caused in such a short time was too strong, leading them to grasp at a phantom hope. As the Admiral, he must remain vigilant and clear-headed at all times. Lin's strength is indeed formidable, but with his single power, it is ultimately impossible to reverse the entire situation. Kill. Even if he kills every day, how many pirates can he kill alone? Thinking of this, a deep sense of powerlessness surged. At least within my ability, I must try to reduce the casualties of Navy soldiers in the face of the impending, terrifying impact. The current focus is on Whitebeard and Dragon. As for Lin, let him be. The Navy currently needs him, perhaps in the past few decades. The position of Admiral has dulled my edge. I really want to see how far Lin can go. Admiral Sengoku stood up, and all discussions in the square came to an abrupt halt. He announced, Lin, due to crimes committed many years ago, voluntarily imprisoned in Impel Down for 26 years. Later captured Ace and Luffy, achieving great merit. Therefore, I announce, Lin is released without charge and promoted to at least the rank of Rear Admiral. A few days later at Navy Headquarters, Lin Sensei. Soldiers passing by at Navy Headquarters greeted him. Lin nodded in response. When Lin reappeared in the Navy Square after 26 years, he took on the responsibility that once rested on Zefa's shoulders. For the Navy, he would train soldiers capable of defeating pirates. Initially, due to a lack of understanding of Lin, not many people joined. But eventually, there were curious onlookers. With the addition of the first batch of recruits, their abilities significantly improved in a short time. This terrifying progress attracted a large number of Navy soldiers. The team grew larger, and eventually, almost every soldier from the radical faction joined this force. Lin's teaching, like his actions, remained extreme. Although Conqueror's Haki requires innate talent, both armament Haki and observation Haki can be obtained through training. Lin's approach was to use illusions to push soldiers to break their own limits through repeated deaths. Although it was perverse and had a hint of dark cultivation, the results were undeniably significant. 4 ordinary soldiers to master Haki is something no Navy instructor would dare to imagine. Yet Lin, regardless of everything, wanted to break the norm. The radicals believed, pirates? Just kill them. Haki? Train until you die. In the new Admiral's office, Sengoku glared at Lin and said impatiently, I heard you've been teaching every soldier to cultivate Haki? Is there a problem with that? Lin retorted, a problem? Sengoku certainly did not think there was a problem. On the contrary, Lin's actions over the past few days had deviated greatly from what he had anticipated. He had originally thought that Lin would turn the headquarters upside down, but in fact, it was completely the opposite. Lin not only did not cause any trouble, but he hadn't even done anything out of line. He was like an exemplary model who diligently fulfilled his duties and adhered to all naval laws. Later, Sengoku realized that his judgment of Lin was wrong because he attributed all the chaos in the headquarters to Lin's presence. The reality was that the problems had existed long before. Lin's arrival merely exposed them earlier. The fault did not lie with Lin. On the contrary, now that the issues were laid out in the open, everyone could speak directly without shouting and trying to pull each other to their side. With everyone's positions clear, they could logically walk their own paths. Both sides no longer entangled themselves excessively. The contradictions did not disappear. They were merely set aside temporarily. Ultimately, the confrontation between the two sides would fully erupt in a month during the public execution event. By then, it would determine the life and death of the entire Navy. Sengoku took a deep look at Lin and said seriously, It's not that I don't trust them, but in a month, most of them will face life and death moments. I brought you here today to emphasize once again the problems we are facing. Sengoku paused and couldn't help but light a cigar to organize his words. Lin, I have no doubts about the issue with Ace. Executing Ace will help stabilize the Navy. Everything related to Pirate King Roger should not exist in this world. However, we can deal with the full-scale Whitebeard pirates, but we cannot guarantee that the other 3 emperors won't have means against the Navy during this time. In this situation, you still want to try to involve the entire Revolutionary Army. Do you understand my concerns? By the end, Admiral Sengoku's voice carried a hint of pleading. Of course I understand. Admiral, Lin nodded seriously. So, Sengoku leaned closer to Lin. So we must be fully prepared, just as I've been doing these days. Lin said earnestly. Are you saying that the conservatives have already planned to surrender? Sengoku rubbed his forehead. He was certain that since taking on the position of Admiral, Lin had been the most difficult person he had encountered, 100 times more difficult than the previous troublemaker, Akainu. This guy was completely unyielding. Look, he was even questioning him in reverse. By the way, I heard the new member has joined the Seven Warlords? Lin abruptly changed the subject. Sengoku was a bit stunned. Instinctively, he didn't dare to answer Lin's question immediately, fearing a trap. Yes. After thinking for a moment, Sengoku felt he should tell Lin, and that this matter was somewhat related to him. Crocodile was killed by you, so the position in the Seven Warlords is vacant, and at this time, a capable pirate named Blackbeard has captured the last survivor of O'Hara. He was originally a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and joining the Seven Warlords at this time will be beneficial for our navy. How realistic, Lin thought to himself. Admiral Sengoku snorted and said slowly, I know you don't agree with this approach, but considering our actual problems, I have to make this choice. The Seven Warlords will play an important role in the battle against the Whitebeard Pirates. They are all powerful individuals. Indeed, I do not agree with your approach. Lin did not hide his thoughts. On the contrary, I believe that these guys will not only fail to help us in a big battle, but will also produce various unexpected negative effects. Pirates cannot be trusted. Chapter 15. The Goal? World War? Are you saying that we don't even need the Seven Warlords? Admiral Sengoku was practically laughing in anger at Lin. He was convinced this guy was a highly capable idealist. If the Navy were influenced by him, it would be doomed. This world is not filled with exceptional people like you. Reality. People like this can never recognize reality. No. For this upcoming battle, the Seven Warlords must be present. Sengoku pulled at his hair. Lin, what do you mean? Can't you just explain it all at once? Lin said, Our goal is to eliminate all pirates. And the Seven Warlords are also pirates, aren't they? What the hell do you mean? Sengoku nearly fell over, sitting down heavily in his chair, panting. The Admiral of the Navy actually felt he needed a quick-acting heart pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive today. After about 5 minutes, Sengoku finally calmed down. He wanted to strangle Lin immediately, but he was troubled that he couldn't do it. The Navy would be doomed. The Navy would face destruction under his command. The Whitebeard Pirates, the #1 enemy of the world government, the Revolutionary Army, plus the roaming Seven Warlords. He was just a mere admiral, not the commander-in-chief of the army, nor a powerful figure in the upper echelons of the world government, and certainly not a person at the pinnacle of power on the empty throne. He was just Sengoku. Sengoku jumped up from the admiral's chair, crossed the desk, and jumped in front of Lin, grabbing his neck. Lin, I'll strangle you right now. Sengoku gasped, determined. Either you kill me now. Lin pushed Sengoku's hand away. Sengoku, why don't you have any of the composure of an admiral? I think the former Admiral Zefa was much steadier than you. Huh, steady. Sengoku gritted his teeth and shouted, You're messing with me like this. How can I be steady? I think the biggest mistake Zefa made back then was not locking you up in Impel Down sooner. He realized it too late. Mentioning Zefa, Lin said lightly, First of all, I voluntarily went into Impel Down because the environment back then was not enough to support my dreams. Secondly, you drove away teacher Zefa just to maintain the system of the Seven Warlords. Isn't that laughable? It's simply the most absurd thing in the world. Sengoku was choked. Zefa's departure was a hurdle he couldn't get over. Back then, he, Garp, and Zefa had fought side by side, sharing an excellent combat, tacit understanding, and friendship. Because his family was killed by pirates, and the world government insisted on bringing that pirate into the Seven Warlords, Zefa left the Navy. I think after that incident, teacher Zefa should have grown from it, and our Navy is in need of manpower. Teacher Zefa would definitely be a tremendous power. Regarding Lin's words, Sengoku was momentarily stunned. This was a question he had never considered. Zefa was a very strong-willed guy. Once he left the Navy, he would never return. Wait. Sengoku stared at Lin and asked, Are you saying you can bring Zefa back? Lin shook his head, and Sengoku came up to grab his neck again. Say it. Tell me you have a way. Lin dodged and said in a deep voice, I have a way, but the core of this method is not with me. It's with you. What do you mean? Sengoku suddenly thought of something and stared with wide eyes. Are you talking about the Seven Warlords? Exactly. The person who tied the bell on the tiger must be the one to untie it. Lin nodded. He could leave because of the 7 warlords, and, of course, he could return because of the 7 warlords. Isn't this an obvious question? You just can't make a decision. Lin revealed the essence of the problem, and Sengoku hesitated. It's laughable that the world government would willingly abandon its own admiral for the sake of pirates. Isn't that too absurd? Sengoku momentarily fell silent. He knew Lin was right. It was just that his ability was insufficient. Not only could he not safeguard the interests of an old friend, but he also could not govern the seas without relying on the 7 warlords. I do not oppose this matter, but I cannot give you too much support. Sengoku finally compromised. Perhaps the Battle of Marineford will be the last time I spill my blood as a Navy officer. If I can't be with my old friends at this moment, it will be the biggest regret of my life. If Lin can help him fulfill his wish, he will be immensely grateful. The 7 warlords I will issue in order to summon everyone. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, but still said, Lin, I will take a step back on the matter of the 7 warlords, but what about Luffy? No. Lin decisively rejected. Luffy must face a public execution. He cannot be treated differently just because he is Garp's grandson. But, Sengoku's eyes reddened. You're forcing Garp to betray. Then I will be the first to kill him. Lin declared firmly. You. Sengoku trembled with anger. He knew that Lin not only had the capability, but also the determination to do so. Not to mention, Akainu would firmly stand by Lin's side, and nearly half of the Navy would support Lin and Akainu. Realizing this, Sengoku came to a realization. It turned out that Lin's insistence on a public trial was to make him understand that the current situation of the Navy had already changed. Dragon. What about Dragon? Sengoku questioned. Are you sure you can face both Garp and Dragon at the same time? Lin shook his head. Sengoku, I need to correct you on one point. This is not just my matter, but the whole Navy's and even the world government's matter. Theoretically, besides Akainu and my teacher Zefa, I should also have Fujitora, Kazan, and Garp on my side. It should even include several old fellows from the power room, as well as the person on the empty throne. Am I wrong? Why do you have to bear all the heavy responsibilities alone? Besides, you can't bear it, can you? Staggering back a few steps, Sengoku leaned weakly against the wall. Buzz. His head was buzzing. It was only at this moment that he fully understood. Lin's goal was not just a battle at Marine headquarters, but a world war that would sweep across the seas. He roared, Lin, I'm just a fleet admiral. Why are you putting all this on me? This world war is not something I can take responsibility for. Understand. Lin nodded, so I will pay a visit to the power room, as well as the flower between. You. Sengoku was stunned. He sat down dejectedly and suggested, Lin, you're so impressive. Why not just go directly to the New World, go to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, and kill the 4 Emperors of Dragon? Wouldn't that save everyone the trouble? Lin stood up, pushed the door open, and turned back to say, Sengoku, sometimes you're just adorably naive. If eliminating all pirates was something I could do alone, I would have started acting over 20 years ago. This is not just my matter. No one can remain unscathed. I also will not allow anyone to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Somewhere in Marine headquarters, Kazuru, who was drinking goji berries and soaking up the sun, suddenly tensed up and looked towards the fleet admiral's office. The adjutant beside him felt strange. Admiral Fujitora, who will be so anxious? Admiral, what's wrong? Kazuru put down his goji tea and stood up. Sigh, it seems the good days are coming to an end. Let's go. The adjutant asked, Why do you say that? Isn't today a holiday? Where are we going? Kazuru had a bitter face, mumbling, If I don't work seriously, I might get retired. Although the position of admiral is busy, it pays well. At my age, I don't want to look for a new job. The adjutant also glanced in the direction of the fleet admiral's office. At this moment, that figure walked out, the central figure of Marine headquarters these days. Lin, so that's how it is? The adjutant also had a bitter face and hurried to catch up with Kazuru. Admiral, what are we going to do? Kazuru stopped, staring at the adjutant with sharp eyes. As a Navy officer, what else can we do? Of course, we're going to catch pirates. Sigh, it seems that over the years, you guys have become lazy following me. This can't continue. What's the target? The adjutant asked, always having a bad premonition. To perform well. Kazuru thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Sabaody Archipelago is relatively close. Let's go there to stretch our legs. The adjutant cried. Chapter 16. Kobe and Barumaber's dispute. I need to see Teacher Zefa first. Lin walked out of the Fleet Admiral's office. Marine headquarters had been closely monitoring information about Zefa. He was a former Marine Admiral, and if anything went wrong, the Navy couldn't handle it. Teacher Lin. Upon seeing Lin, many Navy soldiers stopped to greet him. This feeling was quite good. Lin increasingly understood the actions of Teacher Zefa back then. These people were the strength against pirates and were his followers on this path. Lin, was no longer alone. Major Lin, a somewhat anxious voice rose above the many Navy soldiers. The speaker was a young Marine soldier, only in his teens, but with a pair of determined eyes. Kobe, you're back. Behind him, another young soldier nervously tugged at Kobe's arm. Barumaber, let go. Kobe shook off Barumaber's hand. Major Lin. Barumaber's expression was tense, not daring to meet Lin's eyes. My God, this is Major Lin. Just looking into those eyes makes one afraid to look directly. The young soldier, named Kobe, stood in front of Lin, chest out and head held high. Lin could see that he was also nervous, but the faith in his heart supported him to stand before Lin with all his strength. Do you have something to say? Lin took the initiative to ask. In fact, Lin held a bit of goodwill towards the young soldier. I'm sorry, Major Lin. I do have something to discuss with you. Lin's friendly attitude made Kobe a little at a loss for words. He knew that the request he was about to make was indeed somewhat contrary to the interests of the Navy. It was out of his own selfishness. Major Lin, I am a disciple of Vice Admiral Garp. Oh, Lin was somewhat curious. A disciple of Garp would actively seek him out. Looking at the young man's appearance, he even seemed to be asking for something from him. Luffy. Lin's expression instantly turned cold. Kobe seemed unaware of Lin's subtle change in attitude and continued speaking. Major Lin, what I want to say is not entirely because I am Garp's disciple. Regarding Luffy, I hope Major Lin can reconsider. Hey, Kobe, don't say any more. Barumaber nervously glanced at Lin, sensing that things were getting worse. No, Kobe disregarded everything, completely ignoring Barumaber's words. Major Lin, you may not understand Lord Luffy. Although he is a pirate, he has not done anything wrong. On the contrary, when he first set sail, he even helped me, saving me from the hands of pirates. I believe that not all pirates are evil. Some pirates set sail with their dreams. I think the Navy should not interfere with them. Kobe spoke continuously without taking a breath, while Lin's expression remained calm. So, have you finished speaking? Kobe panted heavily, nodding earnestly. I have finished. Well, good. Lin patted Kobe's shoulder and asked a question. So, do you know what Lord Luffy's dream is? Buzz. Kobe's head felt like it was struck by a thunderclap. Memories flooded his mind. Kobe, my dream is to become the Pirate King. Lin stared into Kobe's eyes, and it seemed you knew. Kobe, please tell me, what is Luffy's dream? Do you think, as a Navy, he should be allowed to pursue his so-called dream? Answer me. Kobe staggered back a few steps, and Barumaber supported him. Answer? No, he couldn't answer. Or rather, even if he could answer, he couldn't do so here at the Naval Headquarters. But Kobe was unwilling to back down. He had to try no matter what. Lord Luffy just wants to sail freely on this sea. What's wrong with that? If he has the ability, even if he ultimately becomes the Pirate King, what's wrong with that? I don't think pirates are inherently wrong. They just want freedom. Can't we even allow this little bit of right? Kobe's eyes widened, tears streaming down his face. Is this what Garp's teachings have come to over the years? Lin's tone gradually turned cold, but he was still willing to give the younger generation a chance to express themselves. Kobe, right? Listen well, in this world, no one is born a pirate, and no one is born a Navy. It's a choice each person makes for themselves. Clearly, Luffy has chosen to be a pirate. But, Kobe interrupted, Lord Luffy hasn't committed any crimes. Kobe, Barumaber stepped forward, tightly hugging Kobe. The moment Kobe spoke, he foresaw a terrible scene. Kobe being personally slain by Major Lin. Oh, Lin's gaze shifted from Kobe to Barumaber. Barumaber, right? Let him go. I won't execute this young Navy named Kobe for now. After all, he hasn't made a formal choice yet. Barumaber released Kobe and hurriedly asked Major Lin, what do you mean by a formal choice? Lin replied indifferently, when the great battle arrives, we will know the answer. Lin paused next to Kobe for a moment. Young man, go back and think about it. Nowadays, the chaos on this sea, the destruction of families, and the countless people left homeless. Who is the root cause of all this? It is. Barumabur quickly covered his mouth. Lin left, and Barumabur looked at his retreating figure, feeling a stirring deep in his heart. You mean Roger is the root cause of the chaos on the sea? Kobe turned to look at Barumabur. Isn't it? Barumabur secretly glanced into the distance, confirming that Lin had already left, and then pushed Kobe to a deserted place. There's no one here. Kobe was somewhat impatient. He had always looked down on Barumabur's personality. Barumabur didn't care and said, although Roger has been dead for many years, it was precisely because he ascended to the throne of the Pirate King that countless people set sail to become pirates. Before his death, he called on everyone to pursue the wealth he left behind. Every pirate we have captured has been influenced by Roger. They chase after wealth, power, and various desires. After a pause, Barumabur said sternly, although he didn't directly kill anyone, countless people have died because of him. The instigator of war would never personally kill anyone. Should he be acquitted for that reason? No, I believe such a person is the greatest evil. Kobe's eyes widened. He felt a bit strange about Barumabur's demeanor. Barumabur, do you think Lord Luffy is that kind of person? The instigator of war, the executioner who has killed countless people. Barumabur said uncertainly, perhaps, as Major Lin said, when the great battle comes, we will know the answer. Kobe glared angrily, almost shouting, Lin, it's him who captured Lord Luffy. It's him who personally injured Teacher Carp. Why would you stand on his side? After saying that, Kobe angrily left. Barumabur watched Kobe's back, and after a long time said, Kobe, you mustn't go the wrong way, otherwise. Chapter 17, Kizaru. Full power attack a month later. The Naval Headquarters will conduct 2 public executions. News from the Naval Headquarters spread across every corner of the sea through messenger seagulls. Countless people looked on with astonishment, and countless felt a chill. This is because the identities of these 2 individuals are too special. Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The newcomer from the East Sea, Munki Didufi. In a bar on Sabeti Archipelago, people looked at the newspaper, and the noise was deafening. Damn! Executing the captain under Whitebeard, and it's the 2nd Division. Fire Fist Ace. What does the Navy want? Do they want to go to war with the entire Whitebeard pirates? Do you even need to ask? This is clearly a declaration of war. I heard Whitebeard will never allow anyone to touch his family, even the Navy. That old guy is known for being protective of his own. What nonsense protective? I say he is the biggest criminal on this sea. Sure, are you looking for death? Don't say such things. Usually, I definitely wouldn't dare, but right now at this time, the entire Whitebeard pirates must be busy trying to rescue Ace. It's not that easy. Our Naval Headquarters has 3 admirals stationed, not to mention the naval hero Vice Admiral Carp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Now that you mention it, it's true. But this level of war might even affect Sabeti Archipelago. Suddenly, the bar fell silent. Why worry about that? There's still a month left. That's right. We have the naval hero. Back in the day, even Roger was chased by Carp to the ends of the earth. Huh. I can understand the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, but who is the 2nd person? I've never heard of him before. Why does a newcomer qualify to be compared with Fire Fist Ace? The name Monkey sounds so familiar. Wait, isn't Vice Admiral Carp's full name also Monkey? No way, what a coincidence. In the bar, a sound of cold gasps filled the air. Ha ha ha, it must be a coincidence. The descendant of a naval hero. How could he be a pirate? Drink up, everyone drink up, don't make wild guesses. Everyone tacitly avoided discussing this topic further. But some people were not so perceptive and suddenly asked, of course I'm saying if this pirate named Luffy is related to Vice Admiral Carp. Would Vice Admiral Carp? The speaker dared not continue, and no one else dared to listen. The atmosphere became silent again. TCH, why worry about that? Vice Admiral Carp is a naval hero. He would never betray the Navy. This is different. Perhaps this Luffy is Vice Admiral Carp's own grandson. No way, what a coincidence. Speaking of which, I heard that a while ago, the Naval Headquarters made a huge noise related to Vice Admiral Carp, as well as a former naval colonel who had been imprisoned for over 20 years. Yes, it's the public trial of the traitor Lin, who was acquitted and later promoted to major. There are rumors that he even fought Carp, and he is the one who captured Ace and Luffy, with the location being Alabasta, and the battle site was also in Alabasta. In the bar, the silent atmosphere became eerie. Rumors are just rumors. Everyone don't take them seriously. I'm just speaking nonsense. The speaker was stared at by everyone in the bar and hurriedly made a hasty exit, fearing to stir up more trouble. The impact of this matter is not trivial. Have you heard of that guy named Lin? Inside the bar counter, a middle-aged woman with short black hair was smoking a cigar and asked an old man next to her. No, the old man had long silver hair, looking particularly thin, but his eyes emitted a sharp gaze. Rayleigh, are you in a bad mood? Shachi, please don't ask such questions. Another drink. Rayleigh downed his drink in one gulp and poured another. He once heard that former Admiral Zefa had taken in a 14-year-old boy, who was exceptionally talented and progressed faster than anyone in naval history. Shachi's eyes widened. Are you saying that the guy named Lin is that boy from back then? But why Haven T? We heard of his name in the Navy. Rayleigh sighed. In less than a year, he was personally sent to Impel Down by Zefa. Why? Shachi pressed on. Because during a pursuit of pirates, he was stopped by his superior and personally severed the hands and feet of his target. Rayleigh's mood was clearly not good. Shachi realized something. A guy like that has reappeared and even been promoted to Rear Admiral by Sengoku. It seems this war is not as simple as it appears. Rayleigh, Shachi said nervously, staring at the old man's face, it's too dangerous for you to stay here. Rayleigh downed his strong liquor again. Boss, another drink. Rayleigh, what do you mean? Anger appeared on Shachi's face. The last drink. I want to have one last drink, okay? Rayleigh's tone carried a hint of fatigue. For some reason, Shachi's emotions could not calm down. Fine, you promise me. After this drink, you'll leave here quickly, understood? Shachi poured Rayleigh another full glass, and when she looked up, she found Rayleigh's gaze was looking through the wall into the distance. He helplessly stood up and walked toward the door. Shachi felt inexplicably anxious and quickly shouted, Rayleigh, what do you mean? Are you going to drink this or not? Rayleigh did not look back. His figure vanished, and a voice came from afar. Next year on this day, drink with me again. Borsellino, stop. Rayleigh flashed and was like flying close to the ground, arriving hundreds of meters away in a few breaths. He was stopped by the Marine Admiral draped in a justice coat. Kizaru. Oh, Rayleigh, you still have such a keen sense. In a flash, Kizaru's long legs sidekicked, and a tremendous force erupted with a booming sound. Bang! Rayleigh blocked the kick with his sword, but he was pushed back several dozen meters before stopping. The immense power from the sword startled Rayleigh. He stared at the somewhat unfamiliar Kizaru, raising his sword and said, It seems the influence Lin caused has already manifested before the war. I thought I could enjoy a little longer. Rayleigh's expression was solemn, despite retreating for many years. His body's instincts were still very sharp. He had sensed the unease while in the bar. Ah, you're talking about Lin? He is my senior brother. Please show some respect when you speak. Thank you. Kizaru's palm flashed with yellow light, and particles converged, transforming into a long sword. Amatsukatachi. Kizaru's speed reached its peak, making it impossible to even react by breathing. Even Rayleigh, not to mention his current aging state, would not be able to match Kizaru's speed even at his peak. He could only rely on his strong Kinbunchiko Haki and years of combat experience to passively defend. Light slash. Amatsukatachi swept through like lightning, cutting a strand of Rayleigh's hair. However, it did not sever his target, which was Rayleigh's arm. This is bad. Kizaru's entire body was on high alert as Rayleigh's sharp gaze seemed to pierce through him. The long sword in Rayleigh's hand was extremely strange, and the angle of his strike seemed to block all of Kizaru's escape routes. Even with his formidable Kinbunchiko Haki, Kizaru could not find a perfect way to block this strike. It seems I'll have to pay some price for my laziness over the years. Since there's no way to evade, then I won't evade anymore. Kizaru's eyes narrowed, and Amatsukatachi met the attack head-on. Bang! The two swords clashed, and a massive wave of energy erupted like a super bomb, turning everything around into dust. The ground where the two stood formed a crater several hundred meters in diameter. Admiral, the lieutenant was horrified. He had followed Kizaru for over a decade and had never seen him strike with such decisiveness and ferocity. Is this pressure from Rear Admiral Lin? Looking up, his breath caught. Kizaru's abdomen was pierced by Rayleigh's long sword, while Rayleigh himself was not in a good condition either. He had 3 large holes pierced through his body, one of which was only a few centimeters from his heart, a wound he had barely dodged. However, even so, the 3 bleeding holes did not constitute a fatal injury for Rayleigh. Or rather, having fought alongside Roger for decades, such injuries were not uncommon. After all, he faced the Rocks pirates back in the day, who were all fierce. Kizaru looked at the wound in his abdomen and said helplessly, "Is this all I can do?" Scenes from Alabasta flashed in his mind. Lin suppressed Garb, while he could not even suppress Rayleigh. What a monster! But this should be enough, right? After all, the opponent is also a monster. Retreat, retreat. Watching Kizaru leave, Rayleigh felt no joy. He knew the transformation of the Navy had already begun. How much longer could his frail body hold on? Chapter 18. Master and Disciple in Battle. Damn. What the hell did I just see? Huh? Why are you so surprised? What do you mean, why am I surprised? Open your damn eyes and look. As the soldiers followed another soldier's pointing finger, their jaws dropped to the ground, shattering into pieces. That's Admiral Borsellino. My God, the Admiral is injured. Countless gazes focused on Kizaru, who was slowly stepping down from the warship, his steps seeming extraordinarily heavy. The lieutenant beside him noticed that almost all the troops in the Navy headquarters were on alert, surrounding the entire headquarters. That Admiral, do we really need to? Kizaru said with displeasure. Need a what? The lieutenant hesitated to speak, and Kizaru snorted, falling silent. Suddenly, the lieutenant saw a figure, and when the other person's gaze turned toward him, he instinctively dodged. Admiral, that's Rear Admiral Lin. This was because he had previously watched from a distance with Kizaru as they hid on a warship in the harbor. Suddenly, he understood his admiral's behavior. Damn, our admiral is injured. How could he return unscathed? Lin was about to set sail for his teacher Zefa's naval base when he encountered one of the three admirals, Kizaru, at the port. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen him since leaving Impel Down. Lin stepped forward and asked, Borsellino, what happened to your injury? Lin was very curious about who could inflict a penetrating wound on Kizaru. Although the injury was not fatal, it depended on who it occurred on. An ordinary soldier might be fine, but this was a full-fledged admiral. Kizaru did not cover his wound, allowing blood to flow freely. It's nothing. I recently heard that the vice captain of the Roger Pirates is hiding in the nearby Sabeti archipelago, so I fought him, but was defeated. Roger's vice captain? Lin was moved. He never expected that there were still people in the Navy who took such action. The Yellow Ape left, and Lin boarded the warship. He did not leave immediately, but instead ordered someone to call Akainu. Sakazuki, do you know that Roger's first mate is hiding in the Sabeti archipelago? Upon hearing this, Akainu, unsure why Lin was asking, could only respond truthfully. I know. He has been providing coding services for passing ships. After saying this, what awaited Akainu was Lin's long silence. Not good. Akainu felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, and then he heard Lin's questioning. So, why, knowing this news, do you allow Roger's first mate to hide near the Navy headquarters? For this question, Akainu momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Yes. Why? Wait a minute. Akainu realized. That S. Rayleigh. Should he go capture Rayleigh? He was indeed known as a radical within the Navy. But that didn't mean he was willing to risk his life at any moment. Whether he could win against Rayleigh was uncertain. Just then, a loud bang sounded as Bone barged in, shouting, Admiral, Borsellino just returned heavily injured. What? Akainu asked. Who did this? Bone did not answer directly. He had just returned from the Sabeti archipelago. Rayleigh. At that moment, he understood. When he wanted to respond to Lin, he found that the other party had already hung up the Den Mushi. Akainu felt somewhat dazed. Bone sensed something was wrong and asked, Admiral, what's wrong? Akainu immediately donned his cloak and strode toward the naval port, with Bone closely following behind. Admiral, where are we going? Akainu's body was radiating heat. Sabeti Archipelago, Navy base. Zefa held the latest newspaper, and the image of that young man floated in his mind. Kid, you were right after all. A complex smile appeared on Zefa's face. The adjutant beside him asked, Admiral Zefa, do you know this mysterious Rear Admiral? Zefa was momentarily at a loss for how to describe his relationship with Lin. Not just know, he is my eldest disciple. What? The adjutant was astonished. He knew that Admiral Zefa had trained many naval leaders during his time at Navy headquarters. The current 3 admirals of the Navy were all students of Zefa. But even this mysterious figure who had been imprisoned for 26 years and had walked out of Impel Down was also Zefa's student. Moreover, he was the eldest disciple. Doesn't this mean that Lin is the senior of the current 3 admirals? Zefa sighed deeply. But I, the old man, severed my ties with him myself. He should not only hate me now, but it's also possible that this old man's life will be taken by him. No, the adjutant's eyes widened. He absolutely would not allow such a thing. Zefa stood up, and his mechanical arm began to operate. Back then, I let him down. My stubbornness hindered his growth. If it weren't for me, he might have long since ascended to the position of marshal or even commander-in-chief. Perhaps the subsequent events would never have happened. However, the adjutant disagreed with Zefa's statement. Sir, did the environment back then really allow Rear Admiral Lin to grow? If he didn't act, others in the higher-ups would have acted. At that time, it wouldn't have been as simple as being imprisoned in Impel Down. Zefa did not respond. He gazed longingly at the sky. The adjutant looked in that direction. That was where the Admiral occasionally stopped to gaze at Navy headquarters. Marineford. Admiral Zefa's thoughts could be seen from the establishment of the Navy. After all, the Navy was still the Navy. It was just a gathering of like-minded people with the goal of completely eradicating pirates. Wait, the adjutant suddenly thought, doesn't the current Navy headquarters also have such a group of people? Admiral Zefa, perhaps we can go back. Step back. Zefa kicked the adjutant away, sending him flying like a human cannonball. He got up and found he was not injured. Admiral, notify all Navy personnel to evacuate. Zefa stared into the distance as a warship approached, and in the sky ahead, a man stepped through the air. He was slender, yet he shone like a brilliant star in the night sky. The star suddenly erupted with dazzling light. No, this is not a star, but a sun illuminating the earth. The shining golden light enveloped the entire island where the base was located. What is this? The adjutant and other Navy personnel were completely at a loss. Sir, Admiral Zefa ordered us to evacuate. Why aren't we moving? A soldier asked urgently. A foe of this magnitude was not something they could handle. Evacuating in time would relieve Admiral Zefa's pressure. Useless, the adjutant murmured. Conqueror's Haki. This is a conqueror's Haki that rivals the sun. What? The golden light emanating from him is conqueror's Haki? All Navy soldiers were dumbfounded, let alone golden conqueror's Haki. They had hardly encountered conqueror's Haki before. It is said that conqueror's Haki can intimidate the enemy, rendering them completely immobile and losing their combat capability. But this golden conqueror's Haki seemed warm. Many soldiers noticed that the blood and energy within them were circulating more smoothly. The adjutant was also immensely shocked. He suddenly stood up, unable to suppress the smile creeping up his face. Could it be? Could it be that this group of unrecognized Navy personnel might really be able to go home? Lin, you truly astonish me. Zefa's mouth stretched into the most exaggerated grin, and he raised his mechanical arm, the thunderous sound of machines operating resounding through the air. Old man, take this punch. Lin first revealed a smile similar to Zefa's. His gaze was sharp, and the power within him surged unreservedly, like a star shining with infinite brilliance falling from the Milky Way. And this star's light overshadowed the entire galaxy. Zefa's mechanical arm, which he had just raised, momentarily froze. Damn, I should have thought of it. After 26 years, this guy is no longer human. Zefa cursed while laughing. The entire arm was covered with jet-black armament Haki. This armament Haki was so deep, like the void in the depths of a starry sky, ready to devour everything. Zefa's feet stomped the ground, and he transformed into a cannonball, charging toward Lin. Gold and black. At this moment, they collided like the moment the universe was born. Infinite power spread unreservedly. The golden and black energies intertwined, mixing into a black-gold radiance, splitting the earth and reversing the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Navy curled up in a higher terrain, the hardest rocky corner. Each one was like particles drifting in the void at the birth of the universe. They witnessed the void, chaos, and destruction. Damn it, I'm going to die. How infuriating, how infuriating. I joined the Navy, and I haven't killed enough pirates yet. Damn Lin. ISNT Admiral Zefa your teacher? How can you come out swinging to kill us all? Whales erupted from the Navy. They were not afraid of death. Rather, their dreams had yet to be realized. The Navy had just been established, and a budding seed was about to be ruthlessly destroyed. Bang! Zefa streaked across the night sky like a meteor crashing down in front of the Navy. The tremendous force pierced through the small island. The continuous rumbling sound filled the soldiers' ears. They watched helplessly as the island where the base was located sank. The golden radiance faded, and Lin floated down. He stood above everyone, looking down at them with the posture of a deity. Thunderous. Zefa crawled out from the bottomless pit, staggering as he took a few steps, swaying from side to side. Is this the student I taught? Damn it. Zefa cursed, turning around to see the soldiers behind him looking at him with astonished expressions. What are you looking at? Damn it, you guys, your future target is him. Do you understand? Huh? All the Navy soldiers were dumbfounded. What does that mean? Can we still survive? Lin crossed his arms, somewhat self-deprecatingly. In your eyes, am I a murderous demon? He shook his head and said seriously, remember, you are the Navy, always the Navy, not pirates on the sea. The lieutenant stepped forward, looking up at Lin. Major General Lin, do you mean to acknowledge that we are still a Navy? Lin nodded, of course. The expressions of the soldiers were covered by an indescribable excitement. The lieutenant asked, Major General Lin, but the Navy headquarters does not recognize us, and they even see us as pirates. Nonsense. Lin succinctly stated his position with 2 words. I say you are the Navy, and you are the Navy. If Sengoku does not recognize it, I will find the Commander-in-Chief Kong, and if Kong does not recognize it, I will smash open the doors of the power room. Even if it's the Void Throne, Lin. Zefa quickly stopped him, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and said impatiently, after being locked up for more than 20 years, how have you become more radical? Lin did not say anything more and did not intend to tell Zefa that he was indeed going to the power room. Zefa stepped forward and patted Lin on the shoulder. Lin, you don't resent me? Lin shook his head. To some extent, I willingly stayed in Impel Down. You to protect me back then. Zefa was taken aback. Even he himself was unsure of his feelings when he initially sent Lin to Impel Down. Disappointment? Anger? Worry? It was all mixed together. Lin looked around at the nearly submerged island. Teacher Zefa, let us go back with me. Zefa wanted to clench his fist, but found that his mechanical arm had been severely damaged by Lin. Lin knew what Zefa was hesitating about. The actions of the Navy headquarters had hurt him deeply. Teacher, soon the 7 warlords will be destroyed. What? Zefa's pupils trembled. He found it hard to believe. The 7 warlords were established by the world government. How could he have the final say in this matter? Even the fleet admiral or the commander-in-chief could not. Wait. Zefa realized that this guy's style of doing things could not be understood by common sense. Are you planning to act first and report later? Lin shook his head and retorted, if I cut, then I cut. Why report? Without waiting for Zefa to think more, Lin gave him several reasons that he could not refuse. Teacher, go back. The Navy needs you. Otherwise, your Navy will be completely annihilated today, and you'll also be forcibly brought back to the headquarters by me. The result is the same. Moreover, when the great battle comes, you can personally take revenge, and the 7 warlords will be eliminated by you. Behind him, a group of Navy soldiers trembled. They suddenly realized that Lin's earlier performance was not just for show. With just one move, he had destroyed the entire island and severely damaged teacher Zefa's mechanical arm. He was not joking. Zefa sighed. He had no choice. Besides, going back to the Navy was his wish, and relying solely on the Navy would not achieve the dream of eliminating all pirates. All right, I will go back. Chapter 19. The Death of Rayleigh near the Holy Land, Sabaody Archipelago. Earlier, the door of the bar opened, and Rayleigh walked in. The originally lively bar immediately fell silent. The brief but destructive battle between Rayleigh and Borsellino was hard to ignore. They never expected that such an old man could confront an admiral from a Navy headquarters. Of course, at this moment, Rayleigh had 3 conspicuous blood holes in his body. Everyone, in unison, exited the bar. No matter how strong their curiosity, they valued their lives even more. If another battle broke out, they'd be finished. However, curiosity drove them to watch the bar from a distance. It seemed they had a strong sense that this drama was not over yet. You rascal. Haki had already prepared medical bandages and medicine. Let me take a look. No need. Rayleigh refused. Bring me my drink. Haki ignored him entirely, carefully cutting open Rayleigh's outer clothing, sprinkling medicine and tightly wrapping the bandages around him. Rayleigh did not refuse again. He knew it was useless to do so. What is going on? Shaki's hands trembled. Your wounds. Blood is constantly flowing out. It can't be stopped. Rayleigh sighed. The tissue damage is completely different from ordinary weapon wounds. How could this happen? Shaki initially thought the 3 blood holes the size of fingers would not cause significant damage to Rayleigh, but the reality was completely different from her expectations. Ha! Rayleigh actually laughed. Shaki, I didn't expect you to have a day of nervousness and confusion. That was Kizaru, the strongest among the 3 admirals in the Navy headquarters. Kizaru, why did he suddenly attack you? He has always kept a distance. Shaki felt deeply uneasy. You need to leave immediately. I'll send you, no? Where's my drink? Rayleigh shook his head. What time is it? Once we leave Sabaody Archipelago, I'll give you as much as you want. Shaki immediately started packing, preparing the ship to leave. Watching Shaki's busy figure, Rayleigh wore a faint smile. Stay put. I'll be right back. Shaki left. She needed to confirm the intel on whether the Navy was blocking outside. All right, Rayleigh nodded. Time passed second by second, but Shaki still did not return. Rayleigh frowned, then relaxed. He took the untouched drink from before and poured it on the ground. Captain, our era has completely ended. Just as Rayleigh was about to walk out of the bar, the sky turned red and hot magma poured down. In an instant, it flooded the bar. God, did you see that? Damn it, stop yelling, I'm not blind. Magma, rolling magma. This is Admiral Sakazuki from the Navy headquarters. Borsellino just left. Why did he suddenly appear again? Who the hell is this old man? So impressive. A huge explosion shook the entire Sabaody archipelago. Countless people rushed out of their houses and saw magma surging in the sky from a distance. A flash of sword light passed by, splitting the bar covered in magma in 2. Rayleigh slowly walked out, his eyes immediately locking onto a familiar yet strange figure. Shaki. At that moment, she had lost her life. Her chest was pierced by Akainu's magma, a horrific and gaping blood hole, empty inside. The magma burned everything. The nerves deep in Rayleigh's heart were touched. Since he set sail, he could not remember how many people had died at his hands, whether they were pirates or Navy. But the only person he wanted to kill before this body was buried had appeared. Sakazuki, do you know what you have done? Sakazuki casually tossed Shaki's corpse aside and slowly walked forward, his arm covered in magma, a cigar smoking in his mouth. Of course I know what I'm doing. Unfortunately, I was a bit late, letting you pirates survive for so many years. That is my fault. To be honest, if it weren't for Kizaru's provocation, Akainu really wouldn't dare to confront Rayleigh head-on. He had a strange feeling. I was unexpectedly caught up by that guy Kizaru. Things are different now. Even if I die, with Brother Lin around, and with Teacher Zefa returning, it seems even that guy Kizaru is getting serious. No matter the cost, it's worth it. The collision of 2 Vice Admiral-level figures with a deathly resolve has completely begun. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, the scorching and intense flowing magma. The top-tier armament Haki suddenly explodes. The area around the bar has completely turned into ruins. However, as the 2 engage in battle, it only becomes more intense. The battle is expanding visibly, even reaching nearby towns. My eye twitches. I can't afford to get involved in this royal-level fight. Report, Vice Admiral Bone. We encountered problems while evacuating the civilians. What? Bone grabbed a soldier by the collar and asked sternly, anyone who obstructs the evacuation will be executed without mercy. The soldier turned pale, trembling all over. Not because of Bone, but because of what he was about to say. Vice Admiral, it's a celestial dragon. One of them refuses to leave, and even killed one of our soldiers during the evacuation. The soldier's eyes turned red. The soldier who was killed was his comrade. Someone he joined the Navy with, someone he grew up with, someone he fought pirates alongside. Unexpectedly, he didn't die at the hands of pirates, but by the hands of the celestial dragon they were supposed to protect. Tears streamed down his face. Bone released his grip, his gaze softened, but was immediately replaced by rage. Take me there. The soldier led the way, and not far away, a celestial dragon wearing a transparent oxygen mask appeared. His ugly face, bulging belly, disproportionate body, and the foul snot dripping from his nostrils. Despite having seen it countless times, Bone still couldn't hide his disgust. What are we, the Navy, really protecting? Bone marched forward with angry steps, getting closer to the celestial dragon. The closer he got, the more certain he became that the creature before him couldn't be called human. St. Charlos reluctantly walked out from the auction house, his good mood ruined by a group of stinky soldiers. He had his eyes on a beautiful fishman, but suddenly the ground shook and everyone in the venue evacuated, forcing the auction to close. Just as he was getting annoyed, a soldier kept bothering him. Bang! A gunshot, and the entire world became quiet. On the street, people were fleeing in panic, with explosions and flashes of fire erupting in the distance. He grabbed a soldier organizing the evacuation by the neck and asked unhappily, "What the hell is going on? This is Sabati Archipelago. How dare someone disturb my mood?" The soldier turned pale and hurriedly informed him about Admiral Sakazuki battling a powerful pirate. "What?" St. Charlo shouted. "Tell that damn admiral to either kill the pirate immediately or stop at once, or he can die at the hands of the pirate for all I care. In short, find a way to restore order and don't disturb my mood today. Otherwise, all consequences will be borne by you, Navy, got it?" The soldier couldn't respond. He trembled, trying to explain that he still had things to do. "My lord, I must organize the crowd's evacuation, otherwise." "Otherwise?" St. Charlos pressed the barrel of his golden pistol against the soldier's forehead, revealing an ugly smile. "Is that so? Just now, a Navy soldier didn't follow my orders. Do you know where he is now?" I bang. The huge gunshot echoed, and the soldier's eyes rolled back as he fainted. When he woke up, he was shocked to find himself in neither heaven nor hell. The empty street, the celestial dragon wearing a transparent oxygen helmet, and Vice Admiral Bone. "My lord, continue organizing the evacuation." "Yes." The soldier left, casting a deep glance at Bone and the furious celestial dragon. "Navy, you dare to stop me. Not just bullets." Even the gun he casually tossed was sliced in half by the Navy in front of him. Bone said calmly, "This place will be affected by the battle. If you want to live, leave immediately." After saying that, he didn't care about the twisted face of the celestial dragon and turned to leave. You've rebelled. You've simply rebelled." He didn't know when the outside world had changed, but from the attitudes of the Navy, he sensed something was wrong. It was a bad sign. It must be suppressed. In his other hand, he pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Bone's back of the head, silently pulling the trigger. Bang! Blood splattered, and an arm flew through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Following that, celestial dragon St. Charlos fell to the ground, clutching his severed arm and rolling around. A shadow appeared, and he looked up in horror. "It's a Navy Vice Admiral. Have you lost your mind?" St. Charlos couldn't imagine or understand. A mere Navy soldier actually dared to attack him and sever his arm. Was this against the heavens? Bone looked coldly at the celestial dragon, stepping on his stomach to stop him from rolling. Even at this moment, Bone couldn't figure out why he acted. Perhaps it was Admiral Sakazuki's actions that influenced him. But the target of the Admiral's actions was a pirate, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. And what about himself? Was he unable to vent his anger on the celestial dragon? No, it wasn't like that. He clearly knew he wasn't venting anger for no reason, but had wanted to do this from the start. He just didn't have the courage. Swish! A flash of the blade pierced through St. Charlos's transparent mask. "Ah, what are you doing? What do you want?" St. Charlos cried out, terrified. The tip of the blade was only an inch away from his eyes, and his head could be pierced at any moment. Even so, any normal person would close their mouth to avoid provoking the one holding the knife. But St. Charlos's blood and mind wouldn't allow him to make a rational judgment. "I warn you, I am a celestial dragon. If you kill me, Vice Admiral." The soldier returned, running in front of Bone and grabbing the blade with one hand, shouting, "Vice Admiral, no." Bone saw the soldier's palm getting cut by the blade, blood flowing. He retracted the knife. "Let's go." The two soldiers left, and St. Charlos's heart continued to thump. He struggled to get up and quietly left. When Bone returned to the vicinity of the original bar, he was shocked by the scene before him. Where was the bar? It had become a land covered in lava, like the ruins after a volcanic eruption. Flowing lava and gradually cooling volcanic ash and porous rocks were everywhere. It was simply a doomsday scene. The battle was still ongoing, but the momentum was not as grand as before. The fight had entered a stalemate phase. Bone felt relieved at this moment. He knew that the victory of this battle would ultimately belong to Admiral Sakazuki. The Admiral was young and vigorous, while Rayleigh had to admit he was already aging. If the Admiral couldn't be completely defeated at the start, then the scales of victory would gradually tilt in favor of the Admiral as the battle continued. What he was most worried about was that the Admiral might get injured, which would severely affect the outcome of the battle. Night gradually fell. The lava began to cool down, and the battle was nearing its end. Rayleigh's chest was burned by the lava, and even his ribs were clearly visible. In addition, he had lost a leg, greatly reducing his mobility. Every attack and defense requires full effort. Akainu's situation is relatively better, yet still shocking. His shoulder has been cleaved open, and one arm is nearly severed. Fortunately, Akainu managed to barely reattach the shoulder using the Magma Fruit's ability. However, he has lost the combat power of one arm. Additionally, he has around 7 or 8 sword wounds on his body, none of which are fatal. Hellhound. Akainu's arm erupts with magma, transforming into a fierce beast that lunges at Rayleigh. Although Rayleigh senses the attack, his body cannot keep up with his battle instincts. Boom! Rayleigh is struck by the magma and sent flying. The moment has arrived. Having fought countless battles, Akainu will not let any opportunity for victory slip by. Magma Great Waterfall. Akainu leaps into the air, his body becoming a spring of magma, pouring down like a waterfall from the Milky Way, devouring and destroying everything below. Rayleigh's body is engulfed by the magma and sinks. As Akainu lands, he approaches step by step, and an elderly figure slowly rises from the magma. Rayleigh's body is left in tatters. He is not lifted by his own strength, but rather by Akainu using magma to hoist him up. Bone lets out a sigh of relief. He can see from Rayleigh's eyes that his vitality is waning. Rayleigh raises his heavy gaze, and there is little expression on his face. In fact, he appears very indifferent. Are you sending me to Impel Down? Rayleigh did not expect to still have a breath left. No, the magma from Akainu's arm has not completely extinguished. From now on, the only destination for pirates is hell. Rayleigh smiles. That's great. Hell is much more interesting than Impel Down. Boom! A punch lands, and Rayleigh's body is completely pierced through. Chapter 20. Zefa's Return Marine Headquarters, Marineford. It is almost the same day that Admiral Kazuru returns injured. The evening glow spills from the sky. In the military port, a warship sails in. When Akainu's figure steps down from the deck onto the pier and onto the square, the entire Marine Headquarters erupts with thunderous cheers. The news of Akainu and Rayleigh's battle at Sabeti Archipelago had already reached Marine Headquarters early on. However, they could do nothing but patiently wait. Finally, as the sun sets, the eagerly awaited warship appears. The entire Marine Headquarters is illuminated by bright lights, as if it were daytime, with all the soldiers rushing out to witness the scene. Rayleigh, he is the first mate of the Pirate King, not just any vice captain, but a truly royal figure. When Admiral Kazuru fought Rayleigh, everyone found it hard to believe. And when Sakazuki immediately set out for Sabeti Archipelago, the soldiers knew they could witness a historic moment. Look, it's Admiral Sakazuki. The Admiral's body is covered in numerous sword wounds, and his shoulder is nearly broken. The terrifying Rayleigh, if he were at his peak, it is unimaginable. Huh? Where's Rayleigh? Why haven't I seen him? He might have been sent to Impel Down. After all, he's the first mate of the Pirate King, and there's no need to bring him back for judgment. Bone follows behind Akainu, being watched by all the soldiers. A rare surge of blood rises in his heart. Yes, it is this power that made me strike at the celestial dragons. Thinking of the celestial dragons, Bone clenches his fists. It felt good at the moment, but he must bear the consequences. Perhaps he will no longer be able to follow the Admiral. Akainu catches Bone's expression. What's wrong? Bone does not hide anything and tells Akainu everything about the incident with the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, a cold air surges from Akainu. Admiral, this matter is solely my doing. I will bear all the consequences. Bone absolutely does not want to affect the Admiral because of his actions. He is the one who is to ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral. Akainu does not respond immediately. He knows his influence is not enough to shake the celestial dragons. A casual promise could impact Bone. I'll help you delay this matter for now. Bone is confused and shakes his head. Admiral, the dignity of the celestial dragons cannot be offended. You need not do this, and it has no meaning. Akainu stops, staring at Bone. In the upcoming battle, your mission is to slay more pirates, not to be imprisoned and Impel Down. But Bone still wants to insist. I should take the initiative to go to Mary Geos to prevent St. Charlos from venting his anger on the Marines. That's an order. The heat from Akainu begins to rise, and Bone obediently shuts his mouth. At least, until Brother Lin returns. Major Lin? Bone never expected the Admiral would not go against the Celestial Dragons alone, but was thinking of Major Lin. Bone is surprised because this approach is indeed different from the Admiral's usual style. In the past, whenever something happened, the Admiral would bear it alone. There was basically no one in the Marine headquarters standing by the Admiral's side. Major Lin. A glimmer of hope ignites in Bone's heart. If possible, he would certainly be willing to devote everything to the cause of slaying pirates rather than being judged and imprisoned for offending the Celestial Dragons. I wonder if Admiral Zefa will return to the Marines, Bone murmurs. He will. Akainu leaves those two words and then departs the square under everyone's gaze. Vice Admiral Garp. As Akainu leaves the square, Akiji retracts his gaze and turns to Vice Admiral Garp. Don't you want to think of a way regarding Luffy? Rayleigh's death makes him feel that the atmosphere in the Marine headquarters is becoming increasingly unsettling, like a volcano about to erupt. The power that has accumulated over the years can no longer be contained and is about to burst forth. Since Garp returned to the Marine headquarters, his entire aura has noticeably diminished. In Alabasta, he failed to rescue Luffy and was then stopped by Sengoku. He is convinced that at the moment he intervened, rage completely consumed him, and he used all his strength. Yet he still could not suppress Lin. Garp looks down at his fists. My era is long gone. Teacher. Akiji feels a sense of frustration. This is the first time he has seen his teacher so dejected. No matter what, he absolutely does not agree with Sakazuki, let alone his nominal senior brother. He is an absolutely extreme terrorist. The future of the Marines will be completely buried because of him. I'm tired. Garp turns to leave, and Akiji watches Garp's back, a surge of anger suddenly rising in his heart. It turns out that the teacher does not care about the Marines at all. He is just a battle fanatic, and because of his declining power, all his fighting spirit seems to have been extinguished. Akiji's gaze grows colder. At this moment, he seems to understand. It's not just the teacher. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku is being led by Lin. Then, Akiji's gaze sweeps over the Marines in the square, still cheering for Akainu. His heart grows even colder. Soon after, a piece of news is revealed. Rayleigh was not sent to Impel Down, but was executed on the spot by Admiral Sakazuki at the Sabaody Archipelago. The intense atmosphere in the Marine headquarters lasted an entire night. Even the radicals felt somewhat astonished. Later they realized that Admiral Sakazuki was implementing Major Lin's justice. Every pirate should be eradicated. The so-called Impel Down should not exist. It is at this moment that they recognize the transformation of the Marine headquarters has indeed arrived. And it is not just a mere verbal title. That night was sleepless for the conservatives. They couldn't help but begin to doubt whether the Navy's power could truly enforce Lin's absolute justice. No, reason told them it was entirely impossible. Even Rayleigh, with his royal-level combat power, was indeed an elderly man nearing 80. Moreover, Admiral Borsalino had previously inflicted severe injuries on Rayleigh. Thus, Admiral Sakazuki was able to successfully kill Rayleigh. If Lin's justice were to be enforced, the entire Navy headquarters would not be facing just an elderly man on the brink of death, but an entire sea filled not only with the four emperors, but also with countless pirates like stars in the sky. Not to mention, there was also the Revolutionary Army lurking with intent. Additionally, those who insisted that pirates could also have justice did not cheer for the Admiral's killing of Rayleigh. Instead, they began to reflect. Rayleigh has washed his hands of piracy for many years, during which he has not caused anyone's death. Can we not consider that he has turned over a new leaf? Why be so extreme? Why pursue extermination? Why can't we coexist harmoniously? Rayleigh is clearly just an ordinary old man. Kobe, please stop saying such nonsense. I'm begging you. On the roof of the Navy soldiers' dormitory, Kobe gazed out at the sea while Barumabur looked around anxiously. Barumabur, you're such a coward. You've always been this way. Don't you have your own beliefs? Kobe felt furious. He couldn't sleep all night in the dormitory. The noisy atmosphere and heated discussions made him feel disturbed. Is it really acceptable to kill indiscriminately without trial, without distinction? Especially by a dignified admiral? Kobe stared into Barumabur's eyes, trying to see his soul. Barumabur leaned on the railing, gazing out at the vast sea. Kobe, you can forgive pirates, but on what basis do you forgive them for the souls lost? For the first time, Barumabur confronted his own heart. He didn't want to destroy the friendship he had built with Kobe. It seems you have never witnessed the evil in this world. But I have. My father, Colonel Monka, is a thorough villain. For power and wealth, you can hardly imagine the incredibly dirty means he has used. And the version of me you once knew was merely tainted by 1% of his evil. Yet even so, the people in the town wanted me dead at all times. I know that without me, their lives would be 100 times happier. Kobe's eyes widened. This was the first time Barumabur spoke of his inner feelings. Barumabur continued, if the soil of evil continues to exist, then evil will forever exist. For the sake of the ultimate pure land, many times, our hands must be stained with blood. After saying this, Barumabur turned and left. Kobe leaned against the railing, sitting down dejectedly, tears streaming down his face. Why? Why must it be this way? Is there not a better path? Must everyone be drawn into this great war? Like Lord Luffy said, wouldn't it be better if we all held a feast together, eating meat and drinking wine? The sea breeze blew, and no one provided Kobe with an answer. When a rear admiral's warship appeared in the port, the Navy headquarters erupted with a loud roar. Lin, it's Rear Admiral Lin who has returned. Look, is that person next to the Rear Admiral? Oh my gosh, that's Zefa, Admiral Zefa. Our Admiral, the Chief Instructor, has returned. Chapter 21, A Trip to the Holy Land. At the Navy headquarters, cheers erupted like a tsunami. Since retiring as an admiral, Zefa had been cultivating generations of Navy soldiers in his role as Chief Instructor. It wasn't just the 3 admirals of the Navy. Be mindful of your titles. The 3 admirals of headquarters are still present. The title of Teacher Zefa is more fitting. Teacher? That seems a bit inappropriate. What's wrong? Yes, we already have Teacher Lin. It's a headache. The discussions among the Navy soldiers were, of course, heard by Zefa without reservation. The veins on his forehead throbbed. Lin, is this the reason you brought me back? He felt that this kid in front of him had gained a bit of cunning compared to over 20 years ago. In the past, apart from training, he would go on missions to kill pirates. He never cared about anything else. Now it seemed that this guy could grow again. Teacher, you continue to be your Chief Instructor. I want to take your position. At this point in time, Zefa's importance was more significant than ever. And you? Zefa saw through it. Even his former student seemed to identify more with Lin. He couldn't help but click his tongue. This kid's combat talent and resilient character were truly unique. Could it be that in all other skills, he possesses such terrifying talent? For example, winning people's hearts and being a role model? Wait, being a role model? Zefa felt a twinge of fear. He found it hard to imagine what the Navy headquarters would become in the future. Me? Lin pointed at himself and looked at Zefa, saying, Teacher, if you're willing to acknowledge me as your disciple, I can be their big brother. Zefa was stunned. He hadn't expected to hold such weight in Lin's mind. Zefa's aide whispered, Lin wants you back not only for the Navy's needs, but perhaps he himself most wishes for you to return to his side. It seems he cares a lot about your identity as his disciple. Zefa felt a bit moved and hugged Lin's neck. Of course, you're the big brother to everyone, including the so-called 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. If anyone does not acknowledge you, I will expel him from the sect. At this point, 2 figures, dragging their sickly bodies, approached. Look, it's Admirals Sakazuki and Borisolino. They are both students of Chief Instructor Zefa. The 2 have hardly cooperated before. Yet not long ago they teamed up to kill Rayleigh, Roger's vice captain. It seems that the division within our Navy headquarters may be healing. Perhaps, at least for now, Borisolino's style has changed. What about Admiral Akiji? Why haven't we seen him? When Akiji was mentioned, many people silently closed their mouths. Nowadays, in the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akiji and Vice Admiral Garp seem to have vanished. But everyone knows that any actions by these 2 will severely impact the future of the entire Navy headquarters. Sigh. Hopefully, the worst outcome won't occur. The so-called worst outcome could very well be like Zefa once was, betraying the Navy and even becoming enemies with it. If that happens, the Navy would truly find it hard to bear. Not to mention, in less than a month, the Navy headquarters will face a decisive battle for survival. Zefa frowned, even startled by the appearances of Akainu and Kizaru. What are you two doing? Zephyr was stunned for a moment. Then suddenly, one arm clutching his belly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Ha 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 ha. Sakazuki, Borsalino, you two are truly pathetic, both injured. From now on, don't go around saying that I taught you two back in the day. Zephyr slapped his thigh, laughter growing louder and uncontrollable. Akainu, with a cigar in his mouth, had the veins on his face twitching. The pain in his body over the past few days was nothing compared to this moment. Nothing was worse than being scolded by his teacher in front of his fellow brothers and subordinates. Teacher, could you stop already? Sakazuki couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Moreover, I am injured, but it doesn't necessarily mean I've lost face for you. Oh. Zephyr looked up at Akainu and said, all right, tell me, who injured you like this? Where's the person who hurt you? They're not still living well, are they? Akainu raised an eyebrow, showing a bit of pride. Rayleigh? Huh. Zephyr's body froze. Who are you talking about? Rayleigh, the Pirate King Rayleigh? Akainu nodded, and Zephyr's eyes widened. Damn, as expected of my student, impressive. Kizaru straightened his chest, and Zephyr gave a thumbs up. Borsalino, I didn't expect you to have a motivated day too. Kizaru smirked. Teacher, that's pure prejudice. I've always been diligent, or else I wouldn't have climbed step by step to the position of Admiral. But Zephyr pointed out the key issue, commenting, Borsalino, the reason you became an Admiral is not because of your diligence, but because of your unparalleled ability. And over the past years, you've allowed that ability to gather dust. Kizaru wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Zephyr, who said, all right, from now on, learn more from your big brother. After saying that, he felt it was inappropriate and added, well, naturally, you are also admirals and should have your own opinions. Don't let that guy Lin lead you astray. In some matters, you should also hold him back a bit. In the past, he didn't have juniors like you. But it's different now. Besides me, you also need to keep an eye on him. Zephyr could never fully trust Lin. Even though he now looked like a normal Navy officer, the events of the past were truly hard for him to erase. Every time he went on a mission, he would crawl out from a pile of dead bodies. It was as if he wanted to actively experience everything that happened in the village back then, countless times. Perhaps, in some way, he still wanted to save everything. Akainu and Kizaru both unconsciously looked at Lin, their bodies involuntarily shivering. Especially Kizaru. Back in Alabasta, Lin's battle with Admiral Carp had a severe impact on him, affecting senior brother Lin. Isn't that harder than killing him? Akainu remained silent, thinking that as long as he followed his senior brother, it would be fine. Hold him back? Why? There was no need at all. At the moment he executed Rayleigh, Akainu was 100% sure that he was part of Lin's faction. This positioning, perhaps even teacher Zephyr couldn't change it. He still remembered the scene in the marshal's office when he was isolated and helpless. It was after he met senior brother Lin in Impel Down that everything changed rapidly and dramatically. Not only did more Navy soldiers dare to express their stance, but even Fleet Admiral Sengoku was forced to stand on their side by senior brother Lin. On the contrary, now Admiral Carp, due to Luffy's capture, was entirely in a passive state. More importantly, since the battle in Alabasta, Carp's arrogance of whoever kills my grandson, I will kill them, was no longer seen. And what about Akiji? It was as if he had vanished. He might be plotting something, but it didn't matter now. With Borsalino, teacher Zephyr, and most importantly, senior brother Lin, plus himself, he believed that even against the entire Whitebeard pirates, the Navy headquarters would be unafraid. As for the Revolutionary Army, it largely depended on Carp's attitude. If he changed his stance, it would indeed be a troublesome matter. He needed to discuss this thoroughly with senior brother Lin. The silence between the two made Zephyr pause. Damn! He slapped his forehead with one hand, realizing that the one controlling everything here was his good disciple. By the way, teacher, where's your arm? Why is it missing? Akainu suddenly asked. Damn it! Zephyr thought he could dodge the topic of his arm. That Sakazuki guy just loves to stir trouble. Teacher, when did you start to slack off? Unexpectedly, Kizaru also stepped in with a jab. Zephyr's old face turned red from embarrassment. He pushed the two away, shouting loudly, Where's Vegapunk? Tell that old madman to make me a new arm. The previous one was garbage. I smashed it to pieces with one punch. If I catch him, I'll give him a beating first. Akainu and Kizaru exchanged amused glances. Then their smiles froze simultaneously. Although they were contemporaries, they hadn't had such tacit understanding in many years. Senior Brother Lin. As Zefa left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Akainu caught up with Lin, who suddenly stopped. What's the matter? Akainu was unusually a bit shy, which made Lin curious about what was troubling this admiral. It's about my vice admiral. The day after the battle at Sabati Archipelago, Sengoku received orders from the Celestial Dragons. They ordered Akainu's vice admiral, Kuchi, to personally go to the Holy Land to apologize, and he was only allowed to go alone, without Admiral Akainu following. Even the Celestial Dragons were afraid of Akainu flipping out. After all, the atmosphere in the Navy headquarters had become increasingly strange and restless. Kizaru inexplicably battled against Pirate King Rayleigh, which was already strange enough. Then, Akainu personally executed Rayleigh. This matter was simply outrageous beyond outrageous. Executing a prisoner privately, especially someone as significant as Rayleigh, was not a good start. The laws of the Navy are set by the world government. The Navy can only comply. There should never be cases of private violations. If this continues, the Navy might break away from the control of the world government. At that point, how could the status of the Celestial Dragons be maintained? Even so, the Celestial Dragons did not dare to directly confront Akainu, and coincidentally, they had Kuchi as leverage to take the opportunity to reprimand Akainu. Akainu, of course, was unmoved. Either he would go to the Holy Land, or he would go to the Holy Land with Kuchi. The reasoning was sound. He was responsible for the Sabati Archipelago battle, and any issues that arose during that time should be solely borne by him. In response, Fleet Admiral Sengoku nearly pulled out all his hair. On one side were the Celestial Dragons, and on the other was Akainu. If it were in the past, he could still exert pressure on Akainu when he was alone. But now the most troublesome factor was that guy Lin. Ace and Luffy had been captured by him, and the decision for public execution had been announced to the world. He had boarded Lin's pirate ship, and no matter what, he could not do without Lin. For this, he even offended Sengoku. If Lin were to withdraw, the Navy headquarters would likely be turned upside down by Whitebeard. Now it was a mess. They couldn't offend either side. Sengoku had no choice but to throw down his work. The Holy Land sent letter after letter, and the phone calls came one after another. Sengoku took every opportunity to evade. Until Lin returned, he finally grasped the lifeline. When Akainu informed Lin of the entire incident, the latter merely said, "All right, I understand." He then headed to the marshal's office. Akainu stayed in place, watching Lin's back, feeling an impulse to shed tears. The wind must be an annoying thing. Halfway there, the marshal's aide happened to arrive. "Major General Lin, I was just about to ask for you." "Let us go." Lin nodded. A knock on the door sounded at the marshal's office. Sengoku wondered, so soon? "Come in." "Marshal, Major General Lin has arrived." The aide exited and closed the door. "Have a seat." Sengoku had been holding back for a long time, but when he was really in front of Lin, he began to carefully choose his words. He hadn't forgotten that Lin had previously said he would go to find Kuchi, the Gorosei, and I'm going to the Holy Land. As Sengoku was still sorting through the events, preparing to find a suitable entry point, Lin's words struck him like a ruthless sword, hitting him right in the back. He turned around, somewhat uncertain, and asked, What? What did you just say?" "Marshal, you heard what I said." Lin didn't want to repeat himself. "But why? Why are you going to the Holy Land? No one wants you there." Sengoku didn't dare to choke Lin by the neck. He could only helplessly tug at his own hair over and over. Big brother, please don't do this, okay? Why are you going to the Holy Land? Can't you just not go? There's nothing to see there. It's incredibly boring. You know I dislike the Holy Land the most. Our Navy should just stay in Marineford. Why go to the Holy Land?" Lin replied, "The people of the Holy Land invited me. I have to go." "You." Sengoku quickly stepped forward, pointing his finger at Lin before quickly lowering it. "They specifically requested Vice Admiral Bone. Why are you trying to stir up trouble? Besides, Bone's superior is Sakazuki." "Not you, Lin." Lin emphasized, "Bone is indeed Sakazuki's subordinate, but Sakazuki's actions are directed by me, so the operation to eliminate Rayleigh should indeed be my responsibility." "Nonsense. You're just talking nonsense. They're a vice admiral and an admiral, and you're just a rear admiral. Who would believe you are responsible? You think I don't know you're just looking for an excuse to create a scene at the Holy Land? Yes, you already looked down on the Navy headquarters. And now you want to go to the Holy Land. Suddenly, Marshal Sengoku froze, as if something clicked in his mind. Yes. Why not go to the Holy Land? The enemy's enemy is a friend. Go. Let's cause a scene at the Holy Land. Sengoku stepped forward again, reaching out both hands to firmly grasp Lin's hands. Rear Admiral Lin, I approve. The operation in the Sabeti Archipelago will be directly commanded by Rear Admiral Lin, and everything that happens during this period will also be directly his responsibility. All right, Lin responded. Chapter 22 Meeting with the Five Elders Holy Land, Mariehua, the Room of Authority. The clean floor, luxurious sofas, and splendid decorations were adorned with dazzling crystal chandeliers. 5 old men were either seated or standing, each in different postures. But every face was shrouded in a layer of gloom. This all stemmed from a seemingly inconspicuous individual, Lin. When Lin first appeared at the Navy headquarters, he was only 14 years old. Even though he rapidly improved his strength and rose in status like a rocket, it lasted too short, only about a year. The impact Lin caused remained within the Navy. Subsequently, after an incident where he injured his superior, he was imprisoned in Impel Down, disappearing from the public eye. But inexplicably, this guy resurfaced. First, he left Impel Down unharmed. Then he cleanly captured Ace and Luffy. During the public trial, countless Navy soldiers turned to the extreme radical faction he advocated. He then quickly invited back the former admiral, Chief Instructor Zefa, who had defected from the Navy. At the same time, Admirals Fujitora and Sakazuki acted in succession to eliminate Roger's vice captain, Rayleigh. Initially, all of this had nothing to do with the Holy Land. The 5 men in the Room of Authority were still observing, until an unexpected event forced both sides to meet. Celestial Dragon Charlos was injured by Vice Admiral Bone in the Sabeti Archipelago and nearly killed. This meeting seemed to be led by Lin to some extent. This was displeasing to the 5 elders. Their keen intuition warned them that the Navy's power would become an unstable factor. The core of it all, Lin, must be contained in a timely manner. Once it slips out of control, the world government will be in jeopardy. The white-haired Saint Satan leaned on his cane and looked towards one side. Saint Vacheli, what do you think about the Lin incident? The red-patterned Saint Vacheli, sporting a mustache, was the god of justice. He was a sharp sword. The Saint Nezashiro, dressed in a white robe, had the room's crystal light illuminating his round glasses, reflecting dazzling light. The sword, Tali, also signifies danger. Indeed, Saint Peter, with his meticulously styled golden hair, stated, Lin's emergence is too sudden. It must be handled with caution. Saint Maz has long straight white hair and concluded, regarding the Lin issue, perhaps we cannot take the initiative to handle it ourselves. His words sounded somewhat harsh to the others. As the gazes of the 4 gathered, Saint Maz slowly said, his sudden appearance inevitably put us in a passive state from the beginning. The core issue now is not Lin, but the major incident he has triggered. Major incident. This was how the 5 elders referred to the capture and public execution of Ace and Luffy by Lin. Even in the Room of Authority, this was a matter that required immediate attention. The White-Beard pirates, along with the Revolutionary Army and the unstable factor of Garp, as well as those restless elements in the sea. Compared to their threats, Lin's actions were merely skirting the line of instability and needed moderation. Ultimately, Lin had completely seized the initiative. Saint Maz's words sealed the discussion. The current core was not dealing with Lin. Everything needed to wait until after the major incident, at which point measures must be taken to put the Holy Land in a proactive state. Sir, Rear Admiral Lin from the Navy headquarters has arrived. Let him in. The door to the Room of Authority opened, and a slender figure stepped in slowly. The 5 elders' gazes focused on Lin simultaneously. This was their first time directly assessing this Navy officer who had caught them off guard. Lin, regarding the Sabeti Archipelago incident, what is your explanation? How do you plan to take responsibility? The god of justice, Saint Vacheli, stared into Lin's eyes. In just an instant, he regretted it. Those eyes were as dark as ink, like a black hole at the center of a starry sky, spinning and twisting. The space around his eyes began to move strangely. Saint Vacheli staggered back a few steps, supported by Saint Satan. What's wrong with you? The other three noticed the abnormality and looked at Lin simultaneously. They all instinctively avoided looking directly into Lin's eyes. Even so, they felt an unsettling sensation, as if it came from the other side of deep space. "Why didn't you say thank you?" Lin sat down on the sofa opposite the five, crossed his legs, spread his arms, leaned back against the sofa, and scanned the five with his eyes. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room of authority dropped to freezing point in a way that had never been experienced before. The silence of the five was broken by Lin. "Oh, I forgot. You old guys are so used to being high and mighty that you never say the word thank you. But, I worked hard for this, and I really hope to receive your sincere gratitude. Otherwise, it would be hard to stay motivated in my work." Saint Vacheli regained his composure. He had no time to be shocked or angry, once again locked in by Lin's gaze. "Vacheli, as the god of justice, I have a question for you. Please make sure to answer me. Should killing pirates be the responsibility and duty of every soldier? Or should it be considered a right?" Saint Vacheli was momentarily taken aback. There was, of course, only one answer to that question. "Yes, on this issue, I can agree with you." "Very good." Lin's face appeared with a smile. "Lin, this is the Chamber of Power. Before we continue this conversation, please first pay attention to your attitude." As the words of Satan's saint were halfway through, a golden light enveloped him completely. "You?" The moment Satan's saint sensed a threat, his body instinctively activated his fruit ability, but as he transformed into a bull demon, he was covered by the golden domineering, and his ability was thus nullified. Like ice and snow melting under the sunlight. What is this ability? Sweat poured down Satan's saint's body. At that moment, he lost the composure and calmness of being one of the supreme rulers of this world with endless power. If his fruit ability was suppressed, what difference was there between him and a mortal? Furthermore, if the Navy before him wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be an easy matter? "Lin, what do you want to do?" Four terrifying auras simultaneously locked onto Lin. As the golden light dissipated, Lin picked up a glass of red wine from the table, swirled it, and drank it in one gulp. It tasted good. Lin inverted the goblet in midair, and a drop of bright red wine fell onto the clean and tidy carpet. Immediately after, he loosened his hand, and the wine glass fell onto the soft carpet. Yet, with a loud bang, the entire glass shattered into powder indistinguishable to the naked eye. It completely disappeared from the room. When Lin raised his head, his eyes were like blood, and the surface of his blood-red eyes rippled with what seemed like mysterious runes. This scene flashed by. Following that was Lin's indifferent voice. "I will only say this once, my target is the chaotic elements on this sea. On this point, I believe we can reach a common goal, and therefore, during this period of time before what you call the great event concludes." Lin paused, and the air in the chamber of power ceased to flow. "We must maintain good communication, mustn't we?" Silence. A long silence. This had never happened in the chamber of power before. At that moment, they realized that perhaps the true dominant force in this conversation was never them, but rather Lin. Chapter 23. This is the judgment of the celestial dragons. "Very well. Since that's the case, please continue to answer my next question." "Can you?" Saint Vacheli? Saint Vacheli sat down. "Speak." Lin, however, stood up, looking down at him. "What I want to talk about is the matter of Bone." Saint Vacheli stood up. On this issue, he cannot back down. Bone showed disrespect to the celestial dragons and caused a great psychological shadow to Saint Charlos, who is now on the brink of mental breakdown. Bone must be judged, a statement that should have been very ordinary after what had just transpired. He found he needed to summon courage. After finishing, his emotions were no longer calm. 5 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked at Lin. "All right." After a moment of silence, they finally awaited Lin's response, but it was completely beyond their expectations. Originally, the glances exchanged among them had reached a tacit understanding. If Lin insisted on the matter of Bone, it could be postponed until after the great event. After all, compared to the great event, St. Charlos could wait, or even symbolically let Bone apologize to soothe things over. The bigger picture was more important, and now, Lin's response made it difficult for them to cope. Their instincts told them that the matter would not conclude simply. Rather, it was heading towards a more complicated direction. "Are you saying you agree to our judgment of Bone?" Saint Vacheli even stuttered a bit. He realized he had lost composure and consciously tried to maintain his image. Of course. However, I request a public trial. As soon as Lin's words came out, the tension in the chamber of power heightened once again. A public trial. Here we go again. They knew very well that Lin had pulled this kind of stunt at the Navy headquarters, where what was supposed to be a trial against him had turned into his trial against the Navy headquarters. That public trial was entirely led by Lin. Such a thing could never be allowed to happen in the Holy Land. Is there a problem? Lin seemed unsurprised by the silence of the five. What exactly do you want to do? St. Vacheli's brows furrowed tightly, and the cane in his hand was gripped tightly. Lin reclined back onto the sofa, appearing lazy, showing a hint of impatience towards the five elders. What I want to do? Don't you find that question a bit ridiculous? It was you who requested the trial. Of course, I am obliged to comply with your request. As for the public aspect, I have always believed that no matter who it is or where it is, trials must be public. Otherwise, they lose their meaning. Or rather, Lin glanced at St. Vacheli. You want to pass an unfair judgment on our Vice Admiral Bone, don't you? That wouldn't be the case, would it? As he spoke, Lin's aura suddenly surged, filling the entire chamber of power with a vortex-like pressure. It swept along the willpower of the five, pulling them into an endless abyss. Perhaps this matter could be postponed, meaning we could discuss and handle it properly after the great event. What do you think, Vice Admiral Lin? St. Vacheli asked in an inquiring tone. No. That would not be good. Our Navy has a sense of responsibility. Since Vice Admiral Bone has caused a great and irreparable trauma to St. Charlos, as the person in charge of this incident, I must set an example. In Lin's dictionary, there was no such word as retreat. St. Vacheli could no longer hold back. Lin's every word and action was clearly a provocation to the Chamber of Power. From start to finish, he had been doing it on purpose. Lin stood up from the sofa, and St. Vacheli instinctively guarded himself. The other four did the same. Who would have known that Lin turned around and walked toward the door of the Chamber of Power? I give you two choices. Lin stopped without looking back. 1. According to the law and regulations, conduct a public trial of Vice Admiral Bone's case. 2. Since we are not going to hold a trial this time, then do not hold any trials in the future, and our Navy can consider that any future offenses against the Celestial Dragons will be handled based on this incident. That is, there will never be a trial. Bang! The heavy sound of the door to the Chamber of Power pulled the five back to reality. Navy Headquarters. Vice Admiral Lin has returned. What happened? ISNT Vice Admiral Lin, just back from outside? Where did he go again? You don't know this? Vice Admiral Lin personally went to the Chamber of Power in the Holy Land for the matter of Vice Admiral Bone and had a direct dialogue with the five elders. What? What have I missed? What was the outcome? How is it? Vice Admiral Bone 1T. I don't know. Vice Admiral Lin just returned. But I believe in Vice Admiral Lin. Every time Lin returns, it stirs the entire Navy headquarters. As the Navy soldiers looked on, they found several big shots at the dock were already waiting. Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Akainu, Vice Admiral Bone. As the warship docked, Lin had just walked down the stairs when he saw Sengoku. Lin, how is it? Sengoku hurried over. The matter concerning Bone involved the Celestial Dragons. And the Navy also had to deal with the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army at this time. If the Celestial Dragons gave the Navy more trouble, it would really make his head explode. All his hopes were pinned on Lin. During the last loud argument with Lin, it seems Sengoku had an epiphany. All along, he had regarded Lin as an unstable element within the Navy, but he gradually realized that, given Lin's abilities, he should not be confined within the Navy. In other words, since this troublemaker was going to stir things up anyway, it would be better to make it a bigger deal. At that time, Lin's problem would no longer be his concern. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Above this naval marshal, he is not without support. In this way, Sengoku's perspective on Lin changed, and Lin's image transformed in his eyes. Now, he even seemed somewhat amiable. I gave them two choices, and Lin briefly explained the matter of the power room. The three people across from him felt increasingly uneasy as they listened. God, can a human actually do something like this? Bone, as an old-school rear admiral, was completely bewildered at this moment. Although he was the protagonist of this incident, he had to admit that from now on, whatever Lin said would go. He would absolutely be his eternal loyal follower. Even Akainu was stirred by the emotions. Entering the power room, He confronted the 5 elders head-on, forcing them into a completely passive position. Offending the celestial dragons was almost a guaranteed loss for the Navy. Yet they managed to turn the tables like this. This is what a man should do. Akainu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Sengoku noticed the veins twitching on his forehead. Bone. Yes, Major General Lin. Bone stepped forward and Lin patted his shoulder. Those 5 old geezers will definitely choose public trial, so you need to be prepared. Bone was on the verge of tears. At this point, he was no longer concerned about the matter itself. The fact that Major General Lin could do this for him meant that even if it cost him his life, he would have no regrets. Major General, I will fully cooperate because my moment of impulse has caused a lot of trouble for Major General Lin, the Vice Admiral, and the Admiral. For the public trial, I will ensure that St. Charlos is satisfied. Clearly, Bone had made up his mind. At worst, it's just one life. I'm not giving it to the Celestial Dragons. I am giving this life to the Major General. Lin's expression turned cold. Bone felt a shiver run through him. This was the first time he felt uneasy in front of Lin. It was as if his soul had been pierced by Major General Lin. It seemed that over the years, that group of celestial dragons had never regarded the Navy as human. Soon, Lin's expression softened. He patted Bone's shoulder, and the latter unconsciously lowered his head, but Lin gently said, Bone, you misunderstood. This is not a judgment against you. Bone suddenly looked up, confused. Not me? Then who is it? Bone's eyes widened suddenly, but his words were stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Akainu rushed forward, staring at Lin, fists clenched, almost shouting. Senior brother, is it a trial against St. Charlos? Sengoku's mouth twitched, sternly saying, Sakazuki, be careful with your words. You. Lin shook his head, looking toward the Holy Land. No. This is a trial against the celestial dragons. It is time to let them see the reality of who allows them to live the life they have now. Perhaps it's time for a proper change. Chapter 24 Meeting with Whitebeard, Meeting with Red-Haired, Meeting with Kaido, Revolutionary Army Actions, Summoning the 7 Warlords. New World. Old Man. On the Moby Dick. Under Whitebeard's command, all the officers gathered. Of course, we want to rescue Ace, but Rayleigh's incident tells us that unimaginable changes have occurred within the Navy. 1st Division Captain Marco, usually the calmest person and also the strongest captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, played a role similar to that of a vice captain. Whitebeard sat in a huge chair, his eyes closed, and slowly spoke. Marco, are you worried that Rayleigh is my fate? Marco found it hard to answer this question. Whitebeard is the absolute core of the pirate crew. If he encounters any problems, the entire pirate crew could fall apart in an instant. At that time, facing the storm from all members would be unimaginable. The Whitebeard Pirates are undoubtedly the most dazzling and powerful pirate crew on these seas. But when a whale falls, all things thrive. Countless pirates filled with ambition and desire have long set their sights on the Whitebeard Pirates, waiting for a suitable opportunity to rush in and devour them without leaving scrap. Marco clenched his fists. There were many things he could not say. Diamond Jozu looked at Marco, then at Whitebeard, sweating anxiously. He was a power type impatient. He didn't understand convoluted matters, and didn't want to. Old man, Marco, let me go. I will rescue Ace. He is my brother. The Whitebeard Pirates cannot be without him. Jozu, Marco shouted. And then let us go rescue you? Listen, that Major General Lin is Zephyr's first disciple. His seniority is above the 3 admirals. He defeated Carp, brought Zephyr back, made Sakazuki follow him, changed Borsalino, and made Kuzan wary. This kind of person is in charge of the Navy headquarters. Marco's chest heaved. The entire deck of the Moby Dick was shrouded in dark clouds. Heavy and silent. Only the angry waves of the sea continued to batter the ship. The other division captains remained silent. This is a blatant conspiracy. There was simply no way to resolve it. Further discussion was meaningless. They only knew that at any time, they needed to obey the old man's orders. All right, Marco. Jozu, you don't need to argue anymore. Whitebeard opened his eyes and looked toward the distant sea. Our guest has arrived. Come, prepare the wine. The angry waves of the sea carried a pirate ship, the Red Force, in Wano country, Onigashima. Inside the huge palace, Kaido, with horns on his head, resembling a humanoid beast, drank strong liquor with one hand while holding the latest intelligence with the other. Ace, Luffy, public execution. 7 warlords, Shichibukai. Shikaku killed by the Navy. Dark King Rayleigh. Whitebeard pirates meet with red-haired pirates. Upon seeing the last piece of information, Kaido was taken aback, pouring the remaining strong liquor from the gourd into his mouth. After tossing aside the gourd, he held the intelligence paper with both hands. Ha ha ha! He laughed out loud, a laugh filled with wild abandon. The 3 disasters gathered. Jack felt inexplicably puzzled. Jin, what's going on with the boss? Jin remained expressionless, and Quinn leaned over, whispering, I guess it's because he saw that Whitebeard and Redhaired are meeting. That's why the boss. Jack scratched his head. What is wrong with their meeting? Quinn smiled. Don't you think this is tremendous good news for our beast pirates? Kaido glanced at Jack, somewhat helpless, and let Jin continue. Is the captain planning to take advantage of Whitebeard and Redhaired rescuing Ace and Luffy to seize their territory? Kaido was quite satisfied. Good. That straw hat Luffy. Is he really that important? Jack couldn't hold back, interjecting. Even if his identity is special, his strength is average. He.S. just a small pirate who just set out to sea. Jack could not understand this point at all. If Red-Haired had ulterior motives, and Straw Hat Luffy was very important, time would be an issue. Waiting for a teenager in his teens to grow up, even if it's fast, it would take 20 to 30 years. With such a long time, does the significance of Red-Haired's planning still exist? To this, Jin replied, we don't know, nor do we need to know. If Red-Haired acts, then the importance of Straw Hat Luffy is self-evident. I agree with the captain. Red-Haired will definitely act. Of course, we can't act alone. Jin looked at Kaido, who smirked. I don't want to owe that old hag another favor. Jin shook his head, saying it's not that the captain owes Big Mom a favor, but that Big Mom owes the captain one. Kaido laughed heartily, slapping his thigh, pouring a new jug of wine into his mouth. Ha ha ha. War flames, blood rain, thunder, tsunamis. The sea has been too calm for too long. The Great Sea Route, the Revolutionary Army's stronghold, the island of white soil, Baldy. The Revolutionary Army dragon, cloaked, gazes at the sea, his eyes fixed on the East China Sea. Beside him, Sabo, with his yellow curly hair, also looks in the same direction. The place was once their birthplace, their place of growth. It was also where they parted ways with Monkey D. Luffy. Master Sabo has not had a good night's sleep for days. Ace and Luffy are his 2 beloved brothers, and they were both captured on the same day. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for him. He wanted to rush to the Navy headquarters immediately, but he couldn't. Now, as a staff officer of the Revolutionary Army, he bears the heavy burden of the future of the entire Revolutionary Army. He has more brothers who need him at this very moment. After a long silence, Dragon spoke. Whitebeard and Red-Haired are on the move. Sabo paused. Dragon, that guy named Lin might be targeting more than just the Navy, even the Holy Land. Dragon retracted his gaze and looked at his disciple and chief of staff. Continue. If I were Lin, and my goal was to eliminate all pirates, then no matter how strong I was, I could never personally kill them one by one. According to the intelligence we received over 20 years ago, at the age of 14, he indeed did this. But I can imagine that during his time in Impel Down, he began to understand that if he kept killing them one by one, until he died, the pirates at sea would not decrease, but could even increase. And in his conflict with his superiors, voluntarily entering Impel Down could very well be a way of building strength while reflecting on his actions. What hinders him from achieving his goal is not the pirates, but the Navy, even those guys in the Holy Land. Dragon's expression began to change. Sabo's thoughts indeed refreshed him. Are you saying this is an operation against the Navy and the celestial dragons from within? Sabo did not answer immediately. He thought for a moment and found no logical flaws. Dragon's actions since he left Impel Down have been confirming my reasoning. If he were still that 14-year-old boy from over 20 years ago, without any growth, then the first thing he should do after leaving Impel Down would be to find Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Red-Hair directly. From his performance, he clearly possesses that kind of strength. To stabilize external threats, one must first ensure internal security. Simply removing the 4 emperors will only lead to more 4 emperors. Or even 10. Kuma and Ivankov. This will be their last chance to rescue them. If my guess is correct, after the great event, the Shichibukai and Impel Down will completely disappear. As for Luffy, Sabo did not bring him up. But once he reaches the Navy headquarters, He will have the opportunity to act amidst the chaos. Dragon's eyes were full of approval. Good. You are fully responsible for planning this matter. When the news of the four emperors' meeting spread, it seemed to be in response. The Navy headquarters took new action. Summon the Shichibukai. Immediately proceed to the Navy headquarters. Chapter 25. The trial begins. Navy headquarters, Marineford. While people were still immersed in the shocking news from the sea, another event that could not be ignored finally reached its conclusion. In the curved harbor, three figures appeared. Rear Admiral Lin, Admiral Akainu, Vice Admiral Bones. Lin walked in front, his steps steady, as if the news from the sea had no effect on him whatsoever. During this time, the only thing he did at the Navy headquarters was to take on the responsibility of the senior brother and conduct unimaginably rigorous hellish training for all Navy soldiers. Who would have thought that he would require every soldier, regardless of rank or years of service, to undergo special training in both armament Haki and observation Haki? At first, even Zefa, who had resumed his position as the chief instructor, widened his eyes, and he had to question whether the Navy headquarters would be turned into hell by Lin. The training in Haki was incredibly terrifying. Armament Haki is the covering of power, while observation Haki is the external manifestation of perception. Both require the extraction of one's own abilities, which is the most difficult step, namely, clearly recognizing and controlling the powers and perceptual abilities that already exist within the body. The reason why both types of Haki require years of practice is that most of the time is wasted on the initial step. Once one passes that threshold, only intense, hellish special training is needed. Everything Lin did was to help Navy soldiers overcome this initial hurdle. For this, he had his own special methods. Illusions. At the age of 14, Lin experienced the painful incident where all the villagers were brutally killed by pirates in front of him. Unfortunately, or fortunately, those nameless pirates employed methods that were cruel, ruthless, and extreme. This played a crucial role in unlocking Lin's abilities. The most desperate and painful experiences helped to unleash the potential within the human body. Lin's valuable experience is the misfortune of all Navy soldiers, yet also their fortune. Every soldier who joined the Radicals would experience, every single day, their own unique and tragic experiences. When Lin imposed illusions on them, he could make them enter a reality where they could not distinguish between truth and falsehood. Fearless and undaunted Navy elites would suddenly lose their abilities, have all their honors stripped away, be looked down upon by their families, be scorned by their comrades, and those they once trampled upon would now humiliate them. Cowardly and weak Navy waste would, in an instant, experience hundreds and thousands of battlefields, being repeatedly tortured by the pirates they feared, with some even sent to the kingdom of the transformed, experiencing countless violations. Those who just wanted to keep their Navy jobs would endure countless cycles of intensity. When someone could no longer bear it and would rather die, Lin made a move that left everyone speechless. He attacked his mentor, Zefa. Lin's thoughts were simple. As the chief instructor of the Navy, Zefa could not remain aloof. For Zefa, the most painful years of his life were, first was meeting Lin, second was losing his family, and third was meeting Lin again, losing his family countless times. Moreover, the Navy soldiers would become bystanders. After they followed Zefa and experienced it once, no one dared to complain again, especially when Zefa, at over 70 years of age, began to show new vitality. His armament Haki became more intense and pure. Everything needed no more words. One night, Zefa and Lin were enjoying the evening breeze together. Lin, how on earth did you come up with such beastly methods? Lin's gaze traversed endless space, returning to his small village. Because for over 20 years in Impel Down, every day, every moment, I was doing the same thing to myself. It was that night. At this moment, Zefa could no longer say a word. The corners of his eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, shimmered with light. Holy Land, Mariewa. On this day, Charlos, who had lost an arm, became the focus of all the celestial dragons. Under normal circumstances, the family to which Charlos belonged was just an ordinary member of the celestial dragons in the Holy Land. Only when he descended to the mortal world could Charlos enjoy the privileges belonging to a celestial dragon. It was only at this time that he would feel that he was a celestial dragon. However, all of this changed today. Charlos was no longer just a passerby among the many celestial dragons. He became the center of attention. The celestial dragon who had his arm severed by a commoner. Shameful. Disgraceful. Overnight, Charlos became the stain of the entire Holy Land. As soon as they see St. Charlos's severed arm, the celestial dragons feel an unease in their hearts. How could such a lowly commoner injure a noble celestial dragon? This undoubtedly reminds them that the celestial dragons are, after all, also a part of humanity, which they are unwilling to acknowledge. St. Charlos receives no sympathy because the celestial dragons believe that he, now injured, no longer belongs to the noble ranks of the celestial dragons. After the incident at Sabeti Archipelago, the trauma caused by the injury has severely affected him. He originally intended to let the matter rest, to leave everything in the past, and to continue being a celestial dragon. Yet this seemingly humble thought is not permitted by the other celestial dragons. Judgment. The Vice Admiral from the commoners must be judged. Even St. Charlos, who has brought shame upon all celestial dragons, should be judged. Therefore, when the commoner Bone followed Lin and Akainu to the Holy Land, Mary Joa, and saw St. Charlos, he barely recognized this ugly figure. With just one glance, Bone was certain that St. Charlos not only lost his arm, but that his soul was already dead. At that moment, Bone finally understood what Lin meant. This judgment had nothing to do with St. Charlos from beginning to end. The judgment takes place at one of the entertainment centers for the celestial dragons, an enormous, circular outdoor arena. In the center of the venue, a high platform has been constructed. There are two positions on the judgment stand. One belongs to Bone, and the other to Charlos, who is already in position. The audience is filled with celestial dragons, each accompanied by 3 to 5 different slaves serving them. There are beautiful mermaids, muscular men, masked clowns, and servers with trays offering drinks. Bone, dressed in the Vice Admiral's coat, walks steadily and calmly towards the judgment stand. When the low-headed Charlos sees Bone, he trembles in fear. This detestable Navy officer is the instigator of it all. If it weren't for him severing his own arm, he wouldn't be targeted by all the celestial dragons. Poor Charlos glares fiercely at Bone, but Bone's light glance instantly dissipates all the hatred within him. Charlos continues to lower his head. The presiding judge of this trial is the justice god, Saint Vacheli. The other 4 members of the 5 elders do not appear. Lin and Akainu sit on one side, opposite the representative of the Charlos family, Old Charlos. He is nearly identical to Saint Charlos, both in appearance and in soul, equally ugly beyond measure. This is Lin's first encounter with a celestial dragon, and it undoubtedly reshapes his understanding. Previously, he thought that pirates who burned, killed, and plundered were the most detestable beings. But now, Lin has changed his mind. As for pirates, he only wishes for their death. But for this group of beings that are hard to even call human, he only wants them to disappear from the world, even unwilling to dirty his hands with their blood. After the 3 take their seats, Vacheli nods to Lin. After the incident in the power chamber, he clearly realizes that at least until Lord speaks, the 5 of them must handle their relationship with Lin carefully. Clearly, they cannot force it. Some celestial dragons sense something is amiss in this scene. Even though news from the Navy headquarters has spread across the seas, it doesn't reach the ears of these celestial dragons. They pride themselves on being a different race from the commoners, believing that any matter in the mortal world has nothing to do with them unless it touches upon their current lives. This trial is just that. Not all celestial dragons are willing to be treated like livestock. Those who have awakened have already sensed the changes in the Navy headquarters. Akainu sits beside Lin, appearing somewhat obedient. His behavior is also noted by those who are observant. Therefore, the actions of Saint Vacheli and Akainu constantly hint to them that the true protagonist of this trial is certainly not the Vice Admiral or Saint Charlos on the judgment stand. Vacheli knows that this trial will not proceed according to the wishes of the celestial dragons present. The 5 elders, after much debate and argument in the power chamber, finally reach a reluctant consensus. Before the major incident concludes, Lin holds absolute control and can make appropriate concessions in this event. Even if the original trial of the Vice Admiral transforms into a trial of St. Charlos, they can reluctantly accept that. Regardless, Charlos's fate is sealed. and there is no need to temporarily offend Lin over a vice admiral, especially since the four emperors are meeting and the Revolutionary Army is mobilizing. The entire sea is in turmoil, making it difficult for the five elders to sleep. To wield the sharpest sword, one must be prepared to be wounded. Vacheli stands up and solemnly declares, "The public trial begins." Chapter 26. Akiji's actions impel down dock. When Magellan sees a Navy warship approaching, he instinctively feels uneasy. In the past, admirals occasionally appeared at Impel Down, mostly to escort major prisoners. Since Akainu appeared at Impel Down right after Lin left, everything has changed. More accurately, since the Sabeti Archipelago incident, no new prisoners have been brought into Impel Down. Normally, for Magellan, the chief warden, it should be a great thing that there are no new inmates. But he knows that nothing could be worse than the current situation. Magellan still remembers Lin's words before his disappearance. According to Lin, Impel Down should not exist. Reform. It has never been peaceful and is often much more brutal than war. When Magellan sees who is coming, he becomes even more certain of this. The deputy warden, Hannibal, has a unique talent and also instinctively feels uneasy. Compared to the last time when Admiral Akainu came, this feeling is even stronger. Why is Admiral Kazan here? Is he here to visit prisoners? Magellan snorts coldly. Otherwise, is he here to visit you? I don't have that kind of face, Hannibal admits to himself. Taking over as warden is just a slogan to boost his own courage. Akiji steps off the deck, and Magellan approaches him. Admiral Kazan, what brings you here? Akiji's expression is cold, to see an old friend. Normally, as a Navy admiral, he could enter and exit Impel Down at will, even without any reason. But the situation now is entirely different, with Akainu's lesson in mind, and the special instructions from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. No one is allowed to meet Ace and Luffy, especially not Vice Admiral Garp or Admiral Kazan. I must obey Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders. Magellan stands before Kazan, showing no signs of backing down. Akiji begins to emanate a white mist, even though it is noon. Sunlight cannot penetrate this area. Hannibal trembles in fear and quickly retreats, ordering an increase in the security alert at Impel Down while preparing to notify Fleet Admiral Sengoku for support. At this moment, Hannibal realizes that Admiral Kazan's timing seems to be anything but random. Major General Lin and Admiral Akainu are both at Mary Joa. Magellan is equally unyielding. He will not allow a prisoner to escape under his watch a second time. Of course, Lin's later actions gradually vindicate Magellan. The last incident was not Magellan's fault. It was simply Lin being too abnormal. Purple gas begins to emanate from Magellan. The cold air around Akiji met the purple poison gas, hissing and smoking, and was immediately dissipated. Even Akainu would not dare to say he could fight Magellan head-on and successfully rescue a prisoner from Impel Down. Akiji had his hands in his pockets and said, "The old friend I mentioned is not Luffy." Huh? Magellan was surprised. "Admiral Akiji, who do you want to see?" "Nico Robin." Akiji replied. Upon hearing this name, Hannibal breathed a sigh of relief. Nico Robin was not some ruthless pirate. Her uniqueness lay in being the sole survivor of O'Hara. "I must follow you," Magellan said. "Do as you wish." Akiji walked into Impel Down. Here, everything was as usual. The only difference was that an old man was missing, and 3 newcomers had arrived. Nico Robin was held in solitary confinement in a specific area. As a figure in a Navy uniform appeared, Nico Robin raised her head and saw a familiar figure. "Why you? How could you?" Akiji stood in front of the cell, looking at Nico Robin. "Do you want to live?" "Holy Land, Mariehua." With the words of Saint Wal Chuli falling, cheers erupted in the arena. Judgment, judgment, judgment. The boring judgment could proceed quickly. I just want to see the execution of a vice admiral. Ha! I heard that the Navy vice admiral is quite a character. I wonder how he compares to the beasts here. Need I say more? I'll bet 100 million berries that the Navy vice admiral won't last a minute in the mouth of the beast Haji. Not necessarily. I'll bet 500 million berries. Clearly, these celestial dragons treated this judgment as a special beast-fighting entertainment event. The celestial dragon's reckless discussions made Bones' blood boil. He wished he could rush into the audience and chop these guys, who were even worse than beasts, into pieces. Akainu frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, "Am I working like a mule every day just to serve this scum?" If it weren't for Lin being nearby, Akainu would have lost control long ago. It wasn't that Lin was suppressing Akainu, but Akainu understood that being reckless would only vent his anger without any real effect. This was something he gradually realized after following Lin. Action is always more important than roaring. As the Celestial Dragon representative, St. Charlos appeared in front of the judgment podium. He was there to restore his family's honor. Lin stood up, slowly walked out, and stood beside Bone. "You?" St. Charlos did not recognize Lin and was not very familiar with Akainu either. He did recognize Navy ranks. "Major? Are you Bone's subordinate?" "No. I am the superior of Vice Admiral Bone. I will defend him," Lin corrected. "What? Are you kidding me?" St. Charlos was furious. He looked at Akainu and pointed at him. "You are a Navy Admiral. Shouldn't you be responsible?" A mere major standing in front of him was an insult to his family status. Akainu spread his hands. "Major Lin is my direct superior." St. Charlos sensed something was wrong. Would the Navy really cooperate in this judgment? St. Charlos looked at St. Walchuli for help, who nodded, indicating that Lin was indeed the main person responsible for this incident. At this moment, St. Charlos remembered that when this major entered, St. Walchuli had taken the initiative to greet him. What on earth is this guy's identity? He did not want to get too entangled in this matter. As long as he represented the Navy sincerely, apologized obediently, and let them handle the Vice Admiral, the incident caused by little Charlos could be settled, allowing his family to return to normal life. Since St. Walchuli has said so, St. Charlos said lightly, "Then, Major, please represent the entire Navy and apologize to the Charlos family in front of the Celestial Dragons. Also, this Vice Admiral must be handed over to us. This matter shall be dismissed." After speaking, St. Charlos looked at Lin impatiently. Lin's response was also very simple and forceful. Slap. With a loud slap, St. Charlos's body flew like a cannonball towards the wall at the edge of the arena. Bang! Bricks fell and dust rose. A large hole appeared in the crowd's sight. Lin walked closer, pulling the buried St. Charlos back to the podium. "Bone, come down. It's impolite to occupy someone else's position." Bone was taken aback and quickly jumped down. The bruised and battered St. Charlos was casually thrown onto the podium by Lin, sitting steadily in the position Bone vacated. When Lin acted, he was very gentle and did not harm St. Charlos's life. In fact, St. Charlos still maintained a clear consciousness. After sitting down for a short while, St. Walchuli suddenly stood up, glaring at Lin. "Lin, what are you doing?" Lin ignored him and in a calm tone clearly delivered the following sentence into the ears of every celestial dragon present. "All the prisoners are present. The judgment begins." Chapter 27. I only have 3 requests. The midday sun was exceptionally bright. The light shone down, and the shadows of the celestial dragons were cast on the ground. At this moment, these shadows twisted and morphed along with their masters. The circular arena of the Holy Land, Mariehua, was one of the places most favored by nearly all celestial dragons. Here, the commoners and beasts slaughtered each other for survival. In that moment, their blood mingled together, and their fates intertwined. The commoners and beasts could no longer be distinguished. At this time, the celestial dragons sitting in the audience naturally distinguished themselves from the commoners. As for what a commoner was in the eyes of the celestial dragons, everyone except the celestial dragons, all humanoid animals, were commoners and beasts. When Lin announced the start of the judgment again, the celestial dragons, whose brains had short-circuited from Lin's sudden actions, were completely awakened by this not-so-loud voice. No. Oh my God, what just happened? That Navy officer actually attacked St. Charlos. The faces of the celestial dragons were filled with shock and confusion. This is a rebellion, a total rebellion. Does this Navy know what he is doing? No. Immediately call the Navy Admiral. No. Call the 3 military commanders. Over. Anger mixed with fear. Countless voices filled the arena stained with the blood of humans and beasts. St. Walchuli's cane pointed to the ground. A wave of energy rapidly spread out from this point in all directions. The energy wind swept through, temporarily restoring the celestial dragon's clarity. St. Walchuli coldly stared at Lin, questioning word by word. "Lin, you asked for a public trial, and we have compromised. Why do you still have to create such a terrible situation? Lin brushed off the non-existent dust from his hands and then said seriously, "This is my public trial. Is there a problem?" "What do you mean?" St. Wall truly realized he seemed to have asked Lin this question multiple times. In other words, he found that he had never truly understood this guy's thoughts. Charlos obstructed the Navy's law enforcement and shot a Navy soldier. He should be judged. As a superior, St. Charlos should be judged. May I ask, is there a problem with this? Faced with Lin's question, St. Wall Chuli was actually left speechless. He originally thought that pushing Charos out would be their biggest concession, a practice that had never occurred among the celestial dragons, and it should be able to satisfy Lin no matter what. But the reality was far from what he imagined. Lin's voice clearly reached every celestial dragon's ears. Shock, anger, furious beyond measure. Lord Wall Chuli, this navy is simply lawless. Execution must execute immediately. The entire navy is likely to rebel. All navy personnel must be executed to make them realize their mistakes. Anger is contagious. In this atmosphere, even a clear mind finds it hard to stay calm. So that's how it is. Lin shook his head, calling to Akainu and Bones. This place does not welcome us. Let's go. Bones immediately followed. Akainu was somewhat displeased but still kept up. Just as Lin took a step forward, Wall Chuli's voice came. Wait a minute, Lin. Is there something you need, Celestial Dragon? Lin did not turn around. I believe the Navy should be disbanded immediately to avoid affecting the mood of the Lords. After saying that, he continued to walk forward. You! Wall Chuli gritted his teeth, nearly biting them to pieces. A threat! Damn it, this is definitely a threat. Just at this moment, coinciding with Whitebeard and Red-Haired teaming up, plus the Revolutionary Army coming this way. He did it on purpose. Shut up. Wall Chuli's anger spread with uncontrollable force throughout the entire arena. Hiss. All the noisy sounds disappeared in that moment. Countless eyes turned to Wall Chuli. The Celestial Dragons found it hard to believe that it was clearly the Navy's rudeness. Yet Lord Wall Chuli silenced them. Then, Wall Chuli gritted his teeth and said, Lin, the trial continues. At this moment, Bones felt goosebumps all over his body, excited to the point that his soul trembled. One could say that Wall Chuli's lowly request for Rear Admiral Lin brought him a sense of satisfaction 100 times greater than that incident. Even Akainu unexpectedly began to rub his hands. The Celestial Dragons. They really want to judge a Celestial Dragon. This was a personal request from Wall Chuli, one of the elders, rather than something he got through mindless rage. However, Lin remained unmoved, stepping towards the exit of the arena. Wall Chuli was dumbfounded. Damn it, what the hell do you want? According to the current situation, leaving is not just Lin alone, nor just Lin, Akainu, and Bones. It could potentially be half of the Navy. If this matter is not handled well, his head might soon be taken by Lord M. At that time, there might even be a situation where the elders of the Navy headquarters request Lin to fight. Dung. Lin, what conditions do you have? You can bring them up. There's no need to do this. Wall Chuli's words, filled with pleading, left Bones and Akainu speechless. Bones shivered again. Akainu continued to rub his hands, completely unaware of how much this image contrasted with his usual demeanor. Lin turned back. 3 conditions. You. Wall Chuli gritted his back teeth. Lin held up 3 fingers. First, abolish the Shichibukai system. Wall Chuli stared wide-eyed. Why? The Shichibukai system was entirely to help your Navy. No need. It's that simple. Lin interrupted. Fine, I can agree to that. Honestly, this point was of no concern to Wall Chuli, since Lin was confident. Let him stand on the front line. Second, close Impel Down. Wall Chuli's mouth fell open, stunned. The Navy is closing a prison? What about the captured pirates? How will you deal with them? Wall Chuli asked anxiously. Very simple. Execute them on the spot to save resources. Once again, an internal Navy matter. Wall Chuli let out a sigh of relief. Furthermore, Lin's goal clearly aligned with the interests of their power structure. His radical actions would undoubtedly provoke full resistance from all pirates. Good. This way, Lin's problems would be left for the pirates to solve slowly. This was simply a good thing for the power structure. Okay, Wall Chuli agreed quite readily. Third, the treatment and benefits of all Navy soldiers will be tripled starting today. Huh? Bones exclaimed and quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Wall Chuli shot a glare at Bones, then turned to Lin. Tripling, isn't that a bit excessive? With a big battle coming, improving soldiers' benefits is completely understandable. But tripling is entirely against the rules. Normally, salary increases are calculated as a percentage. You just tripled it. That's more violent than robbery and drug trafficking. Moreover, this matter concerns the interests of all celestial dragons. It's not something he can agree to with just one sentence. This matter requires a meeting to discuss. While Chili did not agree immediately, Lin was very considerate. He indicated that he could help Walt Chuli out. What do you mean? As soon as he spoke, Walt Chuli realized he had started again. Lin faced the celestial dragons, whose expressions varied, but most looked confused. He grinned, arms outstretched, head tilted back as he gazed into the void. Lords, since you enjoy blood and bones, slaughter and death, then let me present you with a feast. Chapter 28. The Different Revelry of Celestial Dragons and the Navy. As soon as the words fell, Lin's blood-red eyes opened wide. The sky instantly turned crimson. A blood-soaked canopy gradually descended. The celestial dragons opened their eyes. What they faced were pirates licking their blades, their gazes locked onto them. Hundreds of millions of pirates came, treading on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, filled with anger. Roaring, the cries from hell shook their eardrums, as if their hearts were about to shatter. Don't come over! Don't come over! Pirates! All pirates! Why are pirates appearing here? No, it's impossible. This is the Holy Land, Mariewa. The most sacred and safest place. It cannot be desecrated. The crimson tide surged. Countless celestial dragons were swept into it. The stench of blood flooded their nostrils, ears, and mouths. Around them were floating severed limbs, internal organs, and even disgusting excrement. Ha! Got you! A huge shadow appeared behind the celestial dragon, completely engulfing him. In the pirate's hand, a bloody great sword lifted the celestial dragon like a cat or dog, holding him in his grasp. The great sword fell, severing the celestial dragon's thigh. The intense pain caused the celestial dragon to faint, but he immediately regained consciousness. Another flash of the sword severed the other thigh, blood gushing like a waterfall, yet he couldn't die no matter what. Bang! The celestial dragon was thrown to the ground, a massive foot stomped down, crushing the celestial dragon's back, grinding the internal organs to a pulp between the foot and the ground like a millstone. Yet this celestial dragon's brain could still fully receive all the information transmitted from his body. At that moment, he was certain that this place was 1,000 times scarier than hell. He looked up, and the world was a sea of blood. Endless pirates, using all kinds of means, inflicted unimaginable atrocities on the celestial dragons. Their bodies were skinned, flayed, dismembered. Sizzling sounds came from a boiling pot, followed by a special aroma wafting up. The celestial dragons discovered parts of their own bodies in the pot, as well as the severed limbs of their wives, daughters, and brothers. Come, eat, it's very delicious. A celestial dragon was grabbed by a pirate and forced to eat the flesh of his wife and daughter. How is it? Isn't it very crispy? Ha, that's right. Before they died, we gave him a good massage. Why aren't you eating? The pirate widened his eyes and asked incredulously, Don't you know this is the most beautiful food in the world? Sigh, don't waste it. Ha, delicious, truly a delicacy of the world. Who knows how long it has been? Suddenly, the blood color faded. All the celestial dragons had lost any vitality in their eyes. What on earth happened? Blood-red sky, mountain of corpses, and sea of blood. An experience 100 times more terrifying than hell. Sunlight poured down, and it wasn't until a long time later that the blood in the celestial dragons' bodies began to warm up and flow again. They gradually realized that all the celestial dragons had just experienced a nightmare. Not a single celestial dragon made a sound. Saint Vacheli was utterly shocked, while Lin calmly said, All right, I believe this should no longer need discussion. Everyone will agree to the pay raise. Saint Vacheli found it hard to speak, and Lin added, As for the matter of judgment, I leave it to you. I believe they will give the Navy a satisfactory answer. After saying that, Lin turned and left. Akainu and Bones closely followed. Kill him. Kill him. No. Kill their entire clan. Kill them all immediately. That's right. The Charlos family should die. They all deserve to die. Pirates must not be allowed to appear in the Holy Land. Not a single one. We need the Navy. We must make the Navy satisfied. Just as the three of them walked out of the Colosseum, A thunderous roar erupted from the throats of every celestial dragon. They were terrified to the extreme. Akainu asked, "Big brother, what did you just do?" Lin replied, "Just gave him a bit of reality. These things have been locked up for too long." Akainu envied Lin's methods immensely. My God, this is the peak of the Navy, the peak of manhood. Bones' gaze remained fixed on Lin. He now had faith from this day forward. Let's go back. Lin walked towards the warship, and the two followed. Inside the Colosseum, St. Vacheli sat alone in despair on a chair. He looked up at the sky, and his two encounters with Lin made him realize that this world was not under the control of himself and the other four. Lord Emu, on the judgment platform, countless celestial dragons rushed down. With red eyes, they used their hands and teeth to devour the two Charlos completely. The entire sky of the Colosseum echoed with the roars of beasts. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Marshal's office. When 3 letters from the power room were opened by Marshal Sengoku, he stood frozen in place, mouth agape, unable to say a word. "Sengoku, what's wrong with you?" Vice Admiral Tsuru asked from his side. Lin, you really did it." Vice Admiral Tsuru rolled her eyes at him, speaking in a somewhat reproachful tone. "Sengoku, ever since Lin came out of Impel Down, your mental state has been getting worse." Tsuru had been very worried about Sengoku these days. If he had been constantly angry or roaring, she could understand. But Tsuru noticed that Sengoku would cry one moment and laugh the next, constantly bouncing between depression and mania. She even suspected that Sengoku had bipolar disorder. Sengoku's hand holding the envelope trembled incessantly. He gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. "The 7 warlords are gone. Impel Down is gone. Lin, why didn't you let me die?" Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly stood up, her eyes wide. Suddenly, ha. Good. Lin, you really are something. How the hell did you do it? Sengoku suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. "Sengoku, what's wrong again?" Vice Admiral Tsuru was completely at a loss. Sengoku shouted loudly, almost yelling, 10 times. 10 times. 10 times. What the hell are you talking about? What 10 times, Sengoku? Sengoku shoved the letter in front of Vice Admiral Tsuru, pointing at the text. "All Navy personnel, from today on, all benefits will be increased tenfold." Huh? Vice Admiral Tsuru snatched it to confirm, and indeed, it had the seal of the power room. What on earth is going on? Sengoku tore off his obstructive coat, his whole body trembling with excitement. He fought to control his wildly beating heart, returned to the marshal's chair, and sat down with effort. Then, he rummaged around, taking out paper, a pen, and a seal. Vice Admiral Tsuru stared at him. "What are you doing?" Sengoku completely ignored Vice Admiral Tsuru, his face showing a crazed expression. All right. Lin, you did an amazing job. To hell with the 7 warlords, to hell with Impel Down. If we don't need them, I've realized that all pirates in this world should be wiped out." Huh? Vice Admiral Tsuru stared at Sengoku, who had completely gone mad. "Sengoku, you are the marshal. Don't act recklessly." "I'm not acting recklessly. I'm very clear-headed. Very clear-headed." Sengoku struggled to control his trembling hand, wrote a line on the paper, and then stamped it with the marshal's seal. He stuffed it into an envelope and handed it to his aide. "Immediately send my orders to every corner of this sea. Remember, notify every corner as fast as possible." "Yes, Marshal." The aide left, and Sengoku slumped in the marshal's chair as if he had lost all strength. He lit a cigar, took a deep puff, and blew out a perfect smoke ring. So refreshing. This day, the first shockwave hit the Navy headquarters. What the hell? I'm not dreaming, am I? What are you doing? Are you a recording machine? A soldier, exhausted from training, had just rested for 10 minutes, rubbing his bloodshot eyes, and glared unhappily at his 2 roommates. "Are you still sleeping? At your age, how can you sleep? I trained for a full 12 hours, and I only rested for 10 minutes. He was interrupted as the other 2 pulled out a letter and shoved it in front of his eyes. "Look, what is this? From today on, all Navy soldiers will have their benefits increased tenfold." The soldier was instantly wide awake. All fatigue vanished. Every cell in his body filled with energy. Is this real? 10 times. How can it be fake? This is issued from the marshal's office. But why? Just because of the upcoming war? But 10 times is too much. And if it's because of war, shouldn't it be an increase in death benefits? Another soldier smiled mysteriously. You don't understand. What's going on? This is because Major Lin went to the Holy Land and suddenly issued these benefits. Don't you think Major Lin fought for everyone? So that is how it is, but what does that have to do with me? Sigh. Narrow-minded, too narrow-minded. What do you mean? Why are we the ones dying? Why shouldn't it be the pirates? We must live. As long as we live, we can always get 10 times the benefits. Dead? Then train hard. Train like crazy. Don't die. With Major Lin around, we must win. The three tore off their clothes, letting the heat in their hearts escape. They ran toward the training square, their eyes only on training, nothing else. This scene played out throughout the entire Navy headquarters. Train, train, train. Lousy. You must damn well survive. Chapter 29. Smoker's actions while the Navy headquarters was in a frenzy. Countless corners of the sea were also boiling over. The great era belonging to the Navy was about to unfold. East Blue. A warship was heading towards a nearby Navy base. Colonel Smoky. Can we really win this major event? Tashigi gripped her sword tightly. The four emperors and the Revolutionary Army had clearly begun their actions. The sea, which was already tumultuous, was now even more turbulent. The East Blue, which had previously been relatively quiet, was now also affected, with groups of pirates inexplicably emerging from who knows where. All Navy posts received a flurry of messages. Some station Navy personnel were doing their utmost to deal with the pirates, while others were more concerned about their own safety, ignoring the pleas for help from residents. Most posts, however, were following procedures, knowing full well that they would be powerless until the major event concluded. Finally, a message from a Navy headquarters arrived. All Navy soldiers' benefits have been increased tenfold. It was clear that this was the headquarters' proactive response to the impact of the major event. This also indicated that the current Navy strength was clearly insufficient to cope with a major event, which was why they had almost madly raised the benefits tenfold. When Tashigi first saw this message, she couldn't believe it. A year's work was equivalent to 10 years of hard work before. Tashigi's worries stemmed precisely from this. The more the Navy headquarters operated this way, the more it indicated the severity of the situation. Smoker exhaled white cigar smoke. Ever since he had executed the mission to capture Luffy alongside Colonel Lin, who was now a rear admiral, he had witnessed all the changes within the Navy. This time, he was dispatched to the East Blue to suppress the pirates who were gradually rioting due to the impact of the major event. On the way, he received the news of the tenfold increase in Navy benefits. Although he was not at the headquarters, he knew that according to Marshal Sengoku's character, he would never issue such an order. First, he didn't have that kind of determination. Second, he didn't have that kind of power. The entire Navy receiving 10 times the benefits. This money absolutely could not come from the Navy's budget. Only the Celestial Dragons could be so extravagant. And the only one in the Navy who could force the Celestial Dragons to relinquish their interests was Rear Admiral Lin. Therefore, unlike Tashigi's concerns, Smoker was completely confident about the direction of the major event. No matter what the outcome of the major event was, it would definitely move towards Rear Admiral Lin's goals. He was firmly convinced of this. Tashigi, just do your job well. Worrying about other things is useless. What we need to do is trust the Navy headquarters. Tashigi adjusted her pink-framed glasses. Trust the headquarters? When did you become so trusting of the headquarters, Colonel? Smoker remained silent, and Tashigi quickly understood. Smoker was not trusting the headquarters, but rather the Navy headquarters under the command and leadership of Lin. This time, in addition to suppressing the pirate riots, the news of the Navy benefits increase also needed to be communicated to every place. Marshal Sengoku's aim was likely to take this opportunity to greatly expand the Navy's scale. However, with the major event approaching, what was the significance of expanding the Navy now? Moreover, wasn't this approach somewhat radical, likely to further provoke the pirates? Could it be that the Marshal had also turned into a radical? Tashigi's mind was racing. Smoker puffed on a cigar, aware that he didn't have all the answers either. He only knew to do his job well and have faith in Rear Admiral Lin. On a small island, in the tavern of the town, a noisy clamor erupted. 5 pirates were drinking and feasting. Hey boss, this beef isn't cooked enough. The one-eyed pirate captain slammed his large knife on the table. So, how are you going to compensate us? The other 4 pirates stood up, their eyes scanning the other patrons in the tavern. Upon seeing this, all the customers hurriedly fled. They didn't go far, with the town's residents peering out of their windows. How long were these guys going to stay here? For half a month. They had been eating and drinking for free and assaulting people. What was worse was that even the nearby Navy didn't intervene. Were they waiting for us to die? These guys were getting more and more brazen. They were likely to make a move today. Judging by the commotion in the tavern, it seemed that the one-eyed captain had healed up quite a bit. He had heard that these pirates had nearly been wiped out by another pirate crew. The residents were in a state of panic. The tavern owner, a middle-aged man with a sturdy build, had no strength to resist in front of the 5 pirates. However, he protested, "But you ordered the medium-rare steak. We confirmed this before serving." The tavern's waitress, who was also the owner's daughter, mustered her courage to stand in front of the one-eyed pirate, looking at the empty tavern. Ever since these guys arrived in town, the business of all the shops, including theirs, had nearly been ruined by them. "Riley, come here." The owner immediately pulled his daughter, Riley, behind him. His strong and sturdy body kept bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry. She's still young and doesn't understand. I'll have the steak redone for the adults right away. Hurry up and make a well-done steak." The owner desperately signaled to Riley, and the clever girl understood that her father was urging her to escape. Riley knew that the one-eyed pirate was healed and that they didn't plan to stay much longer. But to set sail required a lot of resources and money. And the 5 of them were not only broke, but didn't even have a pirate ship. They had come here on a few broken planks. This meant that the fate of the small town would be decided by a few pirates today. What if the Navy didn't show up? What? You think making a new one will make up for your mistake? A pirate with yellowed teeth and a foul stench looked Riley, who was only 17, up and down. "You come here." "No." The owner rushed forward to stop him, but the pirate produced a small knife and stabbed it directly into the owner's thigh. Blood sprayed out, splattering the father's blood onto Riley's face. "Father!" Riley rushed forward to help, but was grabbed by the yellow-toothed pirate, who inhaled the fragrance of the girl deeply. The expression of ultimate enjoyment was met with the owner's furious eyes. Suddenly, a knife pierced into the yellow-toothed pirate's chest. "You, the yellow-toothed pirate," gasped in disbelief, looking down at the knife that was his own. The one-eyed pirate kicked the owner squarely in the chest, breaking his ribs. The strength of the pirates was tremendous, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. "Riley, let go of Riley. You can take whatever you want. I have savings, and this shop is yours." The owner forced himself to endure the pain, blood spraying from his mouth as he spoke. "Riley!" Suddenly, at the tavern entrance, a young man with yellow hair appeared. Upon seeing Riley being controlled by the one-eyed pirate, his eyes turned red. "You bastard, let go of Riley." In his hands was a pistol, and he trembled as he aimed it at the one-eyed pirate. "I'll count to 3. You let her go immediately." "No need to count. Just shoot," the one-eyed pirate said calmly, facing the gun. "Then shoot," Riley shouted. The young man was also decisive, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out, and suddenly a flash of fire appeared in front of the one-eyed pirate's forehead. The scene of brain matter splattering did not occur. In the hand of the one-eyed man, he played with a small knife, effortlessly splitting a bullet. Was this little trick too childish? He grinned, the tip of the knife aimed at the blonde's brow. "VES, run." "No." Instead of running, VES sprinted towards the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man was stunned for a second, and Riley took the opportunity to bite at his arm, but the knife in his hand still flew out. A line of blood sprayed out. Riley was thrown away by the one-eyed man, and at the same time, a figure appeared in front of him. "What are you doing?" The one-eyed man was surprised. His flying knife couldn't possibly miss. When he looked down, he realized that the kid had blocked his brow with his arm while he was being bitten. The blonde held the knife embedded in his arm, pulled it out in reverse, and the splattered blood blocked the one-eyed man's view. The knife accurately stabbed into the one-eyed man's blind spot. The one-eyed man screamed as one hand grabbed the blonde's neck. "You?" The blonde's neck was nearly crushed, and his face turned purple. "Thanks to my titanium alloy, otherwise today, I'd fall to a nameless brat like you. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your beloved, and then let her come find you." Just when the blonde was in despair, a large amount of white smoke suddenly surged into his view. "What is this?" Suddenly, He fell to the ground. He then discovered that the hand gripping his neck was still there. The wound was smooth as a mirror, and he looked up. A man and a woman, both dressed in justice cloaks of the Navy, had their backs to him. "Kid, can you still stand?" "Of course." VES stood up, step by step, holding the small knife. The female Navy officer's long knife drew a line of light, instantly beheading the other 3 pirates. The male Navy officer, with 3 cigars in his mouth, pointed at the one-eyed man in front of him. "Come, finish your job." Chapter 30. This underworld is done. As the small knife pierced in, the one-eyed man became eyeless. The eyeless man fell, screaming in agony. VS stepped on his chest, holding the small knife, and began to slowly twist it. Kill me, kill me." But VS remained unmoved. "You?" Dasky was about to step forward, but was stopped by Smoker. The girl Riley, supporting her father, coldly looked at the twisted face of the eyeless man. The breath of the eyeless man was completely cut off. VES pulled out the small knife, wiped the white substance off it, and put it into his pants pocket. Smoker looked at him with great interest. "Kid, how about joining the Navy?" VES did not immediately agree, but questioned. "We clearly sought help from the Navy. Why did you only come now?" Smoker couldn't answer directly. What happened here was also happening in many places at this very moment. Join the Navy and be the kind of Navy you dream of. VES glanced at the pirates at his feet and said to Smoker, "I don't trust the Navy, but I trust you." Then from now on, follow me." Smoker laughed heartily, genuinely pleased. The blonde in front of him was definitely a good kid. A sharp blade for hunting pirates. "Riley, I'm joining the Navy now." Go ahead. I'll wait for you, forever wait for you." The two said their simple goodbyes, and VES stepped on a Smoker's warship. He waved at Riley from the warship, tears in his eyes, filled with reluctance. VES turned back. "Colonel, do you trust the Navy?" He was very bold because he found a similar emotion in Smoker. Dasky was extremely surprised. This boy not only had an excellent temperament, but also extraordinary observation skills. Smoker handed VES a cigar, and VES took it, taking a deep puff. "Cough, cough." Smoker laughed loudly, patting VES on the shoulder. "I also don't trust the Navy, but I trust one person." "Who?" VES asked curiously. "Major Lin. Is he very powerful?" "Very powerful. Can I meet him?" "Yes, but you have to grow quickly. Once you enter the Navy headquarters, you can meet him." North Sea. A ragged boy, carrying a long wooden box, walked through the bustling streets. The passing crowd all avoided him. Another street urchin. Recently, there are more and more of these guys. That's right. Many pirates have become active. I heard there has been a huge change at sea. Ignoring the disdainful looks and murmurs, the boy walked toward the pawn shop. The shop owner glanced at the boy, somewhat displeased. "Kid, get lost. Don't block my business. I have something to pawn." "You? What good thing do you have, Irags?" "I said get lost if you don't." His voice abruptly stopped, trembling. Big person. What can I do for you?" 3 pirates appeared behind the boy, each holding a large knife, showing creepy smiles at the pawn shop owner. The owner was so scared he trembled. Hearing rumors of pirate movements, he didn't expect to run into them. "Kid, get out of the way." One pirate reached out a big hand to grab the boy. The flash of the sword passed, and blood flowed like a waterfall. The pirate stared wide-eyed. His arm was cut off by the boy. "You're looking for death. Kill him," before the other 2 could react. The sword in the boy's hand pierced through both of them. 3 pirate corpses fell at the pawn shop's entrance. The shop owner was so scared he lost control and wet himself. The boy in front of him was a monster. Trembling, he cautiously asked, "Little friend, do you have something you want to pawn?" I'll definitely give you a good price. No, 3 times the price." The boy caressed the sword in his hand, which was left to him by his father. But the villagers hadn't eaten well for a long time. After much hesitation, the boy placed the sword on the table. The owner shuddered. He knew the boy wanted to pawn this sword, but this sword had just saved his life. He was somewhat snobbish, but not ungrateful. "How about this? These 3 pirates' knives are not bad. Now, they're your spoils of war. You can pawn them to me, and I'll buy them at a high price." The boy's eyes lit up as if a new world had opened up. When the boy received 100,000 berries, he felt immensely satisfied. This money would be enough for the villagers for quite a while. As the boy prepared to leave, the owner called out to him. "Wait, what is it?" The boy turned around. "Are you really short on money?" the owner asked. The boy nodded. With your sword skills. Why are you still short on money? I don't want to be a pirate. His father was killed by pirates while trying to protect the village. Then why not join the Navy? The owner pressed. Anger flickered in the boy's eyes. I don't trust the Navy. If the Navy were useful, my father wouldn't have to die, and the villagers wouldn't have to starve. I want to kill pirates myself. The owner sighed. He had heard too many similar stories. But the sea today was too turbulent. A person like him would eventually be killed by pirates. But you really need money, right? The owner took out a recruitment advertisement and shoved it to the boy. Look, the Navy's salary has increased tenfold. If you join the Navy, it will be enough for your villagers to live well. The boy glanced at the recruitment advertisement, but remained unmoved. The owner knew he still didn't trust the Navy. Do you know why the Navy is recruiting so many soldiers? I don't care. Because soon, the Navy will take major action and will have a decisive battle with the pirates. Really? Of course, the Navy is different now. I heard that a major general who disappeared for many years has reappeared, and he will initiate a complete reform in the Navy. I think joining the Navy now is a very wise decision. The young man hesitated a bit. In the distance, the sound of gunfire and clashing swords erupted. The young man looked up and saw a group of pirates being completely killed by the suddenly appearing Navy. The boss pointed over there and said to the young man, Look, the Navy used to capture, but now they're different. They kill pirates with absolute ferocity. The reform has come. A fire ignited in the young man's heart. Report, Colonel. The nearby pirates have been cleared. Good. Proceed to the next location immediately. As the Navy colonel walked towards the port, a sword-wielding young man suddenly appeared beside him. He was a bit surprised that he hadn't noticed how he appeared. Do you need something? I want to join the Navy. The colonel laughed heartily when he saw the recruitment advertisement in the young man's hand. You need to think carefully. Joining the Navy isn't just about earning salary. More money comes with more responsibility. The young man nodded, I know. The colonel stared at the young man. Are you sure? The young man nodded again. Sure, because I am very strong. Oh, the colonel said with interest. Try to draw your sword. As soon as he finished speaking, before the sword light could be seen, the young man's sword had already landed on the colonel's left hand where his sword was drawn. This scene left the other Navy soldiers dumbfounded. You see, the colonel's sword had barely been drawn halfway. Even if the colonel did not go all out, it was enough to show the young man's strength. Good. The colonel hugged the young man's neck and laughed heartily. Great. You will follow me from now on. Someone, give his kid 3 months' salary first. But Colonel, the recruitment advertisement doesn't have that provision. Then deduct it from my salary. The colonel could tell the young man was very short on money. He patted the young man's shoulder and laughed. Kid, you are very strong. If you want to earn more money, just kill more pirates and get promoted quickly. My salary is much higher than yours. West Sea. Ha. In a dim room, a hearty voice rang out. Boss, what's wrong with you? 3 younger brothers looked at each other. Ever since the boss went outside and brought back a recruitment advertisement, he has been grinning foolishly. This small room is the headquarters of this small gang. The gang leader is a young woman with long golden hair and a strikingly androgynous face. A drug-addicted father, a gambling mother, an unachievable brother. Her life is shattered. Although her life opportunities are tragic, her naturally strong character led her to choose entrepreneurship. But now, the era is that of pirates. She chose the wrong direction for her business and became a gang leader. Although it is called a gang, it is more about protecting local residents from pirate harassment. But now, business is getting worse. The recruitment advertisement from the Navy headquarters sparked new ideas in her. Damn, 10 times the benefits. This is better than my business. The younger brother looked confused and asked, Boss, is this true? 10 times? Does the Navy have that much money? Aren't they just sending us to our deaths? Damn, are you blind? It's written in black and white. If the Navy dares to fool me, I will tear down the Navy headquarters. As for filling our lives, as long as the money is enough, anything can be discussed. The woman stood up and put away the recruitment advertisement. Notify all the brothers from now on, join the Navy. I'm going to start a second business. Boss, then what about our underworld business? What about it? The underworld can't make money like the Navy. If we reach the rank of Navy Major General or even Vice Admiral, we won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives. Time passed. As a large number of talents continued to join the Navy, the waves of the sea grew increasingly fierce. On this day, the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, successfully gathered tens of thousands of members and officially headed for the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The four emperors, the red-haired pirates, have been missing from the seas since meeting the white-beard pirates. Even the Navy finds it difficult to grasp their movements. The other four emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, also successfully gathered their pirate crews. Finally, the Revolutionary Army's cadres and their legions were heavily mobilized. Rumor has it that their leader, Dragon, will appear at Marineford. At this moment, the Navy headquarters, Marineford, is already on high alert. All elite forces of the Navy have gathered, including many new recruits. The fleet admiral, Sengoku, is stationed. The three admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. The chief instructor, former admiral, Zefa, Navy hero Garp, and Navy veterans Tsuru. A large number of vice admirals, rear admirals, and countless elite soldiers. Finally, the Navy headquarters personnel suddenly noticed that Major General Lin En seemed to have not been seen for days, even during the assembly of all the soldiers. At this time, in the Admiral's office, the voice of the power room was heard. Sengoku, where is Lin En? Why isn't he here? Sengoku could only answer truthfully, I don't know. This news spread throughout the Holy Land. Countless celestial dragons went mad. Major General Lin En. Hurry, and find Major General Lin En. Oh my God, the pirates are going to kill us in the Holy Land. If 10 times the benefits are not enough, we are willing to add more. For every pirate killed, we will add a corresponding bounty reward. Chapter 31. Whitebeard pirates attack the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Originally a vast island, it is now crowded with people. Countless Navy elites have gathered here to face the greatest threat to the Navy headquarters in history. This battle, named the Great Event, was ignited by the mysterious Navy Major General, the former Navy Admiral, and currently the chief instructor of the Navy, Zefa's top disciple, Lin En, who emerged from Impel Down, successfully capturing two major pirates, Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. 2 execution platforms had already been erected in the square of the headquarters. Here, it would become the center of attention for everyone. Facing the execution platforms are the Navy headquarters, the highest authority and strongest combat power, the fleet admiral and the 3 admirals. Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, plus 3 veteran figures sitting in command. Garp, Zefa, Tsuru. Under the gaze of countless Navy personnel, these figures appeared, and after a moment of silence, the entire square erupted in a cheering roar like a tsunami. Oh my God, this is simply a historic scene. My life is worth it. But unfortunately, where is Major General Lin En? Although Lin En's title pales in comparison to the above figures, the entire Navy headquarters knows that whether it is the cause, development, or conclusion of the Great Event, the core should be Major General Lin En. Due to Major General Lin En's absence, the Holy Land is about to go crazy. This news returned to the Navy headquarters, truly shocking all Navy personnel. They gradually understood why after Major General Lin En went to the Holy Land, not only was Vice Admiral Bone not tried, but instead, the Celestial Dragons granted benefits and significantly increased the Navy's treatment. It is said that the conditions originally proposed by Major General Lin En were to triple the benefits. Huh? Who did you hear that from? How is that possible? Vice Admiral Bone. Oh, then it's fine, isn't it? Did the Celestial Dragons come to their senses? What the hell? Come to their senses. Did you hear? Major General Lin En hasn't appeared for a long time, and now the Celestial Dragons are going crazy. Killing a pirate also comes with an additional equivalent bounty reward. This money is all voluntarily offered by the Celestial Dragons. Everything is Major General Lin En. Even during this period, many Navy elites experienced explosive growth in strength. Originally, many soldiers who did not master the domineering power developed it, while the elites who had already mastered it experienced a qualitative change in their abilities. Additionally, many unfamiliar faces appeared around these elites. They were all newcomers drafted into the military. Despite being newcomers, they were able to come to headquarters and join this significant event as soon as they joined the Navy. This shows that their strength is already extremely formidable. The entrance of such individuals into the Navy represents a tremendous enhancement to the overall strength and morale of the Navy. All of this is still thanks to Rear Admiral Lin. Because the joining of such prominent figures into the Navy is not merely for the welfare benefits. They are more concerned about the changes occurring within the Navy. Since the era of great navigation began, countless pirates have caused the destruction of families, which has led to many people harboring deep hatred for pirates. Under such circumstances, one would expect many powerful individuals to emerge and join Navy. However, the reality is that the Navy headquarters is currently experiencing a talent gap. While the three admirals are at their peak in strength, they're not young in age. Kizaru and Akainu are both in their 50s, and the younger Akiji is also nearing 50. But below the three admirals, no one has emerged who can take on significant responsibilities. If any of the three admirals encounter problems, the pillars supporting the Navy would collapse, and the consequences are unimaginable. No one can provide a specific answer as to why this situation has occurred. Until this very moment, many Navy elites have seen numerous unfamiliar faces. While they are powerful, they're also filled with a killing intent. The answer may be glimpsed through this. Previously, was the Navy's approach to the increasingly active pirates too harmonious? Pirates can burn, kill, and plunder, while the Navy can only imprison them. The difficulty of imprisonment is not the same as execution. Shouting for a long time to put down their guns is far less efficient than direct action. Many pirates have managed to escape during the Navy's capture attempts. Furthermore, the Navy headquarters has another significant force that cannot be underestimated: the 7 warlords of the sea, composed of 7 powerful pirates. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, Boa Hancock, Jinbe, Gecko Moria, and the newly emerged Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, who has replaced Crocodile. Each of them is a super expert known for dominating their territories. Don Quixote da Flamingo opened his arms and laughed. Wonderful, wonderful. This world hasn't been this lively in a long time. Where's the rumored Lin? I want to pay my sincerest respect to him. The more chaotic this sea becomes, the more prosperous his underground business can grow. Recently, the Yonko Kaido added many funds for him to develop artificial devil fruits. Thanks to Lin, the flames of war have also ignited fiercely among the Yonko. The balance among the Yonko has clearly lasted too long. If they do not step aside, how can these new generation powers rise? Chaos. Va? It is the best way to iterate and update power and status. Doflamingo, you should be careful, for I have heard that the terrifying guy Lin aims to eliminate all pirates. And you, my friend, should also be on that list, right? Hey. Gecko Moria, who is large and occupies most of his body with his belly, stood beside Doflamingo. Whoosh! A white thread flashed and rushed toward Moria's neck. You! Moria was horrified, his shadow appearing as he struggled to block the thread. This guy wants to kill me. In front of the entire Navy, he is indeed a madman. Behind them, rolling magma surged, and a sharp gaze enveloped the two. The scorching heat burned their backs. Doflamingo and Moria did not need to turn around to know that it was the most dangerous among the 3 admirals targeting them. Thus, the two tacitly ceased their actions. Just when they thought the interruption had come to an end, boom! A roar erupted behind them, followed by a drop of magma. The two looked up, their faces turning pale as they saw the magma fist rapidly descending. Damn it, crap! A madman, a madman! Doflamingo immediately spread his hands, layering the threads, but the threads continued to swirl as he frantically fortified his defense until it became airtight. Even though he was using threads for cutting, he was forced to treat them as a means of defense. The magma fell, making contact with the threads. Sizzle! The threads were burned one layer after another, and some magma seeped through the tightly woven net of threads. Doflamingo quickly retreated. He had never thought he could withstand an attack from Admiral Sakazuki. On the other hand, Moria's situation was far worse than Doflamingo's. His shadow could not exert any effect in front of Akainu's magma fist. The black shadow had dissipated even before it could touch the blazing magma. Moria had no choice but to retract his shadow into his body to enhance his strength. It was useful, but not much. He had to use his fist to forcibly clash with Akainu's magma fist. The result was predictable. Moria was sent flying, one of his fists charred and burnt. He staggered to his feet, his heart racing rapidly. Moria never expected that he had come to Navy headquarters merely to fulfill his obligations as a warlord of the sea. to fish in troubled waters, and then return to his terrifying three-masted ship. Yet, he was targeted by both Doflamingo and Sakazuki. Where exactly is the so-called terrifying delta? Fortunately, Sakazuki had no intention of continuing his attack. Doflamingo and Moria complied and returned to their positions, no longer daring to slack off. Just when they thought the matter was over, Akainu's voice rang out. Doflamingo. What's wrong? Doflamingo, born a celestial dragon, carried his own pride. He frowned, wary of this madman in front of him. The magma on Akainu's arm had not receded. He stood up from the Admiral's seat, looking down at Doflamingo. Your identity as a celestial dragon holds no meaning in front of me. So, lower your posture a bit. Understand? The magma continued to roll, the temperature growing increasingly intense. What was originally fiery red magma began to turn white. Even though the two were at a distance, Doflamingo still felt a burning sensation. Something is wrong. Sakazuki's power has evidently increased. Yes, Admiral. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, realizing that he was now the Navy's dog, facing the powerful and miraculously strengthened Admiral Akainu. Temporarily lowering his head was not a big deal. No. Sakazuki shook his finger, reminding him, I need you to have this attitude, but not to pretend to be humble in front of me. Listen carefully, I just want to tell you. When you express your respect to Rear Admiral Lin, who is also my senior brother, your feigned humility should be heartfelt and sincere. Understand? Former Celestial Dragon, faced with Sakazuki's unabashedly tough attitude. Even the proud Don Quixote Doflamingo had to bow his head and say, yes. That's good. The magma on Akainu's arm vanished just as Moria breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Sakazuki's main purpose for acting was merely for that Navy Rear Admiral. The warning voice of Akainu came again. And this time the target was no longer just the two of them, but all 7 warlords. Everyone, listen up. We are paying to support you and providing you with privileges, not for you to come to the Navy headquarters to eat, drink, and travel. If anyone fails to demonstrate their value, or if the value they exhibit does not match the benefits we provide, then I believe the consequences you all face will certainly not be what you want to see. Do you understand? This is a threat. The 7 were all shrewd individuals. Their thoughts were not focused on the so-called humiliation at hand. What concerned them was Sakazuki's super tough attitude, which far exceeded their expectations. For the first time, the warlords truly felt the effectiveness of the Navy's reforms. Nevertheless, the Navy absolutely needed their strength at this critical moment. Therefore, the 7 chose to remain silent. You are so arrogant now, but when the white-beard pirates, the red-haired pirates, and the Revolutionary Army come, even you, Sakazuki, will have no authority to take our concerns into account. Just then, a yellow light shone like a sun appearing. Moria tensed up. The other 6, even the usually indifferent and cold-eyed Mihawk, had their eyes twitch. Kizaru, Borsellino, how come? Everyone, you don't want me to have more work to do you? Kizaru still sat in his chair, legs crossed, appearing lazy, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. If your passive resistance increases my workload, I believe I will be unhappy. And when I'm unhappy, it leads to poor sleep at night. Such behavior that affects my longevity will be seen as something that needs to be eliminated. I wonder if I've made myself clear? Clearly, Moonlight Moria was the first to be unable to withstand the pressure. His shadow ability had no advantage against Sakazuki's magma. And if Borsellino took action, he could definitely be instantly killed anywhere on the battlefield. Why risk his life for pride? The other few, while still silent, clearly had improved attitudes. As long as it did not involve their principles, at least they would not make passive resistance their first choice. Very good. Kizaru closed his eyes, seemingly having understood a problem at this moment. In the past, he had been too passive. From his recent reflections, it seemed to have had the opposite effect. The more passive he was, the more his workload increased. Look, the Sabaody archipelago is much quieter now, isn't it? Today's situation is the same. One of the 3 admirals, Akiji, had not moved at all. Since the big event, he seemed like a transparent person, with his only action being entering Impel Down to meet Nico Robin. Marshal Sengoku did not stop Akainu and Kizaru. On the contrary, he appreciated their work even more. Sengoku's attitude had quietly changed. He had always been a rational thinker and would not be swayed by emotions. His ultimate goal was to better maintain the current interests of the Navy. Previously, he had aligned with Garp. On one hand, Garp was his old friend, but the weight of that reason was not as high as outsiders thought. His core and recognized identity had always been the Marshal. More importantly, Garp was a hero of the Navy, and he had made indelible contributions to the Navy. So as the Marshal, he should stand on the side of the Navy's hero. However, since Lin had left Impel Down, his thoughts had begun to change. He clearly realized that the era led by himself and Garp had long passed, and now, under Roger's initiation, the Great Pirate Era made their methods seem outdated and conservative. Just look at the current Navy headquarters. From Sakazuki, Borsalino, Zefa, and others in the upper echelons to ordinary soldiers and the many new fresh blood that had recently joined. All of this was brought about by Lin. Even though Lin had not directly killed many pirates in the goal of exterminating all pirates, Sengoku understood. Lin's thoughts and actions were more mature. Although they appeared extreme, they were also rational. Nowadays, his most insane actions, in hindsight, seemed so reasonable. He was the first person in Navy history to make the celestial dragons bow their heads. Sengoku looked at Garp. "Old friend, what are you really thinking? Please, don't do anything foolish." He then looked out at the distant sea. "Lin, you guy, leaving the Navy headquarters without even informing me." At this moment, Sengoku suddenly realized that he, like the other Navy members, missed Lin immensely. "Report." A hurried alarm rang out. "Report to the Marshal. A large number of pirate ships have been spotted in the distant sea. All are under Whitebeard's flag." Sengoku stood up, his eyes sharp. "All Navy officers, the Whitebeard pirates are attacking. Prepare for battle." The alarm echoed through Marineford. Chapter 32 Meeting with the Red-Haired the Grand Line. On the Red Force. "Captain, why are we going to Marineford?" Lakeu, munching on a chicken leg, felt regret for missing the big battle. Jesus Burgess gazed out at the sea. In the midst of the sea, it seemed to hide some kind of monster. Red-haired Shanks swept away his usual easygoing demeanor. There seemed to be a layer of mist surrounding his face, making it hard to see his expression. "Beckman, you explain." Beckman, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a cigarette, replied, "We are waiting for someone." Lakeu stopped his movements and quickly swallowed the chicken in his mouth. "Who is it that has made us wait here for so many days?" "Whitebeard is heading to Marineford, and Kaido and Big Mom are busy trying to take down Whitebeard, even seizing their territory. Who in this sea has such a big face? Mihawk? No, he is also at Marineford. Besides, even though he is renowned as the captain, it is only in swordsmanship. In terms of overall strength, the captain is definitely superior." Jesus Burgess was also very curious. He glanced back. "Beckman, stop keeping us in suspense. Today, Captain Red-Haired State is obviously not quite right. He seems to be trying to maintain a calm mindset for the guest he is about to meet, adjusting every cell in his body to its best state. This is the first time we've seen the captain like this. Although we are very unlikely to be killed by that person, please make sure to prepare adequately. If we accidentally die, it could affect the captain's plan." Beckman took a deep drag on a cigarette and crushed the filter, letting the sea breeze blow it away. On the deck, the other crew members suddenly froze. Beckman opened his mouth. "That man is named Lin." "What?" Lakeu's eyes widened, just like his belly, even bulging from his eye sockets. "How could he?" Lakeu looked at the chicken leg in his hand and instantly felt it lost its flavor. He threw it away and repeatedly questioned, "First mate, this joke cannot be made. He is the core of this big event, the core that the Navy headquarters uses to deal with us. A super radical faction aiming to exterminate all pirates in the sea. That man is simply a madman who crawled out of hell. Why would the captain want to meet him?" Lakeu gasped continuously, his heart racing violently. The other officers' faces instantly tensed up, their bodies stiffening. At this moment, it was even more nerve-wracking than the captain meeting Whitebeard. "It's very simple. Our goals have temporarily intersected." The voice of Ben was very flat, as if he was asking what to eat for dinner tonight. But the others were completely confused. Lu sat down on the ground. His belly was large and useful, but his head was not big and was not needed. Yet, Jesus Boo did not look back. His thoughts were completely captivated by the depths of the layered sea mist. "Wait." Jesus Boo was originally sitting cross-legged on the railing, but suddenly stood up. He held a telescope, and his entire body tensed up. "Jesus Boo, what are you doing?" Lu looked over. At this moment, The area around the Red Force was shrouded in impenetrable fog. Normally, for pirates like them who possessed observation haki, fog was nothing at all. But this did not apply to the current situation. The mist here was not ordinary. It was located in a mysterious area of the sea, a place only known to the red-haired pirates. This fog could block all perception. Even observation haki became ineffective. Therefore, since the red-haired pirates entered this place, it was as if they had vanished from this sea. Originally, everyone thought the captain's purpose was to strike at a critical moment and give the Navy an unexpected blow. But now, the situation was far beyond their expectations. "Here it comes," Jesus Boo shouted. Among the crew, only he could barely see what was in the distance. The smooth sea surface rippled slightly. A simple wooden raft appeared in view. On the raft stood only one person. He was 2 meters tall, slender, and had a face as cold as a blade. What caught Jesus Boo's attention the most was that this man looked exceptionally young, appearing nowhere near 40. But those eyes. When Jesus Boo locked his gaze on the man's eyes, he realized it was bad. Ben Beckman moved swiftly like the wind, coming to Jesus Boo's side, covering his eyes with his hand, and then shouted with a voice infused with haki, "Wake up!" Jesus Boo's body trembled. His awareness returned. But he looked somewhat dazed. "Beckman, you're not dead." As soon as he said this, a collective gasp echoed across the deck. Soon, Jesus Boo realized that everything he experienced just now was an illusion. "What did you see?" Ben Beckman asked solemnly. I saw you get your head crushed by that man." And everyone. Jesus Boo struggled to continue. He felt scared. This situation came too suddenly. It should be noted that Jesus Boo's status in the red-haired pirates was only second to Captain Shanks and Vice Captain Ben, on par with Loguetown, but their roles were different. A layer of gloom enveloped the Red Force. At this moment, the crew finally realized what kind of terror they were about to face. They had never underestimated Lin from the beginning. Carp's defeat had completely confirmed Lin's strength. But when it came to facing it themselves, the shock was entirely different. "Lin, you shouldn't have come with anger." Finally, Shanks opened his eyes. Just then, a wooden raft appeared in front of the Red Force. The crew saw Lin for the first time. Lin lightly stepped into the air, as if walking on an invisible staircase, moving onto the deck step by step. He did not exude any haki. Yet this scene still shocked the entire red-haired pirates. "Moonwalk? How is that possible? How can that be moonwalk?" The moonwalk of the Navy's 6 styles requires immense strength and rapid, continuous foot strikes against the air to provide a counteracting force for the body to rise. And considering the mass and density of air, it requires incredibly strong power and frequency to achieve the effect of the moonwalk. However, what Lin demonstrated was definitely not the moonwalk they understood. No, Ben Beckman's eyes lit up. He saw the clue. As long as the power is strong enough and the control of the power is exquisite, one can achieve what Lin did, walking in the air as if on solid ground. Beckman's words gradually calmed the panic. If this really is moonwalk, it means the man in front of them has not yet transcended human limits. But this was merely a slight comfort for their minds. The gap between all of them and Lin was more exaggerated than a chasm. Lin stepped onto the deck and walked forward slowly. He looked at Shanks. In response to Shanks' question, his answer was simple. "Shanks, you have forgotten your identity and my identity. The anger I hold against pirates will never fade. What your subordinates see is not an illusion, but the future, this moment will come. It has just been delayed." Shanks' face grew colder. "But I will never let that happen." Buzz. The red-black haki emerged around Shanks like a dragon of lightning, and the mysterious fog that should not be affected by haki began to rapidly dissipate, centering around the Red Force. This was because the dragon entwined around Shanks suddenly soared into the air, circling in the sky. A total of 9 red-black dragons obscured the sky, bearing their fangs and claws. Their large eyes looked down upon and scrutinized Lin. This scene was like a miracle. Except for Ben Beckman, all the cadres of the red-haired pirates, including Loguetown and Jesus Boo, trembled all over. This is the captain's strength? Loguetown's mouth was agape, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. At this moment, the captain in his eyes was like a god controlling heaven and earth. Jesus Boo swallowed hard, believing that with the captain present, such things could never happen. The captain's control over haki transcended history. Ben Beckman suddenly looked up, his brows furrowed, and an expression of shock appeared. The dragon's eyes gleamed with golden light, gradually spreading out. In an instant, the heads of the dragons were embedded with golden pupils. The golden radiance fell, holy yet terrifying. At this moment, even Ben Beckman could not remain calm. "Shanks, you truly are a monster," Ben Beckman exclaimed, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He prided himself on having strength just slightly inferior to Shanks. The reason he willingly became Shanks' first mate was partly due to his identity, and partly because Shanks possessed a calm and powerful mind. And at this moment, Ben Beckman finally admitted, "Shanks, you are the chosen one." The golden eyes of the dragon were said to be the conqueror's Haki. He was fortunate enough to witness it in this life, and it was not in vain. The golden light illuminated the previously apocalyptic scene, and the crew's fear dissipated, replaced only by awe. "Captain, my God, this is our captain. The golden Haki, the golden conqueror's Haki," the dragons roared. "And this he would submit to our red-haired pirates." Endless cheers enveloped the Red Force. Even if facing the man leading the Navy's reform, Lin, so what? "May I ask, how do we lose this match?" A multitude of eyes turned towards Lin. "Red-haired, how many times have you died?" Lin's not loud voice echoed like thunder in the heads of the crew. "You bastard!" Under the golden light, Lu found courage and wanted to express the pent-up emotions he had harbored for so long. "Come back." Ben Beckman instantly arrived, reaching out a large hand to pull Lu back. "We cannot let Jesus Boo's situation happen again." Lin's eyes remained a mystery to them. Ben Beckman's voice, like a tolling bell, kept the other crew members alert. For some reason, Ben Beckman did not feel at ease despite Shanks' breakthrough. Was it an illusion? Lin was too calm. "Shanks, you still haven't answered me. How many times have you died?" Lin endured the pressure of 9 colossal dragons, and even under the gaze of the golden-eyed dragon, his expression did not change. At this moment, Shanks revealed his true depth without reservation. But within him, a nameless anger surged against the man before him. "No." Ben Beckman was taken aback. Shanks' emotions were disturbed. Lin's question was one Shanks could not answer. Yet Lin did not care. He spread his arms wide, facing the 9 imposing dragons in the sky. "Red hair, you fear death. But I embrace death at every moment. Death, I have experienced countless cycles of it. Without sound, without warning, and without any preparation, a round of sunlight descended upon this mysterious and unknown fog. The golden light dispelled everything. The pure golden conqueror's Haki burned through the mist, piercing the 9 red-black dragons in the sky with billions of golden rays. Everything happened in an instant. The Redford floated beneath a clear blue sky, with gentle waves rippling across the sea. Everything before him seemed like an ordinary ocean. No foe, no dragons, and no pride of the red-haired captain. "Now we can sit down and talk," Lin said, sitting cross-legged, his gaze sweeping over the stunned Shanks. "If you choose to talk." "Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Report to the Marshal. The Whitebeard pirates are attacking." As the alarm echoed through Marineford, a brutal war descended upon this land. "No, the Moby Dick has not been spotted." The attacking pirate crew consisted entirely of members under Whitebeard. "Captain, we haven't spotted any captains under Whitebeard either." The lookout soldiers sent report after report. Marshal Sengoku, however, remained unusually calm. "Stop shouting. Staying calm in the face of danger is a basic quality of soldier." But the Marshal, Whitebeard, stepped forward, shouting without a microphone. "All Marines, the Moby Dick will appear in Inner Bay. Prepare to intercept immediately." Just as his voice fell, the calm sea of the Inner Bay erupted with large bubbles. At the same time, 3 figures disappeared from the positions of the admirals. Akainu hovered in the air, his arms already brimming with magma. Magma waterfall. Countless streams of magma fell from the sky into the Inner Bay like meteors. In just a moment, the Inner Bay erupted like a volcano, boiling the seawater. However, because of this, the power of the magma was greatly reduced after sinking into the seawater. At this moment, a yellow flash appeared. Yasakani no Magatama. Chapter 33. The Great Battle Begins. Interception from the 3 admirals. Countless dazzling light bullets shot towards the surface of the Inner Bay at the speed of light. In an instant, the entire area was illuminated by blinding light. making it impossible to open one's eyes. The light bullets penetrated the seawater, slowing slightly but still possessing overwhelming power. To the astonishment of Akainu, Kizaru's attack was not a single round but an endless barrage. His attacks seemed to be timed. The yellow light illuminated the surface of the sea. The sea surface was shattered. Even the seawater could not heal, leaving permanent scars. After a full 5 minutes, Kizaru finally stopped, exhaling a breath. Akainu was dumbfounded. This guy, older than him, managed to sustain such a powerful move for 5 minutes straight. Old. Feeling Akainu's gaze, Kizaru shrugged and sighed weakly. This guy, Akainu, gritted his teeth, suddenly looking at the sea surface. In an instant, the water in the inner bay shattered like glass. The massive shock caused the seawater to rush back toward the soldiers on the marine square. A towering tsunami of over 10 meters made countless soldiers feel their scalp tingle, their backs chill, and their bodies tremble. Damn, this is a tsunami. Whitebeard. It must be the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. The Admiral's attacks might have been neutralized by him. As Sengoku, the Marshal, said, these despicable pirates under Whitebeard indeed wanted to launch a surprise attack. No matter how grand the outside world made it sound, when it came to actual battle, various tactics were employed. This apocalyptic scene was abruptly halted by a cold voice. Ice Age. Akiji spread his arms, and the overwhelming cold instantly froze the tsunami. On the square, tens of thousands of soldiers stared at the tsunami, now as still as a sculpture, momentarily speechless. Damn it, how we fight this? Calm down, Captain Wong. Even Admirals grow step by step. The ice surface of the inner bay trembled violently. As the thick ice layer shattered, the Moby Dick, with its membrane broken, burst forth. Led by Whitebeard, all the captains stood on the deck. However, their faces showed not the joy of a successful ambush, but the relief of having survived. Some captains were even injured. If it weren't for their father, Whitebeard, they might have been declared dead before they even made it to the battlefield. Whitebeard wielded his bicento, his massive body standing at the bow of his ship. His gaze swept across the execution platform. It was empty. Ace was not there. The other captains immediately noticed this. Pop! Almost everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Dad! Diamond Jozu was the first to crack, searching around but still finding no sign of Ace. Jozu calmed down. Marco also grew anxious. Generally speaking, if the Navy had stated they would publicly execute Ace, they should have brought him to the execution platform. Whitebeard's gaze fell on Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku, when did you become so cunning? Sengoku and Whitebeard locked eyes. This opening move had successfully put the Whitebeard pirates in a difficult position, and he was in a very good mood. Thanks to Akainu and Kizaru, they managed to eliminate Rayleigh from Sabeti Archipelago, allowing the Navy to grasp the movements of these pirates. As for Ace, he would indeed be publicly executed. But not now. If Ace appeared in front of these pirates, it would undoubtedly provoke their anger and unleash tremendous fighting power. Conversely, without Ace, they lost the meaning of fighting. Their entire mindset would be severely affected, which was particularly important on the battlefield. This simple action had far-reaching implications. Lin, you are forcing this marshal to completely ruin his image. But for the sake of the Navy's interests, to allow more soldiers to survive this battle, any price paid would be worth it. In the past, Sengoku was conservative, but not inflexible. The Navy's interests were everything he cherished. Moreover, there was another influencing factor, Garp. He feared that if both Luffy and Ace stood on the execution platform, Garp would make choices he did not want to see. In recent days, Garp seemed to have aged significantly, but that would not lead Sengoku to think that his old friend had lost his sharpness. If so, then it was also a deliberate accumulation on his part. With this thought, Sengoku couldn't help but clench his fists. If everything went smoothly, and if he could cut through the chaos quickly, perhaps everything could be avoided. Admiral Sengoku shouted sternly, "All Navy personnel, listen up. Any Navy can execute Whitebeard and all his pirate crew without mercy. From this moment on, all military achievements will be doubled, all rewards will be doubled, and the speed of rank promotions will be doubled." Sengoku was determined. After all, this money didn't need to be asked from the Celestial Dragons. Even if they had already added benefits, adding a bit more shouldn't be a big problem. Kazan, what are you planning to do? Akainu asked in a low voice, while Akiji's tone remained calm. I have always been a Navy. That's good. At least, at this moment, we stand on the same front. To be honest, Akainu really hoped that the three of them could enjoy a fierce battle together on the battlefield. Unfortunately, everyone had their own stance. If it weren't for Brother Lin, Zefa-sensei, Akainu didn't want to think more. All his thoughts were on one man at this moment. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Since Whitebeard was willing to appear at the forefront, the only course of action for the Navy was to decisively eliminate the Whitebeard pirates with overwhelming force. Only then could they deal with the potential appearances of Shanks and Dragon. And the key point of all this was not the Whitebeard pirates, but within the Navy itself. Just as Brother Lin had said, let's go together. Kizaru's attitude was very positive. Seeing that Sakazuki and Kazan had temporarily reached a consensus, everything became easier to discuss. The longer it dragged on, the more they would have to add. Who knows if they could retire peacefully in their lifetime? Kizaru sighed lightly and transformed into a light point, disappearing. In the blink of an eye, he was the first to appear in front of Whitebeard. Damn it! Akainu couldn't help but curse. That's my kill. Akainu never expected that one day, someone in the Navy would steal his kill. It was simply unbelievable. Kazan, let's go together. Akiji didn't respond, but quickly followed Akainu. The target, Whitebeard. Dad. Marco was the first to react, his arms transforming into blue wings. Engulfed in the flames of the Phoenix. Their father had already been worn down by the three admirals, and they couldn't let them continue. Old man, Rayleigh was a cautionary tale. When did these Navy become so shameless? Jojo, the yellow flash was intercepted by the blue flames. Kizaru appeared, standing in the void, looking at the Phoenix in front of him. His lips curved slightly, and his voice was unusually calm, as if he were speaking to a friend. What terrifying flames! It's a pity you shouldn't block me. Marco's expression tightened as he sensed something was off. Anyone who makes me work overtime deserves to die. Light kick. Even though Marco's nerves told him an attack was imminent, his body couldn't react in time. After all, the speed of nerve signals couldn't match the speed of light. Just after appearing, Marco was kicked down by Kizaru like a falling meteor. In the massive pit on the square, Marco struggled to get up, the blue flames on him dimming slightly. Fortunately, his recovery was extremely fast. Just as he was about to take off, a bone-chilling cold surged from behind. Marco's movements were hindered, the flow of blood in his body slowed, showing signs of coagulation. He quickly withdrew the blue flames into his body to counter the cold attack. Frostbird. At that moment, a giant icy bird appeared, flying towards Marco. The massive impact sent Marco flying, where he punched to explode the giant bird. He found that Akiji had already left. His whole body tensed up. Dad! At this moment, three admirals gathered in front of Whitebeard. So, do you want to achieve something? Whitebeard's gaze swept over the three. Chapter 34. The three admirals face off. Note, Carp defines as a strength admiral, three admirals. Whitebeard. This scene is destined to be recorded in history. The peak combat power of the Navy versus the peak combat power of pirates. It was shameful for the Navy to have all three admirals attacking just one man, their father. Despicable. Shameful. Infuriating. No. Immediately head to the inner bay and take down these guys. Various pirate crews under Whitebeard erupted in fierce curses. At the same time, they launched an attack on the Navy headquarters. Kill. Overturn the Navy. This sea belongs to us. But soon, behind them, Navy warships appeared one after another, as if they had suddenly emerged. How could this happen? Coding. Damn these shameless Navy. They actually coded and hid under the sea. On each warship, cannonballs were fired in a barrage, smashing many pirate ships to pieces. Ha! So cities think, so refreshing. We should have done this long ago. What pirates are also humans? Damn it, these guys deserve to die. Kill, kill, kill. After a round of bombardment, the warships sped forward without showing any signs of slowing down. Huh? Are they crazy? Do these Navy want to perish together with us? Don't they need their ships? Damn it. The pirates, already dazed from the sudden attack by the Navy, were now going insane, facing the warships charging at full speed. Warships? Ha! Sorry, our Navy's days of poverty are over. That's right. As long as we kill you all, someone will pay for us to buy new warships. Charge, charge, charge. On the warships, although the soldiers wore the Justice Navy uniforms, their smiles revealed a sinister edge. They could kill pirates, make the celestial dragons spend money and buy new equipment. It was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. They were making a killing. Don't come over. Oh no, the Navy is coming. They've boarded our deck. Don't be afraid. They actually dare to board. It's simply foolish. Brothers, it's time to show the power of our white-beard pirates. No, something's wrong, Haki. You damn lieutenant. Why can you use armament, Haki? Heavens, what is wrong with these Navy? Whitebeard's kin Bunchika Haki spread out, taking in the entire battle situation around him, and his face grew increasingly dark. In just one encounter, his pirate crews had already suffered severe losses. Facing the 3 admirals, his aura was rising higher and higher. His deep voice was like that of an old lion that had dominated for years. Little ones, do you think that's how I earned the name Whitebeard? Buzz. Whitebeard spread his arms wide, fists clenched tightly, muscles on his arms bulging like swimming dragons. Bang! His fists shook the void, the space shattered like glass. Fine cracks rapidly expanding, spreading like a spiderweb. This nearly invincible power spread indiscriminately in all directions at an invisible speed. It was like the primitive era, where mountains and rivers were overturned and galaxies shattered. Even when Whitebeard made his move, just revealing a hint of it, many soldiers immediately felt their hearts tremble violently, completely thrown into disarray. Here it comes. A terrifying shockwave surged, destroying everything in its path. Rocks shattered, trees turned to dust, and the seawater was instantly shaken into mist. But this invisible energy suddenly stopped. 3 incredibly towering figures stood firmly in front of the soldiers' square, like 3 great mountains, blocking the primal force. Bang! The 3 admirals struck simultaneously, using their overwhelming haki to form an unbreakable wall of steel. The shockwave spread out in other directions. The first to be affected was the seawater surrounding the entire marine fort. The entire island trembled as the sea water surged up from below, as if being lifted steadily by an invisible force, continuously rising higher. The ships on the periphery, including pirate ships and warships, were simultaneously engulfed by the colossal waves, about to be completely swallowed by the sea. The soldiers only realized at this moment that the so-called tsunami in the bay just now was nothing compared to the current towering waves. It was merely some ripples in a calm pond. My God, the waves, as tall as mountains, would destroy Marineford. This was simply the end of the world. As they watched the giant waves about to obliterate everything, Kizaru and Akiji acted simultaneously. The monstrous waves were instantly solidified, then pierced and collapsed by countless beams of light. The fighting on the periphery temporarily ceased as a result. At the same time that Kizaru and Akiji took action, Akainu also moved. His fist, wrapped with endless magma, struck Whitebeard with simple force. This blow was blocked by Tsongyan Xie, but Whitebeard's physical strength was equally formidable, and he immediately counterattacked. A flash of blade light passed, and Akainu was slashed away by Tsongyan Xie. Blood sprayed out. This was an all-out strike from Whitebeard, facing the 3 young admirals. Whitebeard was acutely aware that he had no stamina to drag things out slowly. Not to mention, if he delayed for even a moment longer, given the Navy's current fierce tactics, the people he brought might not be able to return. After landing a hit, Whitebeard's chest heaved violently as he sought to take the opportunity to recover briefly. Kizaru, eager to finish his shift, would not give him that chance. Amaterasu, like a flash of light, even Whitebeard could only rely on his body's instincts to act. Tsongyan Xie was unleashed, still an all-out strike. Accompanied by the powers of the Tremor fruit, the space around Whitebeard exploded. Faced with Kizaru's attack, he had no other choice but to resist with large-scale destructive force. This move was indeed effective. Amaterasu showed signs of breaking, but had not completely lost its power, and the light sword shrank and became thinner. A cold gleam pierced through Whitebeard's shoulder blade. A blood hole continuously oozed bright red blood. Old man! Marco's eyes were streaming with blood and tears as he soared into the air, shouting, "Attack! All members of the Whitebeard pirates, attack!" He was not mindlessly venting his anger. Given the current situation, the old man absolutely could not withstand the attacks of the 3 admirals for long. What on earth is that guy Shanks doing? Is it because Monkey D. Luffy hasn't shown up yet? Damn it! Marco's gaze swept across the Navy plaza. With me as the sword, lead the captains to form a force that pierces through the Navy. The captains in battle immediately responded and quickly approached Marco. The Navy soldiers, startled by Marco's roar, realized that his recent shout was merely one of his strategies, allowing the captains to disengage from combat. Marco swung his arms, and the blue flames transformed into a fire tornado, easily sweeping away the Navy soldiers blocking their path. Following him was Diamond Jozu, who transformed half of his body into diamond and charged forward like a wild bull, almost unstoppable. The western sword of Bista, the flower sword, also cut through with ease, blood flying everywhere. The other captains were all doing their utmost. Time was not on their side. This sharp sword quickly pierced through the Navy's defense. But suddenly, they found that the blade formed by more than 10 captains was actually blocked. It was because ahead of them stood 3 figures, as steady as mountains, unmovable. The 3 admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Black Arm Zefa. At this moment, Marco, as the tip of the sword, stared wide-eyed, even with blood and tears in his eyes. It was of no use. Sengoku stood in the middle, with his old friends on either side. This feeling almost made him want to cry. Zefa, welcome back. Zefa's new mechanical arm emitted a rumbling mechanical sound. If you want to thank someone, thank my good disciple. My goal is to clean up all the pirates in this sea. Garp, you must stop being stubborn. Look at the corpses in the plaza. This is happening all the time in this sea. Sengoku's brow furrowed. If these 2 old guys start fighting at such a critical moment. When Roger died, my era also passed. Now, the only thing I care about is family. But you. The corpses of soldiers reflected in Garp's eyes. His heart was in turmoil. Sengoku, if we let Luffy go, I am willing to burn this old life for the Navy. Roger's departure meant the end of an era. And he, the heart that was born for battle, had long since died half. Without Roger, life was simply too boring. Garp, you. Sengoku could fully understand Garp's feelings. As Fleet Admiral, he could never completely sever his friendship with Garp. All right, Luffy will survive. Chapter 35. The dead end of the Whitebeard Pirates. Garp was completely stunned. His eyes, surrounded by wrinkles, shimmered with tears. Everything before him seemed somewhat hazy. But Lin. Garp knew that the core of this battle was not Sengoku, but Lin. He is not absent. Sengoku smiled, like a child who had done something bad behind his back. Are you sure? Garp asked repeatedly, but Sengoku said, you allow him, Lin, to rebel and run amok. But don't allow me to act out once? The 2 looked at Zefa at the same time. Zefa was taken aback. For the first time, he saw a pleading expression in Garp's eyes. Family? Zefa was originally a sentimental person. His later transformation was all because his family was killed. His emotions towards Garp were also complicated. Rather than making decisions, I prefer the position of chief instructor. These pirates who lay hands on my students are my targets. The 3 admirals reached a consensus as well. Although their dialogue and disputes were not long, it lasted for 3 to 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the captains led by Marco had no intention or courage to act at all. They could only obediently stand by and witness the tangled drama between the 3 former admirals of the Navy. Garp was in a good mood. He stepped forward, staring at Marco. All right, Junior, go ahead. Marco was taken aback, his blue flames surging, pouring out all his strength without reservation. I'll buy time, everyone retreat. He shouted, wanting to use his power to buy time for the captains to escape. But this idea was incredibly naive. Facing Marco, who was giving it his all, Garp stomped the ground, and his entire body soared into the air. Ordinary iron fist. His fist, covered with a mighty Haki, slammed down onto Marco. Bang! Poor Marco once again turned into a shooting star, crashing to the ground and creating another big hole. He still staggered to get up, his head spinning, and the blue flames on his body became fragmented. Old monster! What kind of power can defeat such a Garp? The more Marco thought, the more he felt a chill. Lin, this guy had never shown up from beginning to end. Why? If he were here, this battle could have ended long ago, and the Navy would have easily won. But he wasn't here. Until now, even their target ace had not even cast a shadow. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Marco went mad. He didn't want the Whitebeard pirates to be completely annihilated at Navy headquarters today. This result, from the current perspective, gave him such a real feeling. Marco charged again towards the three admirals. He is not weak, but what is most special about him is his unmatched recovery ability. Marco, your captains are furious. As Marco is repeatedly hammered down from the air by Carp, yet he gets back up again and again. Hurry up, I am the immortal phoenix. The blue flame burns wildly, but Carp pierces through the blue flames time and again. As the captains quickly retreat, a figure descends from the sky. Zefa. Diamond Jozu proactively meets him, his fists transformed into diamond, colliding with Zefa's new metallic iron fist. Bang! The powerfully built Diamond Jozu is unexpectedly sent flying by Zefa's single blow. Even Diamond, I will shatter you. Zefa's arm is covered in an incredibly deep color of Haki. Thanks to my good disciple Lin, he has experienced the death of his family countless times, and, at over 70 years old, he has rejuvenated once again. The power of Haki has reached a terrifying level. Bang! Zefa strikes down again, with no flashy moves, just pure brute force. Diamond Jozu spits blood. He suddenly realizes that his diamond arm has actually shattered. At this moment, he is teary-eyed. Damn it, what kind of Haki is this? Black arm, you are way out of line. I refuse to believe in evil. He is unwilling to accept it. His blood runs hot, clouding his mind, losing his rationality. Faced with Zefa, Diamond Jozu keeps charging forward again and again. As the other captains are about to successfully retreat, they suddenly feel a golden light descending from the sky as a giant Buddha arrives. Bang! The Buddha extends its palm, simply and unadornedly slapping down. The sound of the Buddha reverberates, granting mercy to these pirates. Boom, boom, boom. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. Even the renowned captains under Whitebeard cannot withstand the changing attitude of Sengoku. 1 palm after another, this land turns to dust. This shocking scene not only breaks the hearts of the pirates, but also leaves the Navy soldiers stunned. Is this the strength of our Admiral? Damn, is it really this outrageous? I feel like this giant Buddha is a bit sinister. Sure, don't say anything reckless. The Buddha's mercy treats all beings equally. Do you understand? Sengoku's eyes widen in anger, this outburst catching everyone off guard. The captains under Whitebeard are instantly toppled. At that moment, 3 captains fell directly, their bodies lying lifeless on the ground. Taking advantage of the chaos, Marco grabs the half-destroyed Diamond Jozu and quickly retreats with the other captains. Someone, Sengoku, still in his Buddha form, shouts in a booming voice, "Bring forth Fire Fist Ace." Seeing the escaping captains, Sengoku decisively issues the command. Ace is shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, escorted by 2 soldiers with swords. He kneels on the execution platform, facing the battlefield laid bare before him. Dad, Marco, Jozu, everyone. Ace's tears flow uncontrollably, without any time for preparation, bursting forth like a fountain. Outside, members of the Whitebeard pirates are surrounded by the Navy, their ship in tatters. In the square, the officers led by Marco flee in disarray, and he even sees the corpses they are carrying. And in the center, Dad, surrounded and attacked by the 3 admirals, his wounds continue to multiply. Ace, Diamond Jozu shouts, disregarding his serious injuries, wanting to rush forward to save Ace. Marco immediately stops him. His gaze falls on Ace, memories flooding back to years ago when Ace sought to defeat their father, and he was there to help him through his confused times. Marco knows Ace better than anyone in the entire Whitebeard pirates. Only in front of Marco does Ace show his vulnerable side. Evacuate immediately before any changes occur. The 2 pairs of eyes meet. Marco understands the look in Ace's eyes and then orders the retreat to continue. But their no, but we can't break through the Navy's blockade. No, Marco, we have no way out. Marco turns back, every pore in his body seemingly exploding. The 7 warlords. How can we fight these guys in our current state? A dead end? Chapter 36. Battlefield Change. Bone, are you out of your mind? Gulalalala. Whitebeard's rough, bold voice filled with kingly dominance echoes. Like a tiger descending a mountain, the roar shakes the forest. The soldiers below the rank of captain in the Navy Plaza are shaken. Admiral Sengoku's golden Buddha form shines brightly. Whitebeard's roar, like the cold snow of early spring, is melted by the sunlight. All Navy soldiers are on high alert. This is the strongest man on the seas. The development of the war relies on Lin's preparation and groundwork, combined with Sengoku changing his stance to align with Lin's ideology. In the battle between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy surprisingly demonstrates absolute suppression. This result is unimaginable, even for the Navy itself. The cooperation of the new and old generations of admirals, the resolve and strength of all Navy soldiers have been elevated. All of this is centered around Lin, showcasing the preliminary effects of their unity. Looking at it now, the long-standing internal divisions within the Navy have led to a terrifying decline in strength. But the battle-hardened Sengoku deeply understands one thing. If there is one unchanging truth about the battlefield, it is that change is the only constant truth of the battlefield. Whitebeard is clearly surrounded by the three admirals, and in terms of strength and stamina, he absolutely has no advantage. Yet Whitebeard's expression makes Sengoku uneasy. How could this sea ruler, who has fought his entire life, simply give up? Whitebeard, what else do you have? The sunlight shines on Sengoku's round glasses, making it so bright that he can barely open his eyes. At this moment, however, his heart is shrouded in a cloud of unknown darkness. The light in the sky changes, dark clouds drift in. A shadow falls across Sengoku's face. Whitebeard looks at Ace, who trembles all over. Ace's tears flow uncontrollably again. Dad! Endless guilt fills Ace's heart. Everything before him is caused by him. Brothers who have been by his side suffer and die. Even Whitebeard, who gave him a second chance at life, the strongest man in this world, is also covered in wounds. If the situation doesn't change, Dad, Ace can't dare to imagine further. Ace, my son, raise your head. The head down Ace suddenly lifts his head. Whitebeard grips the Tsung Yun cut and stands tall before the three admirals, the Navy's strongest forces. Despite his old age, he stands like a towering mountain, as if there is no obstacle in this world that he cannot overcome. Even the three admirals are merely energetic young punks in front of him. No, no. Ace suddenly freezes. Whitebeard's smile is like being shrouded in dark clouds. He has never seen this expression on his father before. Bang, bang, bang. For some reason, Ace feels uneasy, panic enveloping him. Whitebeard's throat suddenly produces a series of strange sounds, followed by his declaration. You Navy scum, you pride yourselves on justice. But have you ever truly seen what real malice is in this world? This voice is so eerie. To the Navy, it seems that the sound is not being accepted by their ears, but is directly felt through the shock of their hearts, sensing Whitebeard's strange anger. Alert! Alert! All hands on deck! In the Warring States period, a deep sense of powerlessness gripped the heart of the general, causing it to beat laboriously. What are we on guard against? All the soldiers looked around in confusion. What happened to General Warring States? We clearly have the upper hand. Listening to the general is never wrong. This is a battlefield, and rapid changes are the norm. Even in confusion, not many doubted General Warring States. But what are we on guard against? This is what puzzled them. Wait, could it be red-haired? Is the red-haired pirates about to appear? Damn it, that's the only possibility left. Don't forget, there's also the Revolutionary Army. Despite this, the Navy's morale was incredibly high. They weren't as fearful of the unseen enemy as one might expect. Even if red-haired comes personally, what can he do? That's right, in front of the Whitebeard pirates. Our Navy's strength is overwhelming. We have more than enough power to spare to deal with the red-haired pirates. As for the Revolutionary Army, don't forget, we still have our ultimate trump card, Lin. This name appeared in the minds of all Navy soldiers. At this moment, apart from nearly half of the soldiers who had joined the radicals and followed Lin from the beginning, even the conservatives were firm in their determination to fight because of the battles led by General Warring States, Vice Admiral Karp, and Admiral Akiji. As for the Mary Sue faction, they were caught in the middle. The Navy excluded them, and the pirates hunted them down. Yet even so, these people still held firmly to their beliefs. One must say, without any special abilities, one is not qualified to be a Mary Sue. Bairu Meiba, Rivers of Blood, is that what our Navy aims for? Kobe was not happy at all about the Navy's initial victory. On the contrary, when he saw groups of helpless pirates surrounded by the Navy, even annihilated, the wounded pirates were forced to jump from the deck into the abyss. The pirates, filled with despair, cried and prayed, their faces etched with regret, desperately yearning for a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers twisted their faces, laughing heartily as they killed one life after another. The more helpless the pirates were, the more excited they became to kill. Haha, killed another pirate. Thanks to Major Lin. Thanks to the General. Thanks to the Celestial Dragons. The money earned from this battle is enough for our family's expenses for a lifetime. And we can even get promoted 2 ranks. It's so damn refreshing. That's right. Thank you, pirate buddies. Thank you, Whitebeard. For some reason, these cheers happening in every corner of the battlefield were crystal clear to Kobe's ears. He could hear everything. He could truly feel the despair of the pirates and the Navy soldiers gradually sinking into the abyss of desire. Kobe, be careful. Meba struck down the pirate who was sneaking up on Kobe from behind. The pirate's blood splattered onto Kobe's fair and delicate little face, staining his pristine Navy uniform. No. Meba, stop the killing. Don't fall into madness. Meba couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him. His partner whom he spent every day with. He saw a kind of obsession and madness in Kobe's face that was awake while everyone else was intoxicated. Meba shouted, Kobe, wake the hell up. If I hadn't T-acted, you would have just died. Remember, this is a damn battlefield, do you understand? Kobe's face twisted in rage. He shouted, no. Absolutely not. Meba, I heard everything. This is a divine indication. Don't you understand? Meba wanted to leave Kobe behind, but the bond between them was too hard to sever. He firmly believed that if he let go, Kobe would surely die in this battle. What exactly did you hear? Everything. All of it. I heard the despair and repentance of the pirates. I heard the desire and madness of the Navy. Meba, this is wrong. Kobe, you're freaking crazy. The two argued, neither able to convince the other. Suddenly, a sound of a sword piercing flesh clear across the battlefield. Instantly, countless mad roars drowned out all other sounds. Admiral, Bone, are you freaking insane? What the hell are you doing? Chapter 37 Bone. Is your Admiral so weak? What is going on? Meba abruptly turned around and ran wildly. His heart was pounding uncontrollably, and the surrounding Navy's bewilderment sent a chill through him. Pirates. Are they really just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Absolutely not. They're a group of dirty guys who will stop at nothing for their own interests and will use any means necessary. When Meba stopped, what he saw made every pore in his body feel completely blocked. The demon had caught him. The abdomen of Admiral Akainu had been pierced by bone. A few minutes earlier, Admiral, not good. When Whitebeard's inexplicable declaration fell, Bone hurried over to report to Akainu. What happened? Akainu had never seen such an expression on Bone. On the surface, there was urgency and anxiety, but deep inside, there was a sense of entanglement and hesitation. Akainu furrowed his brow. With his years of experience with Bone, he knew that he was a resolute and determined guy who would not be defeated by any problem. Akainu believed that Bone, like him, could only be killed, not defeated. But now, the Bone he saw was beyond his comprehension. Bone wanted to say something, but hesitated. He was in immense inner turmoil. The Nightingale has been captured. The Nightingale is Akainu's daughter, serving in the Navy's Special Operations Organization, whose members appear to be detached from the Navy. But their actual role is to secretly monitor the Four Emperors, a powerful tool of the Navy. Due to the need for undercover work and hidden identities, the members' identities are generally unknown to the outside world. As part of the preparations for the Great Battle, especially with the Four Emperors meeting, the organization had long been dispatched to the territory of the Four Emperors to gather first-hand intelligence. The Nightingale was certainly among them. As Akainu's daughter, she had always been proud of her father, and her style of doing things was quite similar. The Nightingale always led from the front. No matter how dangerous the mission, she was the first to take the lead. Even so, her identity was rarely known, even within the Navy. But this time, her team was dispatched to Wano country, where the Four Emperors Kaido was located. Everything seemed to go smoothly. The team completed the mission and obtained information about Kaido teaming up with Big Mom to seize Whitebeard's territory, even detailed operational tasks and targets. However, among the 10 members of the team, only the Nightingale mysteriously went missing. This was the news Bone had just received. And if it were just this, Bone would never have shown such anxiety and entanglement. The Nightingale, as Akainu's daughter, was also one of the best Navy soldiers. But the problem is, this news was originally not known to the Nightingale's team. They had always believed that the Nightingale was successfully infiltrating Wano country, providing the team with intelligence on Kaido. Upon verification, this was all true and accurate confidential intelligence from Kaido. However, just as the Navy was about to force the Whitebeard pirates into a desperate situation and achieve a complete victory, Kaido took the initiative to inform the team of the Nightingale's capture, and the latter quickly relayed this news to Bone. The timing was too coincidental. The Nightingale had already been captured. An incredibly crazy yet inescapable suspicion formed in Bone's mind. The enemy the Navy had to face in this battle far exceeded their expectations, and this thought was immediately confirmed by a request from Kaido. When Kaido's demands were known to the team, they struggled for a long time over whether to tell Sakazuki. In the end, they believed that Admiral Akainu would handle everything well. Here are Kaido's personal demands. I don't want to entangle with Sakazuki too much. Hibari will return safely. But on the condition that Bone must complete one task, stab a knife in his hand into Sakazuki's body. Of course, don't stab the heart. The abdomen is a good choice. This is definitely Kaido's note. When Bone received this letter, his hands trembled, and his soul felt like it was about to shatter. No. He could never do such a thing. He would rather die himself. But after this thought emerged, Bone was stunned. If he died, what would it matter? In just a few seconds, Bone's thoughts surged like a torrent unleashed by a valve. One guess after another emerged. First, Hibari is currently in Kaido's hands. Second, Kaido voluntarily revealed his information, meaning he doesn't care about the outside world, knowing he is competing with Big Mom for Whitebeard's territory. Third, Kaido is helping Whitebeard, not teaming up with him. He hopes for both Whitebeard and the Navy to suffer losses. Fourth, if he executes Kaido's demands, Hibari will definitely survive. Kaido would never want, nor dare, to let the enraged Admiral Akainu lead his army to Wano. And what if he doesn't execute it? Would Kaido also let Hibari go for the same reasons? Maybe, but Bone couldn't dare to gamble. He didn't have that courage or power. Fifth, Whitebeard is not as reckless and rash as he seems, leading all the pirate crews to attack the Navy headquarters. If that were the case, the one standing here would not be the Whitebeard they know. What other cards does this old man Whitebeard have up his sleeve? Would the advantage the Navy initially established be completely undone by this guy who has roamed the seas for decades? Admiral, what should I do? Bone roared and shouted in his heart, feeling that the past few seconds were the most lost and helpless moments of his life. Even if he severed the arm of a celestial dragon, even if he faced all celestial dragons sitting on the judgment stage, even if he experienced life and death tests on the battlefield again and again, none of it was as torturous as it was now. At this moment, the face and figure of that man involuntarily appeared in his mind. Lin. If only Major Lin were here, he would definitely come up with a perfect solution. But Major Lin, where are you? Bone didn't even know how he returned to Akainu's side. Akainu looked at his old friend and most loyal subordinate, who had changed completely within a few minutes after receiving a report. The problem, it was not about him, but about me. Akainu stared into Bone's eyes, trying to see through his soul. Bone's hand, which had been gripping the knife handle, trembled continuously. After a moment of silence, Akainu told Bone to lift his head and calmly asked, Bone, do you think your Admiral, Sakazuki, am a weak guy who could be defeated? No, absolutely not. Bone shouted. This was the one thing he would always believe. Admiral, never defeated. That's good, Akainu said, a faint smile appearing on his face. No need to hesitate. Do what you need to do, and everything will be shouldered by your Admiral. Unless you think I'm a coward. No, Pucci. Bone drew his knife and stabbed it straight into Akainu's abdomen. The blood-stained long knife pierced through, and blood fell like a red line from the tip, connecting to the ground. It was as if this land was to be stained with blood. Chapter 38, Admiral, I will redeem this moment. With one stab, Bone, the knife wielder, felt his soul about to leave him. As a Navy member, as a subordinate, he actually stabbed the long knife into the abdomen of his superior, the Navy Admiral, and this knife was originally meant for a pirate. Akainu, who was pierced by the long knife, only paused for a moment before actually smiling in relief. He looked at Bone and laughed. Bone. I thought something big happened. It's just a knife stab, right? What? Are you scared now? Who do you think I am? I'm one of the 3 admirals, Zefa's student, Lin S. Jr., and your superior. Brother Lin promised me that he would let me ascend to the throne of Admiral and follow him to eliminate all pirates from this sea. Do you understand? A large hand rested on Bone's trembling shoulder. Bone suddenly looked up, his pupils shaking. He saw Akainu, with his other hand gripping the knife handle. Pulling the long knife out, he handed the bloodied long knife back to Bone. Grip it. Bone's eyes turned red. Even though he was on the verge of losing his mind, he would always obey the Admiral's words. All right. Although I don't know what you're thinking. Even if you come up with a crazy prank, this small wound, I can bear it. But I know you have your reasons. Now, grip it tightly and continue to fight alongside me. Is that okay? My forever Vice Admiral. Yes. Boom. Behind him, space shattered, and time froze. A lion, a mountain lord, let out its roar. This Navy melodrama is truly captivating. I am exceptionally moved. Gulala. Whitebeard's fist, wrapped in the power of the tremor fruit, covered by a sphere of light, shattered the space like a mirror wherever it passed. This punch was aimed directly at the wounded Akainu. Despite being severely injured, Akainu's reaction was almost unchanged. But the word almost was enough to take his life. Because he was facing Whitebeard. Little brat, let us meet in hell. Whitebeard's strike was unreserved with all his strength. This punch, fueled by over 70 years of power, carried the momentum to destroy everything. Killing the most powerful, most accomplished admiral in his prime would be the perfect conclusion to Whitebeard's era. Akainu's death would completely turn the tide of this battle. With Lin absent, he, as the embodiment of Lin's will, was the core of this battle. The core shattered. The building must collapse, and the Navy must scatter. At this stage, it can be said that within the Navy, anyone can die. But Akainu must not die. Even the death of Sengoku, the fleet admiral who commands the battle, would not be worse than Akainu's death. The will of the Navy's radicals would undoubtedly be destroyed by Whitebeard. Want to eliminate all pirates? Look, this is the fate of the strongest among you, the leader. Come on, perhaps we can sit down and talk as usual. Everyone can coexist without infringing on each other. And as a favor to the Navy, when the Navy appears, we pirates just need to cooperate in fleeing. This way, we pirates can pillage happily. This way, you Navy can chase away the pirates and clock out. Everyone lives in harmony. Maintaining this balance forever is wonderful. We might even become friends, sit down for drinks, share dreams, and spar together. What could be more harmonious and beautiful than this? Yet, in this beautiful tapestry, Akainu is the flaw that should be erased from the picture. As long as he is gone, everyone will be harmonious. Admiral, just now, Bones, who was following Akainu, tightened his grip on the knife handle. In that moment, it seemed as if he saw the tapestry of his life unfolding before him, one significant image after another appearing in his eyes. Indeed, following the Admiral is the happiest decision of my life. Bones turned back with a knife, one hand holding the knife handle, the other pushing the back of the knife. He made contact with the vibrating energy sphere of Whitebeard's fist. There wasn't even a cracking sound. The knife in Bones' hand instantly turned to dust, disintegrating into powder. Metal dust scattered towards the Navy square. Essentially, in the eyes of most people, there is no chronological sequence of time, because also dispersing in particle form were Bones' arms. As the aura on Whitebeard's fist was about to make contact with Bones' chest, the violent magma erupted forth, as if it had been accumulating for thousands of years, erupting without reservation. For the current state of Akainu, the impact of that moment was enough to be fatal. And likewise, Bones used his body to give his Admiral moment. With Akainu's foundation, it was enough to pull Bones back from the brink of death. The premise being, Akainu himself must give everything and entrust his life to fate to a certain extent. Buzz! In that moment of earth-shattering chaos, no one could know the terrifying scene they were facing. A volcano, a true supervolcano, centered around Akainu. Magma surged and rolled like tidal waves. If a tsunami is terrifying enough, what about magma waves? It was nothing short of an apocalyptic world, a hell on earth. Kazan! With a furious shout from Kizaru, Akiji, upon hearing this voice, initially couldn't react, realizing it was Borsalino's voice. There was no laziness, only violence. In fact, Akiji had already acted. Kizaru's shout was more about boosting morale, uniting them as a camp. A true camp, even if just for this moment. At the same time Kizaru shouted, he unconsciously moved at the fastest speed of his life, carrying both Akainu and Bones to escape. Akiji's task was the Navy soldiers on the square. The encounter of a magma tide and spatial explosion would have a predictable outcome. Countless magma turned into endless shells, roaring towards the entire square. Meanwhile, although Akainu's magma tide blocked most of the Tremor Fruit's abilities, Whitebeard's determination to kill Akainu with a punch was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Boom! The entire Marineford Island split open with a massive crack that could divide the entire island, and the crack continued to spread to both sides. Beneath them was an unimaginable earthquake, while above them were the rumbling magma shells raining down. Hell on earth! 1,000 miles of ice. Akiji appeared above the square. The temperature in this space plummeting rapidly. The fiery magma cooled down, ultimately turning into giant stones. Even so, its power was countless times stronger than that of ordinary shells. This was the result of an all-out clash between an Admiral and a Yonko. Laser net. Kizaru rescued Akainu and Bones from the battlefield, his figure nearly appearing simultaneously with Akiji. This was the true Admiral Kizaru. His name, Borsalino, a man who absolutely did not want to increase his workload due to sudden changes on the battlefield. Countless straight laser beams formed a three-dimensional spatial net. The dense laser rays pierced through all the stones, even exploding them, smashing down the magma toward the Navy soldiers, ultimately turning into small stones that fell. Old man! A column of flames shot up into the sky. On the execution platform, the Haki cuffs on fire fist, Ace's hand shattered. Around him, and in front of him, a scorching sea of fire paved a red carpet for the son of the Pirate King. Port Gasti Ace. 2 executioners turned into dry bones in the sea of fire, scattered by the wind. Accompanying them were 66 Navy soldiers and 13 pirates. The important debut is here. I beg the great ones for more updates, comments, and little gifts. Thank you. Chapter 39. The Betrayal of the 7 Warlords. The change came too quickly. The Navy's great advantage was instantly reversed by Whitebeard alone. His iconic laughter indicated that his name was indeed the mighty Whitebeard. Ace. Whitebeard's chest heaved, his voice like rolling thunder. To the outside world, Whitebeard's shocking blow to Admiral Akainu almost buried the Navy's 3 admirals' reputation. This proved that Edward Newgate was not merely an old man nearing his end. It seems that the era of the middle generation has not yet arrived. But bathed in the sea of fire, Ace's heart was torn. To save him, Old Man was indeed burning his own life. Whitebeard, wielding the Kongayari, took giant steps toward Ace, slow and heavy. Old Man. Ace was just a 20-year-old youth. He had lost both his father and mother since birth. Clearly the son of the Pirate King Roger, yet he was adopted by a Navy officer. It wasn't until he set sail years ago and met Whitebeard that he finally felt a sense of home. For him, perhaps the Pirate King Roger was a falsehood, and the man standing before him, who had given him a second and now a third chance at life, was his true father, a living person standing right in front of him. It was such a person that began to exude the unique aura of an old man nearing his end. The moment he led tens of thousands of pirates to storm the Navy headquarters to save his son, time caught up with his pace. Tenzin Yari. And faster than time was Navy Admiral Borsalino. Ding! The flower sword Vista stood beside Whitebeard, desperately blocking Kizaru's sword. Very good. I hope you could try a bit harder. Kizaru extended his finger, the laser pulse targeting Vista's forehead. Vista, get out of the way. Marco, engulfed in blue flames, was known for being the indestructible little cockroach. In that brief moment of upheaval, he was able to re-enter the battle. Although he couldn't win, he was indeed hard to defeat, even among the entire Navy. Who could kill Marco in one move? The laser pulse was blocked by Marco's leg, and even though a blood hole exploded in his thigh, the blue flames quickly healed the wound. This time, Kizaru furrowed his brow deeply, a rarity for him. Even in his battle with Rayleigh, he hadn't been this serious and proactive. As a result, This battle had gone on without any sign of ending, and it even began to tilt towards the Whitebeard pirates. The wrinkles on Kizaru's face deepened, capable of swallowing a person whole. Marco immediately retreated, a feeling of fear unexpectedly arising in his heart. This expression from Borsellino, not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. Akiji arrived. He sensed that at this moment, Borsellino's whole body was surging with an invisible black mist. "Let's go together." Akiji proposed proactively and was the first to attack. Frost and snow filled the sky. A large-scale attack aimed to restrict Whitebeard and his captain's movements. They must not be allowed to leave smoothly. The temperature in this space plummeted. On the ground where Whitebeard and his group stood, white frost rapidly spread upward. Great flame explosion. Ace, young and vigorous, was filled with pent-up energy. The Navy was ultimately just a bunch of shameless scoundrels, being 3 admirals, yet repeatedly surrounding and attacking Old Man. No need for any offensive means. He just needs to unleash his power without reservation. The bloodline of Pirate King Roger begins to burn and boil within Ace. Although he is not as strong as Akiji at this moment, he can still somewhat contend with him. The Whitebeard pirates do not need to win. What they need is time. And of course, Fleet Admiral Sengoku will not give them that. The son of the Pirate King, Port Gasti, Ace, is preparing to escape. The entire Navy is doing their utmost to stop him. Remember, this is the Navy headquarters. They absolutely cannot let this group of pirates leave. Navy Vice Admiral Momonosuke and Rear Admiral Doberman, Spider, Squirrel, and others are rushing over. The captains under Whitebeard will be the ones to deal with them. As long as Admirals Fujitora and Kazan can free their hands, Whitebeard's breath weakens. Once he dies, the Whitebeard pirates will be annihilated. Diamond Jozu, severely injured, grits his teeth and roars in anger. Seeing Ace being rescued, escaping the encirclement of the entire Navy, is simply a pipe dream. Not to mention that including their father. All the captains are bloodied, and 3 of them will remain here forever. Furthermore, there are the 7 warlords watching closely. The 7 warlords are ordered to assist the 2 admirals. Sengoku gives the command. He does not want any more accidents to occur and must completely eliminate Whitebeard before any variables arise. Carp, Zefa, let us end this war together. Sengoku tears off his Fleet Admiral cloak, transforming into the Golden Buddha, while Carp and Zefa also exude an imposing aura. Almost all the top combat power of the Navy headquarters rushes towards Whitebeard at the same time. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying slash appears, nearly severing Vice Admiral Momonosuke's head. He narrowly avoids it, and upon seeing the attacker, his eyes widen. Hawkeye, what the hell are you doing? Hawkeye, holding the Supreme Blade Knight, stands between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. Yet, he faces the Navy. Get out of the way, Kizoku, against the world's #1 swordsman. A terrifying figure capable of battling Shanks. A mere Navy Vice Admiral cannot handle him. Hawkeye, are you seeking death? As the top warlord, Hawkeye suddenly defects. And the angriest is Fleet Admiral Sengoku. You want to squash this guy? Facing Sengoku's Golden Buddha, Hawkeye's expression is solemn, but he shows no fear. He is alone, forever pursuing a higher swordsmanship. In this world, no one can bind him or command him. To Sengoku, he is merely a worthy opponent. Kulme, facing Sengoku's Buddha palm, Hawkeye swings his sword to slash. Sengoku's attack is actually blocked. As expected, pirates will always be pirates. In this regard, my good disciple is so foresight. Zefa glares angrily, disregarding everything, and launches a lethal attack against the entire 7 warlords. Cut! Doflamingo appears, his white thread transforming into blades that cut through anything, enveloping Zefa entirely. What a childish trick. Zefa's mechanical arm roars, wrapped in red and black Haki. Doflamingo's threads seem like a spider's web before him. The threat is non-existent, just a bit troublesome and annoying. Gas Fist. At this moment, the fishman hero Jinbei intervenes, barely blocking a punch from Zefa. Lord Whitebeard, please leave quickly. He adopts a karate stance, prepared to stop Zefa even at the cost of his life. This is the last contribution he can make for Fishman Island. Carp makes his move. In front of him, a tall figure suddenly drops down. Carp is extremely shocked at the appearance of Tyrant Kuma. How is this possible? Kuma has undergone modifications by the Science Division, and he has also committed acts of betrayal against the Navy. At this moment, Sengoku's head feels 3 times heavier. However, Kuma's gaze does not turn to Carp, but looks far away, towards the Holy Land, Mariewa. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's heart skips a beat. Whitebeard's laughter echoes. Gura, Sengoku, how about we end this battle today? Chapter 40. The dragon descends, the Holy Land is attacked. Just as Whitebeard finishes speaking, alarm after alarm comes in. Is it from the Holy Land? How could this be? The Holy Land has issued an emergency distress signal. Oh my god. The defection of the 7 warlords is already troublesome enough. Why is there also trouble in the Holy Land? The alarms from Mariewa cast a shadow over the hearts of countless Navy personnel. Among them, the one frowning the deepest is undoubtedly Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The dragon. That guy, the Revolutionary Army, has finally come. Undoubtedly, the scenario Sengoku fears the most has come true. Without resolving the Whitebeard situation, the enemy has increased again. What infuriates Sengoku even more is that the Revolutionary Army is not directly reinforcing Whitebeard, but is rather attacking the Holy Land Mariewa to save Zhao. What to do? Immediately, urgent reports come one after another. Revolutionary Army Dragon has appeared in the Holy Land, armies approaching from all 4 directions. The power room commands that the Navy must immediately reinforce and cannot refuse for any reason. The son of the Pirate King, Portgas Diaz, must be executed immediately. Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon's son, Monkey D. Luffy, is to be personally escorted to the Holy Land by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The worst-case scenario has appeared. Whitebeard. Fleet Admiral Sengoku roars. The golden Buddha shines, and with a palm that shakes the mountains and quakes the earth, he strikes at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, holding the Tsong Yalong Chia, blocks Sengoku's purely vented anger attack. Sengoku, as a soldier, what is the most important duty? Sengoku raises an eyebrow. Whitebeard actually has the mood to tease him. The situation has tilted dramatically. Defiance. This thought just popped up, and Sengoku himself feels extremely surprised. He has held the position of Fleet Admiral for many years and knows deeply that once a soldier defies orders, especially someone in his position, the consequences will be severe. The Revolutionary Army is launching a large-scale attack, even if we set aside the Celestial Dragons. But what about the world government? Without the Navy's support, what can the world government use to resist the entire Revolutionary Army? In this situation, he doesn't even need to use a brain cell to determine what is more important. Damn it, the 7 warlords. If these 7 warlords. Buzz. The scene of that day, when he had a fierce argument with Lin En, flashed in Sengoku's mind. Pirates are ultimately unreliable. At this moment, it is absolutely impossible for Sengoku to not have regrets. If he had not summoned the 7 warlords, it would have actually been beneficial to them. But no, it was you, Lin En, who made me summon the 7 warlords. Where are you? Where the hell are you? Sengoku feels a chill in his heart, looking around, wishing to see that figure. Since the dragon and the Revolutionary Army have appeared, then where is Shanks? Why hasn't he appeared? Could it be that Lin En is holding off the enemies outside, stopping Shanks and the entire pirate crew? It must be. Otherwise, in this situation, if Shanks shows up again, he will truly go crazy. Sengoku glances over the 7 warlords. Hawkeye, Tyrant Kuma, Fishman Jinbei, Doflamingo. The betrayal of these guys seems reasonable no matter how you look at it. Damn it. Mulai Chimoria, Impris Boa Hancock, Blackbeard. Wait. Sengoku suddenly realizes that Blackbeard has disappeared without trace. What the hell is going on with that guy? Regarding Blackbeard, this guy who has just replaced Shichibukai Crocodile, he doesn't know much about him. He betrayed Whitebeard, who should have been the Navy's most reliable ally. Moria, Hancock, you both have a fierce expression, and Moria is trembling in fear. Years ago, he fought against Kaido and lost. And now Kaido is one of the 4 emperors and is about to swallow a large part of Whitebeard's territory. If he were to become a pure pirate again, he would have no place to stand. Admiral, I am loyal. Sengoku nodded and looked at the Empress. Boa Hancock, as the Queen of the Amazon Lily. Her loyalty to the Navy is mainly to protect her people. If she were to betray, How would her kingdom survive? I will not betray the Navy. Sengoku took a breath. These two are also a significant force. Even if he reallocates forces to Mariewa, the remaining Navy strength is still capable enough to stop the Whitebeard pirates. However, he can no longer entertain the hope of annihilating them at Marineford. Of course, this does not mean the Navy has completely lost hope. On the contrary, the Navy's operations, in essence, have not truly begun. In the end, I am not the core of this battle. Leaving here, let that guy take my place. Could it be that because I am here, this brat refuses to show up? Sengoku does not know what Lin is really planning, so naturally, some chaotic thoughts emerge in his mind. Kapu. Sengoku sighed softly, then looked at his old friend. Will you come with me to the Holy Land? Kapu's expression turned grim. Escorting his grandson while facing his son? Is there a more demonic act than this in the world? Otherwise, will I escort Luffy alone? All right. Kapu realized that Sengoku wanted to protect Luffy. After all, as the Navy Admiral, regardless of his own wishes, Luffy is definitely not safe in his hands. But the figure of Dragon floated in Kapu's mind. After years of not seeing him, he even feels that his son has long since died. The son and grandson, although they have taken different paths, are remarkably consistent in their opposition to their father and grandfather. If he has no responsibility in this, that would be an absolute evasion. I want to stay. Zefa does not want to face the Celestial Dragons and does not want to leave his students behind. Okay. Due to Dragon's Revolutionary Army's surprise attack, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Kapu, as well as other Vice Admirals and numerous Navy soldiers, head to the Holy Land, Mariewa, for support. Coupled with the serious injuries of Admiral Akainu and Vice Admiral Smoker, and the betrayal of several Shichibukai, the Navy's strength has suddenly been halved. Former Admiral and Navy Chief Instructor, Black Arm Zefa temporarily replaces Admiral Sengoku's position to command this increasingly bizarre top war. He knows well that the current Navy strength is absolutely insufficient to eliminate the entire Whitebeard pirates. And if they fight recklessly, even though Zefa's goal has long changed from not killing admirals to eliminating all pirates, he will never allow his students to exchange their lives for those of pirates. What he wants is to strangle and annihilate. Moreover, most importantly, his mission is not to fight to the death, but to wait. Wait for the true core of this battle to return. Lin, what the hell are you up to? Sigh. Teacher, I have never missed you this much. Zefa looked into the distance. The temporarily resting Navy soldiers all involuntarily thought of those two words. Lin. Chapter 41. Target. Monkey D. Luffy report to Chief Instructor Zefa. Information from Impel Down. Blackbeard has led his pirate members to appear at Impel Down. After hearing the report, Zefa clenched his fists. He has always hated the Shichibukai, and now this newly appointed Shichibukai is actually disobeying orders and running to Impel Down. He has a hunch. Compared to the few openly betraying Shichibukai in front of him, this guy named Blackbeard might cause even greater trouble for the Navy. I'll go take a look. At this moment, Akiji suddenly volunteered. Right now, Whitebeard also needs to rest and seems to be waiting. This unstable factor, Blackbeard, needs to be removed first. Zefa agrees with Akiji's statement. All right, go quickly and return quickly. Captain, how's it going on the Marineford side? Burgess asked curiously, thinking of the battle over there. Blackbeard couldn't help but smirk. At the same time, he was extremely excited. In the fight against the three admirals, he truly witnessed the power of the Tremor fruit. It must be obtained. Besides that, having powerful crew members is also very important. If it weren't for the captains under Whitebeard risking their lives to help one after another, Whitebeard, no matter how strong, wouldn't be able to withstand the fierce battles with the admirals and vice admirals. And he is an absolute realist. To survive, to gain status and power, he must make good use of everything he can utilize. Strong crew members can not only help him expand territory, but also protect him at critical moments. And Impel Down undoubtedly has such people. Ha ha ha, Burgess. The battle over there is earth-shattering. After today, your great captain will lead you to that kind of stage. Burgess raised his fist and cheered loudly. Great captain. Behind him, Van Augur, Lafitte, and Poison also felt a sense of yearning. Powerful pirates like them are no longer little kids engaging in petty theft and murder. What they want is the whole world. The bigger the stage, The more excited they are, ideally, the whole world would be their audience. Due to the occurrence of major events, Impel Down has been under the highest level of alert around the clock. When Blackbeard and his group appeared on the naval ship, Hannibal, as the deputy warden, immediately sounded the alarm and sent information to the Navy headquarters. While Magellan is on the toilet, Hannibal, am the true warden of Impel Down. I am the warden, and I must protect this place well. I am strong and will eventually replace that guy Magellan. So a mere pirate is not even at the level of a captain in the Whitebeard pirates. Yes, that's right, I alone can. As Blackbeard and 4 crew members landed, standing in front of Hannibal, his body couldn't help but tremble. Ha! Heaven helps me, with Magellan not around. You think you can guard Impel Down? Burgess laughed loudly, pointing at Hannibal's forehead. Indeed, fate is on my side. Take care of him, Burgess. As the captain, Blackbeard, a man destined to roam the seas, would not personally take action against such a small fry. The ugly guy in front of him, trembling in fear, couldn't even withstand a punch from Burgess. Hannibal was stunned. His initially trembling body suddenly steadied. He brandished a trident, standing firm at the gate of Impel Down, with his subordinates behind him. No one is allowed to enter Impel Down. At the same time, Hannibal commanded the soldiers behind him, "Lock the gate." The soldiers hesitated. "Sir, what about us?" Hannibal looked at Blackbeard and his crew. "Of course, we fight to the death." Burgess roared, "Get the hell out of here." With a powerful punch, he struck directly at Hannibal's forehead. Hannibal braced himself with both arms, but a cracking sound echoed from his limbs. Bang! Hannibal slammed against the heavy iron gate of Impel Down, seemingly losing consciousness. "Burgess, open the door," Blackbeard commanded, unable to wait to see his crew. Among the prisoners locked up in level 6, there was one person he must have at all costs. It could be said that he came for this person. Monkey D. Luffy. Blackbeard's identity was special. The previous generation's legendary pirate, Rox, was Blackbeard's father. Therefore, Blackbeard had seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia at a very young age. This is why he had lurked in the Whitebeard pirates for many years, preparing to obtain the Paramecia-type Dark Fruit ability. Among the Paramecia fruits, besides the Dark Fruit and the Tremor fruit he was about to acquire, there was another seemingly ordinary Paramecia fruit that hid a tremendous secret, a secret that, across the entire sea, few knew. He speculated that, besides him, only the Yonko Shanks knew. This was the rubber fruit currently possessed by Luffy. Its true name was the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Nika. The reason he believed Shanks knew about this fruit's true nature was that years ago, Shanks personally took this fruit from the East Blue and accidentally let Luffy eat it. How could the illustrious Yonko Shanks go on a trip to the East Blue, even losing an arm in front of Luffy? Everything about this was too strange. As for how Shanks learned the true nature of this fruit, Blackbeard currently had no clues. He could only guess that Shanks's identity was, like his own, very special. Since he wasn't a descendant of a legendary pirate, Shanks could only have ties to the world government. In any case, Monkey D, Luffy, whether it be his various identities, his relationship with Shanks, or the fruit ability he possessed, Blackbeard had to obtain him. This was originally his plan, but it had been completely ruined by that detestable Marine Major Lin, who had stolen 2 of his targets in one go. He would settle this score sooner or later. Stop! When Burgess's hand was placed on the steel gate, a voice echoed in his ears. A trident glinted coldly as it rushed towards Burgess. "You can still get up?" Burgess roared, veins bulging on his massive arms, muscles coiling. Boom! He unleashed all his strength, hitting Hannibal's stomach. This force immediately spread throughout Hannibal's body, making him feel as if all his bones and internal organs had shattered. Deputy Warden. Bang! 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 The soldiers of Impel Down, holding long guns, had yet to pull the trigger. However, a series of gunshots rang out in the space. Van Augur fired, and the soldiers fell one after another into pools of blood. "Burgess, you're too slow." Van Augur puffed at the smoke from the gun's muzzle, displeased. "Just a fly." Burgess glanced at the Hannibal, who was like a pile of mud, and spat angrily. He raised his fist to smash the door. The thunderous sound echoed throughout Impel Down, and the steel gate began to shake. Just as Burgess was about to raise his third punch, his foot was suddenly embraced by a pair of soft hands. Burgess looked down in shock. The Hannibal, who who should have turned into a corpse, miraculously crawled step by step to Bagis's feet, leaving a trail of bright red blood behind. Furious, Bagis prepared to crush the garbage beneath his foot. Behind him came an urgent shout, "Bagis! Run!" Chapter 42. Target. Kill Lin. Kill. 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 What? Bagis had just voiced his question when his heart suddenly stopped. A purple liquid, emitting toxic gas, exploded the gate from the inside. As the steel gate shattered, it was corroded by the purple venom and disappeared into liquid. Bagis had never felt so close to death. He saw his great-grandmother. The venom transformed into a poisonous dragon, opening its mouth to swallow Bagis. Wrapped in venom, Bagis's eyes rolled back, and he fell silently to the ground. Throughout it all, he had not even seen what his enemy looked like. It seemed the grand stage of the world was not yet his to step onto. Am I really going offline now? Unwilling. This was Bagis's inner roar just before he completely lost consciousness. Captain, be careful. Van Augur fired directly, the bullets piercing through the body of the poisonous dragon, creating massive spiral holes. But the dragon's wounds healed instantly. It opened its massive jaws, filled with fangs, roaring as it lunged at Van Augur. I'm coming. The poison user also used poisonous abilities, and as he stepped forward, he saw another head sprouting from the dragon's neck, also opening its mouth, looking ferocious. The two were better off than Bagis, as they yelled before collapsing. Lafitte, in a moment of urgency, immediately took to the air. Then he remembered that his captain was still below. The poisonous dragon transformed back into a thick purple liquid, reassembling as Magellan looked up at Lafitte in the sky. His arms turned into slime, and then transformed into a western dragon with wings. Damn! Lafitte flapped his wings and fled rapidly, but was hit by the venom spewed by the western dragon, falling straight down. In just one encounter, all four of the subordinates collapsed, and Blackbeard spread his arms, his body swirling with granular black mist. Ha ha ha. Magellan, right? Let me show you what the true paramecia fruit is. As soon as the words left his mouth, the poisonous dragon roared past. Blackbeard's face twisted as the swirling black mist engulfed the poisonous dragon. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard had no time to finish his laugh when a hand clutched his chest, his entire body enveloped in purple venom. Damn! Mistake! Thud! Blackbeard collapsed to the ground. His entire face turned into a purple sweet potato. Just kill them all. Magellan muttered inexplicably, then realized what he was thinking. He was the warden of Impel Down, responsible for overseeing the world's major criminals. That was his duty. But at that moment, Magellan suddenly felt a bit annoyed. This abrupt thought made him realize that he might also be under Lin's influence. The Marine headquarters was facing unexpected difficulties, and both sides were at a stalemate. And what about him? He was doing nothing here, the only role being to deal with these small fries beneath him. How could Magellan, whose strength was comparable to an admiral, be willing to spend his life here? Rather than saying the pirates were imprisoned, it was more accurate to say that Magellan was also imprisoned. Lin, you said that Impel Down T exists. Now I agree with your idea. So where the hell are you? Why haven't you appeared yet? Hurry up and destroy this damn prison. I'm utterly fed up. After venting, Magellan still ordered to imprison this group of pirates in level 6. He walked up to Hannibal. Hey, can you still get up? At this moment, Hannibal was almost out of breath. Are you dying? Magellan sighed slightly. Hannibal had been his partner for many years. Although this guy had always wanted to take his position, he was also a true man when it came time to work. If you die, who will I give the warden position to? Huh? Hannibal suddenly propped himself up. His body still lay on the ground, but his head lifted with remarkable strength. Magellan, what did you just say? You said you wouldn't be warden anymore and would give the position to me? What? Right now? That's what you said, right? Magellan was speechless, but he smiled and nodded. All right, I suppose it's my words. From this moment on, you are the warden of Impel Down. Ha ha. This time, Hannibal not only raised his head, but also straightened his body, leaning against the wall and laughing foolishly. This battle was worth it. Has he already been locked up? When Kuzan arrived, Magellan informed him of the situation. I'll go check on things. After Kuzan said this, he stepped into level 6. When Kuzan saw Luffy in level 6, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sengoku was gathering soldiers, and he had arrived in time. The reason he rushed over was to meet Luffy before Admiral Sengoku arrived. And how Luffy would choose his path in the future would be up to him. At least, Kazan firmly believed this. Luffy, who was only 16 at the moment and had just set sail, had not committed any wrongdoing. Seeing Luffy now, he recalled his own similar actions during the O'Hara incident years ago, and the person involved in that incident happened to be here. The young man's road was still long. They must be given the opportunity to truly reflect on their lives. As for other pirates, Kazan's thoughts were fundamentally no different from those of other Marines. When he saw Kazan, Luffy, although not knowing him, was reminded of the stories he had heard from his grandfather about having a Marine Admiral's disciple. "Are you Admiral Kazan?" Kazan nodded, and he indeed saw Karp's shadow in Luffy. Therefore, he frowned instead. This meant that although this guy was young, he must be stubborn. "What about Ace? What have you done to Ace? I want to see Ace. I want to save Ace. Let me out, do you hear me? Let me out." As Ace was escorted out of Impel Down by the soldiers, Luffy's behavior started to become abnormal. In this dark place, Luffy not only worried about Ace every day, but the figures of his crew often appeared in his mind. In his dreams, he frequently reunited with them. Yet every time he woke up, the cold prison and the sea-stone handcuffs cruelly reminded him. They're dead. They're all dead. Killed right before your eyes. As simply as slaughtering chickens and ducks. That Marine was named Lin. In his dreams, Luffy would repeatedly mutter this name. He was afraid of forgetting it, thus being unable to avenge his friends. Sometimes, in his dreams, Luffy seemed to hear a voice from long ago, gently calling him, urging him to smile and wear a grin on his face. "No, don't. I don't want to." Every time this happened, Luffy would wake up in a fright. He feared that voice because it would make him let go. This world should be filled with laughter. But Luffy resisted it. Let go. No, he would never let go. He had sworn that he would become the Pirate King. This would forever be his only goal, both for himself and for his friends. Only now, there was an additional goal: to kill Lin. Kill, kill, kill. The seed of hatred had long been planted in the heart of this 17-year-old boy during the Alabasta incident. Now it had taken root and begun to grow vigorously. If such Marines existed, wouldn't everyone seeking freedom on the seas repeatedly experience their own nightmares? Kazan frowned. His gaze passed over Luffy and looked at the wall behind him. Who? Cold air escaped from Kazan's mouth. The wall was covered repeatedly with blood-red words written in blood. Lin, 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 from beginning to end. Only these two words, bloody and soul-consuming. Occasionally, Lin could catch a glimpse of a strange smile flickering at the corner of Luffy's mouth. That smile did not belong to this 17-year-old boy. It resembled a strange and unfathomable curve that had been tempered over hundreds of years. Chapter 43. Kazan, Luffy, and Whitebeard converged. Things were developing in an increasingly uncontrollable direction. Kazan, who had been with his hands in his pockets, took them out at this moment. He had intended to ask Luffy about his path. It seemed unnecessary now. His conviction would not be swayed by anyone. "Major Lin, is this what you hoped for? The fate of a young man has been decided by you alone." He clenched his fists, as if he also bore some responsibility. Kazan said to Luffy, "Ace is still at Marineford. For now, he is not in danger. But that is only temporary." Kazan was certain that time did not belong to the Whitebeard pirates, but to the Marines. Regarding reinforcements from both sides, Lin and Shanks, Kazan had a feeling that things might not be as everyone thought. After all, Lin had emphasized that the current goal of the Marines was to reorganize internally, not to kill pirates. Perhaps, for Lin, Shanks at this stage was not his target. A nice sword appeared in Kazan's hand. "Get out of the way." Luffy quickly retreated as Kazan swung his sword, cutting across the cell. "The rest of the path, you will have to walk yourself." Kazan walked to the other side. That was all he could do. Luffy didn't care why Kazan saved him. All that occupied his mind now was the single thought of rushing to Marineford to save Ace. For this goal, he was willing to pay any price. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Too interesting. Across from him, Blackbeard awoke, his face twisted in pain from 3 times the venom. Even so, he grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of crooked teeth. A Marine Admiral intruding on Impel Down and letting criminals go. Now, that is a rare sight. Luffy didn't want to deal with Blackbeard. He just wanted to get out quickly. "So, Luffy, do you think you can escape Impel Down on your own?" Luffy didn't know much about the guards of Impel Down, but he wasn't foolish enough to think this place was a smooth road. He stopped. There were countless guards, mechanisms, and traps. Of course, for me, these are nothing. The key point is the warden, Magellan. He is very strong. I think even Admiral Kazan wouldn't necessarily be able to safely get you out from under him. Moreover, whether he would fight the warden here is still uncertain. So, Monkey D. Luffy, you need me. I can help you leave, and I have a good reason to head to Marineford immediately. The Marines are our common enemy. We can work together. We are all pirates, aren't we? Blackbeard grinned widely, showing no signs of hiding his thoughts. Hurry up. If you wait for that guy Lin to come back, even if it's Whitebeard or Shanks, it will be hard to stop him. Luffy, you and want Ace to die a tragic death, or Shanks, right? That shouldn't happen, Luffy. When Kazan took Nico, Robin away, Blackbeard and his group were released by Luffy. Blackbeard stepped forward boldly, knowing that Kazan hadn't attacked him immediately. At this moment, he realized that perhaps today's gains would far exceed expectations. Admiral Kazan, the moment you saved Luffy, do you think you can still stay in the Marines? This question required no answer from Kazan. Blackbeard opened his arms, a wild and unrestrained smile on his face. So how about it? Join my Blackbeard pirates. Whatever dream you have, I can help you to the best of my ability. After this battle, the Navy headquarters will be completely ruled by Lin. Unless you change your stance and join in, staying in the Navy will be meaningless. Akiji did not respond, and Blackbeard settled for less. At least, during this time, when our goals align, we can achieve a brief cooperation. Whitebeard, I'll kill him myself. How about that as your last contribution to the Navy? The 4 men of Byers, still lying on the prison floor, dared not breathe a word. If Kazan made a move, they would be instantly killed. After a brief silence, Akiji nodded. Okay. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard was extremely excited. This meant that soon, there would be an admiral among his pirate crew. Blackbeard glanced at the other pirates in the room. In his eyes, they were all shining gems. And gems, of course, need to be polished. Surrounded by swirling black mist, he destroyed all the cells. Come on. The once bloodied crew didn't mind getting a bit more stained. Those who could survive the upcoming wild feast would qualify to join my Blackbeard pirates. Opposite Blackbeard, a man in military uniform and cap had a gleam in his eyes. Blackbeard noticed him. Rangy Shilio, an interesting guy. The slaughter began, and the stench of blood quickly filled the entire 6th floor. Severed limbs covered the ground, and blood flowed like rivers. Blackbeard admired his masterpiece. As a warlord of the sea, he was indeed living up to the Navy. Rangy Shilio swung his knife, shaking off the blood, and used an antidote to cure Blackbeard's crew. As they passed through each prison level, Luffy suddenly stopped. He pointed at the prisoners and looked at Blackbeard, saying, "Can you let them go too?" Blackbeard disdainfully glanced at the guys above, but for Luffy's sake, he laughed heartily. Of course. Chaos is the best state. Luffy, you and I are destined to intersect at some point. The entire Impel Down erupted into a complete riot. Blackbeard spread his arms again, his voice echoing in the ears of the pirates. Everyone, today let's throw a wild feast. Everyone is free. The dreams of humanity will never be extinguished. After saying this, Blackbeard looked at Luffy. Luffy, what do you think? Luffy opened his mouth, squinted his eyes, and revealed 2 rows of white teeth. Of course, the dreams of humanity will never end. What is going on? Magellan, just having squatted on the toilet, heard the biggest commotion since the prison was built. It's pirates. Chief Warden Magellan exclaimed. The pirates are revolting. At this moment, Magellan voluntarily gave up his position as Chief Warden. Gulielu, which level? Magellan asked, gripping a piece of paper, his voice trembling. It's all levels. What? The toilet where Magellan was located was directly destroyed by the poison dragon. A massive poison dragon with 9 heads and long necks patrolled the air. Before long, a familiar figure appeared at the level entrance. Kazan, Luffy, Blackbeard, Rangy Shilio, and the serious criminals from level 6, along with almost all the pirate criminals from the 6th floor. Chapter 44. Lin returns, starting the blood feast. How is this possible? Magellan couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, how are we supposed to defend against this? The prestigious Impel Down was raided by a Navy Admiral and the 7 warlords. Kazan, Do you know what you're doing? The poison dragon roared, its body elongating as it lunged at Akiji. Leave it to me. Rangi Shilio, as a former chief warden, knew Magellan very well and was not any weaker than him. He just needed to hold Magellan back a bit, and the entire Impel Down would be completely breached. Chief Warden Hannibal, fully bandaged, even found it painful to speak as blood stained the originally white bandages. Let's all go together and make it quick. Blackbeard led all the members, using various tactics to successfully ambush Magellan, while Rangi Shilio took the opportunity to inflict serious injuries on him. Hannibal, covered in bandages, shouted, "A bunch of despicable scoundrels, I spit on you. Trash waste. Don't you dare run." Even if he didn't have his life, as chief warden, he had to vent his frustrations today. It was too suffocating. Byers passed by and threw a heavy punch at Hannibal's head, but his body was instantly frozen. Byers rolled his eyes and saw Akiji staring at him with an expressionless face. "Byers, don't mind him," Blackbeard interjected, and Akiji no longer paid attention. The group stepped outside and saw the blue waves, clear sky, and floating white clouds, and several Navy warships. When the escaped prisoners saw the flag of the current warship, they were all so scared they wished they could hurry back into Impel Down, better than losing their lives. Incoming: Admiral Sengoku, Navy Hero Garp, and several vice admirals. This lineup was truly overwhelming. Standing on the deck, Sengoku saw Akiji and Blackbeard leading the escaped prisoners and was like a mad lion, wishing to tear this group apart. He was already having a bad day, and just at that moment, "Kazan, what the hell are you doing?" The giant Buddha form soared into the air, indiscriminately smashing toward the group. "Sengoku, if I remember correctly, shouldn't you hurry to Marine Ford for reinforcements?" Ha ha! Such a scene could not lack Blackbeard. He actively welcomed Sengoku's fury, clenching his fist, empowered by the dark fruit, and charged forward. Bam! The ground shook, and the entire Impel Down trembled. Piff! Blackbeard took a hit and blood sprayed everywhere. His entire body flew backward, crashing heavily against the iron wall, sliding down, leaving a large imprint on the wall. "Captain!" Blackbeard had already forcibly endured Magellan's poison. Although he successfully detoxified, his body was still severely injured. And now he was being pummeled by Sengoku. It was likely that, Blackbeard had just recruited a bunch of subordinates, and he certainly couldn't be so easily defeated. Moreover, his physical strength was monstrous, even more terrifying than a monster. He stood up, shook his head, and it seemed that dizziness was the heaviest injury he sustained. But he didn't dare to take another punch from the furious Sengoku. "Admiral, I wasn't wrong. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. You don't need a warlord like me, whom you see as a traitor, to teach you what's important and what's not. My goal is to take Whitebeard's head, and on this point, Admiral Kazan and I have reached an agreement." "Kazan." Sengoku turned his gaze to Kazan. Compared to Blackbeard, most of his anger came from disappointment in Akiji. He originally thought that no matter the circumstances, Kazan would at least uphold the Navy's principles. But Sengoku clenched his fists. As Blackbeard said, this was not the time to get tangled up with this group. The Navy's current target was indeed the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon. Even Blackbeard's crew did indeed intersect with the Navy's target because of Whitebeard. At this moment, Sengoku's gaze finally fell on Luffy. He could ignore everyone else, but only Luffy. Sengoku suddenly turned around, and beside him stood Garp. A chill surged in his heart. The current situation was indeed a bit delicate. Unknowingly, he had positioned himself between Sengoku and Akiji. Not long ago, these two were the closest and most trusted people in the Navy. "Sengoku, you promised me." Garp spoke up, and these words fell on Sengoku's ears, filled with sarcasm. "I promised you that Luffy wouldn't die, but not like this, Sengoku." Garp's expression was agitated. "Before Lin returns, Luffy must leave. This body of mine has proven that I can no longer stop that guy Lin." "Grandpa, I can't leave. I want to beg for Ace." Luffy rushed out, screaming frantically. "Shut up." Garp punched Luffy. The latter's volume was physically silenced, but he still couldn't bring himself to hit hard. Luffy got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His dark pupils stared at his grandfather. "As expected, from the beginning, we have never been on the same side." Luffy said word by word, and Garp's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why his grandson, the grandson of a naval hero, would walk this path. Freedom? Luffy, what do you really want? Carp almost shouted. I want to be the Pirate King. A reason. Luffy, give me a reason. I don't know. I just know that from a certain day, there's been a voice in my heart telling me that I must go to that place. Suddenly, Luffy looked a bit confused. He remembered. Red-haired. The gum-gum fruit. His dream was planted from that time. Right, red-haired. Grandpa, will red-haired come too? Is he okay? You can't kill red-haired. After a moment of confusion, Luffy shouted again. Carp took 2 steps back, as if he didn't recognize his grandson. Get out of the way, I want to find Ace, I want to find red-haired. Luffy's eyes were red and bloodshot. They're all my family. Carp's iron fist clenched and unclenched, and he finally sighed. Sengoku, in this situation, whether it's rational analysis or a plea from an old friend, let them go. I will follow you to the Holy Land. You need me. Sengoku glanced around. He was facing an Admiral of the Navy, a hero of the Navy, and a group of ruthless sea pirates on the sea. Meanwhile, the Warden Magellan was heavily injured, and half of the soldiers in Impel Down were dead or wounded. Sengoku closed his eyes, shaking all over, and he let out a long howl, venting the pent-up frustration since the war began. Lin, oh Lin, you super bastard. What a mess you've made. Don't you dare come back, or I swear I will tear you apart. After the roar, a sense of weakness surged through him. It seems you missed me, huh? Marshal Sengoku, a familiar voice came. So far away. It feels so close. After all, these words struck at Sengoku's heart. Whoosh. Sengoku trembled all over and suddenly turned around. He saw a small wooden raft slowly approaching on the calm sea. Lin, you ing Lin. Show yourself. This mess is all your fault. You. Sengoku's tear ducts opened like floodgates, tears streaming down. Lin lightly stepped on the wooden raft, walking on air as if on solid ground. Carp staggered, looking at the junior standing before him. He suddenly turned his head. Luffy and Lin spread their arms, their eyes swirling with crimson blood. Without moving his head, the blood-red pupils turned to Sengoku, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth, and the voice rolled out from his throat. I am Sora, Marshal Sengoku. The raft is just too slow. Buzz! The sky was a blood-red sea, and the blood-colored earth beneath extended infinitely, connecting with the blood-red sky. Cool, me. Pirates have Impel Down. If you want to revel, then let's have a real blood feast. Chapter 45, Rule 1. Those who try to escape will die. Rule 1. Those who attempt to escape will die. As the scene before them changed, a voice appeared in every pirate's mind. This voice was devoid of emotion, cold as if emitted by a lifeless machine. What the hell? What's going on? Where's this? No, we just escaped from Impel Down. Countless pirates were stunned by the hellish scene before them. The sky was not just a sea of blood. The most terrifying part was that beneath the blood, the sea was surging with astonishing crimson waves. The great sea has turned upside down? The pirates stared at the sky, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. As a level 3 pirate, he was somewhat famous. The blood sea hanging in the sky was something he could not comprehend. And the rolling blood sea seemed to come from the eye of a gigantic prehistoric creature, penetrating his flesh and gazing into his heart. Beneath their feet was a blood-soaked land made of blood and bones, flesh and skin. Stepping down, the thick blood-like substance made it hard to move. Even though he had killed countless people, at this moment he felt nauseous. In the endless distance, the blood sea sky connected with the bloody earth. In response to this sight and situation, almost all pirates roared inside. Unacceptable, unrecognized, uncomprehending. Why? We clearly escaped from Impel Down. We clearly made history. We clearly were about to gain freedom. The sea has already opened its arms to us. No, it's that person, that Navy major named Lin. Yes, it's him. Someone remembered. Lin spread his arms, his eyes turning blood red. Soon after, this scene quietly occurred. Rule 2. Not long after, the pirates' minds were invaded by this strange voice again. Cold, unfeeling, lifeless, like a god. F the rules. Does a Navy major have the ability to trap all of us pirates? Yes. This voice is him, just being all mysterious and fooling children. We are pirates. Fearless pirates on this sea. Kill. The Navy is our common enemy. Lin is our common enemy. Kill. Break out, kill out, and we will be free. With the hope of freedom in sight, no one could give up. Moreover, these ruthless pirates had been imprisoned for years, decades. Escaping from Impel Down was everything. Even if the King of Heaven, even if a Real God stood before them, they must die. Ignoring the voice in their minds, most pirates began to act. They would never believe this space was truly infinite. Lin is a human. He is definitely not a god. Found it. I found a pirate known for his speed folded his wings behind him, landing and reaching out to touch the void before him. His hand was blocked by something, though invisible. It indeed existed. It felt like an air wall. Here again, yes, the space here is not large, surrounded by invisible walls. As expected. One person can't pretend to be a god. If we work together, we can break through here. Let us all kill out. Hope is right in front of us. Even if Lin, Sengoku, Carp are guarding outside, what can they do? Can they really kill us all with their hands and feet? Push hard, destroy this place. The first wave of dozens of pirates, unable to contain their impatience, each used their own methods. They exerted their utmost strength. A torrent of powerful force erupted. No wonder they were renowned figures of the sea. The combined strength of hundreds was terrifying. In one area, several great pirates teamed up to carve out a hole in the invisible air wall, big enough for one person to pass through. Look, we can get out. Charge! 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 5 people rushed out of this space, one after another, while the others stopped their actions to observe what would happen next. Impel Down. The 5 pirates gradually regained consciousness. They looked around, their faces filled with ecstatic expressions. Sure enough, what a bunch of bullshit legendary Navy major, aren't we? When the 5 people's gazes converged and looked ahead together, they saw standing before them Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Marine Admiral Akiji, Chief Warden Magellan of Impel Down, and the instigator of all this, Lin. The 5 moved in unison, their eyes gathering together. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Damn it. Sorry. Please don't attack yet. We'll go back right now. Yes, we'll go back right now. When they saw Sengoku raise an eyebrow, they were immediately scared out of their wits. They cried. Who the hell said it was hell inside? This outside is clearly the real hell. But the 5 turned back. There was no door behind them, only pairs of eyes watching them like a show, the pirates. But these people didn't realize they were still in Impel Down. So, it was all an illusion just now. Thud! Thud! The 5 knelt down in unison, looking at Lin's blood-red eyes with pleading gazes. Major Lin, we were wrong. We are willing to go back. Right. We are willing to obey the rules. Lin raised his gaze and said lightly, That's good. With a wave of his hand, he erased the 5. Inside the illusion, the breach slowly healed, and the pirates looked at each other. Did they escape? But maybe not. The breach healed. We can continue. No. Hurry. Look up. All the pirates suddenly looked up, only to see 5 corpses floating in the blood-colored sea above. Who could see this and not be terrified? Some immediately realized and shouted. Outside, the Navy is still guarding. Going out now is death. Should we just wait? I feel something's wrong, look. The blood sea in the sky is getting more and more turbulent. The waves are getting bigger. It seems to be getting closer to us. This discovery sent chills down everyone's spines. Could it be that Lin wanted to slaughter them all with divine-like methods? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Anyone whose mind wasn't scared silly by Lin could analyze rationally. Lin could kill 1, 2, or even dozens, but they were hundreds, each one a formidable individual. If he had that ability, why go through so much trouble? On this point, everyone instantly reached a consensus, not as self-comfort, but as fact. After all, Lin was just a stronger Navy officer. Chapter 46, Lin, Blackbeard, will be a wedding dress just this once. Everyone learned the lesson. We all work together to destroy this place. No one goes out first. Everyone rush together. Most of us can escape. That's right. It depends on everyone's abilities. Blackbeard, who had been observing, opened his arms at this moment. Ha. That's it. Blackbeard will lead you all out of here. Let us all work together. Faced with this situation, Blackbeard naturally chose to conserve energy, and his subordinates did not act, waiting for the illusion here to shatter. As the real challenge lay outside, the pirates unleashed their strongest powers without reservation. In an instant, the entire Impel Down was in ruins. Almost all the great pirates simultaneously launched chaotic and frenzied attacks on Impel Down. At this moment, the soldiers on several warships were dumbfounded. Are these pirates crazy? Why are they attacking randomly? Look closely, these guys seem to be consciously destroying something. Look, their eyes, which were originally blood red, are slowly losing their color for some of the stronger ones. At this time, Sengoku and the others had also retreated to the warship. Magellan and Hannibal were seriously injured, and after treatment from the ship's doctor, they had barely recovered. Hannibal looked at Impel Down, which was almost destroyed, muttering nonstop, "Damn it, these wicked pirates. Give me back my Impel Down." It had been less than an hour since Magellan passed the position of Chief Warden to him, which means he might be the shortest-serving Chief Warden in history. He looked at Sengoku, crying, "Admiral, are we going to rebuild Impel Down?" Sengoku raised an eyebrow, and Hannibal was so scared he didn't dare to speak. Sengoku turned to Lin beside him, shouting angrily, "Lin, this is your goal, right? To let these pirates tear down Impel Down? Huh?" Admiral Sengoku suddenly froze. He grabbed Lin's shoulders tightly with both hands, yelling without restraint, "Hey, Lin, what the hell are you doing? What is wrong with you?" Sengoku's pupils trembled, his body's pores tightened. He saw Lin's blood-red eyes dimming, with a corner of one eye continuously streaming crimson blood tears. No, it wasn't blood tears. It was real blood. Seeing Lin like this, not only was it the first time, but even thinking about it was unimaginable. Because in Sengoku's mind, Lin was like someone who controlled everything, calculated everything, and had everything moving in the direction he anticipated. How could such a guy bleed? Right, it's those pirates, those damn pirates. With the combined strength of hundreds of great pirates in Impel Down, how could Lin possibly bear it alone? Are you crazy? Is it worth risking your life just to destroy Impel Down? Sengoku shouted madly, not even realizing how out of control he was. All the Navy soldiers stared at Sengoku in shock. He was drenched in sweat, his hair was messy and disheveled. "Hey, Admiral Sengoku, do you really have that much resentment towards me?" Lin's voice came, weak and full of exhaustion. Impel Down was too crowded, too strong. Even he could only temporarily trap their consciousness. As for their power and actions, he could only guide them. His goal was indeed, as Sengoku said. Impel Down should have been destroyed long ago. At this moment, the strength of these pirates could be put to good use. All right, that's enough, Lin. Sengoku didn't care about Impel Down or the pirates. If they escaped, they could catch them all again later. No, in the future, there would be no need to catch them, just kill them on the spot. Thinking about it this way, it really feels good. In Sengoku's eyes, this Impel Down was starting to look obtrusive. Rest assured, this is a group of pirates. Lin left behind a perplexing sentence, and his consciousness faded away again. Inside the illusion, with everyone's concerted efforts, the invisible air wall actually began to appear densely packed with cracks. Effective, useful, hope is right in front of us. Blackbeard sat cross-legged on the ground, laughing heartily. He patted Luffy's shoulder, thanking him for his decision. "Luffy, my brother, thanks to you, all the prisoners have been released. This way, we can conserve our strength. Your power is used to save Ace, and my power. Rule 2. Breach of the barrier. The Navy will only judge Blackbeard and Luffy." The mechanical voice sounded again, exploding in the minds of every pirate. Huh? What the hell? Ha ha ha. So the Navy won't trouble us at all. Did I hear that right? There can actually be such good news? Thank you, Navy. After all, we are all nameless little people. Blackbeard, as one of the 7 warlords, actually betrayed the Navy, so he should be the primary target. As for Luffy, he is even more deserving of death. He is the son of Dragon from the Revolutionary Army, and that guy is the #1 enemy of the world government. Now he has attacked the Holy Land, so his son should be killed. Everyone, work hard. The barrier is about to break. Previously worried about escaping, now we can boldly walk out of Impel Down. The pirates erupted in celebration, eager to hold a grand feast in Impel Down. At that moment, Blackbeard's laughing face suddenly stiffened. Luffy also showed a twisted expression. Blackbeard's crew was momentarily bewildered. They said they were judging Blackbeard, but they were members of Blackbeard's crew. How could they possibly be spared? And just one Lin outside was enough to crush their entire group. This is no joke. Captain, what should we do? We're being targeted by Lin. Burgess clenched his fists, nearly grinding his teeth. Most of the other crew members, however, appeared unusually calm, especially Shiryu of the Rain. Gripping the handle of his sword, had already drawn his long knife. Blackbeard stood up, his smile fading, his face filled with helplessness. Lin, you guy. Blackbeard had never felt like a fool in front of this Navy major as he did now. Clearly, he had always calculated everything perfectly. How could it be that now everything was being turned against him by Lin? This trip to Impel Down, it seems, has made him a pawn in Lin's plan. He spread his arms, his entire body covered by the powers of the dark fruit. Granular shadows surged upwards, blocking out the sun. Within him, the bloodline power of rocks also surged. At this moment, the Dark Lord descended upon this blood-soaked land. He turned his head to look at Luffy. Luffy, in front of us are all the pirates of Impel Down, who have roamed the seas for many years. If we don't show our trump cards, we will be executed by that person. Ace is still waiting for you. After speaking, Blackbeard, empowered by the Dark Lord's state, let a long howl that shook the space. Haha, Lin, just wait. Today, I will make a wedding dress for you. Watch my power. All Blackbeard's crew. Kill. Blackbeard charged out, dark mist sweeping across the land. Luffy's heart raced, beating to a rhythm both familiar and strange. It was as if another life was awakening. Luffy clenched his fists, letting that power fill his entire body. No matter what, I have to save Ace. Luffy charged into the tide of pirates he had rescued. Chapter 47. Blackbeard. I'm one of the 7 warlords. I am loyal. Machine gun. Siege cannon. Rubber. One pirate after another lost their freedom of life under his bloodied fists. For the other pirates, the situation was plummeting. How could it be like this again? Hope came. It left. Hope came again. It left again. At this moment, the pirates finally turned around. Their speculation about Lin was correct. His power truly couldn't act against all of them. But they were only half right. Lin, you are a Navy wearing a cloak of justice. How could you engage in such despicable, shameless, vile behavior? What a great way to use someone else's knife to kill. Stop shouting. Hurry and gather, everyone. Gather urgently. This is Lin's open conspiracy. What a vicious Navy. Pirates with bounties over 100 million force themselves to stay calm. The most important thing now is to get past Blackbeard. What is up with that Straw Hat kid? Clearly, his bounty is only tens of millions, with no achievements at all, yet he is so fierce. Gather, gather. The pirates, caught off guard by Blackbeard and Luffy, began to concentrate their forces, and the situation gradually improved. Their individual strength was relatively weak, but that was only relative. Among them, there was not a single nameless person. Among them, there were even legendary pirates from the previous era. Ha ha ha! A rough laughter sounded, and a tall pirate stepped out from the crowd, wearing a horn helmet and a sleeveless coat with a gray beard. Although he was over 70 years old, he looked only in his 50s. He was Bondewald, a world destroyer from the previous era, the user of the Momo fruit, capable of amplifying the weight, speed, power, and other attributes of any object he touches. A simple handgun in his hand could transform into a giant cannon. And that giant cannon? It was said to have the power to destroy islands. Look, it's Bondewald. Step aside. It's rumored that this guy was once on par with Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion. Damn, is he that incredible? We won. We won this round. Even if it's Blackbeard, he is just a guy who has recently gained a bit of fame. Wald wanted to blend in with the pirates and quietly escape amidst the chaos. Once, he roamed the seas, renowned alongside legendary pirates. But because he was too high-profile, he fell victim to a naval spy's betrayal. This hurdle, has lasted 30 years. Wald raised his hand, pointing at Blackbeard. A junior. Then he pointed at Luffy. Another junior. He laughed and said, "Why don't you two commit suicide here? I'm too lazy to make a move." The confidence and dominance of an old veteran. Unfortunately, such veterans who come out just to show off generally don't have good endings. He was facing 2 pure hangers-on. Blackbeard unleashed his potential without reservation. This might be the greatest crisis he had faced since birth, battling against hundreds of renowned pirates. The aura of the Dark King radiated from him. Buzz! Granular black mist surged, eroding towards Wald like a tide. He grinned widely and laughed. Since you are an old predecessor, you should have an old predecessor's fate. This era no longer belongs to you. Wald roared, swinging his giant knife. 100-fold slash. Already powerful, his slash's speed and power were directly amplified 100-fold. Such a strike would even make Mihawk pause. But the opponent was not Mihawk. It was Blackbeard, who possessed the dark fruit. When Wald swung his knife, he already felt something was off. Pure black particles he didn't know when had wrapped around the knife in his hand. The strike he unleashed, the ability of a Momo fruit, had not been realized at all. What slashed towards Blackbeard was merely an ordinary strike. Old Wald hadn't reacted yet, and before him, the blade light flashed, his vision dropped. Shiryu of the Rain sheathed his sword, elegantly wiping away the blood. Old Wald's head rolled away, his gaze fixed on Blackbeard, who was walking step by step towards him. In the moment before his life faded, he seemed to see a familiar figure. The former Dark Lord, the maritime overlord. Hogdi Xibik. It seems my era has indeed passed. Blackbeard stepped on Wald's head, but he did not immediately press down. What a pity, what a pity. If it weren't for the wrong timing and the wrong people watching me, this Momo fruit in my hands would unleash 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold power. Damn, Lin, my good fortune always seems to have you around. Nowadays, Blackbeard has become the knife in your hand, working for you. With one move, he took down a legendary pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions, shattering the hearts of other great pirates. As a result, the criminals from the Six either got killed or were incorporated into Blackbeard's crew. This 10-man team possesses overwhelming power. Additionally, there's the occasionally grinning Straw Hat Luffy. The situation looks dire. They are hundreds in number, and if they fight desperately, perhaps they can gain a slim chance of survival. But what does that even mean? Who can guarantee that the one who survives in the end will be themselves? Thus, the mindset of the pirates changed. Wait, why do we have to fight? We can join Blackbeard's crew like the criminals from the Six. Someone as ambitious as him would surely want to recruit us. The Blackbeard pirates don't look bad either. Blackbeard, we surrender. Yes, we can serve you. We are all pirates. There's no need to listen to a Navy man's orders and fight here. The pirates saw hope again. Perhaps by aligning with Blackbeard, they could achieve greater success. The power Blackbeard just displayed was extraordinary. Ha, you guys are out of your minds. Blackbeard laughed, looking at these unfortunate souls, blinded by the desire to survive. He shouted at the top of his lungs, I'm a warlord of the sea. I'm a loyal warlord of the sea to Rear Admiral Lin. Warlords of the sea. Do you know what the warlords of the sea are? Chapter 48. The red, black, and white in Impel Down. Blackbeard's words echoed throughout the space, sounding like thunder, rolling in. All the pirates were stunned. What the hell is a warlord of the sea? Didn't you sneak away from the Navy headquarters to attack Impel Down? What, now you want to pledge loyalty? Are you shouting so loudly because you're afraid Lin can't hear you? Damn, how disgusting. To save your life, to gain power, even throwing away your dignity. Ugh. Disgusting. Even I, a small pirate, feel disgusted for your sake. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Can't this just be done quietly, or at least a little more softly? In this era, it's not the Navy that's fallen, but the pirates that have fallen. What happened to the Grand Line era? You've completely lost the face of our ancestors. Countless pirates voiced their outrage. They shouted, cursed, and yelled, but it was all futile. Blackbeard had already made his move. Black mist rolled in, restricting the powers of the devil fruit users in its path. Immediately after, the 9 pirates under him began to harvest lives without reservation. However, these are also reckless fighters with some skill. The initial crushing defeat was leveled by the opposing numbers. Both sides fell into a bitter battle. Blackbeard's side consumed stamina and endured injuries, while the great pirates suffered continuous losses. Both sides were locked in a fierce struggle. Luffy, Lin's list still has your name on it. If you don't unleash your power now, you might never see Ace again. Although Blackbeard's strength was great, his stamina was indeed average. If this dragged on, it was uncertain who would walk out of here. He felt a deep bitterness. Originally, he was the initiator and admirer of the death struggle. Now, Lin had taken his place, and he himself had become a clown performing for Lin. Endure. He had endured for decades. How could he not endure this moment? Upon hearing Ace's name, Luffy's nerves tensed. Blackbeard noticed that the name Ace was like a switch, instantly triggering Luffy's unstable state. It seemed that the return of Joy Boy was drawing closer. Red-haired, is this your purpose? Blackbeard fixed his gaze on Luffy, his eyes burning with desire, determined to find a way to pull this 17-year-old boy into his camp. But the red-haired had sacrificed an arm. And what about himself? Blackbeard pondered carefully. Sacrificing himself was impossible. But why must he sacrifice himself? Why not sacrifice others? Huh? The smile on Blackbeard's face grew wider. The power within Luffy surged, becoming increasingly uncontrollable, the voices in his mind growing louder. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Only by leaving here can he gain freedom. For the sake of freedom, necessary sacrifices are worth it. Luffy roared. His hair began to curl, and his body radiated a white light. Even around him, white clouds began to appear. However, this power flickered like a flickering light. But that was enough. Kill. I want to save Ace. The red-haired is in danger too. Navy. Navy. The Navy should all die. A completely different voice surged from Luffy's throat, as if a grudge accumulated over hundreds of years erupted all at once. Like a flood, sweeping everything away. This blood-soaked land displayed a wave-like shape. In this state, Luffy activated his strangulation mode, combining with Blackbeard's fruit-restraining ability. Between the two, one black and one white, it resembled a black and white painting, exuding a harmonious yet contradictory beauty. What kind of demon is this? Black, white, red? What happened to my world? In this space, the three colors played a symphony, resonating with the beauty of rhythm. A death dance. A hellish tableau. Outside this scene, the strongest prison in history, Impel Down, was continually collapsing. After today, this place would become history, with nearly all the pirates imprisoned inside buried along with it. On the warship, the soldiers had long since become numb. The piles of corpses and rivers of blood were insufficient to describe the scene before them. Among them, the most eye-catching was the center of black and white. Marshal D. Teach. Monkey de Luffy. Indeed, one clan is terrifying. Lin squinted his eyes, having witnessed two terrifying powers in Blackbeard and Luffy. However, these two powers were still in their nascent stages. Sengoku was shocked. He could hardly believe his eyes. He shook Lin's arm, pointing at the center of black and white. With his mouth agape, he shouted, "What is this, Lin? Did you see that? Hey, did you see it?" Lin's expression was calm, his eyes narrowed. It was his greatest reaction to the powers displayed by the two. "Hey, Lin, that guy Blackbeard is off. I clearly sense that guy's aura from him." "Garp, you fought that guy, you know, right?" Sengoku looked over, and Garp's expression immediately froze. Old Garp's eyes had only the figure of Luffy, his iron fist clenched tightly, repeatedly murmuring, "How could this be? So that's how it is." In an instant, Garp's red and black aura swirled. The energy it stirred up comparable to a great tide. "Garp!" Sengoku was the first to rush over, transforming into the Buddha, holding Garp down tightly. "Old friend, wake up." At this moment, Sengoku finally shifted his gaze from Blackbeard to Luffy. That fierce yet seemingly radiant smile was so eerie. Buzz. Luffy's white pupils looked over at Sengoku. It was as if he could penetrate Lin's illusion and gaze directly at the reality of the Warring States. In that moment, Warring States shuddered, for he truly saw a terrifying existence. In those white pupils, endless years of sediment were hidden. It was him. It was that man. Warring States understood. He fully understood where his old friend's anger came from. "Warring States, let's go." Lin's voice came at the right moment, his blood-red pupils growing dimmer. "Kapu, you should come with us too." Warring States released Kapu, whose domineering aura dissipated. His target for venting his anger was not here. Warring States hesitated for a moment and said to Lin, "Lin, I promised Kapu that Luffy would live." "If you insist," Warring States actually felt a bit timid in front of Lin. Lin smiled lightly. "You are the Admiral. Of course I will listen to you." "You." Warring States was taken aback. He pointed to his own chin and sincerely asked, "Lin, do you see me as an admiral?" Chapter 49. Goal. Recreate the Battle of God Valley. Lin found it somewhat amusing. "Isn't that so? I'm just a small navy too." "Stop." Warring States hurriedly interrupted him. He wasn't in the mood to joke with Lin. Although Lin's return meant that all the burdens could finally be shouldered by someone, looking at Kapu made him feel even heavier. "Old friend, Luffy, this guy has never been easy to deal with since he was a child. Ever since he went to sea, Kapu has been worried sick. Until the big incident, my old friend has visibly aged and worn down. Let's go. Kapu turned his back. He didn't want to see those white pupils again. Today, there is someone. He must be seen, and everything must be clarified. Lin En, Warring States looked at the nearly ruined Impel Down. Soon, the illusion will be lifted, and they will win. The warships headed towards Mariewa. Kapu returned to his room and closed the door. Is something wrong? Lin noticed Warring States had something to say, occasionally glancing towards Kapu's room door. Blackbeard and Luffy are very dangerous. What do you mean? Lin watched Warring States with interest, who felt as if he was being teased. I'm not sure. Warring States hesitated and was conflicted. He was the Admiral and also an old friend of Kapu. He couldn't completely abandon either identity. Regarding Luffy, since you promised Kapu, you shouldn't let yourself be conflicted. And Blackbeard, he offered me his loyalty. I can't just kill him, can I? Lin smiled at Warring States. What? What did you say? Lin, oh Lin, can you not say things I don't understand? I'm under a lot of pressure right now. I just want to throw in the towel and let you tell me your thoughts, and then I'll hand everything over to you. So, can you be straightforward? Lin looked out at the sea and said solemnly, at this stage, this sea is too chaotic. For us in the Navy, completely wiping them out is too troublesome. Almost impossible. Blackbeard has enough ambition. Today, he also showed me his strength. So, under the rules of the game, if he steps out, then he will start his great enterprise. As for Luffy, it's the same. Lin's words made Warring States increasingly confused, and the more he listened, the bigger his head felt. What the hell is this? Warring States desperately tried to calm himself down. Wait, let me take a moment to think. Warring States believed that not only was he powerful, but his mind was also sharp. Many times, he took pride in being a strategist for the Navy. This was his reason for standing tall in front of Kapu. But he did not understand why every time he spoke with Lin, it always made him doubt his own intelligence. Am I not a strategist, but rather an idiot? That shouldn't be the case. Warring States suddenly felt uncertain. After thinking for a long time, he hesitantly said, Lin, if I'm not mistaken, you're not only not planning to kill Blackbeard, but you also want to secretly support him. Lin shook his head. Warring States exhaled the breath he had been holding and took a long, deep breath. Damn it. I must be too nervous. How could I have such a crazy thought? Damn, I'm getting old. Lin looked at him strangely and said slowly, I not only want to support Blackbeard, but I also want to support Luffy and even Shanks. I forgot to tell you. I have reached an agreement with Shanks on certain matters. This trip is to meet with Shanks. Although it may be a bit late. I am now reporting to you, Admiral. Warring States stared at Lin for a long time, motionless. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Where's the radical faction? Where's the plan to eliminate the pirates? How did it suddenly turn into a strategic partnership? Warring States felt that he was not only getting old, but also losing his mind. Radical faction. This is the radical faction opening the door for radical factions. It's gone too far. No, Lin. We are the Navy. We were the cloak of justice. How can we collude with pirates? Warring States grabbed his hair and pulled out a large handful. Lin told him to calm down. How can I calm down? I can't calm down. You promised to wipe out all pirates in this sea. I've been bent by you. How did you suddenly turn around? Lin was speechless and countered. Have I changed? Warring States nodded and retorted. Haven't you? Lin pointed to the Impel Down that was receding behind them. Excuse me. How are the hundreds of ruthless pirates in Impel Down doing? Warring States turned back and began to grasp Lin's meaning. Lin explained, to wipe out the pirates. Do we really need to take action ourselves? Warring States, please think carefully. Who is the enemy of the pirates? Is it the Navy or other pirates? This sentence struck Warring States like a bolt of lightning. There is a bit of logic to that. He thought about the situation in Impel Down and linked it to Lin's words, savoring them slowly. It felt familiar, but it was still wrong. Isn't this nurturing a future threat? Once Blackbeard fully grows, how do we? The latter part of the sentence Warring States forcibly swallowed. Damn! Warring States finally reacted, but this move was too dangerous. Lin, I know you are strong, but Blackbeard has inherited the bloodline of rocks. If he learns from his lessons, the danger he poses will be even greater than rocks. If it weren't for Kapu and Roger teaming up during the God Valley incident, the world government might have been destroyed. Hearing about the God Valley incident was precisely hitting the target for Lin. He countered, if the Navy had the capability to handle the God Valley incident beautifully and perfectly back then, the current Sea Wound T had become so chaotic. Warring States tentatively asked, Lin, what do you mean by beautifully and perfectly? Although Warring States could guess Lin's meaning, he had to ask clearly face to face. That kind of crazy idea was not something he dared to propose. Lin leaned against the railing, gazing at the cloudless, pure blue sky. If all the pirates in God Valley had been wiped out, it could indeed be called beautiful and perfect. Even thinking about it made Warring States' jaw drop. The pirates from that battle, Rocks, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, Roger, even including the red-haired child who was still an infant. Because Rocks was strong enough, he became the king of the sea, and all powerful pirates were either eliminated by him or joined his ranks. That battle, if according to Lin's intention, could indeed make the entire sea instantly clean. Sengoku was completely convinced, when it comes to boldness and creativity, Lin is truly a talent. So what is your plan? Even though Sengoku forced himself not to ask, he still couldn't help it. He feared that from tonight onwards, he wouldn't be able to sleep. He knew that once he asked this question, he would immediately regret it. But he couldn't help it. Whatever, let's go for it. If the sky falls, let Lin bear it. Lin answered Sengoku's question. The recreation of the God Valley incident. In this game, the Navy must win, and win beautifully and perfectly. Let this sea become completely quiet. Chapter 50. The Room of Power. Let Dragon and Lin go to war. Several warships sailed on the calm sea. At this moment, Sengoku's heart was turbulent, unable to calm down at all. After all, he regretted it in the end. Regretted asking that question. In the days to come, he feared there would be no good night's sleep. Sengoku looked towards Marineford. He didn't even care about the Revolutionary Army's invasion or Whitebeard's group waiting. All of this was just a fuse for the next great battle. Lin, oh Lin, are your parents aware of what you were playing at? Sengoku was stunned for a moment. Speaking of which, all of this was created by that group of unknown pirates. Clearly, if they had not appeared, Lin should now just be an ordinary villager. But Sengoku quickly shook his head in denial. There was no peaceful place in this sea. The emergence of Lin was only a matter of time. What Sengoku was concerned about was whether Lin's birthplace was really just a quiet, nameless little island. What kind of little island could produce such a monster? Especially Lin's pair of eyes. The blood-red color, like a gem without any impurities. It seems that there has never been a race in this sea known to possess such eyes. Unfortunately, the residents of that little island, according to Zefa, were all killed by that group of pirates, leaving only Lin. In this case, is Lin an exception? Or do the people of that nameless little island all possess bloodlines similar to Lin's? This was completely unknowable. Once things here settle down, he must visit that little island. As for now, since Lin has appeared, let him handle everything. I'll just quietly watch the show, although being an audience member for Lin is also a tiring job. By the way, this guy Lin actually obeyed orders and took the initiative to help at the Holy Land. This is a bit out of the ordinary. Suddenly, Sengoku was stunned. Something was off, very off. Sengoku's gaze flicked to Lin beside him. By the way, what do you want to do at the Holy Land? Lin replied, they requested assistance. As the Navy, we naturally have an obligation. After all, having received money from the Celestial Dragons, we have to do some work at the appropriate time. In the future, the Navy will need more money. At least at this stage, the financial backer cannot disappear, right? That makes a lot of sense. But Sengoku didn't believe a word of it. The Holy Land, Mariehua. This day would definitely be the Celestial Dragon's nightmare. Clearly, the son of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Luffy, was captured by the Navy and imprisoned in Impel Down, also waiting for execution at Marine Headquarters in Marineford. Everything should only be related to the Navy. How did this disaster of the Revolutionary Army fall on them? The main military force of the entire world government is mostly concentrated in the Navy. And the Holy Land? Essentially, it also has considerable power. Among them, the most important is the Knights of God, the ultimate violent institution of the world government, whose members are the enforcers of the Holy Land, Mariehua. Especially the commander of the Knights of God, Figureland Garling, and his son, the leader of the Knights of God, Figureland Shamrock. Both of them possess absolutely formidable strength. Coupled with the 5 old fellows in the Room of Power and the existence of the Void Throne, the high-end combat power of the entire Holy Land is not lacking at all, and is even very strong. But there's one very critical point. The existence of these guys is the rulers of the celestial dragons, not their servants. For them to act for the lowly people they rule over would be a complete international joke. Yes, that's right. There are also differences among the celestial dragons. The normally high and mighty celestial dragons are only so in front of ordinary people. And the celestial dragons among the celestial dragons are precisely this group of guys. They usually appear mysteriously, like dragons seen only in the sky. In their eyes, if someone were to attack the Holy Land, Mariehua, and kill some commoners, it would be no big deal. As long as it doesn't threaten their own safety, everything is negotiable. This has led to the feeling that whether in the past or in the future, someone is bound to attack Mariehua. Fisher Tiger and Roxy Zebek both became famous for this. As a pirate, if you want to become famous, attacking the Holy Land is a good choice. Of course, the premise is having enough strength. Therefore, when Dragon led the 4 Revolutionary Army forces to attack, without the Navy's obstruction, they smoothly reached the Holy Land. What is said is that soldiers face soldiers, generals face generals. Even the Knights of God cannot completely stop a large army from slaughtering the celestial dragon commoners. At this moment, the Holy Land was ablaze, blood flowed like rivers, and cries filled the air. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Holy Land were patiently waiting for the Navy's support. Isn't the Navy arrogant? Let you guys waste time with both the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Once this battle is over, the Navy's strength will be greatly weakened. And let's see how you can still be arrogant. Room of Power. Saint Satan inquired. Has Sengoku not arrived yet? Commander of the Knights of God. Saint Garling said. Sengoku has mobilized the army and is heading to Impel Down to detain Monkey D, Luffy, and will come immediately afterward. Saint Vachely snorted. That guy Lin is not here. This time, let's see how the Navy can still be arrogant. Among the 5 old stars, Saint Vachely presided over the trial of Bone. That celestial dragon uprising still left him with lingering fears. Lin's methods were too strange. However, Saint Garling said, we cannot rule out the possibility that that guy will appear at any time. We need to be prepared for that. Figureland Shamrock, with his red hair, indeed resembled red-haired Shanks. He coldly snorted, just a Navy major, if he dares to make any moves at this time. My Knights of God won't mind taking action to rectify the Navy. Saint Vachely reminded, that is a special guy. Before Lordum gives an order, don't act rashly. Shamrock remained silent. The status of the Knights of God far exceeds that of the Navy. For him to bow to a Navy major is absolutely impossible. Saint Garling, as the commander of the Knights, still holds a slightly weaker position than the 5 old stars. He was somewhat dissatisfied with his son's style. Shamrock then coldly said, the premise is that Lin does his job well. Finally, the latest news came. Lin appeared at Impel Down and will support the Holy Land alongside Admiral Sengoku. The mentioned figures suddenly made an appearance. The Room of Power fell silent. Saint reminded, our goal is to weaken the Navy with the power of the Revolutionary Army while also weakening the Revolutionary Army. In particular, making Long and Lin go to war will be the best outcome. Both Long and Lin are too mysterious in their abilities. Once the war starts, we will gain important information from both sides. For this, the sacrifice of some civilians is worth it. Vachely Saint nodded. Lin's power must be weakened. The other 3 also agreed, although they believed that, no matter what, with Lordum around, everything would be fine. But if the situation required Lordum to intervene, it would be a dereliction of duty on their part. No one could bear Lordum's wrath. Saint looked at Gallant Saint. Red-haired would also appear in Marineford, and if necessary, he should also probe Lin's intentions. Chapter 51. Shoot the Celestial Dragons. Gallant Saint did not speak. Even he found it difficult to understand his own son. Red-haired neither wanted to return to his identity as a celestial dragon nor clearly stated that he would oppose the world government. Throughout, Red-haired seemed to be growing stronger while also appearing aimless. He doesn't need me. I can handle it alone, Shamrock suddenly said in a deep voice, but was stopped by Gallant Saint. He sighed. His two sons were undeniably powerful, yet their personalities and respective identities seemed completely reversed. Before long, the character everyone was waiting for appeared. Report: Admiral Sengoku is leading the Navy to reinforce. Shamrock was the first to stand up, silently heading toward the port, followed by several core members of the Knights of God. Military Boy, Somaz Saint, Cheelin Gem Saint. The five elders and Gallon Saint did not move. Their goal was to make the Navy and the Revolutionary Army collide. When a group of fleeing celestial dragons saw the Navy warships appear in their sight, to be honest, their feelings were quite complex. It should have been a joyous occasion, but it felt like a thorn stuck in their throats, making them uncomfortable all over. They were the high and mighty celestial dragons. Why hadn't these commoners done a good job of protecting their masters? The Revolutionary Army should not have appeared in the Holy Land at all. This was all the Navy's negligence. If it weren't for the urgent situation, they would have reported to the power room, demanding that this incompetent Navy be dismissed. As their anger reached a peak when the Navy warships docked and groups of Navy personnel appeared, countless angry celestial dragons rushed toward the military port, shouting as if their enemies were not the Revolutionary Army, but this group of Navy reinforcements. You bunch of useless fools. Why are you only coming now? Look at the Revolutionary Army. You didn't stop them at all. Truly a bunch of useless idiots. What else can you do besides eat? Don't forget, who are you relying on to live? We even increased your benefits tenfold, and this is the result? To be honest, the Navy soldiers also did not expect this. They clearly came to save these foolish pigs, yet this group surrounded them first just to vent their anger. A bunch of hopeless idiots. Countless Navy soldiers forced themselves to endure their impatience. They were afraid that if they weren't careful, they would end up killing these foolish pigs. But they couldn't. At the beginning, Vice Admiral Bone was only punished for severing a celestial dragon's arm and was already forced to face public trial in the Holy Land. If it weren't for Major General Lin, Vice Admiral Bone might have been executed in public. And what about them? They were just nameless soldiers. How could they expect Major General Lin to back them up? Endure. Just get through this for now. The soldiers surrounded at the port gripped their guns, being pushed back step by step by the angry celestial dragons. The scene looked ridiculous. The Navy, here to support the celestial dragons, was blocked at the port by the celestial dragons. It was as if the fleeing celestial dragons and the ones who had just escaped were not even of the same race. We got out. Everything is fine now. As for those being killed, what does it have to do with us? We only care about our feelings now. Venting our anger on the Navy is the most important thing. Sengoku saw this bizarre scene and was so angry he was shaking. These guys, locked in the Holy Land for hundreds of years, had seemingly become another species, one even more foolish than pigs. But these guys were still celestial dragons. Headache. Sengoku suddenly remembered. Wasn't he supposed to be a hands-off manager? Why worry about this now? He turned his head to look at Lin. Lin, in the capacity of Admiral of the Navy, order you to be the commander of this support operation, with everything directed and accountable by you. Lin was speechless. This was a classic case of passing the buck. But he didn't care. Lin walked down the gangway step by step, and the Navy soldiers saw him, instantly feeling reassured. If it had to be said, Lin was not only a Rear Admiral, but also the senior brother to everyone present. Rear Admiral Lin. Rear Admiral Lin. The soldiers respectfully made a path for Lin. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Senior Brother Lin." This shout seemed to ignite the atmosphere on the scene, and all the soldiers echoed in unison, "Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin." When Lin came in front of a group of celestial dragons, it was as if a switch had been turned off in their mouths. Goodness, the celestial dragons were indeed arrogant. However, this gentleman in front of them was known throughout the Holy Land. It was he who had forced the celestial dragons to raise the Navy's benefits from 3 times to 10 times. To appease this gentleman's mood, they certainly did not want to experience that incident again. It was 100 times more terrifying than the world's most horrific nightmare. Shamrock and the key members of the Knights of God arrived. Seeing this scene, they couldn't believe it. These fools were actually so afraid of a Navy officer. It was simply unheard of. Shamrock narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see what was so special about Lin. When the space quieted down, all eyes turned to Lin. He gently raised his arm, pointing at the group of celestial dragons in front of him. In the role of battle commander, he issued the first order: all Navy soldiers, obey orders. Execute all these celestial dragons who are obstructing the Navy from carrying out their mission, leaving no one behind. The previously silent space fell completely dead silent. The celestial dragons gaped in disbelief, looking at Lin in confusion. The Navy soldiers were also in a state of shock. Can we play like this? Is this right? Although the soldiers were holding their guns, they did not immediately open fire. The celestial dragons opposite them did not take Lin's words seriously either. They thought Lin was using this as a strategy to drive them away. However, even if Lin issued such an order, it was still unforgivable. When a celestial dragon could no longer hold back and rush to Lin's front, preparing to curse him out, bang, a gunshot suddenly rang out. The soldiers looked towards the source of the gunfire, which was a young soldier beside Lin. He pulled the trigger, and his face lost all color. He, an ordinary soldier, actually shot and killed a celestial dragon. Damn! However, I did this to protect senior brother Lin. Even if I'm executed, I won't regret it. When he was still in a daze, suddenly, he heard a series of gunshots from behind. All the naval soldiers pulled the triggers in their hands. Orders. Everyone, execute brother Lin's orders. Fire. Fire. Chapter 52. The Navy became flames of gunfire. The celestial dragons surrounded by the Navy were all frightened and fled in panic. However, these guys live in luxury. Usually, they don't even walk on the ground. Many celestial dragons keep tall human pets to replace beasts. Yet at this moment, it was precisely these celestial dragons who fell first into the pool of blood. Whales rose. The celestial dragons could hardly believe that they had become the souls under the guns of these lowly people. Before long, the once crowded port suddenly became quiet, because the large number of corpses would no longer shout and make noise. The gunfire gradually faded, and the guns in the soldiers' hands became scorching hot. They had shot the celestial dragons. Once they started, there was no stopping. After all, killing one is death. Killing 10 or 100 is still death. It was better to earn a little more. Becoming a Navy soldier was certainly not to serve these scum. Some soldiers were trembling, while others just collapsed. Their heads were buzzing. They could hardly believe they had the courage to shoot. Looking back now, it was entirely because of Brother Lin's orders. Sengoku stood on the deck, completely dumbfounded. My God, his eyes widened in disbelief. Are these still the soldiers under his command? Damn it. Sengoku was very sure that if he had given the order to shoot the celestial dragons, these soldiers would never have executed it. Lin, oh Lin, what charm do you have? The adjutant, as an observer, saw everything clearly. He said coldly, Marshal, even you obey Major Lin, let alone these soldiers. Sengoku turned around and stared blankly at his adjutant. Huh? Is that so? The adjutant retorted. Isn't it? Sengoku suddenly laughed heartily. All right. The adjutant was astonished. He actually felt that his marshal was a bit silly and cute. Could it be that after shedding heavy responsibilities, he had become more lively? Perhaps. This was the original Sengoku. The adjutant smiled. He sincerely felt happy for his marshal. Thank you, Major Lin. Perhaps, after this battle, he should be called Marshal Lin. Help, damn it. The Revolutionary Army has caught up. Run away. Where to run? We are trapped between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy. That group of celestial dragons who had the luck to escape suddenly ran back fiercely. Hearing the gunfire, a large number of Revolutionary Army soldiers rushed over. When the Revolutionary Army chased the celestial dragons, they heard some words from the celestial dragons that puzzled them. Originally, they thought this group of celestial dragons had gone mad. But when they reached the port, everything before them left this group of battle-hardened Revolutionary Army soldiers utterly bewildered. At the port where the Navy landed, there were numerous celestial dragon corpses lying on the ground, and opposite was a group of armed Navy soldiers. At first, some Revolutionary Army members kept asking which Revolutionary Army did this to the celestial dragons at the port, which was simply the biggest achievement of this battle. When they asked, things became strange. The Eastern Army said it wasn't them, it might be the Northern Army. When asked about the Northern Army, they stated that they weren't even in that area. So was it the Southern Army? The Southern Army said they had just heard about this matter. Oh, then it must be the Western Army. Finally, the Western Army cursed. Damn it, we just arrived at the port, and it was us who asked. In the end, a Revolutionary Army soldier suggested, Could it be that what the Celestial Dragons said wasn't nonsense, and this so-called biggest achievement was done by the Navy? The commander of the Western Revolutionary Army, Mori, after observing the situation, indicated that it was very likely that the Navy had achieved this in the battle against the Celestial Dragons. Damn it. Shit. The Revolutionary Army members cursed one after another. They worked hard, and in the end, they were actually robbed of the fruits by the Navy. Phew. Winning by lying down. It wasn't that the Navy was powerful, but that the Celestial Dragons gathered together were simply live targets for the Navy soldiers' firearms. When the fleeing Celestial Dragons were surrounded by the Western Army and the Navy, the situation on the scene was such that no one could react. Things turned too strange. The Revolutionary Army soldiers asked, "Commander, should we take action?" The commander retorted, "Against whom?" The soldiers were directly dumbfounded. Right? Against whom? The Celestial Dragons or the Navy? Or both? In the end, the commander of the Western Army ordered, "Fire at the Celestial Dragons. But be careful not to injure our allies on the opposite side. Even though they took our achievements, we still can't be unreasonable. We are all on the same front." This order made the Revolutionary Army soldiers feel very reasonable. This was the first time in history that they felt a sense of intimacy after seeing the Navy. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. Under the rain of bullets from the Revolutionary Army, the Celestial Dragons fell one by one, and the originally blind bullets seemed to have eyes this time. Although the Revolutionary Army was shooting at the opposite side, the Navy soldiers were not hit by a single bullet. These Navy soldiers, who were originally very nervous, gradually gave a thumbs up to the Revolutionary Army. This marksmanship, really damn accurate. On the battlefield, the two armies in this sacred place unexpectedly sparked a wonderful spark. But everyone knew that this situation could only happen here in the sacred place. It was the Celestial Dragons who built the bridge for them. This batch of Celestial Dragons, who originally ran to the port to question the Navy, ultimately all fell. The Knights of God stepped out. Shamrock did not pay attention to the commander of the Revolutionary Army, but instead turned his gaze to the Navy. Lin. He stepped forward and questioned in the identity of the leader of the Knights of God. "Major Lin, is this your Navy support?" Shamrock didn't even glance at the numerous Celestial Dragon corpses on the ground. Essentially, Shamrock had to thank them. Their deaths allowed him to grasp Lin's handle. The Navy, under Lin's influence, was increasingly heading in the direction of losing control. His Knights of God must correct this. Lin said, "Who are you?" Shamrock was taken aback, his face covered with a layer of shadow. He was the face of the Knights of God, the future heir. This little Navy major actually didn't recognize him? I think you look a bit like a big pirate. Not long ago, I met him. Chapter 53 Lin was slashed away. Lin did not pay attention to Shamrock's anger. What he was more concerned about was the identity of the red-haired man, who looked so much like this Celestial Dragon. Shanks? Shamrock was surprised. How could Lin have met Shanks? He clenched his fists tightly. What on earth is that guy Shanks doing? Clearly becoming a big pirate. Yet he is getting involved with the Navy again. It seems you do have a connection. Lin sensed that although the two looked similar, their personalities were completely different. One is steady and domineering, while the other is arrogant and ostentatious. Compared to Shamrock, Lin prefers dealing with Shanks because Shanks is a smart person. He is someone who betrayed our family. Just thinking of Shanks makes Shamrock feel a wave of annoyance. Sorry, I'm not interested in this. You. Shamrock is convinced that he also intensely dislikes the guy in front of him. In some ways, he has some similar traits to Shanks. Always acting as if he looks down on everyone, constantly speaking in riddles to appear profound, and wearing an expression that suggests he thinks everyone else is a fool. Of course, Shamrock has not forgotten his mission. The five elders clearly stated that Lin must confront Dragon. That is what they currently need. Lin, the commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army, is here. Please arrest him immediately. As a Navy officer, you wouldn't disobey, would you? Shamrock's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, Dragon must be lurking in the shadows, waiting for you to capture his subordinate, which would surely provoke a battle between the two sides. Or, you could defy orders to my face. After this battle, the Knights of God will make demands to the Chamber of Authority. The Navy you and Zefa painstakingly cultivated will be directly taken over by the Knights of God. Choose Lin. Lin quietly looked at him and asked, "May I ask, what is your name, officer?" Shamrock frowned slightly. He did not understand Lin's meaning. At the same time, Shamrock felt a sharp pain in his forehead. Yes, it's his feeling. This intensely annoying feeling that he also sensed in his brother Shanks. He endured the pain in his forehead and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fegaland Shamrock. So what? Knowing my name has what to do with your next actions?" Major Lin. Lin shook his head slightly. "Well, it has nothing to do." Shamrock almost bared his teeth. "You're playing me." Lin's gaze seemed not to focus on Shamrock. In Lin's view, Shamrock was like an insignificant person not worth his attention. Shamrock sensed this as well. He is looking for that shadow in me. This gaze, he had felt it from his father, Fegaland Gallant Saint. The shadow. Shanks' shadow. Lin took everything in, launching a soul-piercing attack. "So, Lord Shamrock, your father must often lament why it's not Shanks inheriting his position, but you instead." On this point, I would very much agree with his view. Buzz. Fegaland's head exploded with a loud sound. His whole body trembled, and the hostility within him roared like an evil dragon. As the face of the Knights of God, as the next heir to the Knights of God, he would never allow anyone to challenge his authority in the Holy Land. "Lord Shamrock, don't be influenced by him. We don't need to fight the Navy here." Behind him, a soldier immediately reminded him. At the same time, she looked at Lin, feeling a wave of heart palpitation. He obviously just met Lord Shamrock for the first time, yet he could attack the Lord's vital points with such precision. Shanks, this notoriously famous super pirate. Lord Gallant Saint indeed often laments. If Shanks were here, the Knights of God would have infinite possibilities. Lord Gallant did not mean to show favoritism, but Lord Shamrock often brooded over this. He is confident enough and strong enough. He definitely possesses the power to rival those so-called emperors of the sea. The key point is that with the Knights of God present, the revolutionary army led by Dragon is ultimately just causing harmless destruction in the Holy Land. However, once Lord Shamrock battles Lin, that dragon guy might see hope and take the opportunity to launch a real attack. Not against civilians, but targeting a few core families in the Holy Land. By then, Lord Shamrock will surely face an investigation for negligence. Thus, wouldn't the Navy become even more uncontrollable? As an observer, the soldier remained calm, but Shamrock fell into Lin's trap. He was broken down by Lin's influence, unable to control himself. Despite Shamrock's instincts constantly reminding him to remain calm in front of this man, he couldn't control it. His body fell out of control. Swish! The sword in his hand was drawn like lightning, slashing towards Lin. The blade was enveloped in domineering energy. This space was torn apart, producing a thunderous sound. "Shamrock, are you crazy?" Admiral Sengoku shouted. He never expected that Shamrock would act without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, Sengoku should be calm, since Shamrock acted first. Everything that followed would be easy to handle. But at this moment, Sengoku was actually worried for Lin. The previous scene in Impel Down made him clench his fists. The blood tears flowing from the corner of Lin's eye were simply shocking. "You have to know. He is Lin. What does it mean for such a guy to bleed?" Sengoku didn't know, nor did he want to know. The Navy soldiers, initially thinking of cheering for Brother Lin, felt an uneasy tension upon seeing Admiral Sengoku's expression. Sure enough, in one move, Lin's actions appeared to Shamrock like those of a frail old man. He couldn't even react in time to this earth-shattering strike, a blow powerful enough to rival the four emperors. Under the gaze of all Navy soldiers, all Revolutionary Army members, and several core members of the Knights of God, Lin, this Navy major who orchestrated a major event, was actually sent flying by Fegaland Shamrock with a single slash. Lin flew backward, his body flying in a straight line, crashing onto the Navy warship. The thick, specially reinforced steel plates of the warship were directly smashed open. Lin, Admiral Sengoku dove into the warship. Brother Lin. The Navy soldiers went completely crazy. Groups of people surrounded the warship to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to attack Brother Lin. Chapter 54. Dragon appears, Carp strikes, correcting his mistake on the deck. Carp and Akiji, Magellan and Hannibal all showed expressions of shock that seemed to collapse their worldview. Among them, especially Carp and Magellan were even more so, because these two had personally experienced Lin's strength. It couldn't be described as terrifying, It should be described as mysterious and unknown. They would never believe that Lin could be sent flying by Shamrock with a single slash, even if he consumed a lot of energy in Impel Down. Almost simultaneously, the four of them thought of the same thing. Garp laughed heartily, and the frown on his face lightened a bit. Akiji stared at the large hole in the warship, not knowing what he was thinking. Magellan, wrapped in bandages, still looked very happy. This kid Lin was not just playing tricks on him. Hannibal was terrified. Lin was still so frightening. Inside the warship, Lin lay on his back on the bottom deck with a big character. As soon as Sengoku entered, he saw that Lin was completely unscathed, not even a hint of his breath diminished. He immediately went mad. Lin, did you play me the whole time? Thinking of the scene in Impel Down, Sengoku felt it was not worth worrying about Lin. Sigh, I was too emotional. But Lin said, my stamina has indeed been affected. Sengoku gritted his teeth. The impact is the impact, but who the hell knows how much it has affected? Lin said slowly. After all, the Revolutionary Army hasn't approached our Navy, so we naturally don't need to wade into this murky water. Let's deal with the outside matters and then return to the Navy headquarters. As for the Revolutionary Army, just leave it to that Lord Shamrock outside to handle. At this moment, Sengoku's expression finally eased. He then patted his thigh and laughed heartily. Good job, Lin, this time I forgive you. To be honest, Sengoku felt that being with Lin was like riding a roller coaster. He was getting old and couldn't handle such excitement. Lin, after this incident, you should take my position. The entire Navy probably looks up to you. Especially today, the soldiers followed Lin's orders and actually fired at the celestial dragons. At this moment, he knew that it was time for him to step down and let someone else take over. No, Lin shook his head. Let Sakazuki have this position. He has given his all in this great war, and he is indeed suitable for this role. As for me, I still have other things to do. Sengoku was momentarily stunned. Then he understood. All right. He sighed deeply, and from now on, when Lin needs this old man, he would naturally do his utmost. As for other times, at his age, he still hadn't enjoyed life properly. However, he still worried about his old friend Garp. As for Akiji, he was still young and needed to find his own path. Well then, you rest, I'll handle things outside. Let's return to Mariehua immediately. This damn holy land. I can't stay here for even a moment. When Sengoku stepped off the warship, his entire body shrouded in red and black aura, his face completely covered in shadow. The Navy soldiers were all terrified. They had never seen such a terrifying admiral. The soldiers hurriedly made way, and Sengoku walked step by step toward Shamrock. Sengoku, what do you want to do? A deep voice shouted from behind. It was the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Garp, don't mind me. Sengoku's anger burned like a raging fire, reaching its peak. A golden Buddha appeared, illuminating the entire Holy Land port so brightly that it was blinding. The Revolutionary Army retreated in panic. In this state, if Sengoku slapped down, their entire team would probably suffer heavy casualties. Terrifying. Shamrock felt the pressure from the golden Buddha in front of him. But he was Shamrock. He was the face of the Divine Knights. Admiral Sengoku, do you want to challenge the Divine Knights? Sengoku roared with a voice like a Buddha, as if a golden palm was coming down on Shamrock. You! Shamrock swung his sword to block, his face showing great strain. What is wrong with this old man? Is he trying to fight to the death? At the same time, Sengoku's other hand came crashing down. Shamrock's expression changed dramatically. Old man, he was in his prime, although he wasn't afraid of Sengoku. The opponent was attacking with everything he had, and he was starting to struggle. After all, the Holy Land also had a revolutionary army. What would it mean for the Divine Knights to battle the Navy? Just as Sengoku's two hands were about to strike, Garp finally arrived late. He pressed Sengoku down hard, pinning him to the ground. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Garp, hold me down like this. Otherwise, I won't be able to help but kill him. Garp was taken aback. Can we save some energy? Are you addicted to this? Suddenly, the space thundered. Wind and rain, clouds and fog, mysteriously descended upon the entire Holy Land. The heavy clouds obscured the entire area. In such circumstances, an ordinary person would find it hard to breathe. It was like a terrifying doomsday scene. What's going on? Look, behind the lightning, a figure has appeared. The members of the Divine Knights were stunned by the scene before them. They didn't deal much with pirates, but were more familiar with the Revolutionary Army. No doubt, that man has appeared. the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the most notorious criminal intending to overthrow the entire world government. Monkey D. Dragon. Beside him was his chief of staff, a rising star, Sabo. Dragon's appearance made the entire Divine Knights tense, although they weren't exactly afraid. If this man really went on a killing spree, the Divine Knights would also suffer significant losses. Both sides had been at a stalemate for years, with no one having an absolute advantage over the other. Once a battle broke out, it would be cruel hand-to-hand combat. Dragon's gaze swept over Shamrock, not lingering much. Finally, his eyes landed on Garp, his father, whom he hadn't seen in years. Garp, are you still serving the world government? This statement needed no explanation. The conflict between father and son had reached an irreconcilable level. The Navy soldiers looked at Garp and then at Dragon. What the hell is going on with Vice Admiral Garp's family? Dragon, you're still so stubborn. Today, I will completely correct the mistakes I have accumulated over the years. Garp released Sengoku. His aura surged sharply, causing the surrounding air to stir like a tornado. Step by step, he walked towards Dragon. I can't update at midnight next time. It will be in the morning. Chapter 55. Old Garp is once again sent flying, this time by his son. Garp leapt into the air. Red aura coiled around him like thunder and lightning. The wind, clouds, thunder, and fog that descended due to Dragon were all dispelled by Garp's aura. Under the watchful eyes of the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, and the Divine Knights, this former Navy hero reminded them of the fear he once commanded over these seas. And this time, the one facing him was none other than his own son. Dragon, how many years has it been since you've been hit by your old man? The leader of the Revolutionary Army. Getting beaten in front of his subordinates must be quite embarrassing. Garp raised his fist, immense energy roaring and converging. Galaxy impact. A river of stars unfolded behind Garp. At this moment, he was like the master of the galaxy. Dragon's usually cold and resolute face twitched with muscle. The love his father showed him in his childhood was still fresh in his memory, even now in midlife. However, they were not just father and son. It was a duel between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy. Dragon's aura climbed rapidly the moment Garp moved, and he held nothing back. The wind, clouds, thunder, and fog that Garp had dispelled all converged back. The forces of nature seemed to recognize him as their master. The so-called galaxy was a mere illusion. Garp, don't forget, you are in the realm of nature. The entire Holy Land, Mariewa, seemed to be under Dragon's influence. The wind howled. Thunder roared. The classic clash of the monkey family erupted between Garp and Dragon. In the skies above Mariewa, it was as if two stars collided. A terrifying power spread throughout Mariewa. With a deep roar, the outcome of this family feud was announced. Garp, you are old. Boom. The winds and clouds stirred, forming a monstrous tornado that swept everything away. An old man with silver hair was sent crashing down, deep into the interior of Mariewa. This strike left the land and buildings in ruins. This punch left all three parties astonished. Sengoku jumped down and pulled Garp up. When all eyes were on the naval hero Garp, Sengoku suddenly let out a loud roar. Old friend, why is this happening? You have sacrificed everything for the Navy and for the Holy Land. No, you must not die. You will not die. I will return to the Navy headquarters immediately to find the best doctor for you. Hold on, old friend. You cannot leave me first. I will not allow this to happen. Sengoku's voice was like a furious roar of a diamond. The sound waves he created could be used as a terrifying group attack method. Even with their ears covered, everyone could hear it clearly. Their hearts were shaken into an irregular rhythm. But because they heard it clearly, they were even more puzzled and confused. What? Garp was almost killed by a punch for Dragon? Incredible. Almost no one present had seen Dragon truly make a move. And today, this terrifying achievement would surely spread throughout the seas. Garp opened his eyes and cursed loudly. Sengoku, are you out of your mind? You're the one who's addicted. Sengoku quickly covered Garp's mouth with his hand. Seeing someone curiously looking over with a puzzled expression, Sengoku's eyes turned fierce again, emitting a Buddhist aura. Old friend, you must not insist any longer. You cannot make another move. Sengoku held Garp with one hand while still covering his mouth with the other. Amidst countless astonished and confused gazes, he stepped heavily onto the warship step by step. He solemnly announced. Vice Admiral Karp is severely injured. Major General Lin is severely injured. Our Navy can no longer fight. Everyone understood rationally, but still felt something was strange. So, what do they actually do on this trip to the Holy Land? They killed a wave of celestial dragons. They took down the Revolutionary Army. Their own senior brother and naval hero were inexplicably knocked down by the Knights of God and the Revolutionary Army. In other words, on this trip, their navy had engaged with the celestial dragons, the Knights of God, and the Revolutionary Army, and then returned home? Who cares? Back to headquarters. That is where their battlefield is. Admiral Zefa and the Navy were confronting the Whitebeard pirates. Now, with Major General Lin's return, they could finally fight hard. Essentially, if it weren't for Whitebeard teaming up with Kaido to ambush Admiral Akainu and the Celestial Dragons seeking help, their navy would have already won beautifully. As for Major General Lin and Vice Admiral Karp being on the verge of death, damn, even if it was Marshal Sengoku himself who said it, they didn't believe a word. For some reason, the Navy soldiers always felt that ever since Major General Lin returned, Vice Admiral Karp had become a bit flashy. Until the soldiers rushed back to the warship. Within 10 minutes, several Navy ships that came to reinforce had left the port. The Revolutionary Army, the Celestial Dragons, the Knights of God, all three sides were in a daze, completely unable to react, especially the Celestial Dragons, who expressed that among the three sides, only they were injured. What the hell? The lives of the Celestial Dragons mattered too. Who will speak up for our Celestial Dragons? Clouds rolled and thunder rumbled. Dragon looked at Shamrock and said in a deep voice, "All right, now it's your turn." Shamrock's heart trembled as Dragon gazed at him. He slashed Lin away with one blow. Not only did he know it, but even the bystanders could see the clues. All of this was an act put on by that guy Lin. Although Dragon and Karp were also acting, Karp was clearly much more serious than Lin. Faced with such a dragon, Shamrock had no confidence in winning. At this moment, St. Garen and the five elders arrived simultaneously. If it did not act now, Dragon would play for real. Shamrock retreated to St. Garen's side. This fierce man, who won the slave hunting competition in God Valley 38 years ago, showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Shamrock indeed had rare talent, enough to rival the young Shanks. However, from today's performance, Shamrock's growth in a greenhouse had been infinitely magnified. If it were Shanks, perhaps he wouldn't be so passive. This expression was instantly captured by Shamrock. Lin's words lingered in his mind like an unshakable demonic whisper. He clenched his fists and vowed that the humiliation of today would be repaid 100-fold. Lin, St. Garen stepped forward and said to his longtime rival, "Today, your Revolutionary Army has achieved its goal. If I guess correctly, your real target should be the Navy headquarters and Impel Down. Of course, if you insist on continuing, I will have to accompany you." Chapter 56. Kazoo. Akainu is injured. Then Whitebeard's head is mine. Marine headquarters. At this moment, after a series of earth-shattering battles, it was as if someone had suddenly pressed the pause button. Everything became exceptionally quiet. Although the Navy was well prepared and under Marshal Sengoku's command had pushed the Whitebeard pirates into a corner, the change came too quickly. After Akainu was stabbed, Whitebeard took the opportunity to severely injure him. This became the turning point for everything. Following this was the betrayal of most of the 7 warlords and the arrival of the Revolutionary Army's dragon in the Holy Land. Even so, the Navy headquarters, although losing the ability to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates, still had the capability to contain them. Therefore, the Whitebeard pirates did not take the chance to escape, but were waiting. Just like the Navy headquarters, all the Marines were also waiting. At this moment, Akainu, after emergency treatment, was gradually regaining his breath. However, his combat power was greatly weakened. Beside him, Kizaru smirked and said, "Sakazuki, this is the first time I've seen you so disheveled." Before Akainu could say anything, Bones lowered his head in shame beside him. He had attempted to take his own life, but was stopped by Akainu. "That knife was an order I gave. You were just following orders." Akainu's words echoed in his mind. Although he said this, it was hard for him to overcome the burden in his heart. TCH. Akainu glanced at Bones and snorted coldly. A mere fatal injury is nothing to be concerned about. Even Whitebeard can't take my life. Kizaru looked at Whitebeard and asked, "That old guy's head? You can't handle it. Should I help you?" Akainu clearly saw Kizaru's eager and excited demeanor. Damn! Looking at the gritted teeth of Akainu, Kizaru comforted him. You took Rayleigh's head, so Whitebeard is mine. Akainu wanted to say to let him recover first, but he knew that Borsalino wouldn't give him that chance. When did you become so proactive? Akainu couldn't help but ask. Kizaru grinned. Because I see hope. Akainu pressed on. What hope? Kizaru rarely smiled. The hope of getting off work. Get lost. Akainu didn't want to deal with Kizaru anymore. But Kizaru continued talking to himself. Isn't it? Once this sea is completely cleared, your brother and I can permanently clock out. Akainu finally understood. This guy's nature hadn't changed at all. Major General Lin, however, had precisely taken advantage of this point to completely mobilize Borsalino's enthusiasm. Now, in the Navy, Zefa had to command the army, and only Kizaru remained as the highest combat power. According to reason, both sides were supposed to stalemate, waiting for new forces to break the balance. But suddenly, Kizaru made a move, transforming into yellow light and disappearing. He aimed to catch the Whitebeard pirates off guard. Fujitora had changed, no longer content to lie back and win. He was going to take action. At the same time, Whitebeard suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz. Clearly, there was nothing in front of him, yet he held the Tsung Yun cut and slashed horizontally with the power of the Tremor fruit. The sudden change shocked both sides. Why were they fighting again? As they focused their gazes, they discovered that in front of Whitebeard, the Tank Yumi sword and the Tsung Yun cut were locked in a standoff. Old man, the captains, led by Marco, were astonished. They never expected that both sides had tacitly agreed to ceasefire. What was going on with Kizaru? Even Akainu, who was uninjured, wasn't this aggressive. The Navy side was equally wide-eyed. During this period, they had indeed witnessed the change in Admiral Kizaru. But, isn't this a bit excessive? On the Navy side, there was only one high-end combat force. Under these circumstances, you actually want to solo Whitebeard? On the opposite side, although the captains were seriously injured, they could still hold out, and Whitebeard himself had not sustained any fatal injuries. Sure enough, under Whitebeard, the 1st and 2nd Division captains, the Phoenix Marco and the Fire Fist Ace were burning with fierce flames, one blue and one red, scorching this space. In peak condition, Kizaru's power was fueled by the thought of taking down Whitebeard alone, but the current state of Whitebeard couldn't afford that. Seeing the two strongest captains teaming up, the pirates under Whitebeard finally felt relieved. Not to say they could completely stop Kizaru, but they could continuously wear him down. Get lost. At that moment, a familiar shout rang out. Accompanying it was a torrent of magma. Akainu. Marco was stunned. Akainu, mimicking Kizaru, grinned coldly. I'm injured, not dead. Marco had been charging at Kizaru, but with Akainu's sudden appearance, he was sent flying again. Marco. Ace shouted angrily, fire swirling like a hurricane. Kid, you don't get to talk here. Akainu's arm, engulfed in boiling magma, swung with all his might. Kizaru, I'm returning the favor from that day. Buffed. Even though Akainu was mortally wounded, the power of his magma fruit inherently suppressed the flame fruit. Not to mention, Akainu disregarded his injuries and fully assisted Kizaru. With this punch, Ace couldn't stop it. Ace spewed blood and was sent flying. Meanwhile, Akainu also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This scene left the captains under Whitebeard horrified. Damn it, are they really playing for keeps now? Old man's in danger. Diamond Jozu wanted to intervene, but he was also seriously injured. Even without injuries, he couldn't possibly stop Kizaru. Shichibukai. The Navy's goal is to completely eliminate all pirates. If we don't act soon, we'll go down with you. Diamond Jozu shouted, his gaze bloodshot as it swept over the 4 Shichibukai, led by Mihawk. Former celestial dragon, Doflamingo, strode in with long legs. The Navy couldn't stay here any longer. He had just opened his strings when Moonlight Moria attacked. Although he knew he wasn't a match, he thought he could hold him off for a while. I must protect my people. Jinbei, the fishman, was also left with no choice under Whitebeard's rule. The fishman karate was blocked by the Empress Boa Hancock. On this side, the Empress clearly had the upper hand. The owner of Conqueror's Haki was not something a fishman can resist. Kuma did not take action. He kept his gaze fixed on the Holy Land. Mihawk, holding the Black Blade Knight, launched a slash at Kizaru. Mihawk, who was strong enough to compete with Shanks, was indeed an exceptional level among the Shichibukai. Shichibukai. They truly deserve to die. Black Arm Zefa suddenly appeared, his shining black armament Haki mechanical arm directly shattering Mihawk's slash. Buzz! Terrifying energy rampaged. The Imperial-level battle reignited this recently quiet battlefield. Meanwhile, Kizaru's Tank Yumi sword unleashed a flurry of attacks in quick succession, like a storm that couldn't be stopped. Whitebeard, holding the Tsung Yun cut, even with the Tremor fruit's ability having a certain restraint against the glint fruit, found Kizaru's Tank Yumi sword shattering into particles of light again and again, only to reform repeatedly. But Kizaru's speed was only getting faster. In contrast, Whitebeard's speed was gradually slowing down. Kizaru was overjoyed. There was hope for a solo kill. Chapter 57. The Arrival of Red-Haired, There is Hope. This is our Navy Admiral. We can't rely solely on our senior brother. Even if we have to fight hard today, we must take down the Whitebeard pirates. Kill, kill, kill. Encouraged by Kizaru's actions, the Navy soldiers were spirited. Even without Admiral Zefa's orders, the soldiers on the square and the outer harbor took up their weapons, determined to take down the Whitebeard pirates despite losing their absolute advantage. The Navy cannot lose its fighting spirit. The Whitebeard pirates were astonished. It was one thing for high-end combat forces to fight, but why were you regular soldiers going crazy? You should know, in a typical battle, high-end combat forces are hard to kill. At most, they get injured, and everyone parts ways amicably. Next time they meet, they settle the score again. But for the low-level grunts, it's different. One cannonball can take off an arm or a leg. Not to mention, if they're slightly caught in the crossfire of top-tier combat, it's a one-way ticket to meet the Grim Reaper. Therefore, the Navy soldiers' autonomous actions without orders left the pirates perplexed. Ha, the heads are all mine. Damn it. It's all Whitebeard's fault for ambushing me and interrupting my progress of killing pirates, reaping rewards, and marrying a rich beauty. The Navy cheered and shouted. Even Kizaru was trying to solo and claim the kill. So how could they sit back and do nothing? One cannot be lazier than an admiral who lies back. The Navy soldiers howled as they charged once more at the Whitebeard pirates. The tens of thousands of pirates of the Whitebeard pirates had just caught their breath when they were once again besieged by the frenzied Navy. They felt very aggrieved. Those crazed Navy soldiers looked more piratical than the pirates themselves. Which Navy is this so fierce and insane? The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were also pushed to their limits, and with the Navy's absolute advantage gone, their confidence surged again. The Navy was going all out. You are still too young. We are the ones who lick blood off the blades. Killing Navy, these guys who have lived a too comfortable life, are definitely not our match. That said, the pirates quickly realized something was off. The Navy did not become negative and depressed due to losing their absolute advantage. Instead, because their admiral was fighting for his life, they became increasingly ferocious. Initially, it was for various benefits, but in the end, they were killing with red eyes, purely venting years of accumulated anger. You must know, many sailors became sailors because of the destruction caused by pirates. In the past, they couldn't kill. Now, they not only can kill, but also get super rewards. Kill, kill, kill. At the lower levels, the Navy had a huge advantage. Pirates are ultimately still pirates. They were just a group of scattered soldiers, while the Navy was well-trained, and Lin's radical training had greatly enhanced their strength. The screams of the pirates echoed repeatedly in Marineford. The vice admirals and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were fighting fiercely. Most of the captains were injured, and the vice admirals had a significant advantage as well. In terms of high-end combat power, although Whitebeard was at a disadvantage, determining life and death in a royal-level battle was still a matter of days. Whitebeard certainly couldn't hold out for many days, but a few hours were definitely not a problem. Zefa and Mihawk were in a situation similar to that of Kizaru and Whitebeard, but the opposite. Zefa was the one being worn down, while Mihawk was in his prime, yet he had no intention of determining life or death. In the Seven Warlords, Doflamingo had a significant advantage over Gecko Moria. On the battlefield, Moria's abilities could not be effectively utilized, and he was quickly injured by Doflamingo, losing a leg to the string fruit. Just as Doflamingo was about to take advantage of his victory and completely defeat Moria, Boa Hancock, the Empress, repelled Jinbe and came to his aid. Now, among the Seven Warlords, Only the two of them chose to continue serving the Navy as a temporary partnership to block Doflamingo and Jinbe. It seemed that the breakthrough point should appear on Akainu. He was the only one present who had sustained a fatal injury. Among the three admirals of the Navy, he was the most radical, the most powerful, and the most domineering. At this moment, wounded, he was being worn down by Marco and Ace. His wounds were worsening, and blood kept flowing from his mouth and abdomen. But even if the two captains wanted to outlast him, they had to recognize who he was. It just so happened that he was the one with the strongest will. Sakazuki. He used magma to burn his wounds and stop the bleeding. Come on, brats. Let's see who falls first today, me or your old man. He shouted at Kizaru. Borsellino, you can't do it either. Kizaru noticed something was off with Sakazuki's voice. The sword in his hand, the Yada no Kagami, suddenly became longer and thicker. He was going all out with this one. Although he was slightly older than Sakazuki, they were from the same generation, so he could be considered a senior. Unknowingly, this battle had indirectly turned into a showdown between Akainu and Whitebeard. It was a contest of willpower. Akainu gritted his teeth and swallowed his blood back down. I refuse to believe that I can't outlast an old man. A battle of equal strength was the most bloody and brutal on the battlefield. Kobe knocked a pirate flying and looked around. The scene before him could only be described as hell. The bodies of Navy and pirates were piling up. His head felt hot and swollen. No, this isn't right. He looked towards the center of the battlefield. Akainu and Whitebeard were both holding on. Both sides were killing each other blindly to buy time. Knowing this, why were they still forcing the battle? Even Admiral Borsellino was affected by Rear Admiral Lin. If this continued, what would be the point of killing Whitebeard? Kobe cried out, rushing towards the center of the battlefield. Not far away, Bellamy saw Kobe state. This time, he simply sighed lightly. He decided it was time to let go. Stab. Then, he beheaded a pirate. Kobe's dizzy head suddenly became incredibly clear, and he saw everything around him. Observation Haki. With this, he quickly arrived at the center of the battle. Kobe suddenly appeared before Zefa, arms wide open, shouting, Instructor Zefa, please stop this meaningless battle. Right now, we in the Navy have no advantage. What is the point of increasing casualties like this? Zefa raised an eyebrow. Even though he didn't recognize the kid in front of him and was very surprised that this young soldier had awakened observation Haki, he swiftly swung his black arm. Bang! The roaring mechanical arm knocked Kobe flying without letting him finish his sentence. Kobe had not expected that Zefa would not even let him finish speaking. He turned into a meteor, soaring across the battlefield, disrupting military morale. After this battle, it will be handed over to the military court for judgment. Zefa shook his fist and turned to punch the Black Blade Yuru. This fierce battle did not last long. The first third-party force arrived. This was not good news for the Navy. Report to Commander Zefa. The red-hair pirates have appeared. Chapter 58 Kizaru. Beckman, are you pointing a gun at me? The Red Fourth appeared effortlessly at the port. Shanks stood at the bow of the ship with a sword in one hand, overlooking the brutal battlefield below with no expression on his face. Beside him, Ben Beckman was smoking a cigarette and playing with a handgun. Behind them stood Lucky Roo and Jesus Burgess. The other cadres appeared one after another, all present. The four emperors. The red-haired pirates have arrived. This scene brought a deep sense of helplessness to the Navy. As Kizaru kicked towards Whitebeard again, Ben Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, pointed his gun at Kizaru. Kizaru, don't move. The Navy exclaimed, that's the vice captain of the red-haired pirates. Rumor has it that he possesses strength that rivals Shanks. Isn't that the existence of royal-level combat power? The red-haired pirates had a double emperor configuration, and this was someone bold enough to point a gun at our admiral. Seeing Ben Beckman directly confront Admiral Kizaru, the Navy felt a sense of despair. Oh, Kizaru stopped his attack and looked at Ben Beckman. When the latter saw Kizaru's expression, he froze. Before he could react, Kizaru disappeared from sight. A voice filled with displeasure, more terrifying than anger, came through. Beckman, are you pointing a gun at me? Ben Beckman instinctively shuddered and immediately turned around to shoot. Bang! Even the bullet couldn't keep up with Kizaru's speed. Since you like to shoot, well, I like it too. Laser pulse cannon. A golden halo appeared around Kizaru's fingertips, like an energy ring emitting terrifying pressure. From Ben Beckman's perspective, a laser pulse cannon suddenly appeared, and he couldn't sense from which direction it came. Bang! He continued to pull the trigger. A bullet infused with Haki barely blocked Kizaru's attack. But then, a voice came from behind. Get out of the way! Light kick! A long leg made of gathered light particles whipped against Ben Beckman's back. Bang! A thunderous explosion rang out. In just 3 seconds since Ben Beckman appeared, he was kicked away by Kizaru, crashing like a meteor to the outer edge of the battlefield. This scene was witnessed by countless Navy soldiers and pirates from the Whitebeard Pirates. What the hell was going on? Is this right? The Navy soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. Wait, when did our Admiral become this powerful? He kicked away a royal level? You don't understand. Borsalino has accumulated power for many years. Now that he's finally serious, how could anyone disturb him? The Navy naturally believed that Ben Beckman was rumored to have royal-level strength. But now it seemed that it was nothing more than that. Generally speaking, pirates tend to boast. However, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates did not share this view. They understood Ben Beckman far better than the Navy did. An admiral could never hold such a significant advantage. Even a furious version of Borsalino. On the Redforth, the red-haired man twitched his mouth slightly. Behind him, Lucky Lou and Jesus Burgess exchanged shocked glances, both somewhat speechless. Lucky Lou was munching on a chicken leg. Jesus Burgess. It's your turn. Jesus Burgess swallowed hard and took a distant glance at Kizaru. All right, he's not a close combat fighter. He directly squatted on the railing, raising his gun and aiming at Kizaru's forehead. Although the distance was far, Kizaru immediately sensed it. 8 feet range. Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, advancing through the air in a zigzag pattern. Before Jesus Burgess could pull the trigger, Kizaru appeared behind him. Light kick. He lifted his leg and sent Jesus Burgess flying to Ben Beckman's location. The chicken leg in Lucky Lou's hand instantly lost its appeal. Is it my turn now? Kizaru made it happen for him. Boom. Lucky Lou was sent flying across the battlefield, joining Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess as 3 unfortunate brothers. Kizaru stood before red-haired Shanks. The events unfolded so quickly that almost everyone failed to react. The red-hair pirates appeared, and in just a few seconds, one admiral had inexplicably taken down 1 vice admiral and 2 of the strongest fighters. Damn it, even the Navy couldn't comprehend it. Some soldiers asked their comrades beside them, I'm a new recruit. Can someone tell me, has our Navy admiral always been this amazing? The veteran next to them, Mouth Agape, replied blankly, I don't know. I haven't seen Admiral Borsalino in action much before. I didn't expect him to be our Navy's sweeper. Cheers erupted among the surrounding soldiers. Somewhere on the battlefield, Smoker, holding his jutty, forgot to puff on his cigar. Nearby, Tashigi adjusted her glasses. Colonel, this doesn't seem right. Smoker nodded. Things are very strange. This strange feeling gave Smoker a sense of familiarity. Lin, even though he hadn't appeared, it seemed his aura was always present in everything. Smoker even caught a glimpse of Lin's shadow in red-haired Shanks. He was stunned by his own thoughts. What was that guy Lin planning by not appearing? At this moment, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were going crazy. The red-haired pirates were the rescue they had been longing for. Before setting off, Whitebeard had met with Shanks. Although no one knew the details of their agreement, except for the captains, their cooperation was certain. Now look, the red-haired pirates had lost 3 of their main combat powers to a single admiral, excluding the captain. Is that reasonable? Especially Marco, who looked at Shanks with fire in his eyes. Don't get distracted on the battlefield. Akainu's voice rang out, and a magma dog was hurled toward Marco. Marco, be careful. Ace transformed into flames and rushed wildly. Ace, no. Marco's scalp tingled, and his whole body trembled. Instinctively, he pushed his limits, unleashing a full force that caused the magma dog to veer slightly off course. But the magma still engulfed nearly half of Ace's body. One arm and shoulder simply vanished. Ace. Marco covered Ace's wound with the blue flames of the Phoenix. The terrifying injury before him nearly made Marco lose his sanity. Surprise attack. He glared angrily at Akainu, whose magma fist surged toward him. Akainu aimed to take down 1 or 2 people before he fell. Ace. Just as the magma fist was about to strike, a burly figure almost flashed before Akainu. Whitebeard. Seeing Ace's nearly half-missing body made Whitebeard's eyes redden. He chose to take Akainu's magma fist head-on with his own body. At the same time, he raised his arm. his fist covered in the white energy of the quake fruit. The space around his fist began to crack with black fissures. Admiral, a pirate was cut down by the Bone General, letting out a roar that seemed to tear his throat. The other Navy personnel closed their eyes upon witnessing this scene. How could Akainu, in that state, withstand Whitebeard's furious strike? In Akainu's eyes, Whitebeard's punch seemed to be in slow motion. He knew that if there were no surprises, this would be the end of his life. Brother, I'm sorry I couldn't continue to support you. It's a bit regrettable. Even the last moment, Akainu did not choose to give up. The little power he had left transformed his magma dog form completely. This punch was incredibly heavy enough that it felt like someone had a giant grip on his hand. Akainu glanced sideways. A voice rolled from his throat. Brother! Chapter 59, Lin and Whitebeard's confrontation. Marineford becomes Ruin's Lin. Whitebeard, finally he saw the instigator of all this. Lin released Akainu's arm. At the same time, his fist was covered in unparalleled golden Haki. At this moment, the golden radiance was overwhelming, completely overshadowing the white energy body formed by Whitebeard's quake fruit. What is this? Whitebeard's pupils trembled. He had only seen such Haki in one man, red-haired Shanks, but there was an essential difference between the two. Shanks' golden Haki was clearly in its infancy. Yet this terrifying man before him had a golden Haki that was so rich. Had he reached his complete form? It should be noted that before Lin's appearance, Shanks' Conqueror's Haki was unparalleled on this sea, surpassing everyone. However, few knew why Shanks' Conqueror's Haki was so overwhelming. The reason was that his Conqueror's Haki had undergone a qualitative change. Conqueror's Haki is inherently the demeanor of a king. The appearance of Shanks made people realize that even among kings, there are distinctions. But what about this man? If Shanks' qualitative change was something he could still comprehend, then the Conqueror's Haki displayed by Lin completely exceeded his understanding. Could it be that the era belonging to their generation had truly passed? But before that, at least he had to create a chance for his sons to survive. Whitebeard's already robust arms came alive, muscles pulsating and moving, veins bursting out like swimming dragons. Little junior brother, step back. Sakazuki nodded and safely retreated. As Lin shouted, everyone within a radius of hundreds of meters around him and Whitebeard rushed forward with all their might. Even Zefa and Hawkeye, who were fighting, did not want to be affected by the impending terrifying power. Their buildup was enough to bring the entire battlefield to a halt. Sengoku, still on the warship, had not yet entered the battlefield. Now it was fine. He didn't even need to. Centered around those two monsters, all the Navy and pirates were retreating. Those close to the warship and pirate ships hurriedly fled onto their vessels. Lin's power was not understood by people. But Whitebeard's power was not only known, but also personally experienced twice. Now, the third time had come, and this time, the feeling it gave them was even more intense than the previous two. Whitebeard, is he burning his life? Even the Navy could see it, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates understood it even more clearly. Dad has already expended a tremendous amount of energy in the previous rounds. Now that Lin, this legendary Navy, has appeared, Dad only has one chance to strike. This blow will surely contain all the power of his body, accumulated over his pirate life. Marco supported Ace. The latter completely disregarded his injuries, his eyes fixed on Dad and Lin. And that man, he was the one who personally sent Carp plummeting from the sky. Dad, after Ace's escape, he had never felt such despair. Lin's appearance made him feel even more helpless and fearful than when he was captured. The entire battlefield of Marineford had been completely transformed by his presence alone. Everyone, including him and Marco, as well as the Marine admirals, had, at this moment, become spectators, not far away, hiding in the corner. Blackbeard and his crew felt their hearts leap into their throats. Burgess swallowed hard and whispered, "Captain, you are indeed wise. If it weren't for your flattery towards Lin, falsely claiming to serve the Navy, we would probably be crushed by this man along with all the pirates in Impel Down." Blackbeard clicked his tongue. This guy Burgess had been frightened by the scene, but what he said was indeed somewhat reasonable. At this stage, they absolutely could not directly oppose the Navy. Blackbeard's goal regarding Lin was becoming clearer. This guy didn't care about the life or death of a single pirate, but about the life or death of all pirates on this sea. Therefore, Blackbeard grasped the core. Before he fully grew up, before he completely mastered this sea, Lin, like him, considered pirates to be their common enemy. Lin, you want to continue using my hands to clear the weeds from your pond? Good. Once as a wedding dress. Twice. 3 times. There's really not much difference. Lin, as long as I can obtain Whitebeard's power, anything is negotiable. Blackbeard understood. Without Lin's tacit approval, he could not obtain the power of the Tremor fruit, and based on his experience with Impel Down, he was 90 confident. The remaining 10 depended on Lin's mood. Hoping there would be no accidents, Luffy was on the side, desperately searching for Ace's figure, but for now, he had no luck. Meanwhile, Shanks seemed to have just arrived, and there was no issue, provided he wouldn't confront Lin. The sky collapsed, and the earth shattered, just like that. The golden Haki shone brightly like the sun. The power of the Tremor fruit made this space fragment, as if even the void of time had shattered. There was no continuity, only inch by inch of fragments. Sengoku stood at the bow of the warship. The golden tide crazily swept across the entire Marineford. At the same time, cracks began to spread from the land. The hard ground bulged and chunks shattered. It was as if an invisible monster was moving deep underground, completely crushing everything that obstructed its path. The lens of Sengoku's round glasses cracked with a snap. In his eyes, the enormous structure of Marine Headquarters split directly in two along with the cracks in his glasses. Irregular fissures, like the roots of colossal trees, grew wildly. Everything was torn apart, and the golden Haki swept through the space, threatening to erase everything, like golden particles erupting from the surface of the sun, sweeping into the void of space, crossing unimaginable distances, rushing toward the surface of this planet. Everything collapsed. Even the god of time was temporarily frightened and retreated from this area. It was unclear how long passed. Vision gradually returned. Sound slowly transformed from nothingness to existence. And the skin sense of touch began to feel intense and tearing pain. On the battlefield, the time that had been stripped away returned. All events began to move from stillness back to their normal trajectory. Like a train finally roaring to life with a whistle, sounds flooded into the ears like a deluge. The scene burst open like fireworks. There was too much information to digest slowly. Sengoku pushed up his broken glasses on the bridge of his nose. He was sure that it wasn't just the glasses that were shattered, but everything in his view. The entire Marineford had almost become a ruin. Buildings collapsed. The ground caved in. Cliffs turned into boulders, boulders into rubble, and then into dust, covering everything in sight. Sigh. Garlic bird. Anyway, I won't sit in the position of Admiral. This mess can be left to Akainu. Chapter 60, this is not the end of the war. But the beginning of the war, when Kobe opened his eyes, everything in front of him was so familiar yet so strange. The Marine Headquarters was still the same Marine Headquarters. The ground beneath his feet was so fragile that even he couldn't support it. The fierce battle between the two sides had already resulted in rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. The entire Navy, genuinely looking forward to the appearance of Rear Admiral Lin, almost all soldiers' senior brother. What was the result? Was it like this? Kobe knelt in the ruins, looking up at the sky under the tremors. Tears flowed down incessantly. Kobe, who had been punched away, with the belief in his heart, struggled to stand up. Step by step, he walked toward the core of the battlefield again, that human forbidden zone that everyone feared to approach. Kobe, behind him, a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Kobe did not turn back. Balomeb looked at the back of his former friend and said something he thought was useless. Yet must be said, that is Rear Admiral Lin, not Admiral Zefa, not Admiral Sengoku, not even our teacher, Vice Admiral Karp. This time you will die. Kobe did not stop. Balomeb, perhaps I have been wrong all along. You and I have never been from the same world. At this moment, Balomeb felt relieved instead. All along, he wanted to catch Kobe, believing that they were kindred spirits. It turned out he was wrong. At the center of the battlefield, as the smoke and dust dissipated, Lin stood. Opposite him, even though Whitebeard was half kneeling, his figure was still much larger than Lin. But in today's scene, who was the peak of the new era? Who was the insurmountable mountain of this era? No one would doubt it. Since Lin suddenly appeared on this sea, today, he officially ascended to this seemingly magnificent but utterly chaotic grand stage. This scene would become the prologue to the end of an era on this sea. Sung Yun Cut plunged into the ground. Whitebeard held Sung Yun Cut with one arm, while the other arm had long since disappeared. His burly figure seemed like a mountain, but had collapsed. Kneeling on one knee, he still held his head high. And what Lin sacrificed was his Navy Rear Admiral's just cape and the intricate patterns drawn with blood on his chest. Those were the wounds inflicted by the shattered space. This scene was first captured by the captains under Whitebeard. Marco, supporting the severely injured Ace, erupted in blue flames. Completely disregarding that Rear Admiral Lin was still standing in front of Whitebeard. Half-conscious, Ace had a blank mind. Clearly, the red-haired pirates had arrived, and everything should have reversed immediately. Why did it suddenly turn into this? The other division commanders rushed over recklessly. Suddenly, Whitebeard's tightly closed eyes opened. He did not look at the guy in front of him. This monster. He didn't even need to see with his eyes. He stood up suddenly, one arm swollen, wielding Sung Yun Cut. His eyes swept toward the rushing division commanders, who were also his sons. His voice, carrying the power of the tremor fruit, rolled out from him, spreading across the entire battlefield. Whitebeard pirates, he my command. The division commanders, led by Marco, immediately halted their steps. Whitebeard opened his eyes and was able to stand again, allowing their anxious hearts to finally stabilize for the time being. Marco and Ace's expressions changed instantly. They saw an expression on their father's face that they had never seen before. It was a feeling of helplessness that went from disbelief to acceptance. It was a sense of solitude, as if they had been abandoned by the overwhelming tide of the times. The battle of the Whitebeard pirates ended at this moment. Except for me. Everyone retreat immediately. Before the division commanders could react, Sung Yun cut the wheel and, with his limited strength, slashed open a massive chasm that crossed the entire battlefield behind him. The earth was cleaved in two by a single blow, a move of unmatched ferocity. Yet, at this moment, it did not evoke much inner turmoil in people, simply because this chasm, compared to the earlier scene of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting, told everyone that Whitebeard's strength was nearing exhaustion. It was merely a slightly deeper scar on a body that was already ravaged. The path between the division commanders and Whitebeard was blocked. Father Diamond Jaw's body was almost half destroyed, and he was preparing to jump over recklessly. But Marco pulled him back. Marco, what are you doing? Marco's arm was trembling, and at the same time, the similarly injured Ace was still hanging on him, with blue flames healing Ace's wounds. Yush, this is Father's order. The current situation was that more than half of the members brought by the Whitebeard pirates had been killed or injured. Even among the division commanders, 3 had died. Along with the severely injured Ace and Diamond Jaws, the risk of the Whitebeard pirates being completely annihilated hung over the members' heads like a sharp sword. What? Clearly, under a series of arrangements by Father, they had not only turned the tide, but had also forced the Navy to divide their forces, weakening their power. Originally, when they were supporting the Holy Land, with the arrival of Shanks, everything should have been straightforward. They successfully rescued Ace, and the Navy, without absolute certainty, had no choice but to allow them to leave despite the great cost, such as a significant reduction in members, casualties among the division commanders, and even worsening injuries for Father, not to mention the territories occupied by Kaido and Big Mom, and the benefits handed over to Shanks. All of this, at this moment, could it not be exchanged for the survival of their pirate crew? Must it be at the cost of Father's life to turn this all around? And in the next second, a voice echoed throughout Marineford, and this announced that the sword hanging over the Whitebeard pirates was real and was about to fall. All Navy personnel, stand by for orders. The war that belongs to us has just begun. Lin's voice spread across the Navy headquarters. All Navy soldiers immediately focused and listened. On the warships guarding the periphery, Sengoku frowned slightly. This guy said he wouldn't be the fleet admiral, right? Huh. Why is he starting to command the entire Navy? What about me? I'm still here. The officer beside Sengoku laughed at him. Sengoku, with a stern face, asked, "What are you laughing at?" The officer replied quietly, "I see Lin's posture, his voice, his momentum. Completely he naturally did not say the latter part, nor was it necessary." Sengoku's expression was cold. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. Kobe, who was getting closer, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He seemed to see a terrifying scene. The entire sea was ablaze. Countless Navy soldiers rushed out of the Navy headquarters, sweeping across the entire sea. No, this great battle should have ended. It should not have just begun. Even if it was Major General Lin, he could not. Kobe's thoughts were interrupted, because Lin's next words made him collapse, made him go insane, made him feel as if the world was spinning and collapsing. Lin faced all the Navy, faced Whitebeard and the red-haired pirates, and even declared to the entire world, "This war will continue until all pirates disappear from this sea." This is not a war against the Whitebeard pirates, but the prologue to a final battle against all pirates. Chapter 61, Kaido. Thank you, Lin. What does the final battle have to do with me, Kaido? The final battle? Starting? Lin's orders not only spread throughout the Navy headquarters, but were also quickly transmitted by countless news personnel and intelligence agencies, bringing this message back to every corner of the sea. Inside the palace on Onigashima in Wano country, Kaido was leisurely lying in a chair drinking. In recent days, he had been in exceptionally good mood. In the original plan, he should have teamed up with Big Mom to seize Whitebeard's territory, with enough resources, land, and population. From then on, the Beast Pirates would dominate the sea in terms of overall strength. Although red-haired Shanks was strong, his overall influence was too weak to achieve great things. And Big Mom didn't have much ambition. Many times, she could even become an aid rather than an obstacle. Originally, this was enough to make him happy. Not long after, he received a letter from Whitebeard, making him even more excited. If he was willing to help with a small task, the territory and resources of the Whitebeard pirates will be entirely handed over to the Beast Pirates. There was no need to mobilize a large army. He could clear the remnants of Whitebeard's forces one by one and slowly use means to make the people of those territories submit to him. Initially, Kaido was cautious. Whitebeard looked old and familiar, having gained the recognition of many people in this sea. Many even forgot he was a great pirate and regarded him as a true father. But Kaido knew Whitebeard had walked a bloody path to get here. The reason this history was rarely mentioned was largely because those who walked this path could never recount the events of the past, because they were all dead. What surprised Kaido was that Whitebeard's request was so simple that he didn't need to pay any price. It could be resolved with just one sentence. That is, the Lark incident. Kaido's expectation was that Whitebeard would ask him to prepare an army, either to take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters or to help the Whitebeard pirates escape the Navy's pursuit. The result, it was just a threat involving the Lark. Kaido didn't even think twice and immediately agreed. From this, he also understood one thing. Since Whitebeard didn't choose to call on him for support, then the answer was simple. Whitebeard and Shanks' deal should be for Shanks to assist the Whitebeard pirates at a critical moment. With Shanks' strength, he can indeed do this. But there was one premise. The Navy did not have Lin's presence. For the current Kaido, the Navy he was most concerned about was Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki. But it was just concern. As for what Sakazuki could do, he didn't worry at all. With his solid base in Wano and the Beast Pirates' overwhelming strength, what Sakazuki could do, or what the entire Navy could do, was merely sending a spy to gather intelligence. Thus, even when Kaido discovered the Lark and the entire operation, he merely turned a blind eye. What does it matter if you Navy know about my actions in Wano? The Lark and the whole thing seemed like a child's game to him. He never expected that he would reap significant benefits from this, even to the extent of changing the fate of the entire Beast Pirates. Currently, the three disaster leaders are smoothly taking over the vast territory of the Whitebeard pirates with the entire Beast Pirate crew. Reports from the three keep coming in. The ease of the process and the richness of the gains have even left Kaido astonished. If it weren't for Whitebeard's generosity, he thinks it would take years to completely eradicate Whitebeard's remaining forces and successfully acquire these valuable resources and lands. Then, Kaido received news from Marineford. He tossed aside his wine gourd and sat up. A war against all pirates? Extermination of all pirates? The final battle? Kaido looked at the news, feeling numb. The Navy, Rear Admiral Lin, has completely lost his mind. Although Kaido had heard of Lin's proposals to some extent, there is a big difference between proposals and commands. Now, Lin was issuing orders to the entire Navy in front of the world. He even clarified the battle plan. The final battle? Those 4 words. If it weren't Lin, even if it were Sengoku proposing it, Kaido would think the Navy was up to some unknown tricks. But Lin is different. He's serious. However, what does this have to do with me, Kaido? As long as my beast pirates are strong enough, even if you Navy want to play, it won't be my turn for a while. The Whitebeard pirates alone are enough for you to deal with the aftermath. Not to mention, there are also the red-haired pirates and the conflicts between the Navy and the world government to juggle. I just need to stay here and continue to grow my power. When I dominate the seas, who exterminates whom will be an interesting topic. Or rather, the so-called final battle initiated by the Navy may actually be a good thing for me, Kaido. Chaos is the fertile ground for the strong to grow. Lin, thank you. Marineford. After an explosive noise that was almost apocalyptic, following the orders of Whitebeard and Lin, the Marine headquarters welcomed the silence after destruction. Sengoku gripped the railing with both hands. The iron railing was deformed by his grip. He never expected that Lin's order announced to the entire Navy. Even if he had psychological presets, such as the radical declaration of exterminating all of the Whitebeard pirates, would turn out to be, in reality. Even his self-proclaimed radicalism appeared conservative when compared to Lin's order. Lin had disappeared for so long and returned not to end the war, but to start one. The final battle? Suddenly, 3 words popped into Sengoku's mind, God Valley, during the Impel Down incident. Lin mentioned to him that if the Navy truly won the God Valley battle, the current chaotic state of the seas would not be as it is now. Damn, he is serious, and it's not just a random inspiration or idea. The final battle at God Valley? Sengoku smiled bitterly. He turned his head and found that Garp had appeared at some point. Garp, what do you think? Sengoku was taken aback. He noticed that Garp's expression was quite unusual. His gaze always fixed on the distant red-haired. Is it about Luffy? Sengoku scanned the battlefield and also spotted Blackbeard and Luffy. Since they appeared, it seems that all the criminals from Impel Down have been completely buried in that sea along with the prison. From now on, Impel Down will become a legend. Speaking of which, Blackbeard really worked hard in front of Lin. Why hasn't he taken the opportunity to leave? Is he trying to show off in front of Lin again? Meanwhile, Akiji, with the orphan of O'Hara, has not spoken a word for a long time. These 2 masters and apprentices, from being close to him, they have turned into 2 people whose actions he cannot comprehend. Have they changed? No. It seems like I have changed. Suddenly, Garp looked towards the center where Lin and Whitebeard were. A familiar figure suddenly dashed out. Sengoku immediately noticed and looked up. That young soldier is Garp's new disciple. What's he doing there? This small change also caught the attention of almost everyone. Kobe appeared between Lin and Whitebeard. He spread his arms, turned his back to the pirates, and directed his angry gaze at Rear Admiral Lin of the Navy. Chapter 62 Kobe is stabbed. Great. The war is finally going to end. He was crying, shouting, yelling, Rear Admiral Lin. We should end the war. We must not start another war. A small, low-ranking Navy soldier unexpectedly appeared at the core of the entire battlefield. Moreover, the meaning of his outstretched arms and tone of voice was as if he were standing opposite the Navy, sternly questioning the Rear Admiral. I've seen you. Lin looked at the small soldier in front of him. He had an impression of him. This is Garp's disciple. He does have some potential. It seems he has awakened his observation Haki because of this war. But Lin did not care about that. Among the Navy soldiers today, it is not uncommon to find those who have awakened armament Haki and observation Haki. Lin looked at him and asked, So, it seems you have finally made a choice. Kobe recalled his previous conversation with Lin on the Navy Square. He said solemnly, Rear Admiral Lin, I follow my heart and believe that this battle should not continue, and a larger war should not be started. Lin smiled. Soldier, do you know? At this moment, I can execute you on the spot. Kobe paused. I know. Good. A small soldier, even if he is Garp's disciple, is no different in Lin's eyes. Kobe swallowed hard, even though he dared to face death. Standing in front of Lin still made him feel an endless pressure. For some reason, even though Kobe held a determination to sacrifice himself, he felt some unknown fear at this moment. Lin no longer looked at Kobe, but raised his head to look in the direction of Whitebeard's division commander. Kobe felt confused. The great whirlpool spider, Squard, suddenly startled. Lin, looking at him, pirate. Lin did not know Squard and just looked up, coincidentally meeting his gaze. The division commanders all looked over. Squard didn't know what to do. He had no connection with Lin at all. What do you want? Squard gritted his teeth. This guy is the one who severely injured Pops. No matter what he wants to do, I will never agree. Come here. Lin pointed to the side of himself. Squard not only did not approach, but took a step back instead. In this situation, what good intentions could this guy have? Lin was indifferent. He pointed at Kobe and looked at Squard. This soldier wants to help you. He believes I should end this war. What do you think? Squard felt an inexplicable fear at Lin's words. He took a step forward and shouted, I think this brat is more suitable to be a rear admiral than you. No, he is suitable to be a marshal. You are just a madman. Squard spoke to Lin as if he had exerted all his strength. Lin smiled. Good pirate. Then, I am now giving you a chance. A chance for me to spare Whitebeard. Squard's eyes widened, and his whole body trembled. How could this be? He must be toying with me. The Navy is not trustworthy. But the chance. Squard looked at Whitebeard, the father he respected the most. Even if he sacrifices himself, it would be worth it for a glimmer of opportunity. He stepped forward step by step. Squard, don't go. Marco could sense something was off. Squard did not listen and directly leaped over the chasm that separated him from Whitebeard. Dad, everyone! Squard stood in front of Lin, his hand unconsciously tightening around the hilt of his sword, even though he knew it was meaningless. Do you long for freedom? Lin asked. I don't understand what you mean. Squard remained on guard. Lin pointed at Kobe. This soldier once said that pirates only want freedom. I have no reason to take away your freedom. Although confused, Squard replied sarcastically, I think he is right. You should learn from this brave soldier. Soldier, what's your name? Squard mustered his courage to get closer to this soldier. In his speculation, perhaps this young soldier had a different background. Even Lin had to give him face. Or perhaps this unremarkable, simple, and kind soldier would be the key to their survival. Who knows? Sometimes this world is just that absurd. Kobe met Squard's gaze, causing his heart to race. Lin finally looked at Kobe. Young soldier, do you know who pays the price for the pirate's freedom? Kobe couldn't answer. Lin patted his shoulder and told him, you'll know soon. Then, Lin turned to Squard. Pirate, if you kill this soldier who speaks for you, I can promise not to make a move against Whitebeard. Buzz! Kobe's head rang. His body didn't move, his head instantly turning away. He stared blankly at Squard. The latter pulled out his long knife, his eyes shining with excitement. Even though he desperately wanted Lin to repeat himself to confirm that what he heard wasn't an illusion. Or perhaps he wanted Lin to swear, ensuring he wouldn't go back on his word. But Squard knew he had neither the qualification nor the necessity, even if it was just a 1% chance of hope. As long as that hope existed, it was the best outcome he could achieve in front of Lin. And what was the price to pay? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. A soldier's life was about as valuable as a fly. Of course, killing a fly was much harder than killing this soldier. Whoosh! Squard drew his long knife, showing no hesitation after hearing Lin's words. Stab! The blade pierced Kobe's abdomen. Blood slid down the blade, staining the ground. Squard's swift action even caught Kobe off guard. Or rather, he didn't expect this pirate to act so decisively. Why? Kobe gripped Squard's blade with both hands. Although he wasn't entirely surprised, he still couldn't believe it. Blood poured from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he released his hands, a smile appearing on his face. He looked at Squard, the pirate who had stabbed him. If my death could stop this war, it wouldn't be so bad. Squard was momentarily stunned. Then, a big smile appeared on his face, and he continued to push the knife in until they were face to face. Kid, if there were more soldiers like you in the Navy who understood righteousness, that would be great. There was no gratitude, only a smile filled with sarcasm. Even so, Kobe still wore a blood-stained smile on his face. The war is finally over. Chapter 63, Blackbeard's appearance, just as everyone was captivated by this scene. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing gunfire rang out abruptly. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard's iconic laughter descended upon Marineford. He suddenly appeared in front of Whitebeard. Behind him were 9 powerful subordinates. Van Augur's spear was still smoking. Blood holes appeared on Whitebeard's body. The situation had changed so suddenly. The great whirlpool spider, Squard, looked at the blood holes on Whitebeard's chest and abdomen, his face twisted in horror. That! The division commander screamed in agony upon seeing this scene. Not only because their father was injured, but also because the traitor had appeared. Blackbeard, Marshal de Teach. The traitor appeared at this moment, and his only purpose must be to take Whitebeard's life. Squard's eyes bulged, blood streaming from them. Clearly, this should have ended. Why? Why did Blackbeard appear? Teach, you bastard. Squard pulled the long knife out of Kobe's abdomen, pivoting and rushing towards Blackbeard. Right now, he had only one thought in his mind. Kill Blackbeard. He was the greatest threat to their father. Ha ha. Squard, long time no see. As someone who had been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for many years, Blackbeard was naturally familiar with these division commanders. As a division commander, Squard was confident he could risk his life to kill Blackbeard. But when he swung his knife, a blade of light came at him. Squard couldn't react in time, or rather, his strength was completely insufficient to counterattack. Whoosh! The great whirlpool spider, Squard, division commander under Whitebeard, was sliced in half. Squard looked in disbelief at Shiryu of the Rain, who sheathed his sword beside Blackbeard. Blackbeard laughed heartily. Squard, you couldn't even get close to me. How could you kill me? Squard fell to the ground. The despair that followed hope was the most painful. Dad! Whitebeard gripped his weapon, the Blade of the Storm. Squard's death reignited the flickering light of his life like a dying oil lamp. Teach! A roar like a beast erupted, and the Blade of the Storm fell from the sky. Ha ha ha! Dad, you're about to die. What use is one arm? Facing Whitebeard, he intended to personally slay him. Bang! Shiryu of the Rain drew his sword. His face changed dramatically. The power of the Blade of the Storm was still terrifying. Shiryu of the Rain used all his strength, but it only managed to block for a moment. And that time was all he could buy for Blackbeard. Blackbeard was enveloped in swirling dark mist, gathering the power of the dark fruit into his fist. Whitebeard had been blasted by Lin, losing an arm. Striking with the Blade of the Storm was his biggest mistake. I won't be foolish enough to go one-on-one. Dad, just rest easy. Blackbeard punched Whitebeard's chest. Whitebeard smiled. Teach, you're still too impatient. Saying this, he threw the Blade of the Storm into the air. The fist, charged with the power of the Tremor fruit, met Blackbeard's attack. You! Blackbeard was taken aback. He had underestimated Whitebeard, who still possessed top-tier martial arts skills in this state. However, when the power of the Tremor fruit came into contact with the dark mist, it was all absorbed by Blackbeard. He laughed heartily. Dad, this is the result of my years of lurking. I don't think I'm too impatient. The timing is just right. At this moment, Whitebeard's power was restrained, and Blackbeard's punch, infused with the power of the dark fruit, struck Whitebeard's chest. Bang! Whitebeard felt a flash before his eyes. He knew his life was nearing its end. But before that, he raised his arm high, the Blade of the Storm falling into his hand. Stab! With a single cut, blood burst forth. Blackbeard was sent flying, writhing in intense pain. Whitebeard, holding the Blade of the Storm with one hand, stepped forward towards Blackbeard. Kill him! Kill him! Blackbeard shouted loudly, and his subordinate, led by Shiryu of the Rain, launched their attacks simultaneously, unleashing their ultimate moves. Bang, bang, bang! Swish, swish, swish! The sounds of gunfire and swords clashed with each other. Whitebeard's calm footsteps finally came to a halt. Blackbeard covered the wound on his chest with one hand and laughed as he got back up. The man standing in front of him had completely lost his life. Ha ha! He's dead. Completely dead. Blackbeard laughed maniacally. Kobe knelt on the ground, blood continuously pouring from his abdominal wound. But he felt no pain at all. His gaze fell upon the group of crazed pirates. Why? Why is this happening? He didn't understand. The war that should have ended, the opportunity he had fought for. Why did things turn out like this? He struggled to lift his head, staring blankly at Lin. Major General Lin. Lin looked at him calmly. He said nothing. It felt like he said everything. Kobe lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin anymore. Yes, after all, this is a pirate. A tear fell uncontrollably, staining the bloodied ground with his tears. His vision blurred. So tired. Kobe fell down, but did not land on the bloodied ground. A pair of hands caught him. He opened his eyes to see a wrinkled face looking at him. Old Master Carp had wanted to stop all this, but he knew Lin wouldn't allow it. Fortunately, the unexpected appearance saved Kobe's life. Teacher, Kobe's eyes lost their former sparkle. Carp looked at Kobe, as if searching for something in this young man. If that guy Luffy would just behave and be a Navy. You should rest. Carp helped Kobe up and said to Lin, this child. Lin looked into the distance, where a slender figure appeared. Monkey Didufi. Carp's body tensed up immediately. Kobe sensed something was wrong. He looked in Luffy's direction and was slightly taken aback. For some reason, the Luffy in front of him felt strangely unfamiliar. You recover. After Carp finished speaking to Kobe, he stepped towards Luffy. At the same time, Blackbeard covered Whitebeard's corpse with a black cloth and entered with the protection of his crew. What is that guy doing? Sengoku appeared. Though he was puzzled, he did not stop. He led the Navy to block the path of all the commanders under Whitebeard. Although Lin didn't care, this battle, in his mind, was originally aimed at the Whitebeard pirates. In this situation, it was absolutely not allowed for these people to leave. Even though Whitebeard's death meant the Whitebeard pirates would disappear from then on, this group of powerful pirates would become a significant threat to the Navy in the future. In the core of this battle, Port Gas D. Ace. Chapter 64. The Monkey Family, Second Showdown. Luffy, stop. This was Carp's first direct confrontation with his grandson since Alabasta. Luffy was filled with energy. Get out of the way. Carp clenched his fist and scolded in a tone befitting an elder. After arriving at Impel Down, you should leave. Luffy shouted. No. Ace can't die. I will rescue him. Carp gritted his teeth. You? A little pirate who just set sail not long ago? Look around you. This is the Navy headquarters. You can't possibly succeed. Luffy smiled. His smile was bright, yet eerie. No, I can't. Carp's heart sank. Luffy's next words ignited the anger in his chest even more. Teach told me that as long as I want, I can rescue Ace. Grandpa, is he right? Luffy was not asking. It was more like a confident declaration. Carp frowned. Why did he say that? Luffy pointed at his chest. Because, inside my body, there is a powerful force. Even if he doesn't tell me, I can feel it. Freedom. Grandpa, do you know that in this world, freedom is the most precious thing? You Navy and the world government have been imprisoned for 800 years. Suddenly, a familiar yet hated energy surged from Luffy. Stop, Luffy! Carp shouted, but Luffy remained unmoved. What's going on? Sengoku looked over, worried about Luffy's condition. I told you to stop. Did you hear me? Carp yelled, his whole body exuding energy. Red and black conqueror's Haki wrapping around him. Today, he had to completely eliminate the hidden danger posed by Luffy. A white energy surrounded Luffy. Luffy's smile gradually became exaggerated. He shouted loudly, freedom, freedom, freedom. Following this, his hair turned completely white after a flash of light. Even his eyebrows turned white. White clouds appeared around him. This power, Carp gritted his teeth, his iron fist wrapped in red and black Haki, came crashing straight down on Luffy's head. Boom! This time, it was not a loving punch, but a furious strike from Carp. Teacher, Kobe was shocked by this scene, feeling both uneasy and confused. Why? Why would Carp really strike? Luffy took the punch squarely, his body shooting back like a meteor. Yet he did not lose his strength. In midair, Luffy spread his palms, pulling his arms. The entire ground formed a wave shape, catching him securely. Even so, the wave-shaped ground was still smashed into a large hole. Through the smoke, Luffy walked out step by step. He looked at Carp and grinned. Grandpa, it seems you don't understand me. Otherwise, how could you strike so hard against your own grandson? Luffy walked out unharmed, and the Navy soldiers stared wide-eyed. Carp's punch was absolutely not pulled. Even if it had been, Luffy should not have emerged without even a scratch. Could it be? The power of the monkey family has become this terrifying? A boy under 20 years old, nearly unharmed against Carp's blow. It seems you are still just a dog of the Navy. Dear Grandpa! Luffy shot up from the ground like a cannonball. He descended from the air, and one of his fists suddenly expanded. The Navy soldiers had yet to look up when they sensed a mysterious shadow covering them. Is it a cloud? When they looked up, the scene before them would be unforgettable for a lifetime. A gigantic fist nearly covered the entire Marineford, and the rapid descent was like a true meteor capable of destroying the world. Luffy! At that moment, Carp confirmed something, his eyes reddening. All his power erupted, unreservedly unleashed. This is the Navy headquarters. What is Luffy's purpose with this punch? Carp knew, but he didn't want to believe it. A fist as huge as an island compressed the air below, producing a series of explosive sounds. The air was rapidly compressed. The enormous flames generated by friction enveloped Luffy's fist. This apocalyptic scene indeed terrified everyone, including the Navy and the pirates. Even Whitebeard's great power was felt after it took effect. But at this moment, the power displayed by Monkey D Luffy was truly hard to believe. This was the terrifying energy possessed by a 17-year-old boy. The fearsome power was indeed frightening. But the unknown and the bizarre, the source of terror, is even more shocking. At this moment, Carp has no need to hold back. He knows exactly what kind of monster he is facing. This is a creature that has harbored resentment against the Navy and the entire world government for 800 years. Today, even if it costs him everything, he must suppress it. After all, this power has not yet fully awakened. The cosmic tapestry unfolds. Carp steps onto the scene, and the immense shockwave destroys everything in its vicinity. Boom! Carp shoots into the sky like a rocket, facing the giant flaming fist that covers the entire Marineford. Boom! The terrifying shockwave sweeps across the sky. The Navy soldiers look up, witnessing a scene as if the sky has shattered. The giant fist that envelopes the entire island rapidly descends. What blocks it is a small point indistinguishable to the naked eye. It is this small point that seems to unleash a force capable of tearing everything apart. Even the gigantic flaming fist, akin to an island. Hero. Look, that is our Navy hero. The Navy soldiers, who were overshadowed by the giant fist, finally catch their breath. It is their Navy hero who has protected this island. Here, this is their home. Sengoku's eyelids twitch. He increasingly feels that this battle has completely exceeded his imagination. Why are there always so many troublesome matters? Lin looks at the giant fist in the sky, with no intention of intervening. Akainu appears. Brother, how do you feel? Lin looks at his abdomen, where the lava has burned through his skin, revealing a blood hole. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Akainu smiles. Sakazuki, this is what I owe you. Lin solemnly states, once this matter is settled, I will help you seek justice. Akainu is stunned. He has never seen such anger from his brother before. Never. In fact, if he thinks about it, among the people Akainu knows, who possesses enough power to make his brother angry, no one, even the 5 elders of the power room, are insignificant in front of Brother Lin. But today, he has indeed seen it. Chapter 65, Luffy, whoever dares to take away my freedom shall die, including you, Carp. It's that guy Kaido. Bone beside him is quite surprised. Normally, shouldn't matters regarding that guy Kaido be explained in detail after the battle? Why can't our Admiral wait? Looking at his expression, it seems a bit like he's reporting a grievance. Indeed, even Akainu himself hasn't realized that discussing such trivial matters in the current situation seems inappropriate. But he just can't help it. In front of Lin, he feels a bit wronged. Lin is also slightly surprised. He comforts. It seems that Kaido and his beast pirates are no longer necessary. Akainu is astonished. All along, Brother Lin seemed to pay little attention to specific pirates. In his mind, he has always viewed pirates as a whole. His goal has always been to eliminate all pirates. At this moment, he is actually declaring the annihilation of Kaido's beast pirates. This is a warm current surging in Akainu's heart. This sets a precedent just for him. Bone smacks his lips beside him. Our Admiral, after a bout of grievance, his eyes start to shine with infinite brilliance again. Major Lin actually sets a precedent for our Admiral. How enviable. Boom! A massive tremor reverberates throughout Marineford. Everyone's gaze instantly focuses. Look, it's Vice Admiral Carp. Vice Admiral Carp has won. Terrifying, truly terrifying, under a punch capable of destroying the entire Marineford. Vice Admiral Carp not only blocked it, but completely defeated it. Lin observes. It seems that his power has not fully been unleashed. Akainu reacts. Brother, is it someone from 800 years ago? Lin nods. Akainu is puzzled. Why does his brother know such things? He has been imprisoned in Impel Down for 12 years, and has only just come out a month ago. It was Shanks who told me, Lin informs Akainu. The latter is taken aback. Shanks? When did my brother have any interaction with Shanks? Suddenly, Akainu realizes. So, his brother has been meeting with Shanks during this time? Huh? Why? Wait. So that's why my brother and Shanks appeared almost simultaneously. That's right. Without the red-haired pirate support, a mere white-beard pirates would never be able to stand against the entire Navy headquarters. This was very evident at the beginning of the battle. Borisellino and Kazan could easily take down Whitebeard, just needing some time. And Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp, and Master Zefa. The 3 of them, with just a little effort, have already defeated all the division commanders under Whitebeard, dead or injured. and the so-called white-beard pirates have been completely surrounded by Navy soldiers. Rising enthusiasm, increased strength. Whether it's Whitebeard, the division commanders, or tens of thousands of pirate members, they're all crushed by the Navy. Given enough time, everything should settle down. A turning point. Akainu clenches his fists. The turning point appears to be on him. If I hadn't been injured, Whitebeard wouldn't have had any breathing room. And the 7 warlords wouldn't have dared to betray immediately. The morale of the entire Navy wouldn't have wavered. Akainu grits his teeth. After all, this battle didn't even need Brother Lin to intervene. He shouldn't have had to step in. Brother, speak up. I'll take you along when we encircle Kaido. That's not what I'm saying. This war has dragged on so long because of me necessitating your intervention. Lin pats Akainu's shoulder, looking him in the eyes. Remember, it's not your fault. It's all Kaido's fault. Whitebeard is dead, and Kaido should die too. You hurry and heal. I'll take care of this. Akainu's eyes are misty. Bone raises his hand beside them. Major Lin, I want to go too. Lin nods. Bone shouts, yay. Akainu looks at Bone, quickly telling him to shut up. On the other side, Carp wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and walks step by step towards Luffy. At this moment, Luffy appears emaciated, as if all his strength has been drained. Luffy struggles to open his eyes. What he sees is a burning rage, as if he doesn't recognize his own grandfather. Grandpa. At this moment, Luffy's brain is in chaos. He is very fuzzy about what just happened. Ace. Grandpa, get out of the way. I need to save Ace. Luffy struggles to stand up, staggering and finding it hard to keep his balance. He sways and nearly falls. When he lifts his head, he sees his grandfather raising a fist wrapped in Haki, suddenly smashing towards him. This power. Grandpa, are you going to kill me? There's no mistake. This is definitely enough power to kill him. Why? Why is this happening? I just want to pursue freedom. He roars, and the white energy waves surge out once more. Carp squints his eyes. As expected, you've come out. The one from 800 years ago. You don't belong to this era. Get back to where you came from. A punch capable of shattering space, with Carp's shout, strikes towards Luffy's head. Boom! A tremendous force spreads in all directions. Another earth-shattering collision of energy. Everyone feels fear. Could it be that in such a situation, Luffy still has enough power to rival Carp? What kind of monster is that? But as the smoke clears, a shadow appeared between Carp and Luffy. He held a sword in one hand, blocking Carp's strike and protecting Luffy behind him. Red hair, a black cloak, an imposing aura. It was one of the 4 emperors. Red-haired Shanks. Carp gritted his teeth and almost roared. Red-haired brat. You finally showed up. Shanks had a blank expression, and his pupils glimmered with golden light. He spoke with righteous authority, his voice booming. Carp, are you really going to kill your own grandson? This statement echoed throughout Marineford. Of course. The first to hear it was Luffy. He looked at his grandfather in horror. It couldn't be wrong. Grandpa was going to kill him. What had he done wrong? He just wanted to be a free person. Luffy shouted in anger. Carp, you cannot take away my freedom, and you cannot take away Ace's freedom. You all in the Navy deserve to die. In his rage, Luffy's hair turned white again. His pupils were a blank white, nothing like a human's. His fists were enveloped in white energy, draining every cell in his body. Freedom. I am free. Anyone who obstructs my freedom should die. Boom. Luffy unleashed a powerful punch, piercing through the person in front of him. Carp's pupils trembled. His soul shattered. He swallowed hard and shouted 2 words, Kobe. Chapter 66. The Navy cheered. Great. The second-generation soldier, the Navy traitor, is finally dead, killed by his own beliefs. How ironic. Soldier Kobe rushed onto the battlefield, and Lin did not stop him. Or rather, when Kobe first approached Lin to express his views, Lin had foreseen his future. The so-called beliefs born from imagination are ultimately built on a hollow foundation. Think again in the next life. Although Kobe's actions, in a sense, were not cowardly, and even demonstrated a certain naval will through self-sacrifice, still, when the path is wrong, the more one insists, the worse it gets. Often, the harm caused by such people is more severe than that caused by ordinary fools. Akainu heard Lin's words. It seemed he saw another side of his senior brother. To some extent, it could be described as cruel. He had long been enduring Carp's disciple. Even if Lin didn't intervene, He intended to punch him into meat paste. But his method was undoubtedly too simple and brutal, and without any meaning. And Kobe's death would serve the Navy's last purpose. Kobe's only and final moment in the spotlight made him the center of Marineford. When Luffy's furious and frenzied punch ambushed him, countless Navy soldiers instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. The great naval hero actually died at the hands of his own grandson. This was undoubtedly an insult and mockery of the naval hero. But when Vice Admiral Carp sorrowfully called out Kobe's name, everyone, without having time to mourn Kobe's death, rejoiced at Carp's survival. Great. Vice Admiral Carp is fine. That guy Kobe, who was clearly a Navy member, kept shouting for pirates, and I couldn't stand it anymore. This is a battlefield. What's the difference from betraying the Navy? The dissatisfaction with Vice Admiral Carp's disciple was already a consensus among many Navy soldiers. But who was he? Vice Admiral Carp's disciple. His only direct disciple. In fact, Vice Admiral Carp even had plans to cultivate him as a successor. Many people saw Vice Admiral Carp's actions but dared not say a word. Therefore, many Navy soldiers usually treated Kobe with great caution, and many of Kobe's remarks even received flattery from some sycophants. There's no helping it. In such a large Navy, what kind of characters wouldn't exist? Even when on missions, his direct superior treated him like a treasure, only allowing Kobe to clean up when the mission was nearing its end. It could be said that since Kobe was taken in as Carp's direct disciple, he had always grown like a flower in a greenhouse. Even some of his abilities, like observation Haki, awakened only after witnessing the cruelty of the real battlefield. It was Major General Lin who made this foolish second-generation soldier see what a real pirate is, when he thought that his sacrifice would bring an end to the war. Reality told him otherwise. A pirate is a pirate. Even if Major General Lin promised not to attack Whitebeard, he kept a watchful eye on the pirates. But that didn't matter. When Blackbeard killed Whitebeard, I really wanted to know what this second-generation soldier was thinking. Belly member sighed softly. He had long predicted Kobe's death. However, his thought was that when Kobe stood on the opposite side of the Navy, Major General Lin would not be Carp, nor would he be Admiral Zefa. Kobe would be executed immediately by Major General Lin with a thunderous method, serving as a warning to the entire Navy. But Major General Lin did not. Belly member shook his head. His thoughts were still too simple and brutal. Letting Kobe die at the hands of pirates was the greatest punishment for Kobe. It was just that by accident, the great whirlpool spider's blade did not completely end him. What followed was an even more ironic scene. Kobe died at Luffy's hands. It should be known, Kobe's entire beautiful illusion about pirates came solely from Luffy. When Luffy saved Kobe, a seed was planted in his heart. It took root and sprouted, controlling everything about Kobe. This was indeed very strange. No matter how hard Belly member tried and attempted every method to make Kobe see reality, he failed. First, as Carp's direct disciple, in a Navy environment, he was destined not to see the true reality. Second, he was saved by Luffy, and the demonic seed planted in his heart had already taken root and sprouted. While Belly member lamented Kobe's death in his heart, he couldn't help but deepen his understanding of Major General Lin. It was he who, using Kobe's example, nearly perfectly explained what a pirate is, what the so-called freedom of pirates truly rests upon. Just like Pirate King Roger and the likes of Whitebeard at the peak of the Four Emperors, countless pirates admire them, wanting the same freedom as them. But these guys stand on countless mountains of corpses, and countless innocent people have passively sacrificed their lives for the glory of one or two people. Freedom? This is the freedom of pirates. Look, they can do anything for their freedom. Isn't Luffy the pirate that Kobe keeps talking about? Isn't he the pirate he uses as an example? And now, a pirate can save you, and a pirate can kill you. It has nothing to do with you from beginning to end, only with their freedom. Between Luffy and Carp, the knife wound in Kobe's chest was replaced by Luffy's fist. In the fading moments of consciousness, Carp's roar briefly awakened his awareness. He looked down at that bloodied fist. Even if he didn't respond, he recognized that this was Luffy's fist. Once, it was this fist that saved him from the female pirate Aurita. Now, it was also this fist that took his life. Is it fate? Look, that kid Kobe finally died. Major General Lin should have executed him long ago. After all, Only Major General Lin is not afraid of Admiral Carp. You don't understand, do you? Who is Major General Lin? There's no need to personally kill a small soldier. Now is the best and most ironic ending for Kobe, this second-generation soldier, or even a traitor. What? What does that sound? Kobe's head is throbbing painfully. Right, this is his ability, the ability to hear the sounds of the entire battlefield. He once thought this was the voice of God. But at this moment, Kobe truly realizes how absurd his life has been. Carp's originally fierce appearance is now reflected in Kobe, showcasing his qualities as a Navy soldier. But at this moment, the voices entering Kobe's mind are also heard by Carp. Second-generation soldier? Finally dead? The best ironic ending? Tears of regret flow from Carp's old eyes. Chapter 67. This guy Lin treats Navy heroes like pirates? He hugged Kobe tightly, drawing his cold body into his embrace. A trembling and weak voice came. Teacher, I was wrong. I was really, really wrong. I didn't want to leave you and disappoint you. Kobe left with endless regret and sorrow for his young life. Kobe, no. It's the old man. It's the teacher who was wrong. Son, grandson, now, even the dearest disciple. Carp looked back at his life, and at this moment, he realized how utterly he had failed. Navy hero? That title is just as ironic as it gets. Lin, oh Lin, how could you be so ruthless? Ha 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 ha. With you in the Navy, I can finally cut everything off. Those troublesome guys. Luffy's fist swelled, and with immense power, he blew Kobe's body into pieces. Like a tragic blood-colored firework, it burst open at Navy headquarters. Luffy. This scene almost twisted Carp's face in rage. If Luffy piercing Kobe was somewhat unexpected, what he is doing now completely shatters something in Carp's heart. What kind of monster have I raised? No, it's you, Shanks. Carp's entire body trembled, red and black domineering aura swirling around, roaring like a tornado, shooting up to the sky. Rayleigh, remnant of the Whitebeard era, left one by one. Despite committing too many unforgivable mistakes, his broken body must at least find a real value for the title of Navy hero after realizing the reality. Carp, stop. Luffy was furious. This old man Carp. It was one thing to try to kill him, but now he really plans to slay Shanks? Red-haired Shanks, the one who truly gave him life. If it weren't for him, he would have died in the East Blue long ago. Back then, he was just an 8-year-old kid, while Shanks was already a legendary pirate in the New World. And it was such a person who, after Luffy ate his incredibly precious devil fruit, not only did not blame him, but was instead worried for his safety. When Luffy was caught by the Mountain Bandit King and was about to be swallowed by the Near Sea King, it was him, red-haired Shanks. He sacrificed his arm to save him. At that time, Luffy was still young and naive, not understanding the significance of it all. But now, he has gone to sea and seen the vast ocean and world. He finally realizes how great Shanks is. Everything he did for him. The word hero is simply insufficient to describe it. From that moment on, he was determined to become a great pirate like Shanks. Until later, when Ace grew up and talked about pirates even greater than Shanks. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger. Ace mentioned the vastness of the sea over and over. The hero deeds of the Pirate King and the countless great pirates in the vast sea. Everything was so romantic. In contrast, his father had never been seen. His grandfather, whom he had seen occasionally, always lectured him. To him, Carp was just an old relic, rigid and stubborn. What he taught him was to obey the law, reason, and follow rules. What justice? What evil? Bah, these are not worth mentioning compared to freedom. Those who block my freedom should all die. Go meet your dear, good apprentice underground. Luffy pushed his body to its limits, disregarding everything. Shanks cannot die. Ace cannot die. Apart from that, everyone else can die. Carp trembled all over. At this moment, he had no time to care about Luffy. He just wanted to settle everything with Shanks. Facing Carp's mad strike, even in his youth and strength, Shanks had to respond with all his might. He couldn't let everything he had built be destroyed by a remnant of the old era. The overwhelming conqueror's Haki belonging to the red-haired pirates was unleashed without reservation. In an instant, the sky was covered by the red Haki, turning the sky blood red. From the red clouds formed by the conqueror's Haki, giant dragons rolled within. In that moment, all soldiers below the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy lost consciousness. In the Whitebeard Pirates, it was the same except for the division commanders. Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lucky Roo, who were kicked away by Kizaru, brushed off the dust from their bodies and looked up at this scene together. Lucky Roo sighed. Captain's strength, I feel like it has increased again compared to before. Could it be due to the battle with Lin? Jesus Burgess nodded. Perhaps that's really the case. In the same era, the captain's Haki was unmatched, and now, with Lin appearing, the captain has taken it to the next level. Lucky Roo sighed. If this continues, the captain will definitely surpass Roger and Rox, reaching Laughtail and single-handedly defeating an Admiral. These unique, great deeds belong to them, and the captain will accomplish and surpass them all. While the two were marveling at Shank's strength, they noticed that Ben Beckman had a serious expression. Lucky Roo asked, Vice Captain, is something wrong? Ben Beckman carefully examined the two and asked, getting kicked away by Kizaru, how much of it was acting according to the agreement with Lin? Speaking of this, Lucky Roo and Jesus Burgess both looked awkward. The two exchanged glances and realized something, almost in unison. Damn, you weren't acting at all. You really got kicked away by Kizaru. Wait, just as the two finished arguing, they simultaneously turned their heads to look at Ben Beckman. A wild thought occurred to them, and they almost said in unison, Vice Captain, could it be that you also? A rare look of embarrassment appeared on Ben Beckman's face. But immediately, he said very seriously, the captain is evolving. Don't forget, Lin En's appearance is causing even the admirals to evolve. The two looked at each other. Yes, that devil Lin. What kind of monster is he? Originally, their plan was indeed to appear as reinforcements for the Whitebeard pirates at the last moment of the great battle. But it was definitely not to save Whitebeard. Instead, it was to save the remnants of Whitebeard, allowing them to continue fighting against the Navy. But after Lin appeared, they knew that including the captain, their red-haired pirates had no choice at all. Therefore, the plan was to just show up for a bit at the last moment. It didn't matter if the Whitebeard pirates were completely wiped out, but the most critical thing was Luffy. Lin rarely expressed, Luffy can survive. At first, they were indeed very confused. Given Lin's overwhelming strength and his sharp, emotionless demeanor, he would not compromise with Garp, let alone compromise with the captain. Now, from the development on the battlefield, they began to understand. Old Garp was determined to save Luffy. Yet this devil, when Luffy was on the path to awakening, allowed Luffy to live when Garp was about to end his own mistakes. One operation. Who the hell is the pirate here? Old Garp, despite being a naval hero, can't act like a pirate, even if he's wrong. When Luffy was taken away by them, when the captain helped Luffy to fully awaken, when Luffy went on a killing spree across the sea with the goal of overthrowing the world government, how would old Garp face that? Chapter 68. Garp, naval hero? What a ridiculous life I've lived. Amid the three's thoughts, Loki suddenly shouted, Look, the captain's conqueror's Haki, giant dragon. The three looked up, all shocked. Not long ago, that giant dragon only had golden conqueror's Haki in its eyes. And now, the 9 giant dragons. Many of their scales began to shimmer with golden light. They looked like divine dragons, exuding both dominance and a divine radiance. But in an instant, Loki's eyes flashed with darkness. At that moment, he realized how terrifying and even unattainable Lin was, like a sun in the sky. How could such a Lin be defeated? Loki looked at Ben Beckman. The latter did not respond. Trust the captain. Lin is human. He is not a god. Lin's arrogance will pay a price. Even Ben Beckman, who is usually slow, still couldn't fully understand Lin's actions until now. Logically, he should have directly wiped out the entire red-haired pirates with his overwhelming advantage. But he not only didn't do that, but also helped the captain grow to a certain extent. Was he using their entire red-haired pirates as pawns? What a mad and insane approach. Forget it, let the captain think about these things. From beginning to end, Ben Beckman believed in Shanks. He would surpass Roger and Rox. Ever since Lin appeared, the core of this battle had been the Whitebeard pirates, which suddenly became a marginal role. Whitebeard had his arm blasted off by Lin, and was then attacked by the Blackbeard pirates. Now, the commanders led by Marco had no qualification to even move. In front of them stood Lin, flanked by his little fanboy, Akainu, and the fully upright Kizaru. The former, despite being severely injured, still endured Whitebeard's full power assault. The latter, with a single kick, directly sent flying the 3 main forces of the red-haired pirates. Behind them, was the Buddha's war god, who punched through their entire commander team. All were severely injured, and 3 died on the spot, on the entire battlefield. There was also the revived Black Arm Zefa, sitting in command. Next to them were the similarly immobilized Shichibukai. However, at this moment, the Shichibukai were divided into 2 groups. One group consisted of the very grim-faced Mihawk, Doflamingo, and Jinbe. The tyrant Kuma remained expressionless. The most notable was Mihawk, who had always been aloof. He prided himself on being the freest person in these seas. To avoid trouble with the Navy, he became a Shichibukai, and to escape the Navy's control, he chose to betray the Shichibukai. Everything was so free-spirited. Yet at this moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be getting further away from freedom. Although Lin had not looked at the Shichibukai even once since his appearance, they all unmistakably felt that they were being confined to the land beneath their feet by Lin's invisible aura. Doflamingo was convinced that even with his identity as a former celestial dragon, if he stepped off the ground for even a moment, he would be instantly killed by Lin. They felt like criminals waiting for judgment. Impel Down had not vanished. Rather, it had infinitely expanded around Lin. On the other side, the Empress Boa Hancock and Moonlight Moria had temporarily chosen the right camp and were able to catch their breath, but that was all. As for their fate, it still required Lin's decision. And this man, they truly could not fathom. No matter which side, they were all people waiting for judgment. As for now, Shanks and Garp were the core of the battlefield. Only a few people could witness this apocalyptic scene. Additionally, there was Blackbeard, who was lurking and developing. When Blackbeard lifted the black cloth, he shouted loudly. One hand was surrounded by the white energy condensed from the tremor fruit, emitting terrifying pressure. The surrounding space was filled with cracks. Hee. From today on, this sea will belong to me, Blackbeard. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boom. When Blackbeard looked up, he was completely shattered by what he saw before him. Who the hell is that? As the first person to wield 2 top-tier devil fruits, Blackbeard should have made a grand entrance under the world's attention. But in reality, no one was focusing on him. He and his pirate crew had become marginal figures. This sea did not belong to him yet. This was the strength of Blackbeard. He immediately gained a clear self-awareness. I still need to hide for a while. Luffy. Blackbeard saw an opportunity. At this moment, Luffy's condition clearly could not support him in unleashing the power within. This was an excellent opportunity. Where's Kazan? Blackbeard searched and soon saw Kazan at the battlefield's core. Luffy, you shouldn't attack your teacher. When Shanks and Garp confronted each other, Luffy attempted to take the chance to attack Garp, but Aokiji appeared. Sleep now. Luffy, wrapped in unstable white energy, had no power to resist before Aokiji. The space he was in was instantly frozen. Luffy's angry expression turned into a sculpture in ice. Blackbeard pirates, retreat immediately. Blackbeard wanted to observe the outcome of this battle, but now was his only chance to leave. Even if he was willing to continue being a pawn for Lin, he couldn't take the risk. If Lin changed his mind, everything he had done would be for nothing. Shanks. Even Garp was shocked by the power Shanks displayed. Roger. He saw Roger's power while also witnessing Rock's ambition. Moreover, he sensed a quality in both of them that they did not possess. It was a quality he found hard to describe, one he had almost never seen in anyone else. Except for Lin. For some reason, Garp's mind was suddenly filled with images of Lin. What were these 2 guys up to? Garp, your era has ended. As Shanks' voice fell, 9 giant dragons, shimmering with golden light, embodying a conqueror's Haki powerful enough to shake the world, all roared and intertwined downwards. Ultimately, they all converged on Griffin. The griffin in Shanks' hand was endowed with life at that moment. The blade was like tearing through time and space, unstoppable. Old Garp wanted to unleash his peak combat power, but he found it utterly impossible. What he possessed was nothing but a broken body. He is in the river of time, where time has eroded everything, leaving only his seemingly glamorous shell. Memories of that day inexplicably resurface. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's office. If I find out that something happened to my grandson, no matter who it is, I won't be able to help but kill him. Trust me, Sengoku. Even you, Sakazuki. Haha, a hero of the Navy. How absurd my life has been. Chapter 69. Red-haired, God-S Valley. Everything in the illusion. 38 years ago. God-S Valley. The legendary pirate, Rox, was defeated. Before becoming the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger led his pirate crew to loot treasures on the battlefield. A baby's cry caught Roger's attention. What is going on? Holding a jug of wine in one hand, Roger walked over. Captain, we found this baby in a treasure chest. The soldier presented the treasure chest, and Roger picked up the baby with one big hand. First mate Rayleigh immediately noticed the key point. Captain, the identity of this baby. Roger looked at the baby's left arm, which bore the emblem of the celestial dragons. Ha, interesting. Roger laughed heartily, examining the baby closely. Then he turned to Rayleigh and said, Buddy, I have a very interesting idea. As Roger's first mate, Rayleigh quickly sensed what Roger deemed interesting. You don't want to raise this celestial dragon to become a pirate, do you? Upon hearing this, Roger burst into laughter. No. Rayleigh, old buddy, you're really not romantic enough or bold enough. Rayleigh frowned, realizing that the captain was about to play a big game. Roger brought the jug of wine to the baby's mouth. Come on, drink up. Rayleigh was stunned. Captain, you really have a twisted sense of humor. Roger laughed heartily. As a pirate, how can one not drink? The more the baby cried, the more amused Roger became. Forget it. You can wait until you're 3 to drink. You're a bit too small now. He then set the jug down and placed his straw hat on the baby's head. Lifting him up in front of Rayleigh, he declared, Rayleigh, I will not only make this little one a pirate, but I will also have him inherit my legacy and become the greatest pirate on these seas. I call it the Pirate King. Rayleigh poured cold water on him. Captain, you're not even the Pirate King. Roger patted his chest. That day will come soon. At this moment, the baby stopped crying. He seemed to gain consciousness, staring blankly at Roger. His little hands clenched tightly. Opening his mouth, he spoke 2 words, Captain. Roger did not find it strange. He stopped laughing heartily and instead wore a detached expression, as if looking down on everything like a god. So, red-haired, what is your dream? What is your freedom? What is everything you do? As the baby red-haired, his expression changed drastically. This was not the captain's voice, even the appearance of the person before him. Roger's face melted like hot wax, constantly dripping down. Lin, the baby red-haired, was stunned. The person holding him was actually Navy Major Lin. How could this be? This is not Goddess Valley. Where is this? W, what are you doing? This is not what we agreed upon. The baby red-haired shouted in anger, losing the calm and control he had before. He was being held by Lin. But soon after, Lin's face also began to melt like hot wax. Beneath this face was a familiar yet strange visage, a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to him. Father. No. Figureland Garling. W, why are you here? The baby red-haired was filled with anger and shock. Figureland's appearance was striking a nerve within him. Shanks, don't forget. You are always a member of the Figureland family. Even if you deliberately sever your own arm, you cannot erase the blood flowing through you. The baby red-haired suddenly shouted. Rayleigh suddenly transformed into a sea king, opening its massive mouth to bite off his left arm. Splat! A large amount of blood sprayed out. The baby red-haired gritted his teeth and shouted, No, I'm a pirate. I want to become the Pirate King. I want to roam freely on these seas. Just like the captain, I want to be the king of this sea. Suddenly, the Sea King let out a huge laugh. The baby red-haired looked over. The Sea King that had bitten off his left arm transformed, revealing a human body. This person looked even more like him. Good little brother, don't you recognize me? I'm your older brother. Figureland Shamrock was chewing on the baby red-haired's left arm, savoring the taste of his blood and flesh. Foolish little brother, don't you know that this sea is all under our celestial dragon's control? The world, you know, we celestial dragons are the masters. You refuse to be a celestial dragon and choose instead to be a lowly pirate? Shamrock gulped down the blood and flesh. He opened his mouth to reveal blood-stained teeth. Of course, you are merely a pawn used by Roger to oppose us. Foolish little brother, have you ever thought that you have never had freedom from the beginning? The baby red-haired fell silent for a moment, then roared, No, since one arm is not enough, I will erase all celestial dragons, then I will be free. As long as I surpass the captain's wishes, surpass the Pirate King, I will be free. What I want is the whole world. As red-haired shouted these words, it seemed to drain all his strength. At that moment, a bland voice fell. So this is you, red-haired. Buzz. Red-haired's head felt like it was exploding. The figures of his father, brother, captain, first mate, and all the crew, treasures, and the entire God-S Valley transformed into a vortex, quickly shrinking into a small point. Everything before him was no longer hazy. Before him was that indifferent and calm face, and a pair of crimson eyes. At this moment, he stood at the center of Marineford, holding Griffin in his hand, which was wrapped in red and black Haki, with golden specks adorning it. That voice, which he detested, which made him feel a loss of control over everything, came with laziness, with scrutiny, with mockery. "So, you are the man who wants to become the king of the world, red-haired? Quite interesting, isn't it?" Lin flicked his finger, and Griffin shook violently. The Haki covering it scattered like points of light. "You." Red-haired was left speechless. Long before the two met, the Haki Lin exhibited was completely on a level that crushed him. Even the golden Haki he prided himself on, which he thought was developed solely by him, was found to be a mere surprise. Lin had already become a son, and now, Lin used another ability to reveal the ambition he had harbored in his heart for decades, unknown to anyone, completely before his eyes. Those crimson eyes, what exactly is their origin? Your dream is wonderful. I fully support it. So, red-haired, today, do me a favor, let your people leave, and strive to realize your ambition. Remember, your time is limited. 3 years from now, God-S Valley will be your last chance. Work hard. Become the king of the world. After Lin finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to red-haired. He turned around, looking at the bewildered Carp. "So, Vice Admiral Carp, the mistake of God Valley back then, I give you the chance to make amends." Carp frowned. "Mistake?" Lin pointed behind him. "So, for a man who is to become the king of the world, are you going to defeat him or annihilate him entirely?" Chapter 70 Departure to the Land of Wano. "Akainu, Borisolino, why the hell are you here too?" Carp was still confused about the current situation. "Are you planning to recreate God Valley?" Lin did not deny it. The chaos of this sea was not brought by Roger. To trace it back, the chaos essentially began at God Valley. If the Navy had been strong enough back then, if you didn't need to ally with Roger, if all the pirates present at God Valley had been completely annihilated over the years, Carp had never thought that his actions at God Valley had any issues. But now, when questioned, Roger, red-haired Shanks, Luffy, everything could have ended in that great battle. It was just that before that. The so-called chaos of the sea, the so-called era of great pirates. As a hero of the Navy, Carp had completely ignored it, until the flames of chaos burned onto himself. In Carp's mind, occasionally executing missions, chasing pirates, burning village, screaming townsfolk, chaotic nations, he had no real feeling. But at this moment, all of this, scene by scene, emerged in his mind. He truly experienced it. Only, the price he paid was his grandson smashing his fist at him, and his most beloved disciple tragically dying at the hands of his own grandson. The once lofty hero of the Navy finally experienced the blood and tears of the people. Carp picked up Kobe's lifeless body. "Lin, I'll make this promise with you. 3 years, I will end the chaos of this sea." Carp temporarily withdrew from the stage. He walked to Barumaber's side. "Barumaber, everything about Kobe stops at this moment. Let's keep him company." Barumaber looked at the large hole in Kobe's body, nodding heavily. "Yes, teacher." On the other side, Luffy, turned into an ice sculpture by Akiji, was being carried away. "Don't move." Kazan, Ben Beckman's gun, was aimed at Akiji's back. "Leave Luffy behind. Luffy is their most important target for this operation." Moreover, Kazan, who is clearly a Marine Admiral, how does he plan to secretly take Luffy away? "Vice Captain, it's Blackbeard's pirate crew." Ben Beckman looked toward the corner of the port. Blackbeard's group was rushing this way. How could this be? "Kazan, what are you trying to do?" Akiji threw Luffy towards Blackbeard's pirate crew, then coldly said to Ben Beckman, "So, you point your gun at me?" Ben Beckman was taken aback, accompanied by this somewhat familiar line. The surrounding air suddenly dropped to absolute zero. The bullets condensed by Haki seemed to be frozen. This is bad. By the time Ben Beckman reacted, his body was already unresponsive. His blood flow slowed, followed by sluggish movements. The next moment, Akiji's long leg kicked into his chest. Puffed. Blood sprayed out and then instantly froze. Vice Captain, Loki, and Jezeb shouted, but were shocked to find that they too had lost their ability to move. As Akiji's long leg came down, it met with an obstruction. Red-haired Shanks, holding a griffin, suddenly descended. Kazan. Today, red-haired is rarely angry. Luffy's awakening was supposed to be a beautiful beginning. But that guy Lin, he is simply using me, using my hands to bring peace back to the sea. And I have to do it according to his wishes. Now, even that guy Blackbeard has come to cause trouble. To make red-haired angry is naturally a threat to him. Red-haired has a very deep impression of Blackbeard. The scar over his eye was left by that guy. Now, after obtaining the dark fruit, he has also obtained Whitebeard's tremor fruit. This place is clearly under Lin's control. Why would he succeed? Now, even Kazan, this Admiral, is going to join Blackbeard's crew? Lin, you don't care about this? So it seems. That guy Lin is actually using himself and Blackbeard to raise a goo, manipulating, controlling, toying with. Roger, Vegapunk, Lin. You guys. No, I will surpass all of this. You will never control me. Facing red-haired, Akiji exhaled cold air. Red-haired, this is not a good place to start a war. Ben Beckman appeared. Captain, we should leave first. Red-haired's gaze turned towards the battlefield. Among the commanders under Whitebeard, who was being watched by Sengoku, the severely injured ace, with Marco's blue flames burning on him. Let's go. Meanwhile, Akiji glanced in Lin's direction. The latter showed no signs of stopping him from leaving. There is no place for me in the Navy anymore. I must find this path on my own. Robin, let's go. Blackbeard looked at Nico Robin next to Akiji, his eyes shining, and he laughed loudly. Kazan, you are the biggest gain for me, Blackbeard, this time. Akiji's appearance not only brought him Straw Hat Luffy, but also Nico Robin. These two would play a crucial role in his future ambitions. The severely injured ace looked at Shanks back. Speaking of which, there was no intersection between the two. He just had a doubt in his heart. Back then, why didn't T, his father, the pirate king he had never met, entrust him to red-haired? If that were the case, perhaps everything today would not have happened. But what significance does that have? Everything that should have ended long ago has finally come to a complete end today, 20 years later. Red-haired. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through Marineford. Diamond Jaws, shedding blood and tears. He was unwilling. He regretted. He watched helplessly as his old man was backstabbed by Blackbeard, and then saw them being backstabbed by that guy Red-haired. Red-haired's only goal was Straw Hat Luffy. They, the Whitebeard pirates, were merely used to create chaos for him in Marineford. In response to Diamond Jaws, Red-haired did not stop his steps. Diamond Jaws lowered his head. What is all this for? Old man. Footsteps approached, and Diamond Jaws looked up. It was a pair of indifferent eyes. Looking down at him, examining him, Diamond Jaws shouted, Lin, what do you want? Why do you keep pursuing the Whitebeard pirates? Old man, just wanted family companionship. Lin showed no expression. He merely told him, you can continue to accompany him. Then, he did not glance at these commanders again. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it's up to you. As Lin walked toward Akainu, Ace suddenly said, Luffy, Lin paused, but did not turn back. Luffy is already gone. The moment red-haired appeared in the east blue. This point Carp understands, you should understand as well. Then, Lin called Akainu and Brook. Let's go. Akainu was puzzled. Huh? Where to? Isn't it over? Lin patted his shoulder. This should have ended long ago. But there's one guy who disrupted everything. Junior apprentice. Did you forget what your senior brother promised you? Beside him, Bone shouted, Kaido, that bastard. I want to kill him. Akainu's eyes were red. It turned out that everything here was just a casual handling by his senior brother. The real reason for his appearance was to stand up for him. Soon after, warships sailed grandly away from Marineford. On the main ship, Marine Rear Admiral Lin En, Marine Admiral Akainu, Marine Vice Admiral Bones, Marine Admiral Kizaru. Huh? Borsellino, what the hell are you doing here? Akainu shouted. Kizaru pulled out a bunch of bananas, peeled them, and stuffed them into his mouth. After filling his mouth, he mumbled, my senior brother promised me that in 3 years, he would clock in and clock out. Lin En said, Borsellino, this operation is purely for personal revenge. Unrelated to the plan, Kizaru was taken aback, but replied, no problem, I find I can't stay idle now. Akainu couldn't help but ask, when did you become obsessed with eating bananas? Kizaru replied, bananas are quick energy. One after the event can replenish energy in time. At this moment, in Wano country, Kaido felt his heart pounding for some reason. What's going on? Chapter 71 Lin En, Marine Sea Stone Equipment Upgrade Plan. On the warship, Lin En looked at Akainu and Kizaru and asked, "Which of you is more familiar with Wano country?" There's no way. Lin En's actual naval career hasn't even lasted a year. Of course, he is not familiar with Wano country, and he doesn't even know much about Kaido. Just as Lin En finished speaking, Kizaru was particularly proactive and immediately raised his hand to answer. But as soon as he said the words Wano country, he got stuck. He had been loafing around in the Navy headquarters, just waiting for his paycheck every month. How would he know anything about Wano country? Kizaru silently stuffed another banana into his mouth. Akainu rolled his eyes at him and even expressed some dissatisfaction. "I've worked my ass off all these years, and you just ate free food. What do you know about Wano country?" Lin En looked at Akainu with great anticipation. In his impression, Akainu was relatively reliable. Lin En froneth. "What kind of place is Wano country?" Akainu also got stuck. Kizaru sneered, and Akainu glared at him. "Senior brother, Wano country is somewhat special. This country has been closed for hundreds of years, and there is very little information about it in the outside world. Kaido occupied Wano country many years ago and made it his base." Lin En asked, "Since it can be controlled by pirates, it means this country isn't very strong. How can it remain closed for hundreds of years? Difficult to attack?" Akainu nodded. "The environment and weather in Wano country are extremely harsh. Moreover, you can only enter Wano country through a treacherous waterfall. Therefore, over the years, even the world government has been unable to open Wano country's gates." Lin En spüchelt. "Have they tried?" "Yes, it was many years ago, but they ultimately returned in failure." Lin En held a skeptical attitude toward this. Akainu also found it somewhat unbelievable. Perhaps the attempts back then caused the world government to suffer significant losses, making the conquest of Wano country not worth the cost. The entire Wano country only has this sea stone mineral, which is useful to the world government. Lin En's eyes lit up. "Sea stone? Yes. I remember that Smoker's weapon is equipped with a piece of sea stone. Well, precisely because Wano country is closed. And since sea stone is mainly made into handcuffs and used in prisons like Impel Down, the quantity used for weapons is very small." Akainu was explaining to Lin En, but gradually realized that Lin En's eyes were getting brighter. Lin En's smile was growing wider. He snatched a banana from Kizaru's hand, peeled it, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Borsellino." Kizaru looked at Lin En. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Lin En smiled and said, "I take back what I said earlier." "Huh?" Kizaru was puzzled. Lin En patted his shoulder. "This trip is not only to take personal revenge for Sakazuki, but also part of your retirement plan in 3 years. "Huh? Really?" Kizaru was excited. Retirement. A surge of powerful energy rushed through him. Akainu looked at the motivated Kizaru dumbfounded. "Borsellino, look at you. You've been trained by your senior brother into this state. You've been brainwashed, you know? Fool." Lin En expressed his thoughts. "To eliminate all pirates. To enable the Navy to exert its strongest power at God Valley in 3 years. In addition to enhancing our own strength, weaponry must also undergo large-scale upgrades. The first item is the full equipment plan for sea stone weapons. What do you think?" Hearing this, Akainu became excited. He was a typical violent type, obsessed with power. He said excitedly, "Senior brother, are you saying that the entire Navy will be equipped with sea stone weapons?" Lin En nodded. Akainu's eyes widened, but he immediately shook his head to calm himself down. His senior brother had promised him that after the Great War, he would let him replace Sengoku and sit on the throne of the Marine Marshal. So now, he had to think like a Marine Marshal. "Senior brother, this is too radical. It's simply unrealistic." Akainu's words were considered. Sea stone is not only scarce, but also particularly difficult to process. Equipping the entire Navy with sea stone weapons would be a massive scale, not to mention that the Navy is still expanding. You have to know that Smoker, who comes from the headquarters and is of the same generation as Akiji, only has a small piece of sea stone on his 10 hands. Indeed, if the Navy fully upgraded to sea stone, their combat power could be described as a leap. Generally speaking, most powerful pirates severely rely on the power of devil fruits. However, sea stone can perfectly counter it. This is the fastest way to enhance combat power for low-level soldiers. But still, as I said, the plan of my senior brother is good, but it is too radical. Lin Xia, however, patted Akainu on the shoulder, meaningfully saying, "Sakazuki, don't follow the old path of Sengoku." Akainu immediately denied it. As a young faction, how could he become a conservative? Lin En explained, think about it carefully. Now that Impel Down is gone, is there any need for other prisons to exist? What do you say? Akainu thought for a moment and replied, indeed, there is no need. Lin En continued, since the prisons are gone, what's the point of handcuffs? This time, Akainu didn't even think and directly said, it seems so. Lin En finally smiled and said, the so-called increasing revenue and cutting expenditure. With the reduction of expenditure, isn't it time to increase revenue? Where are we going for this time? Akainu was stunned. Then, a brilliant smile blossomed on his face. Yes, if we take down Wano country, won't everything be settled? The full equipment plan for sea stone weapons? Good, great. Just thinking about it, under his command, all his soldiers equipped with sea stone weapons, wiping out waves of pirates, made him drool at the thought of sea stone. Kizaru looked disdainfully, mumbling in his heart. How can you still have the face to say that to me? Look at that silly look of yours. You don't even know you've been brainwashed by your senior brother. So now the plan has changed. Killing Kaido for revenge is a secondary goal. Opening the gates of Wano country and executing the full equipment plan for sea stone weapons is the main goal. After all, to develop such a vast country, we need someone who understands Kaido or Wano better. Lin looked at Akainu. The latter immediately thought of someone. Fortunately, that person was still at headquarters. Brother, wait for me. Akainu jumped off the warship and used the upgraded moonwalk that Lin had taught him to soar back to the headquarters plaza. He appeared in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Reaching out with a large hand, he grabbed the latter by the neck and dragged him back to the warship. As a warlord of the sea, Doflamingo didn't dare to breathe the entire time. Akainu knew this guy very well. He was just a bully who feared the strong. According to the information Akainu received, when Kaido glared at him, Doflamingo would be scared to death. Back on the warship, Akainu said coldly, kneel. Doflamingo was about to speak when he saw Lin, Sakazuki, and Borsalino staring at him with 3 pairs of eyes. Without needing to act on his own, his legs went weak and he knelt down. Carefully looking at Lin, he said, Major General Lin, is there something you want to discuss? I want to live. Chapter 72. The dispute between Akainu and Kizaru. I am the second disciple. Huh. A light huh escaped from Lin's mouth. Doflamingo, dressed in a pink flamingo coat, floral capri pants, and bean shoes, wearing pink-tinted glasses, knelt in front of Lin, humbly looking up and cautiously asking, what does Major General Lin mean? Lin looked him up and down and teased. Your humble appearance is quite different from the image I had in mind. Doflamingo was speechless. Isn't that because you and the other 2, your brothers, are all glaring at me? Don't say I was already scared to death. Even if Kaido came, he would have to tremble in front of you 3. Akainu looked down on Doflamingo. This guy had relied on his former celestial dragon status to thrive in the underworld, engaging in countless dirty dealings. If possible, he would have liked to kill him immediately. After all, everything was developing according to Brother Lin's plan. The prison city was gone. The warlords were gone. The Whitebeard pirates were gone. Even the celestial dragons had suffered heavy casualties. Lin noticed Akainu's impatience. He patted Akainu's shoulder and taught him, third disciple, don't be so hasty. Akainu was taken aback, pointing at himself. Third disciple? Me? Lin nodded. Akainu pointed at Kizaru. What about him? Lin said mysteriously, second disciple. Kizaru smiled. Akainu was upset. Kizaru handed a banana to Akainu. Here, third disciple, eat. Akainu grabbed it angrily, saying, Borsalino, don't go too far. Kizaru immediately corrected him. Call me second brother, be good. Akainu's arm began to swirl with molten magma. Eldest brother, I acknowledge. But the position of second brother must be mine. Everything must be based on strength, not on who looks older. Besides, we're from the same generation. Kizaru placed the remaining banana in Doflamingo's hands. Hold it carefully, don't break it. Doflamingo understood. Kizaru frowned. What, is there a problem? Doflamingo quickly replied, no. Kizaru sternly said, no. Then why don't you make a sound? Doflamingo's mouth twitched. I understand. Kizaru then nodded in satisfaction. Later, a brilliant light emanated from him, and the sword of Amaterasu gathered in his hand. Third disciple, second brother will accompany you to practice. Akainu's facial muscles twitched. To be honest, he felt confident about fighting Kazan, but when it came to Borsalino, he felt completely uncertain. Over the years, This guy had been lying flat and had steadily secured the position of Admiral. And what about himself? Working hard to kill pirates and quell rebellions. He had only managed to reach the same position as that guy. The more he thought about it, the more it showed the terrifying depth of strength. For a moment, Akainu hesitated. Lin saw this and said, "All right, Sakazuki, you have a big hole in your stomach now. Focus on recuperating first. This mission, we aren't in a hurry. Wait until we find a deserted island. Then you can take your time to fight." Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. If these two started fighting, this warship wouldn't be enough for the chaos. Kizaru dissipated the sword of Amaterasu in his hand. Third disciple, listen to the eldest brother, take care of your injuries. Akainu's arm magma temperature rose a few degrees. Just wait. He angrily turned his back. Out of sight, out of mind. He didn't want to see Kizaru's crooked mouth for a second longer. Lin ignored these two and looked at Doflamingo, saying, "Clown." Doflamingo was stunned. Boom. Akainu's magma fist smashed directly onto Doflamingo's head, burning off a large portion of his hair. The smell of burnt pig hair wafted through the air. He yelled, "What the hell? Brother called you a clown, so you damn well better call yourself a clown. What the hell? Now you're just a clown? Got it." Doflamingo hadn't even protested yet when the sword of Amaterasu was already pointed at his neck. Cold sweat poured down his body, and he felt a chill run down his spine. "I understand." Lin glared at the two on either side and angrily said, "What are you two doing? Acting like a mafia? Am I some mafia boss? We are the Navy, understand? Navy, got it? Pay attention to our image, day by day." As he said this, Lin looked up and muttered, "Why is the sun so fierce today? Here, put on your sunglasses." Lin pulled out 3 pairs of sunglasses from somewhere. After the 3 put them on, Doflamingo directly cried, "If you 3 aren't mafia, then there's no one in this sea that looks more like a mafia." After putting on sunglasses, Akainu and Kizaru felt particularly cool. Why didn't we think of this before? The corners of both of their mouths gradually lifted. Lin's face turned serious. "Pay attention to our image." "Serious. Neat. Understood?" "Yes, big brother." The 3 of them coldly stared at Doflamingo. Lin said lightly, "Clown, you have no qualification to discuss life and death in front of us. Remember, if we want you dead, you will die. If we want you alive, then you can barely survive. Do you understand?" Akainu was taken aback. He tilted his head to look at Lin. "Brother, aren't we the Navy?" Lin patted Akainu's shoulder. "From now on, the Navy style must change." Akainu immediately understood. Facing pirates, it's supposed to be arrogant and overbearing. The Navy no longer needs to be restrained. The sky of a Navy has changed. When Doflamingo was subdued by Lin, the sword of Amaterasu appeared again on his shoulder. Kizaru tilted his mouth. "Speak. Don't make your uncle Kizaru say it a second time." "Huh? No? Oh, I understand." Doflamingo, a man from the underworld, finally realized at this moment who the real evil boss was. In front of these 3, he wasn't even worthy of being a... Lin saw that it was almost time. This kid should not dare to play any tricks now. Then he got to the point. "We want to destroy the beast pirates and develop Wano. What are your thoughts?" According to Akainu, Doflamingo had been in contact with Kaido for many years, helping him develop and manufacture artificial zone-type devil fruits. Thus, he dragged him over. At this stage, killing would be pointless. Let's make the most of what we have. Doflamingo, after suffering a mental breakdown, finally understood why he had been captured. "Damn it, can't you 3 just say it directly? What for Emperor Kaido? What beast pirates? What the hell is Wano country? In front of you 3. Can that even be called a matter? Damn it, just raise your hand and wipe them out." Thoughts? This is exactly my thought. After a deep roar in his heart, Doflamingo respectfully said, "Major General Lin, you've found the right person. I absolutely know about Kaido and Wano country." Doflamingo is a smart man. He immediately understood that wiping out Kaido and the beast pirates was probably not Lin's main goal. Developing Wano country is the focus. Otherwise, he wouldn't need him. "Major General Lin, regarding Wano country, we can first go to a place." Lin asked where. Doflamingo replied, "Punk Hazard. Chapter 73, Sengoku. Little brats, let's go together. Please elaborate." Lin became interested. This guy still has some use. Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. At least, for the time being, he had saved his own life. For a long time, Kaido wanted to establish a powerful army of Zoan-type Devil Fruit users, as he himself is a mythical Zoan-type user and has a special preference for Zoan types. But even I find it difficult to collect a satisfactory number of Zoan fruits for him. I found a former Navy scientist named Caesar Clown and funded him to research artificial devil fruits. He has already achieved good results, and the location is right at Punk Hazard. Akainu added, that place was originally a Navy research base. As he spoke, he glanced at Doflamingo. The latter quickly avoided eye contact, looking to Lin for help. The matter of occupying the Navy base should be noted for the Joker first. We'll go to Punk Hazard. Artificial Devil Fruit? Lin Xiao immediately became interested. Akainu snorted. He was also very invested in artificial devil fruits, since they would be the best way to instantly enhance the combat power of soldiers with weaker talents. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku stared blankly as Lin left. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Damn it, how did this guy run away again? Isn't he afraid of something unexpected happening? At this moment, he was guarding the 7 warlords and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Zefa led all the Navy to surround the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates completely. This battle indeed ended. Sengoku felt a bit dazed. It was truly a roller coaster. Clearly, with both new and old generations of 3 admirals stationed, they displayed overwhelming power against the Whitebeard pirates. With Lin and Shanks sitting down to talk. He indeed didn't need to be present on the battlefield. But that guy Kaido actually dared to interfere. No wonder Lin rushed over without delay while the battlefield was still not cleared. Now it's good. A whole bunch of troublesome matters are left for him and Zefa, those 2 old guys, to deal with. Ahem. Sengoku cleared his throat. His booming voice spread throughout Marineford. All Navy troops immediately clear the battlefield. Just one sentence. All Navy soldiers were stunned for a second before erupting into a roar like a tsunami. Clear, clear. The news that the city was destroyed by Major General Lin had long spread across the battlefield. Now, with Admiral Sengoku's command, they confirmed one of the most important things. From now on, against pirates, it's kill, not capture. The bounty on the pirates themselves, plus the triple reward offered by the Celestial Dragons, made tens of thousands of pirates in their eyes completely like moving treasures. Here, it was an entire Whitebeard pirates crew. In the past, capturing a pirate took a tremendous effort. Not only did they have to worry about other pirate crews attacking, but they also had to worry about retaliation from the pirates under Whitebeard. Now it's good. It's like a buffet. Kill, kill, kill. Some Navy soldiers did it for money, some for venting their anger, and some to hone their strength. In short, all Navy soldiers picked up their weapons and started a hunting feast for pirates. At this moment, the so-called different factions of the Navy had completely merged into one. Pirates? Just kill them. As for individual diehards, they would only be eliminated in this hunting feast. If you don't kill, then wait to be killed. The logic of this world has always been very simple. It's just that many Navy soldiers have been too well protected by the collective of the Navy. Others silently kill pirates, building strong walls to protect their safety. And the result? Some who don't know what's good or are foolishly mad actually think that pirates are also human and have the right to pursue freedom. Now it's good. The pirates are right in front of you. Let us see if they will use knives against you for their freedom. Even the cowardly King Kobe can only die in regret. As long as one is not foolish enough, they would have awakened long ago. Don't accept? Just be eliminated. Faced with the frenzied Navy, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates completely fell into despair. Before Lin appeared, they could still raise their hands to surrender. At worst, they would spend the rest of their lives in prison. But now, it's over. Everything is over. They have completely become tools for the Navy's growth and for recognizing reality. At this moment, Marineford truly fell into a sea of blood. Unilateral slaughter officially began. Everything on the battlefield was captured by Sengoku's eyes. Lin, this is what you want, right? The Whitebeard pirates are just tools in your hands. Only Kaido. Sengoku shook his head, silently praying for that guy Kaido. Then, he focused his gaze on the division commanders led by Marco. As an admiral, I also need to set an example. Kulme, young, outstanding, and powerful pirates of the sea, let us go together. As soon as Sengoku's voice fell, a furious golden giant, radiating dazzling golden light, stood in front of the division commanders. Damn it! Diamond Jozu was shocked, and the other division commanders felt their scalps go numb. Previously, it was Sengoku's palm that sent them all flying. What are they going to do this time? With all their might, avenge Dad. Marcos Chauti Dangredi. Now, they had no choice. Lin and the 3 admirals were not present. Sengoku was strong, but like Dad, time had eroded his body and will. We'll fulfill Dad's last wish and save Ace. Bang! Before Marco could finish his sentence, a shadow enveloped him. He suddenly looked up, and it was a giant golden palm descending from the sky. The golden giant Buddha, against the sunlight, spoke with a divine voice. Little brats. Talking too much in battle can get you killed. Didn't your dead dad teach you? The golden palm loomed over Marco, who was startled. He was horrified to find that his movements were hindered. An invisible force was crushing his body and consciousness. What the hell is this? Marco was terrified. In a critical moment, he kicked Ace away, while he himself completely bore the weight of the golden palm. Marco! Diamond Jozu shouted. Ace struggled to rise, his pupils trembling. The golden giant palm raised, and Marco was engulfed in flickering blue flames, his body covered in wounds and blood. Indeed, he was the Phoenix. Wonderful, wonderful. The sound of the Buddha echoed, and Sengoku's battle spirit was passively ignited. Both palms came down, one palm after another. Countless phantoms appeared, like the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. This scene was truly terrifying and shocking. The division commanders actually forgot to escape in this opportunity. Or rather, deep down in their subconscious, they already recognized their fate. Running away seemed meaningless. In fact, it was only for a moment. When the golden giant palm was raised, there were no blue flames. No immortal bird Marco. Only a viscous red substance merging with the earth. Chapter 74. Zefa. Sengoku, why cling to the position of Admiral? Isn't it just getting old? Sengoku clapped his hands. Without saying a word, he leaped into the air. The 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara reappeared, this time targeting Diamond Jozu. Even with the strength of Diamond, he couldn't withstand 3 seconds. Crack! The diamond turned to dust. The 2 main forces were crushed by Sengoku, and the other division commanders had no thoughts of resistance at all. They were casually erased by Sengoku. Finally, the humanoid Sengoku stood before Ace. He coldly said, "Port gas D Ace." As Major General Lin said, "Your fate was not decided the moment you were born. Your fate was decided the moment you set sail to become a pirate." Ace knelt on the ground. His head bowed. Dad and his companions died tragically before his eyes. He smiled bitterly. Yes, what was the purpose of setting sail after all? Sengoku thanked him. Puffed. Ace stabbed his palm into his heart, silently closing his eyes. Sengoku had little emotional fluctuation towards Ace's death. For some reason, his blood seemed to ignite. Hope. He truly saw hope. He saw it. All pirates, just like today's Whitebeard pirates, were completely annihilated by their navy. Ah, this is terrible. Lin, you bastard. I'm done for. Why does it feel like I'm burning? Suddenly, Sengoku felt that retiring might not be so bad if delayed a little longer. But the position beneath him had already been promised to Akainu. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. Just as Sengoku was getting warmed up, his clenched fists swept over the 7 warlords. Ultimately, his gaze locked on a Hawkeye. Kome, the world's greatest swordsman, come kill me, and you will be free. Holding the black sword Yuru, Hawkeye's eyelids twitched incessantly. It's over. It seems I made a wrong move. Wait a minute. A deep voice came. Zefa's pitch-black mechanical arm rumbled. That guy Lin promised. The 7 warlords belong to me. Hawkeye looked over. He discovered fact. Zefa's black mechanical arm was covered by armament Haki. The key point is this spine-chilling armament Haki. In this battle, had never been turned off. Sengoku curled his lip. I don't care, Lin Isnt here. Zefa shouted. You think you can wrestle with me? Sengoku's golden Buddha descended once again. Then let us compare. Zefa's mechanical arm rumbled. Let us compare. Strangely, Hawkeye was directly stunned. Carrying 2 former admirals alone? Moonlight Moria trembled in fear. What to do? His gaze fell on Jinbei and Kuma. Hancock, let us not be stunned either. The Empress nodded. If we don't take the initiative, who knows what crazy things Sengoku will do in this state. On the warship heading to Punk Hazard, the Den Den Mushi rang. Akainu handed the Den Den Mushi to Lin. Sengoku's voice came through, somewhat complaining. Lin, you bastard, don't just disappear all the time, okay? Lin said, I promise next time. Sengoku. Lin expressed concern and asked, how is it on your side? There shouldn't be any surprises this time, right? Sengoku snorted. The Whitebeard pirates have been completely annihilated, and the traitors among the 7 warlords have also been dealt with. As for surprises, they are not completely non-existent. Lin thought, is it the Revolutionary Army? Sengoku paused. You bastard, you've already thought of that. Dragon personally appeared and took away Tyrant Kuma. We did not have any conflict. Lin stated, no problem. Our target is pirates. The Revolutionary Army has no direct conflict of interest with us. Sengoku was stunned. Lin, clarify that. The Revolutionary Army, in the eyes of the world government, is the #1 enemy compared to pirates. Lin retorted, you said it yourself. The Revolutionary Army is the #1 enemy of the world government. What does it have to do with us in the Navy? Damn, Lin, you can't say such things. Do you want to? Sengoku didn't continue. This is not a confidential call. It would be bad if the world government intercepted it. Zefa, sitting nearby, asked, Sengoku, what's wrong? You don't look too good. Did you get hurt in the earlier battle? I told you not to be strong. Sengoku shouted, Bah, I'm still strong. You're getting more ferocious. I notice I'm still evolving. Zefa snatched Sengoku's scallop. Then what's wrong? Sengoku was speechless. What else could it be? Every time I talk to your good disciple, I'm terrified. This time, he actually wants to defect from the world government. This time, even Zefa wasn't calm. What kind of crazy idea is this? Have you gone mad? You must know that the Navy is merely a force under the world government. Is Lin planning a rebellion? No, Zefa was still relatively familiar with Lin. This good disciple, although unparalleled in strength, indeed had no interest in power. Due to early experiences, his goal had always been one, to kill all pirates. Besides that, he sought nothing else. Zefa was very certain of this. Zefa stared straight at Sengoku and asked quietly, Sengoku, are you sure Lin said that? Sengoku turned his head away. Well, he didn't say it directly, but I feel he has that meaning. Zefa's gaze became strange. Sengoku, could it be you? Whoosh. Sengoku covered Zefa's mouth and looked around. Damn, Zefa, don't put me in danger. I have no thoughts of rebellion. Zefa pushed Sengoku's hand away. Well, you said that yourself. Sengoku sat down, rubbing his forehead. I'm not, I didn't You're overthinking it. Zefa smiled. Let me think. Back in the day, you, me, and Carp, the 3 of us were contemporaries. Our combat power far surpassed others. Carp only wanted to fight. He didn't even want to be an admiral. As for me, I don't have the talent like you. I understand the situation of ordinary soldiers better, and rather than looking up, I prefer to interact with the soldiers. And you, known as the strategist, it seems very reasonable for you to sit in the position of admiral. But there is one problem. If you don't want to, no one can force you. You're longing for power, even if it doesn't seem obvious. But when you plan to abdicate, you immediately feel empty inside. At this moment, you see your true self clearly. Speaking of which, you want to step down only because Lin has stirred up a bunch of seemingly crazy troubles that you can't handle. And now, the fact proves that although Lin's ideas are crazy, they are indeed things he can do. So now, your thoughts have changed. Sengoku is directly stunned. He realizes he can't refute it at all. Stop. This topic should be stopped immediately. Zefa, however, gave a suggestion. Sengoku, why cling to the position of fleet admiral under you? Isn't there another position above? Sengoku's body trembled, and Zefa smiled. Isn't Kong getting old? Chapter 75. Akainu versus Kizaru. The fleet admiral is mine. Punk Hazard, led by Don Quixote da Flamingo, Lin and the others head to the research base. This island was originally a scientific base of the Navy. Therefore, there are no residents living here. Lin is not in a hurry, walking leisurely. Borsellino. What's wrong, senior brother? Kizaru felt a tightness in his heart, sensing a bad premonition. Regarding Punk Hazard, regarding the Navy scientific base, Sakazuki knows more than you do. Is that reasonable? Lin stared at Kizaru. He wanted to explain immediately, but found it impossible to do so. Akainu suddenly realized and exclaimed, That's right, Borsellino. Speaking of which, the scientific department of the Navy is under your jurisdiction. Kizaru avoided Akainu's eyes. This matter is indeed absurd. Under his jurisdiction, the scientific base has actually become someone else's. It's a theft by a clown. Kizaru shot a glance at Doflamingo, who trembled all over. He thought, I said, how has the Navy's demeanor changed? Even Kizaru, who never cares about things, actually performed exceptionally well and actively during the Top War, kicking away the three major powers of the red-haired pirates. It turns out that Lin has been taming him with a big stick, one after another. On the ship, they first painted a big pie, and now they take the opportunity to strike a few blows. Damn it, it's tough on me. Kizaru patted his chest and guaranteed, Senior brother, such things will never happen again. Lin nodded. After finishing the task in Wano country, make sure to check all the Navy bases. And don't let our Navy's resources be used as dowries by others. Do you understand? Kizaru kept this matter in mind. I understand, Senior brother. Lin patted his shoulder. Of course, I know that scientific research requires a lot of funding. If you don't have enough funds, I'll go to the Holy Land again. Kizaru smiled. Thank you, Senior brother. Akainu was taken aback for a moment and said anxiously, Senior brother, what about me? Lin questioned, what about you? Akainu spread his hands. The department I oversee also needs funding. Lin was speechless. No, after the Wano country mission, you'll go back to be the fleet admiral. What department do you have? Akainu scratched his head. Oh, I forgot. He suddenly glanced at Kizaru. His volume raised a few notches. Ah, so I'm going to be promoted to fleet admiral. Borsellino, if your scientific department has any problems in the future, remember to come to me. After all, I'm your senior brother, and I'll approve all your requests. Kizaru was stunned. Previously, he had heard from Sengoku that during the Impel Down incident, his senior brother promised Akazuki to give him the position of fleet admiral. He didn't pay much attention to it. Under Lin's influence, Akainu indeed became very proactive in killing pirates. But the fundamental goal is still to be able to clock out in 3 years. No, it should be said to retire and enjoy life. After all, he is almost 60 years old. He didn't take the position of fleet admiral to heart at all. But now, just at that moment, he felt very uncomfortable. It was as if some switch in him had been turned on. No, why should Sakazuki control me? What about my freedom? Does that mean everything I do in the future requires his approval? Why? After all, I'm his senior brother. No way, absolutely not. Kizaru raised his hand. Senior brother, why should the position of fleet admiral be given to him? In a battle, he almost got his head blown off by Whitebeard. He has no achievements or contributions. And me, I'm completely different. After Sakazuki went offline, that guy Kazan is useless. Excluding the 3 old men, the entire Navy is supported by me alone. At the critical moment, when the red-haired pirates attacked, I was the one who beat their 3 major powers. Kizaru spoke excitedly without stopping. Lin timely interrupted him. Akainu was dumbfounded. He never expected that the person competing with him for the position of fleet admiral was not Kazan, but Borsellino, this unreliable lazy guy. This is insane. Akainu grabbed him by the collar and spat. Am I offline? Huh. I was backstabbed by those 2 pirates, Whitebeard and Kaido. Speaking of which, why did they put so much effort into backstabbing me instead of focusing on you? Isn't it because I'm the most hard-working and diligent in the entire Navy? You and Kazan, one doesn't do anything, and the other creates chaos. Although my talent might be slightly inferior to yours, I am the hardest working in the entire Navy and have never slacked off for decades. And you? You just want to erase my decades of hard work with a single highlight? Why? Moreover, you have good talent, but you have wasted it. Based on strength and contribution, the position of fleet admiral is naturally mine. Kizaru pushed Akainu's hand away. With a crooked mouth, he said, the guy who almost got his head blown off by Whitebeard is also worthy of talking to me about strength. Kulme, today, I will tell you what true talent is. I could become a general, even if I lay flat. Bang! Akainu could no longer hold back. His whole body erupted with magma. Kulme, let's have a fight. Whoever wins is the senior brother, and whoever wins is the fleet admiral. Kizaru held the sword Amitsukami. All right. Today, let you see the style of your senior brother after hard work. Bang! Boom! In the distance, a great battle broke out. Long before the 2 began to quarrel, Lin had silently headed towards the research institute. Doflamingo led the way. Rear Admiral Bones followed. Doflamingo couldn't help but stop and look back. In the distance, The red and yellow energies intertwined and collided fiercely like two planets. From time to time, the entire punk hazard shook. This island is not big. If it continues like this, will the two of them sink it? Bones also looked at his own Admiral and Kizura fighting. This earth-shattering scene also made him a bit worried. Just a few days after the Great Battle, although his own Admiral had basically recovered, his state was certainly not as good as Admiral Kizura. They will know how to control it. Lin walked forward. The two looked at each other. Damn it. They feel that this duel is completely instigated by Lin in secret. First, it was the issue of senior brother and junior brother's identity. Then there was the issue of the position of Fleet Admiral. This is ridiculous. Doflamingo naturally doesn't need to say. He has been completely controlled by Lin, and Bones began to worry. Major Lin shouldn't know him. He shouldn't, right? I'm just an ordinary rear admiral. Chapter 76. Caesar, you don't have the right to die. Not long after, the three arrive at the base in front of them. They sense two powerful, unfamiliar auras. The door opened. A shadow rushed out, and sharp bird claws, like daggers, clawed at Lin. Looking for death, Bones drew his sword. Swish! A line of blood was drawn in the air, creating a beautiful arc. Monet's wings were severed by Bones' sword. The Navy? When Monet saw the insignia on the two shoulders, one rear admiral, one major, she covered her wound and asked in confusion, "Young master, how did you bring the Navy to the base?" Bones was speechless. It seemed that Doflamingo's subordinates were not very smart. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. He raised a foot, and the bean shoes drew an arc. Monet flew out, lying in the distance, gasping for breath. Major General Lin, let's go in. Doflamingo led the way with a flattering smile on his face. Lin stopped. You want to save her? Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat. Major General Lin, I. After hesitating, he gritted his teeth and said, I sent her to monitor Caesar, and she is also his assistant. If the Major General plans to continue developing artificial devil fruits, she still has some value. Lin said nothing more and sheathed his knife. Only then did Doflamingo breathe a sigh of relief. He was indeed a cold-blooded creature, having even killed his biological father for his celestial dragon status. But humans are complex. He was extremely concerned about these loyal subordinates, even viewing them as family members. At this moment, Doflamingo's feelings were exceptionally complicated. He finally understood the helplessness and struggle of ordinary people under absolute power. In the past, he was strong, an upper-class figure. Whether in status or strength, he was high above, even a country was under his rule. But he knew he wasn't strong enough. In front of Kaido, he felt as weak as a chick facing a giant beast. His dream was to become stronger, to no longer fear Kaido, and to be able to contend with him. But now, in front of Lin, it was completely different. He felt like a speck of dust, while the other person was like a vast universe. Becoming strong? Contending? It was impossible. Under Lin's will, the only thought he had was to make use of his value and struggle to survive. He didn't even have the courage to die. Nor did he want to die. Living in humiliation? No. Kneeling in front of Kaido was humiliation. Struggling in front of Lin was an inescapable reality. Kneeling before a king, for a soldier, was honor rather than humiliation. In the laboratory, Caesar was focused on his research. Suddenly, the door burst open. The experiment was interrupted, and Caesar, without turning his head, shouted angrily, Monet, how many times have I told you, without my permission, not even the sky falling can disturb me, even if you're Doflamingo's subordinate. If I'm unhappy, I can kill you. If you understand, get out of here now. After saying that, he continued to work hard. The relationship between Caesar and Doflamingo could only be considered a cooperative one. As an outstanding talent from the former Navy Science Unit, he had a clear understanding of himself. I, Caesar, make a living with my skills. I can survive anywhere in the vast sea. Unlike those pirates who only know how to fight, he relied on his brain. The technology of this era had not fallen behind compared to hundreds of years ago. The so-called scarcity is value. He naturally had the capital to be proud. However, just as he was engrossed, he didn't hear the sound of the door closing. Caesar suddenly turned around. Centered around Lin, Doflamingo and Bones stood on either side. The Navy? The Navy. Caesar's eyes popped out, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit a durian. You. He pointed at Doflamingo and shouted, Doflamingo, what the hell does it mean to bring the Navy in here? Are you crazy? He took a closer look and slightly relaxed. One rear admiral and one major general. The two of them could handle it. He said calmly, "All right, Doflamingo, let's work together. This matter cannot be exposed." Doflamingo wanted to stop him, but found it unnecessary. The power of life and death over Caesar was entirely in Lin's hands. Anything he said was meaningless. Caesar was furious and completely unconcerned about the outside world. What Major General Lin? He had never heard of him. Gas. He snapped his fingers, and an explosion erupted around Lin. Let us take care of one first. Doflamingo, why are you still dawdling? That rear admiral is yours. Doflamingo didn't move. He took 2 steps back. At the same time, Bone did the same. The flames extinguished, and the rear admiral stood quietly, watching him. What is going on? Caesar's mind was racing, but he realized something was off. In the next moment, blood filled his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the operating table, surrounded by emptiness. As footsteps approached, Vegapunk, wearing white gloves, pushed a cart filled with tools. "Caesar, come. Let us continue our research today." No, Caesar shouted. Vegapunk, however, paid no attention and used a small knife to open his chest and abdomen. At that moment, he was exceptionally clear-headed. The fear of feeling his body being cut open bit by bit was beyond description. Even the pain of the small knife cutting through his flesh and the chainsaw slicing through his bones couldn't compare to the fear in his heart. "Oh, no, please." Vegapunk's face was smeared with blood, and he grinned wickedly. Then, even more terrifying to Caesar, Vegapunk's body suddenly expanded and grew larger. His face melted like hot wax, revealing a youthful child's face. A child only 7 or 8 years old, holding a knife and hammer, laughed and said, "Caesar, don't you like research? Don't you want to know about human anatomy? Come look, this is your body. This is the structure of your body." A huge mirror appeared in front of Caesar, clearly showing his dissected body. Organs, blood vessels, meridians, even, he was shocked to find that his brain had also been cut open. The white matter looked bouncy. At that moment, a group of small children rushed in, holding bowls and forks. They were all thin and gaunt, their faces sunken in. Upon seeing Caesar dismembered, all the children's eyes lit up with insatiable hunger. Madly, they surrounded him, one bite after another. They used their hands and forks to peel off his flesh and send it to their mouths. Meanwhile, Caesar, with an incredibly clear consciousness, experienced all of this. When he was completely consumed, his vision blurred. As he opened his eyes, he was utterly desperate. The same space, the same operating table, the same Vegapunk entering, the same hungry children rushing in. He experienced this cycle over and over again. At this moment, Doflamingo was trembling all over. Caesar was howling and pleading in front of them. His body was being torn apart by himself, blood tears streaming down his eyes. Now, he seemed to be having his soul constantly devoured. Doflamingo staggered. As the king of the underground world, he was certain he had never seen such a desperate and tragic human situation. Snap! Lin snapped his fingers, and Caesar stopped moving. He opened his eyes with great difficulty, his mouth uttering a few words. Why? Why am I still alive? Let me die. Lin looked at him quietly. You do not have the right to die. Chapter 77. Artificial Qinglong fruit. Come, Bone, eat it. Caesar was in despair. He was trapped in an endless cycle, in hell, not knowing how many years had passed. Death was his only pursuit. But the major general before him wanted to deprive him of the right to die. Why? Why treat me this way? Caesar wanted to scream, but was powerless. Lin gave him the answer. Everything you have experienced is built upon your fears. I'm merely a bystander. Fear. Caesar understood. He stared blankly at Lin. Who was this major general? Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Caesar was also a proud person. Even he couldn't completely make Caesar submit. But at this moment, Doflamingo was certain. From now on, Caesar had become Lin's dog. He remembered, during the battle at the top, even Shanks couldn't help but go crazy in front of Lin. So, Shanks had also experienced his fears. In Doflamingo's mind, the figures of his father and brother emerged, along with the townsfolk's children throwing stones at him during his family's downfall. Just thinking about it slightly made Doflamingo shiver. He didn't dare to think any further. Thankfully, He was smart, unlike that fool Caesar, who couldn't even tell the difference between the big and small kings. Doflamingo kicked Caesar. The pain made Caesar bare his teeth and shout. Damn it! Doflamingo's kick was definitely an act of revenge. You, a person from the underground world, never expected to one day rely on the Navy. It's really ironic. Caesar's expression fell into Doflamingo's eyes. Crack! Another kick from Doflamingo broke a few of Caesar's ribs. This guy was a naval major general, Lord Lin, brother of Admiral Akainu, brother of Admiral Kizuru, Zefa's top disciple, creator of major events, destroyer of Impel Down, annihilator of the Whitebeard pirates, future exterminator of the Beast pirates, creator of the Reformation of Wano. Doflamingo's little phrases came one after another. Lin couldn't help but admire. A guy who could thrive in the underground world, with the 4 emperors and the world government, had some level of skill. Caesar was stunned. Damn it, Doflamingo, why the hell didn't you say this earlier? If you had told me sooner, I wouldn't have to go through this hellish cycle. For some reason, Doflamingo became excited as he recited his phrases. Caesar, bring out your research results for Major General Lin to see. Yes, yes. Caesar struggled to get up and ran to the corner of the lab, where a locked treasure chest was. He carefully brought it over and opened it. Inside was a pink devil fruit with flame clouds. Caesar introduced. This devil fruit contains the genetic factors of Kaido extracted by Vegapunk, which I used to create this artificial devil fruit. But I can't be sure of its exact effects. Doflamingo looked at the pink dragon fruit, his eyes widened, and he was about to kick it. How dare this guy hide such an important matter from him? Lin looked over, and Doflamingo stood quietly, not daring to move. Lin picked up the fruit, looking at it curiously. He was very interested in devil fruits. If he found one he liked in the future, he wouldn't mind trying it. It was best if it didn't enhance his strength, but made his actions more convenient. However, he completely looked down on this imitation of the dragon fruit. If it were the authentic dragon fruit from Kaido, he might consider it. Thinking of this, Lin suddenly said to Doflamingo, Clown. Yes, Major General, Doflamingo replied. Caesar was dumbfounded on the side. As a scientist who only focused on research, he truly gained insight this time. This is what human affairs are about. This is what they call human affairs. Kaido silently noted that he should not suffer losses in the future. If he had known to read the room when he first met Lin, he wouldn't have ended up so miserable. Yes, Caesar realized too late. When a few of them appeared, even someone as proud as Doflamingo stood obediently beside this major general, with an expression more respectful than ever before. I should have noticed this earlier. Lin assigned Doflamingo a task. After we exterminate Kaido's beast pirates, you must find a way to retrieve that authentic dragon fruit and hand it over to the Navy. Of course, the same goes for other devil fruits. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's head buzzed. That's the dragon fruit. It's one of the top mythical Zoan fruits. Are you asking me to compete for it? Do you think so highly of me? Lin certainly saw through Doflamingo's concerns. You only need to gather information. You don't have to compete for it. When the time comes, I'll let Borsalino go. He's fast, can fight decently, and won't have any problems. Doflamingo didn't say anything further. What do you mean by can fight decently? Are you crazy? Caesar stood by, not daring to say a word. This level of conversation was something he couldn't participate in. He hadn't experienced the battle at the top, but just based on Lin's words, he could determine the life and death of the 4 emperors, Kaido, the strongest creature. He could fully sense the kind of great terror standing before him. Of course, Caesar was also one of the few people who had truly experienced Lin's methods. He had a real sense of the great terror that was Lin. Next, Lin grabbed the pink devil fruit, looking at Caesar. What's the difference between this devil fruit and the authentic dragon fruit? Caesar said tremblingly, there should be no difference. Lin's voice grew cold. Should? Caesar's whole body bristled. No, Major General Lin, rest assured, there is absolutely none. This devil fruit was painstakingly created by me. Due to Kaido's genetic factors, I only have one. Therefore, after creating this fruit, I kept it to myself and didn't even tell Doflamingo. If I had to say a difference, the color is the first and most important. The artificial Zoan devil fruit has no will, and the fruit user cannot awaken. But for the dragon fruit, this point is actually irrelevant. After all, even Kaido hasn't awakened the abilities of the dragon fruit. Lin said to Doflamingo, Is that so? Yes. Major General, Doflamingo nodded. Regarding this point, Doflamingo felt that it was probably because the dragon fruit was too powerful, hence exceptionally difficult to awaken. After all, he had awakened the abilities of the string fruit. Who knew that Lin would say? It seems Kaido is not that great after all. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo stumbled. Fine. You have the right to say that. You're right. Even Admiral Kizaru has some skills. Bone, hurry up. Major General. Lin handed the artificial dragon fruit over. Here, eat it.